Obsessed with Japanese movies, Yang Chung, a reclusive college student, unexpectedly becomes the savior of human slaves during a bizarre interstellar journey. The guy who once drooled at his computer screen now has to shoulder the responsibility of saving all of humanity. Yang Chung was sitting in his dorm room, shirtless, grinning foolishly at his computer screen. "Alien babe, your beloved has come," he murmured, lost in his fantasy world. Just then, his roommate Lao Zhang walked in. "Yang Chung, aren't you supposed to be in class?" Lao Zhang asked, puzzled. Yang Chung snapped back to reality. "Lao Zhang, weren't you at your art exam? Why are you back?" "Don't even mention it. I didn't pass," Lao Zhang said dejectedly as he walked into the room and sat down at the computer desk with a sigh. "Hey, it's just an art exam. No big deal." Yang Chung patted Lao Zhang on the shoulder, trying to comfort him. Lao Zhang seemed unconvinced. "Get me some food and a bubble tea without the bubbles," he said, opening his computer and starting to play Hearts of Iron. "Play a game with me, and I'll let you call me Little Yang for a month," Lao Zhang said, leaning back in his chair, inviting Yang Chung. "No way," Yang Chung replied without turning his head, continuing to focus on his Stellaris game. Lao Zhang wasn't giving up. "I'll go get us food, and when I get back we'll play a round. Deal. Hurry up and come back." Yang Chung suddenly got excited, grinning wickedly as he pushed Lao Zhang out of the dorm room. After closing the door, Yang Chung quickly exited Stellaris and opened his video player. "Emperor bless, Slanish bless, let me enjoy this new Japanese movie." He stared at the screen, swallowing hard. Suddenly, Yang Chung heard a crack in his headphones. As he took them off to check, a wave of dizziness hit him, and he lost consciousness. "Damn, no more 5-day marathons," was Yang Cheng's last thought before passing out. It was unclear how much time had passed when a rough voice jolted Yang Chung awake. "Hey, scum, wake up, human trash." Before he could react, a sharp pain in his abdomen sent him flying several meters. Clutching his stomach, Yang Chung struggled to get up, shocked by what he saw. A giant creature with a bull's head was pointing an exaggerated firearm at him. "Human trash, I'll give you a chance. Beat me, and I'll let them go," the Minotaur said, flexing the muscles on his hooves. Yang Chung was bewildered. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" After a brief moment of reflection, he seemed to understand had traveled to another world, and it wasn't friendly to humans. Seeing Yang Cheng's daze, the Minotaur laughed. "Haha, look at this human, scared stiff." Yang Chung looked around and saw a few people kneeling nearby, along with some dog-headed, rat-headed, and pig-headed creatures approaching him. Fragmented memories began to surface in his mind. The original owner of this body was also named Yang Chung and had just been beaten to death by the Minotaur, allowing him to take over. Those kneeling were fellow humans, the few remaining free humans in the universe. In this world, humans had become prisoners, mostly enslaved by various alien races, with only a few like Yang Chung still roaming freely in the cosmos. Realizing all this, the first words that popped into Yang Cheng's mind were, "Emperor, Karn, Slanish, Nurgle, Cinch, save me. I'd rather not have traveled at all." Soon, Yang Chung was thrown into a dark, damp storage room. He crawled to a relatively comfortable spot and leaned back, thinking that his fate was either to be sold to a human-loving slaver or sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Just as Yang Chung was about to despair, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding, detecting host's identity and race. Human. Installing system. 10, 50, 80, 100. Interstellar warfare system installed." Hearing the word system, Yang Chung perked up. Although he knew what a system was, it didn't seem very useful in his current situation unless the system could summon a hero to save him. The system seemed to understand Yang Cheng's thoughts. "Ding. This system will summon an army from your previous world's sci-fi works to assist you. To obtain an army, you must earn war points, which can be gained through declaring war, initiating conflicts, etc. Given the host's current dire situation, the system will summon a character to rescue you." Yang Cheng's interest was piqued. "Who?" "Ding. The character is from Warhammer 40k, Karn the Betrayer, captain of the World Eater's 8th Assault Company." Yang Chung almost fainted. "System, are you trying to kill me? Are you sure Karn won't chop me into pieces and offer my head to Karn?" As a casual Warhammer fan, Yang Chung was well aware of Karn's notorious reputation. The system responded nonchalantly. "Don't worry, host. You'll get a pleasant surprise." "Surprise my foot." Yang Chung raged internally. Karn meeting him would likely result in a blood sacrifice to the blood god. As Yang Chung was lost in his thoughts, the door to his cell opened, and an elephant-headed creature walked in. "Heh, you might not look great, but space travel is long. Let's have some fun, shall we?" The elephant-headed creature grinned lewdly, closing in on Yang Chung. Yang Chung suddenly thought getting chopped into pieces might not be so bad. At least he wouldn't have to endure this. Just then, a burst of gunfire rang out, followed by several screams. The elephant-headed creature turned to the entrance, where a man in red power armor with rabbit-like decorations on his head stood. The elephant-headed creature didn't recognize the red-armored warrior, but the bloodstains covering him made it clear he wasn't friendly. Without hesitation, the creature swung a massive spiked club at the warrior. The red-armored warrior caught the club with astonishing speed, then used his giant axe to split the creature's head in half. After dealing with the elephant-headed creature, the warrior turned his gaze to Yang Cheng. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Praise Karn, the red-armored warrior yelled, approaching Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng was terrified. Brother Karn, I believe in Karn. We're family. He didn't want to be turned into minced meat. To his surprise, Karn suddenly knelt before Yang Cheng, respectfully saying, Emperor. Huh, am Emperor? Yang Cheng was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The system explained in a timely manner. Ding. All characters summoned by the host will be eternally loyal to you. As for why Karn looks like this, the system's creator thought it was cool. Relieved, Yang Cheng took a deep breath and said to the still-kneeling Karn, Rise, Karn. Karn's towering figure stood in front of Yang Cheng, like an impenetrable human shield. Taking advantage of the situation, Yang Cheng continuously asked the system for various pieces of information. The system's voice echoed in his mind. All summoned units are permanently loyal to the host. Yang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze falling on the over-12-meter giant before him. Karn, he asked, you haven't killed the pilot, have you? Karn replied without turning his head. Not yet. Yang Cheng looked around and saw the bisected corpses of aliens scattered in the cabin, causing his stomach to churn. He suppressed his discomfort and asked, Are any of the humans still alive? No, Karn replied indifferently. They were all tortured to death by those alien creatures. For this devourer captain, the bloody scene was routine, but for Yang Cheng, it was a visual shock. Yang Cheng suppressed his discomfort and ordered, Go to the cockpit. I want to know where we are. His thoughts drifted to Zhang Yang, wondering how the kid was doing. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had found a safe corner and was continuing to watch Rise of the Demons on his phone. Soon, Yang Cheng and Karn arrived at the cockpit. Karn effortlessly lifted two pig-headed astronauts, one in each hand. Yang Cheng stared at one of them and asked, Where are we? The pig-headed man glanced at the burly figure holding him and answered honestly, The Osseous star system. Yang Cheng pressed on. Are there any countries nearby? Do you have a map? The pig-headed man pointed to the side. Over there is the star chart, which records all the surrounding countries. The nearest one is the Odysseus Empire, a slave state. Just as Yang Cheng was about to have Karn deal with the two aliens, he remembered something. By the way, do you know about the warp? The warp? The pig-headed man was surprised. That's technology only major powers have. We don't have it out here in the boonies. Yang Cheng nodded. All right, you're done. Karn, get rid of them. As soon as he finished speaking, Karn crushed the heads of the two pig-headed men. The system suddenly introduced Hyperspace Engine Level 2, Backup, Level 8 Crew, 27,850 crew members, 9,200 officers, 9,700 assault troops. Yang Cheng was thrilled upon hearing this. This Star Destroyer was a flagship of the Galactic Empire, capable of faster than light travel. At that moment, Karn looked out into the dark universe and asked, Emperor, is that your warship? Yang Cheng followed his gaze and saw a 1,600-meter-long silver-white Star Destroyer slowly approaching, exuding an unparalleled aura of authority. A few minutes later, the two ships docked. Dozens of fully armed Space Marines stormed into the cabin, and an officer dressed in a uniform similar to that of a sandtrooper escorted Yang Cheng and Karn into the Star Destroyer. The Marines began to clear the small ship's cabin. Emperor, Colonel Hans Bach of the Holy Sword reporting. An officer in an Imperial Navy uniform stood at attention before Yang Cheng. Without hesitation, Yang Cheng ordered, Hans, take me to the command room and get this big guy moving. Hans hesitated for a moment and added, Emperor, we have detected a large number of unidentified ships ahead. Should we engage? Destroy them? Yang Cheng responded decisively. Now that he had a grasp of the situation, it was time to strike back. Immediately, the Star Destroyer's turbolasers and plasma cannons aimed at the distant fleet. The gunnery officers began calibrating the weapons, and once charged, they awaited orders. Fire! Yang Cheng commanded. Meanwhile, a group of space pirates, having just received news, was rushing to the Osseous star system to loot a reportedly stranded slave ship. What is that thing? The pirate captain stared at the massive silver-white object in the distance, a sense of foreboding rising within him. That doesn't look like a slave ship. A crew member muttered. The captain suddenly realized, that's a warship. Get out of here. But it was too late. The Star Destroyer's overwhelming firepower turned the entire pirate fleet into a glittering explosion in the galaxy. Target destroyed. Shutting down cannons, a gunnery officer reported, then turned to Yang Cheng. Emperor, should your friend change his attire? He looked uneasily at the overwhelmed turtle Karn. In the minimalist interior of the Star Destroyer, the heavily adorned giant seemed out of place. Yang Chung glanced at Karn and calmly said, "No need, he'll take care of himself." He knew that if this chosen of Karn went berserk, he could slaughter everyone on the ship. Ding, the system's voice echoed in Yang Cheng's mind. "Host, please prepare yourself. You and your fleet are about to embark on a journey through space-time." Yang Cheng frowned in confusion. "What do you mean? Another time travel?" The system patiently explained. "You and your fleet will randomly be given opportunities to travel to different worlds. With some luck, you might even return to your original world." Yang Cheng listened thoughtfully. The system continued, "Once you conquer a new world, it will automatically merge with your current world, becoming part of your territory. Additionally, you will gain access to that world's technology." "Which world are we traveling to next?" Yang Cheng asked, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The system responded, "Since this is your first journey, you have 3 options. 1. The world of Linkage. 2. The world of Avatar. 3. The world of aliens. Please choose, host." After a brief moment of consideration, Yang Cheng said, "Let's go with the world of Linkage. It seems the easiest to handle." He thought to himself that the technology in Linkage was more manageable compared to the other 2. "Congratulations on choosing the world of Linkage," the system announced. "Please prepare for hyperspace acceleration. Additionally, you have been awarded 1,000 war points, which can be used in the store to purchase armies and equipment from other sci-fi worlds." As the system's voice faded, Yang Cheng began to make preparations. "Since we're here, might as well make the best of it," he muttered to himself while opening the system's store to browse through the available items. The variety of items dazzled him. A Primarch from the Warhammer world, Angron, was priced at 2 million war points. An Imperial-class Star Destroyer from the Star Wars universe was 200,000 war points. A Hillsborough-class destroyer from the Halo universe was 10,000 war points. Seeing these exorbitant prices, Yang Cheng adjusted the sorting order to list items from low to high. A squad of Space Marines from Warhammer 40k. Ultramarines for 1,500, Death Guard for 2,000, Word Bearers for 2,500, Space Wolves for 2,000? Yang Cheng asked in confusion, "Why do the prices of these Space Marine squads vary so much?" The system explained, "Each legion specializes in different areas. The Alpha Legion, which excels in infiltration, is relatively expensive, while the more average Ultramarines are cheaper. The most powerful Thousand Suns Legion costs 10,000 points for a single squad. Damn, why is everything so expensive?" Yang Cheng exclaimed in frustration. After some thought and negotiation with the system, he finally acquired a squad from the Iron Warriors, the 4th Legion of Warhammer 40k. Turning to his subordinate, Hans, Yang Cheng ordered, "Prepare for hyperspace acceleration." "Hans?" "Understood, Emperor," Hans responded, immediately issuing the command through the ship's intercom. "This is Captain Hans Bach of the Holy Sword. Authorization code 20030917. Initiate hyperspace acceleration." The hyperspace engines of the Holy Sword roared to life, and the massive ship transformed into a streak of light, entering hyperspace. Hans continued broadcasting, "Attention all personnel, estimated travel time is approximately 30 minutes. Everyone, remain at your stations." Upon arrival, Stormtroopers, prepare for landing operations. Yang Cheng was escorted to the resting quarters, where he donned a set of black Beskar armor. This armor, made from the same material as the Mandalorians, was known for its durability. He also equipped himself with a blaster pistol that resembled a handgun, ideal for officers due to its full auto capability and portability. Testing the blaster on a target, the high-temperature bolts easily melted through the bullseye. After a few rounds, Yang Cheng decided to check on Karn. As he approached Karn's quarters, several chairs flew past his face, accompanied by loud shouting. Peeking inside, Yang Cheng was startled to see Karn single-handedly fighting 10 other Iron Warriors. "Take that!" Karn yelled as he pounded the Iron Warriors. "What's the point of rebelling against your Primarch? Building fortifications for the Imperium? And now here as well, just like a bunch of fools." "Karn." Yang Cheng's voice brought the brawl to an abrupt halt. Karn turned and saw Yang Cheng, immediately dropping to one knee. "Emperor." The other Iron Warriors followed suit, kneeling and exclaiming, "Emperor." Yang Cheng shook his head and said, "You all are on the same side now, let go of the past." He then addressed the squad leader. "What's your name?" "I am Oxus, Great Emperor," the leader replied respectfully. Yang Cheng sternly instructed, "Avoid conflicts from now on. We have a crucial mission ahead. You need to assault a flying fortress. Can you handle it?" Oxus responded without hesitation, "A flying fortress? We can handle it." As an Iron Warrior, he was well-versed in siege warfare, unlike some legions that only charged recklessly. "Good, then it's in your hands." With that, Yang Cheng turned and left. "You'll pay for this, Karn. This isn't over." Oxus muttered under his breath, then began preparing for the siege. Yang Chung returned to the command center, where Hans reported, "Emperor, we've arrived." As the Holy Sword exited hyperspace, a massive desert planet appeared before them. "This reminds me of Talern," Oxus, who had followed Yang Chung, said softly, "Not a fond memory." Hans's voice resonated through the warship. "Attention all units, the warship is entering the atmosphere. Deploy the landing forces. TIE fighters, patrol within a 100-kilometer radius centered on the Holy Sword." Yang Chung stood by the porthole, his gaze fixed on the distant, gradually decertifying planet. A series of images flashed through his mind. Mana's ecosystem, the devourer beasts, the lighthouse, Mark's clones, the master of light and shadow, and the mysterious woman named Bayume. He couldn't help but regret not taking the advice of the anime enthusiast in his dorm to watch the entire series of Ling Cage. Although he had a rough idea of the plot, the details were still fuzzy. Just then, Hans's voice came through the communicator. "Emperor, the advance team has been deployed. We have 10 minutes before entering the atmosphere." Yang Chung responded immediately, "Copy that. Tell the advance team to stay safe. We might be facing some sort of indestructible creature." Hans's tone was confident. "Don't worry, Emperor. There's no creature that can't be killed." Yang Chung continued giving orders. "Captain Kovic, activate the synchronized imaging function. The Emperor wants to see." "Copy that. Activating now," Captain Kovic replied. A massive screen unfolded before them, displaying the interior of the shuttle. 20 stormtroopers stood in formation, armed with blaster rifles. As the countdown progressed, the shuttle approached the ground. "Attention all units, 30 meters to the ground, 20 meters, 10 meters. Begin air quality analysis," the system reported. "Results indicate severe environmental pollution. Landing complete. Commence operation." The stormtroopers quickly disembarked and began scouting the surroundings. The scene before them was shocking, desolate, ruined, lifeless. A blanket of yellow sand covered the entire world, resembling a lifeless desert. Captain Kovic issued orders through the communication channel. "Deploy the Viper recon drones to scout the area. Teams 1 and 2, move forward. Team 3, establish a perimeter and set up a defensive line." 60 stormtroopers and 3 Viper drones immediately began a thorough search of the surrounding land. Suddenly, the drones issued a warning. "Attention, unidentified life form detected ahead. Activate defense protocols." The Viper drones quickly deployed energy shields and aimed their blaster cannons at the designated location. 20 stormtroopers spread out, aiming their weapons in the same direction. From the ruins of a collapsed building, a terrifying creature slowly emerged. Yang Chung recognized the creature immediately. Hellhound. It was one of the most common types of devourer beasts, known for its high regenerative and defensive capabilities. Before Yang Chung could issue an order, Captain Kovic had already opened fire. The red beams from the blaster rifle struck the Hellhound's tough shell, soon emitting a scorched smell. Within seconds, the continuous gunfire brought the Hellhound down. To ensure it was completely neutralized, Captain Kovic threw a grenade, blowing it to pieces. Hans looked at the unrecognizable remains of the Hellhound and asked, "Emperor, is this the dangerous creature you mentioned?" Yang Chung was secretly amazed, clearly underestimating the stormtroopers' prowess. Unlike in movies where the protagonists often miss, the stormtroopers in reality were sharpshooters. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Captain Kovic's communicator suddenly blared, "Captain Kovic, we're under attack. Moving towards your position." Kovic immediately responded, "Copy that. Move towards us." Requesting air support from command. He also directed his team to prepare for combat. The two teams quickly converged, starting to pull back. In the distance, dozens of Hellhounds were closing in. Captain Kovic led his squad to cover the second team that had just been attacked. On the battleship, Karn watched the intense scene on the screen, his blood boiling. He eagerly said to Yang Chung, "Emperor, I want to go down there." Yang Chung didn't stop him. Instead, he encouraged, "Go ahead, take the Iron Warriors with you." While Space Marines weren't the top tier in the Warhammer universe, their strength was undeniable. With someone like Karn, Yang Chung believed even the entire lighthouse couldn't handle him. As Karn and Ox's squad boarded the shuttle, Yang Chung also grabbed a rifle and stood at the exit. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding. For each Hellhound the host kills, 100 war points will be awarded. Subordinates' kills will award 10 points. Hearing this, Yang Cheng's eyes lit up. He envisioned an entire Space Marine chapter beckoning to him. "Tell Hans to deploy a squadron of TIE fighters for ground support," Yang Cheng ordered decisively. "I'm going down there myself." For the potential reward, he felt the risk was worth it. A dozen TIE fighters launched from the battleship, breaking through the clouds to the battlefield below. Their twin blaster cannons began sweeping the Hellhound horde, causing them to scatter under the relentless firepower. Suddenly, a red figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground. It was Karn. Impatient with the shuttle's speed, He had opened the hatch and jumped out. With Khan's arrival, the stormtroopers witnessed the true might of a space marine. Wielding his chainsaw axe, Khan cut through the hellhounds like a war machine, leaving a trail of fallen beasts in his wake. This scene left everyone in awe, realizing they were on the brink of an unprecedented battle. For the Emperor, Khan's roar echoed across the battlefield as he charged into the horde of Tyranids with his chainsaw axe. Each swing took down several Tyranids, and his powerful disintegration field shredded their bodies to pieces. Suddenly, dozens of snake dogs lunged at Khan. Without hesitation, he discarded his chainsaw axe and began fighting with his fists. Within a minute, over 10 snake dogs lay motionless on the ground. Realizing they couldn't defeat this rabbit-eared warrior, the snake dogs redirected their attack towards the stormtrooper unit at the rear. However, they quickly encountered a new obstacle. 10 Space Marines from the Iron Warriors Legion, clad in 2 Malawian Quach's power armor and armed with Tigris pattern bolt guns and boarding shields, advanced in formation. Clad in steel, hearts of iron, they shouted in unison. The bolt guns fired, each shot taking down a snake dog. Under the methodical advance of the Iron Warriors, the snake dog pack quickly fell apart. Witnessing this, the stormtroopers finally understood the terrifying power of these massive warriors. Kovic surveyed the surroundings and decisively ordered, "Set up a base here and deploy heavy weaponry." As the base began to take shape, Yang Cheng's shuttle landed at the makeshift base. Just as he removed his helmet to say a few words, he accidentally got a mouthful of sand and had to put his helmet back on. The subsequent troops, 1,000 stormtroopers, began landing and started carrying out their respective tasks. Unbeknownst to them, a white-haired woman was observing them from a distance. Her figure was skillfully hidden in the sandstorm, making her nearly invisible unless one looked very closely. 2 days later, Yang Cheng was still assessing the current timeline. If it was early in the plot, that was fine, but if it was a few years too late or too early, he might have to resort to a planet-destroying action. For now, he was holding back because he wanted to recruit the lighthouse. But if the lighthouse refused his goodwill, he'd have Khan pay them a visit. As Yang Cheng pondered, a person wearing a yellow military coat, black helmet, and gas mask walked in. "Colonel Nova, any findings?" Yang Cheng inquired. He had summoned a battalion from the Armageddon Steel Legion, the 188th Regiment, after accumulating enough war points. Nova stood at attention and reported, "Your Majesty, our scouts have spotted a human convoy about 20 kilometers away. Continue observing, do not reveal our presence," Yang Cheng ordered. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, several ratlings were observing the human convoy through their sniper scopes. "Boss, do we take the shot?" one of the ratlings asked. "Hold your position, that's the colonel's order," another replied. "But I can hear them, they're so close and haven't noticed us." In the convoy, a human soldier was fiddling with his headset, trying to contact Captain Mark. Scavenger Jeff calling Captain Mark, "Team 2 has reached the B zone entrance." "Damn this weather." He cursed the harsh conditions as he tried to establish contact. The group faced a dense area of fleshy ground, making them swallow hard. Mark turned on his flashlight to illuminate the path ahead, and the other scavengers did the same with the lights on their guns. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a short-haired boy carrying heavy supplies accidentally knocked a box against the wall. "Protect the supplies. Any damage will come out of your contribution points," the scavenger who seemed to be the leader sternly warned. After a while, the team reached a narrow alley. One of the dustmen, 4068, spotted an old Era gold watch and decided to keep it for himself. He didn't realize that this decision would bring significant losses to the entire team. 4079, "Don't say anything, I'll be right back," 4068 said as he left the group and dug into the fleshy ground. 4277 loves these old Era trinkets, he explained to 4079 while using a small knife to pry the watch from the fleshy surface. However, he didn't notice a figure moving stealthily beneath the fleshy ground. Suddenly, a rattling sniper reported through the radio, "Boss, something happened inside." Gunfire erupted, and people started scattering. Nova quickly reported to Yang Cheng, "Your Majesty, we've received intel from the snipers. There's a gunfight happening inside, and they're running out." Yang Cheng swiftly ordered, "Notify the troops to commence the attack." According to the plot, they should lose a few people inside and then encounter Bai Mei while driving out. Send Nova's team to either capture them or eliminate them. "Boss, something nasty just came out." A rattling sniper aimed at a Tyranid chasing after Mark and Ren Bing. Yang Cheng frowned and thought, "That's odd, that Tyranid should be trapped inside by now." But there was no time to ponder further. Fire. With a flash of laser, the Tyranid chasing the group was instantly killed. Meanwhile, the 188th Regiment of the Armageddon Steel Legion arrived at the scene. Hundreds of Steel Legion soldiers disembarked from Chimera armored vehicles, swiftly surrounding the scavenger team. "Nobody move. Drop your weapons." The stormtroopers' shout echoed through the desolate ruins. They raised their blaster rifles, aiming at Mark and his scavenger team. Mark scanned the surroundings warily, suddenly aware of the danger. Sir, keep it down, or you'll attract the devourer beast, he urgently warned, his voice tense. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar erupted from within the walls. The devourer beast, which had been pursuing Mark, burst forth, charging at the group. Its claws glinted menacingly in the sunlight, and its fangs were terrifyingly sharp. In a split second, a massive figure appeared. A warrior clad in red armor grabbed the beast by the neck with astonishing speed. With a sickening crack, the ferocious creature was torn apart like paper. The chainsaw axe blade sliced upward, sending blood splattering everywhere. Mark stared in stunned silence, momentarily speechless. The stormtrooper captain spoke coldly. Well, sir, so much for your so-called threat. Now, have your men drop their weapons and surrender. At his command, more stormtroopers and soldiers from the Armageddon Steel Legion raised their weapons, pointing blasters and flamethrowers at the scavengers. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and machine oil, and the tension was palpable. Suddenly, several redrobed tech priests emerged from the ranks. They marveled at the gravity suits worn by Mark and his team. By the Omnicia, their mechanical eyes gleamed with excitement. Maching shouted urgently, Hey, hey, hey! Don't touch Captain Mark's gravity suit. His voice was filled with caution and unease. One of the priests curiously asked, Where did you find this antique? By the Omnicia, it's a masterpiece. I can't wait to commune with its machine spirit. Maching looked incredulously at the strange mechanical men and retorted, Are you guys crazy? This is a gravity suit. Haven't you seen one before? Gravity suit? The priest asked in surprise, You fight in these regularly? Maching replied with a hint of pride, Of course, only the elite can use these gravity suits. The priests grew even more excited. They produced incense and began some sort of ritual over the suits. By the Omnicia, these people are fighting in such works of art. It's a sacrilege to the machine god. As Maching tried to intervene, several massive mechanical arms extended from the priest's robes, effortlessly lifting the gravity suits away. Maching stood there, dumbfounded, muttering, What the? Rambing nervously asked Mark, What are these weirdos up to? Mark calmly replied, No idea, let's see what happens. As an experienced scavenger captain, he knew that their small group with a few gravity suits was no match for the enemy, especially the warrior in red armor, whose strength was unfathomable. Meanwhile, the stormtroopers scoffed at the tech priest's behavior. The priests were not only interested in the gravity suits, but were also fascinated by the scout drones, continuously chanting phrases like, By the Omnicia, and Praise the Omnicia. However, the tech priests were equally disdainful of the stormtroopers. Seeing the way stormtroopers maintained their weapons nearly caused their processors to overheat. The tension between the two groups was palpable. A stormtrooper in a major's uniform ordered, Take that man to the shuttle. The rest will be held on the ground. The scavengers were completely taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. They had been taught that no one could survive on the surface, but the reality was proving otherwise. Not only were there survivors, but their equipment seemed more advanced than anything on the lighthouse. The major continued, Everyone here, state your name and position within the group. Maching whispered to Jeff, Hey, we could use this chance to grab one of the soldiers and make our escape. Jeff rolled his eyes and muttered back, You think this is a movie? He felt that any sudden move would get them shot full of holes. The protagonist hasn't used orbital bombardment because he needs to rebuild human civilization in space, which requires population. Rest assured, the lighthouse will be destroyed within 3 chapters. Get him onto the warship and make sure he doesn't escape. Several stormtroopers barked at the officer who had come to take Mark into custody. The naval officer nodded in agreement, then pressed a blaster rifle into Mark's back, shoving him roughly into the shuttle. Mark stumbled slightly, his mind a whirlwind of confusion and worry. Who exactly are you people? Mark asked, glancing around at the soldiers in their immaculate uniforms, armed with advanced weaponry. He couldn't help but feel a rising concern for the safety of the lighthouse. 2 stormtroopers stepped forward, one of them speaking coldly, Sir, please proceed. The Emperor is waiting for you inside. The Emperor? Mark frowned, the title sounding foreign to him. In his understanding, only rulers of ancient feudal dynasties called themselves emperors. How could a nation with such advanced interstellar warships still use such an archaic term? With a mind full of questions, Mark followed the soldiers into a spacious, well-lit room. The stark contrast between his dust-covered scavenger uniform and the spotless, pristine interior was striking. In the center of the room sat a man fully encased in black armor, his face hidden by a dark helmet. Gathering his courage, Mark spoke up, May I ask, sir, what do you want from me? You're from the lighthouse, aren't you? The voice from beneath the helmet was chilling, sending a shiver down Mark's spine. This mysterious figure knew about the lighthouse. Alarm bells rang in Mark's head, but he quickly realized that if the enemy knew about the lighthouse and hadn't attacked immediately, they either had no hostile intentions or had other plans. The figure in black continued, "You will deliver a message for me. Tell your soldiers to lay down their arms and surrender immediately. We will take you off this planet in exchange for your submission to the Empire. Of course, you could choose to resist, but I can't guarantee how many of you will survive." Mark saw this as both an opportunity and a dangerous decision. He cautiously replied, "That's not a decision I can make. Our Lord Morgan will have to decide." The black-clad man nodded. "We will send an escort to take you back to the lighthouse. But you should persuade those who might resist to comply. If anyone acts rashly, you all will be doomed." With that, he turned and left, leaving a bewildered and uneasy Mark to be escorted back to the surface by the soldiers. Meanwhile, Yang Chung, having removed his black helmet, issued orders to Hans beside him, have Karn and Oscar accompany Mark. Arrange a shuttle to take them to the lighthouse. Also, keep a close eye on that so-called Lord of Light and Shadow church. If anything suspicious happens, eliminate them on the spot. Hans nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Any other instructions? Avoid using force if possible. Only shoot if absolutely necessary, Yang Chung replied before departing. Although he emphasized non-lethal measures, for the residents of the lighthouse, even a few stun baton strikes could cause serious harm. As Mark was brought down, Ranbing and Imo Chung rushed over immediately. "Captain Mark, what's the situation?" Ranbing asked anxiously. Mark, with a grave expression, responded briefly, "I need to return to the lighthouse immediately. The situation is very complicated." He patted Ranbing's shoulder and then turned to Imo Chung. "Imo Chung, take care of Ranbing. The people on that ship said they would take us off this planet." Before he could finish, several stormtroopers forcibly escorted Mark onto a waiting shuttle. Ranbing and Imo Chung could only watch helplessly as the shuttle lifted off and disappeared into the sky, leaving them on the ground, filled with anxiety about the uncertain fate that awaited them. "Has Captain Mark not returned yet?" A woman seated at the command post in the lighthouse control room stood up anxiously and asked. "Commander Jingnan, we haven't received any signals from Captain Mark." A soldier immediately reported. "Keep searching," Jingnan ordered, her brow furrowed. Just as she finished speaking, static crackled over the radio, followed by Mark's voice. "This is Mark. The scavenger mission encountered a situation." "What kind of situation? What did you encounter?" Jingnan asked urgently, gripping the edge of the control panel tightly. Mark responded calmly, "It's complicated. I'll explain when I get back." Requesting clearance to open the landing pad. "Why the landing pad?" Jingnan questioned, puzzled. "I'm on an aircraft from an unknown faction approaching the lighthouse. Their leader wants to negotiate with us." "What?" Jingnan exclaimed. "No time to explain. They demand to see Lord Morgan." Mark pressed. "Understood. I'll report this immediately." Jingnan swiftly turned and left the control room. Inside the shuttle, Mark sat uneasily, surrounded by 11 towering men over 2 meters tall. Their intimidating decorations, especially the one covered in red paint and skull motifs, were more terrifying than any monster. "What are you looking at?" Kane noticed Mark's gaze and snapped. "Nothing, nothing." Mark quickly lowered his head, thinking that this person could probably tear him apart in a fit of rage. "We're almost there. Prepare for combat." Kane activated his linked axe, staring out the window. The 10 members of the Steel Warriors team also readied their boarding shields and explosive rifles, prepared for battle. With a thunderous noise, the shuttle door opened, and dozens of fully armed city guards and 6 soldiers in gravity suits surrounded the shuttle. "Attention, those inside. The city guard's announcement was cut short by an explosive round, reducing him to a bloody mess. Led by Kane, the Space Marines emerged from the shuttle, their massive 2-meter frames immediately intimidating everyone present. Kane grabbed Mark and tossed him like a rag doll towards the city guards. "Go find your lord," Kane said coldly. Suddenly, a blond man stepped out from the crowd, saying, "No need. I'll handle this. I am Charles, head of the Church of Light and Shadow." Before Charles could finish, Kane punched him to the ground. Had it not been for Yang Qing's order to avoid lethal force, that punch would have sent Charles to meet his god. Even so, the blow was enough to keep Charles bedridden for half a year. "Bastard! Kill them!" Charles, supported by a beacon of light, stormed off furiously, giving the order. 20 city guards in gravity suits immediately surrounded Kane and his team. "You've really picked the wrong person to mess with," the city guard captain, Gale, said, drawing a chain's word from his gravity suit. Kane looked at the gravity suits with interest, contemplating a test of strength. "You all stand back. Let me handle this." Kane picked up his linked axe, the massive teeth making a chilling sound. "We have 6, and you're alone." The city guard's words were cut off as Kane crushed a gravity suit soldier's head, helmet and all. "Is that all?" Kane sneered, realizing these seemingly powerful gravity suits were actually quite fragile, even weaker than the combat suits of the Titan race. The remaining 5 gravity suit soldiers charged at Kane simultaneously. Kane remained unimpressed. "You're no better than rookies," he said, swinging his linked axe. With a roar from the axe, Kane easily cleaved a soldier in half. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. Kane continued to mock. Your tactics are worse than orcs, your melee skills inferior to titans, and your individual quality not even matching the PDF Planetary Defense Force. Growing impatient, Kane launched an offensive, wielding his linked axe and a captured chainsword, slaughtering the remaining city guards like a grim reaper. Charles, hiding in a safe spot, clutched his wound and told the beacon of light beside him, "Go see if they've finished. Leave one alive." The beacon of light cautiously made her way through the corridor, freezing in horror at the sight. 5 decapitated gravity suit soldiers' heads decorated the red power armor, their bodies and suit fragments scattered in a gruesome display. Kane grabbed a surviving city guard soldier and coldly asked, "Tell me, where is your lord?" You're dreaming." The soldier trembled. Without hesitation, Kane removed his helmet and bit into the soldier's head. Blood dripped from his mouth as he discarded the body. By consuming the enemy's flesh, Kane gained crucial information. Upper class, dust people, devourer beasts, lighthouse, scavengers, crimson essence. What a feudal society, Kane thought, memorizing the details as he headed towards the command center. Seeing the beacon of light paralyzed with fear, Kane instinctively wanted to attack but was stopped by Ox. The Empire needs population. Enough killing, Ox reminded. Kane nodded in understanding and led the Steel Warriors squad towards the command center. "Bring that Mark guy along. We'll need him to open the doors," Kane said, picking up Mark like a ragdoll. Just ahead, Khan pointed to the heavy steel door. He approached it, scrutinizing the barrier that stood in their way. "We need a password to unlock it," Khan said, looking down at Mark beside him. "Do you know the password?" Mark shook his head and replied honestly, "No, usually only the city lord or high-ranking officials know it." Khan pondered for a moment, and Mark, trembling, suggested, "Should we capture a hacker? Or take out a high-ranking official?" His voice was filled with fear. After all, who could stay calm after witnessing a 2-meter-tall steel giant devour human brains like they were tofu pudding? "Get behind me," Khan ordered. He stood in front of Mark and suddenly punched the control panel for the door. The immense sound of the impact left Mark's ears ringing. At that moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted. "Open fire." Countless bullets rained down on Khan and his companions as they broke through the door. The bullets clinked off their powered armor, sparks flying, but they remained unscathed. After the gunfire ceased, Khan surveyed the surroundings and addressed the helpless city guards. "All right, this farce should end now." At the control panel, the city lord, Morgan, trembled as he asked, "What do you want?" Khan calmly replied, "Submit to the great emperor, and the emperor will grant you heretics great mercy, allowing you to leave here." "That's it." Morgan looked incredulous. "Unbelievable. These steel giants slaughtered their way in just to take them out of this hell. Those people died for nothing." Morgan slowly descended from the control panel, kneeling before Khan and his group, solemnly saying, "City Lord Morgan, at your service, awaiting the Emperor's command." A system notification sounded. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission in the Ling Cage world. Awarding 500,000 war points and unlocking the government type selection. You will now choose the government type for the nation you are about to create." Yang Cheng carefully reviewed the system notification and began editing the national information. Country name, Human Empire. Government type, materialism with elements of idealism, extreme militarism, extreme xenophobia, racial purity. Regime type, dictatorship. Leader title, Emperor. After finalizing the details, Yang Cheng exited the system interface and stepped onto the bridge of the Sacred Sword. He decisively ordered, "Hans, prepare all stormtroopers and Imperial Army for reception. Colonel Nova, have your troops board the ship. It might get a bit crowded." "Understood." Everyone responded in unison. Soon, several shuttles began transporting lighthouse personnel to the deck of the Star Destroyer. Hundreds of armed forces stood ready to receive them. A stormtrooper, using the voice amplifier in his helmet, loudly ordered the newcomers, "Everyone, remove your clothing for inspection. Discard all items you have. Your identity as lighthouse citizens is now irrelevant. From now on, you have only one name. Citizens of the Human Empire." The crowd erupted in discontent. "Why should we be treated like these dust people? Yeah. Our bloodline is nobler than those dust people. I absolutely refuse to stay with dust people." Seeing this, the leading stormtrooper immediately contacted the Imperial Suppression Unit. Dozens of heavily armed riot soldiers quickly jogged out from the corridor, wielding electric batons and riot shields, encircling the troublemakers. "Attack!" With the command, the electric batons crackled, and the riot soldiers began indiscriminately attacking the agitators. The deck soon filled with the smell of burnt flesh. "Take these people away," the stormtrooper ordered. "I heard the Mechanicus are short on biological components. Send them over." The troublemakers were quickly escorted to the Mechanicus territory, where unparalleled torment awaited them. Meanwhile, Yang Cheng was engrossed in browsing the system marketplace. His eyes locked onto a particular item, and he exclaimed excitedly, "It's decided. The nemesis of the Titanium Monarch, the 100,000 lunar-class cruiser." The system immediately responded, "Ding, commencing production of 3 lunar-class cruisers, complete with crew. Specifications are as follows. Weapon systems. Bow torpedo tubes X2. Broadside weapon arrays per side X1. Broadside lance arrays per side X1. Length and width, 5 kilometers long. Fin section approximately 0.8 kilometers wide. Mass, approximately 28 million tons. Crew, approximately 95,000 person." Yang Cheng smiled with satisfaction and confidently declared, "Alien horrors, your worst nightmare. Humanity has returned. All battleships, prepare to enter the Mandeville Point and activate the warp engines." With this command, a massive fleet sprang into action. On the bridge, personnel at various stations bustled about, and the chaplains swiftly took their positions to begin their prayers. The Geller fields and void shields activated, emitting a low hum. Navigators fixed their gaze on the displays, double-checking the pre-planned routes. Several lunar-class cruisers lined up in a single formation, their engines glowing with a blue light, ready to enter the warp at any moment. As the warp engines engaged, a purple halo appeared in real space, resembling a gateway to an unknown realm. "See you in 10 hours, the captain of the leading lunar-class cruiser, the Emperor's Pride, stood resolutely on the bridge, eyes fixed on the horizon. "Initiate entry." At his command, the colossal warship began to move towards the purple halo, with the rest of the fleet following in a single file, entering the warp one by one. The captain muttered under his breath, "Emperor, protect your humble servants." With this prayer, the entire fleet vanished into the warp, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, a tragedy was unfolding on Cordis. This planet, the first successfully colonized by the Ursidians, was not only a major tourist destination, but also the largest slave market in the sector. Every day, tens of thousands of human slaves were bought and sold here, their fates as bleak as this planet, the closest to the capital of the Ursidious Empire. "Please, sir, she's just a child." A middle-aged man knelt on the ground, clutching the leg of a giant beast man, his voice filled with desperation. The beast man sneered, gripping the neck of a frail girl with one hand. "A child? Perfect for making a goblet." At that moment, a beast man in a black military uniform rushed up to the giant beast man. "Lord Birdo, we're under attack. The fortress in orbit has lost contact." "What?" Birdo's eyes widened in disbelief. In his memory, no one had ever dared to attack a planet of the Ursidious Empire. Before he could finish speaking, four massive warships suddenly appeared in the skies above Cordis, like harbingers of doom. Birdo quickly snapped to action. "All fighters, prepare for takeoff. Alert the ground forces. Get ready." He dropped the girl and hurriedly ran towards the governor's mansion. The middle-aged man and the girl embraced tightly, their tear-filled eyes gazing at the four strange warships in the sky. A glimmer of hope ignited in their hearts, as if salvation was hovering above them. Inside one of the warships, a dark angel chaplain clad in green armor led a group of Space Marines in a final pre-battle prayer. This unit was a unique gathering, featuring Space Marines from various chapters, including the Sons of the Emperor, Salamanders, Iron Hands, Iron Warriors, World Eaters, and Ultramarines. They knelt uniformly before the chaplain, reverently repeating the litany. "What is our duty?" "To serve the Emperor's will." "What is the Emperor's will?" "That we fight and die." "What is it to fight and die?" "It is our duty." Watching this scene, a few officers from the Star Wars universe couldn't help but whisper, "Such superstition. We've been at war in the galaxy for so long, and never have we seen an army pray before battle. Pure superstition." Standing nearby, Yang Cheng began to regret his decision. The system had said it could randomly send him a dozen Space Marines, but they were all from different legions of the 30K era. That was manageable, but what about those two from the Red Corsairs? At least the others were loyalists, but these two 40K traitors? Wouldn't they be attacked by the others? The system promptly provided an explanation. "Ding, please rest assured, host. The chaos influence has been purged from them. They are now just ordinary Space Marines." Relieved by this answer, Yang Cheng took a deep breath and began issuing combat orders. "Destroy the enemy's ground facilities. Annihilate their forces. Occupy this planet. We don't need alien prisoners." Oblivious to the impending threat, the Ursidious Beastman soldiers were about to face a combined assault from two different human factions. The clouds of war loomed over Cordis, and a brutal battle was about to commence. At Yang Cheng's command, dozens of Star Warriors moved in unison into the drop bays of the spaceship. Yang Cheng turned his gaze to the system store and tapped the confirm button. In an instant, the ship's doors swung open, and squads of Cadian soldiers, clad in towering armor and wielding M36 Catrel laser guns, marched out in formation. Their purple eyes glinted in the cabin light, a mark of their long years facing the eye of terror. Cadia stands. Their synchronized shout reverberated through the ship. 3 Cadian infantry regiments quickly took their positions, ready to fight alongside the Astartes. Yang Cheng ordered all aircraft to take off and eliminate the enemy's air forces. He then stepped into a room where several servitors were kneeling before a set of power armor. "Let's do this," Yang Cheng whispered as he stood before the armor. The servitors immediately set to work, dressing him in the suit that symbolized the Emperor's might. On the battlefield, several Lehman Russ main battle tanks charged forward like steel behemoths, followed by hundreds of Cadian soldiers riding Chimera armored vehicles. "For the Emperor!" roared a World Eater's Space Marine, the butcher's nails in his forehead flashing, driving him into a frenzied state. "Hold him back a bit, don't let him cut down our own," a UX whispered to his nearby comrade. "Blood for the Emperor. Skulls for the throne." The World Eaters pierced the enemy defenses like a dagger. "What kind of monster is that?" A dark-skinned orc gasped in terror as he witnessed a Space Marine withstand artillery fire. His outburst drew the attention of the Space Marines clearing the battlefield. "Damn it! Retreat to the governor's mansion. Call for reinforcements from the main planet." The orc commander in the defensive line shouted desperately, but was met with silence. Suddenly, a sea of flames engulfed the area, consuming countless orc soldiers in an instant. "Forged in battle, tempered on the anvil," murmured a Salamander's Space Marine clad in green power armor, his flamethrower spewing death. "What are you?" the orc commander roared, firing his laser pistol wildly. "Human," the Salamander's Marine replied curtly, then aimed his flamethrower at the despairing orc commander. Inside the governor's mansion, Berto raged. "Who dares to attack the Odysseus Empire?" "Humans, it's humans, sir," a wounded orc burst in, shouting, only to be blown to pieces by a bolter round. "For the Emperor!" A commissar, wielding a bolter and chains word, led his troops in. "Bastards! We're the kin of the green orcs. We are the great BL." An orc was cut off mid-sentence, cleaved in two by the commissar's chains word. "I've killed more orcs in the Hades hive than you scum have killed humans," the commissar spat, disdainfully regarding the mutilated orc corpse. Dozens of Armageddon Steel Legion soldiers encircled the now terrified Berto. The commissar coldly said, "All right, your turn." The Imperial Navy in the galaxy is giving its all in a mission to intercept and annihilate enemy reinforcements. Suddenly, a fleet from the Odysseus Empire emerges from warp and comes face-to-face with 3 Moon-class cruisers above the planet Kota. The Black Orc commander immediately orders an assault. In their memory, these cumbersome ships usually crumble like clay under heavy fire. However, they are about to face a very different opponent. Captain Driss of the Glory, who has a prosthetic eye, keenly spots the orc warships in the distance. Without hesitation, he commands his 2 ships to prepare for battle. "All macro cannons. Lances. Ready." Driss's voice echoes across the bridge. "For the Emperor." With a unified shout from the crew, the Glory begins to close in on the enemy ships. "Fire." Driss orders, and the blazing lances slice through and destroy the Odysseus Empire's warships as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. "Quick. Reload." On the Glory, massive macro cannon shells are swiftly loaded into the chambers and fired. Faced with this meteor shower-like barrage, the Black Orc commander is terrified and hurriedly orders a retreat. But it's too late. Within seconds, they lose contact with a dozen of their warships, which turn into fireworks in space. "Retreat immediately," the Black Orc commander shouts desperately. But bad news keeps coming. An Odysseus Empire soldier frantically reports an engine failure. In despair, the Black Orc commander slumps in his seat, firing his sidearm at the ceiling in a futile attempt to calm his fear. "Get a grip," he forcefully reprimands the other orc soldiers. "Request support from the Second Fleet immediately. Everyone grab your weapons and prepare for enemy boarding. Hold the bridge." Meanwhile, the Imperial Navy's boarding teams are making their final preparations. A chaplain, holding a censer, conducts a prayer around the boarding team. After the prayer, hundreds of team members orderly enter the Char-class assault boats. Colonel Hank, the commander of this boarding team, chooses a shotgun as his weapon. He explains to a newly enlisted naval officer, this unrifled, low-velocity, magazine, or pump-fed weapon is better suited for close quarters. Compared to long-range precision laser guns, shotguns are favored by armed personnel. Suddenly, Captain Driss's voice comes over the intercom, reciting the routine boarding operation instructions. Hank, somewhat impatient, puts on earplugs and starts organizing his gear. A curious new officer asks Hank about the reliability of the Department of Military Affairs reports. Hank speaks bluntly, "The department will tell you a small group of enemies is coming. You only need to confirm there are enemies. As for small group, don't trust a single punctuation mark." Hank then stands up and announces his boarding rules to the surrounding soldiers. Once on the enemy ship, immediately form combat squads to ensure maximum mobility. Use the ship's facilities for cover and aim at the enemy when shooting. Use grenades and heavy weapons sparingly to avoid damaging the ship. Remember, don't think about escaping, and don't do anything that desecrates the Emperor or the machine's spirit. When the Commissar is not around, the sergeant will assume the Commissar's duties. Finally, Hank shouts, "All right, boys. Turn everything that's not human into scrap. Begin boarding." For the Emperor. With this thunderous roar, dozens of Shark-class assault boats shot towards the massive warship of the Black Orcs like arrows released from a bowstring. This colossal vessel, approximately 3 kilometers long, served not only as the battleship and command center of the Odysseus Empire, but also as a slave trading hub and a recreational facility for its crew. The assault boats swiftly approached, magnetic clamps securing them tightly to the enemy ship's surface. Laser cutters and thermite charges quickly blasted a pathway through the thick armor. Inside, Black Orc soldiers, who had been holding human women, were caught off guard by the sudden invasion. "Damn it, we're being boarded. All soldiers to battle stations." The Black Orc commander's roar echoed through the warship via the broadcasting system. Amid the chaos, Black Orc soldiers hastily abandoned their human captives and scrambled to find their weapons. The assault boat doors burst open, and a barrage of precise bullets instantly took down several Black Orcs. Navy shield bearers, armed with boarding shields and shotguns, charged forward, followed by heavily armed naval troops. They quickly split into teams, methodically clearing each compartment of the ship. Team 1. Escort all rescued humans back to the boats. Everyone else advance. The commander's voice cut through the sound of gunfire. "Move. Breach that door." A group of naval axemen, equipped with long axes and protective visors, rushed to the front lines. "Sir, it's an iron door." A boarding team member reported to Hank. "Bring in the breachers. Deploy the void disruptors, and have the service skulls scout for enemies." Hank ordered while keeping his shotgun ready. With a deafening explosion, the iron door shattered under the plasma torch. At Hank's command, for the Emperor, the boarding team surged forward like a tidal wave, overwhelming the unprepared Black Orcs. "Form squads and spread out. The target is the enemy's bridge." Hank's orders were clear amid the crossfire. In the narrow corridors, the Black Orcs fought desperately to hold their ground, but the boarding team advanced relentlessly with their superior heavy weaponry. Bullets ricocheted off the metal walls, sending sparks flying. For the Emperor, "Take out that enemy gun emplacement." Sergeant Hydrick shouted from behind a wall, as a Black Orc heavy machine gun raked their position. "Heavy support." No sooner had Hydrick called out than 2 naval gunners rushed into the corridor, their melta-guns vaporizing the Black Orc stronghold in a brilliant flash. "Keep pushing." For the Emperor, dozens of boarding soldiers charged through the breach defenses, engaging the enemy in close-quarters combat. Every second saw casualties, but the Black Orcs suffered even greater losses. Despite being at a size disadvantage, the human soldiers' superior combat skills gave them the upper hand. Hank blew the head off a massive Black Orc with a single shot, wiped the blood from his face, and plunged back into the fray without hesitation. As their defenses crumbled, the Black Orc forces descended into chaos. "Damn it, the line's broken. We need to get out of here," someone shouted. In the scramble for the limited escape pods, the Black Orcs turned on each other. "Out of my way, I'm an officer. Who cares about rank now? Move it. Are you rebelling? Get out of the way." "No, might makes right here." In the pandemonium, the Black Orc commander watched in despair. He recalled the last battle with the Human Federation decades ago, where the true elite forces had been decimated. Now, only this rabble remained. "It's over. It's all over," the Black Orc commander muttered, raising his pistol to his temple without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot marked the end of the battle. "Emperor, I suggest we build statues of you all over the planet Kotea. Let everyone gaze upon your face at all times." Archbishop Vandio of the Imperial Cult exclaimed passionately to Zhang Yang, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "No," Yang Cheng replied calmly, taking a sip of water. His tone carried a hint of impatience. "But Emperor," Archbishop Vandio began, only to be silenced by a sharp glare from Karn, who stood beside Zhang Yang. Karn's gaze was like a dagger, instantly shutting Vandio up. "All right then," Archbishop Vandio muttered, scurrying away, leaving Yang Cheng and Karn alone in the spacious office. Yang Cheng slumped into his chair, the former seat of the governor of Kotea. He scratched his ear and grumbled, "Damn, that guy can really talk." Taking a deep breath, he opened the star map beside him. His eyes fixed on Terra, the capital of the Odysseus Empire. "It's time to wipe out the Odysseus Empire once and for all," he declared with determination. "What a bizarre name. It makes me want to crush them. Who else but humans would dare to use a name like Terra?" Yang Cheng muttered to himself, a cold glint in his eye. "All right, gather the fleet. It's time to make those alien scum pay in blood." Yang Chung resolved, preparing to launch a major offensive against the capital of the Odysseus Empire. But first, he needed to expand his forces. Yang Chung opened the system store and began browsing the options for main battleships. Main battleships, he mumbled. We need a powerful battleship and several support ships. After some comparison, his eyes settled on one option. All right, you'll do, he said, pointing at the screen to select the Emperor-class battleship Divine Authority. In recent days, the systematic extermination of alien life forms had left Kota, a once urbanized planet, reduced to human-only rural areas. Yang Chung chose the Emperor-class battleship over the Queen of Glory class because he planned to upgrade once the Primarchs arrived. For now, the Emperor class was more than sufficient. Yang Chung meticulously reviewed the specifications of the Emperor-class battleship, nodding in satisfaction. This will do for now. Next, he turned his attention to another option in the system store, the Space Marine battle barge. After thoroughly reading its description, he decided to purchase one. Yang Chung continued to search the store for escort ships to protect his fleet. His eyes landed on the Steadfast-class frigates from the Halo universe. System, get me 5 of these, he commanded nonchalantly. The system, surprised, asked, how many did you kill, exactly? Not too many, just on par with Popo. Still, we need to push harder to eradicate urbanization, Yang Chung replied honestly. Besides human slaves, Kota had many alien slaves, and being the closest planet to the Odysseus Empire's capital, it was a popular tourist destination for its citizens. Yang Chung then selected an Interdictor-class Star Destroyer from the Star Wars universe. After a detailed review of its specifications, he nodded in approval. Perfect, Yang Chung said. Admiral Spire will command the First Fleet. The mission is to launch an expedition to the capital of the Odysseus Kingdom, Terra. Leave no survivors and reclaim the land for humanity. Yang Chung didn't care if this land once belonged to the Human Federation. In his eyes, everything within his sight was his territory, plain and simple. Admiral Spire, a figure provided by the system along with the Emperor-class battleship, was known as the Emperor's Chosen. This legendary figure had led his fleet through the warp for 800 years, achieving glorious victories, and filling Yang Chung with hope for the upcoming expedition. All right, that's enough for now, Yang Chung said, standing up and turning to Karn. Karn, join me for a walk. Also, arrange a meeting with the Imperial Cult, the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Inquisition, the Officio Assassinorum, and all the other groups. Yang Chung knew that conquering was easier than ruling. The daily meetings with the Imperial Cult were a constant source of irritation, but these were necessary inconveniences. For the future of the Empire, he had to face them. Yang Chung navigated the streets of a temporary city on Cordis, with his loyal companion Karn by his side. In the shadows, several grandmasters from the Assassin's Court silently followed, keeping a vigilant watch. Pausing to observe a group of children playing, Yang Chung felt a surge of emotion. Humanity may be fragile, but our wisdom and courage are unparalleled. The anthem of humanity is an anthem of bravery. Life on Cordis was gradually stabilizing. Stormtroopers occasionally took on the role of police, while the Inquisition focused on rebuilding societal order. The first Loyalist Academy had been established, destined to produce a new generation of commissars and stormtroopers. Orphans who had lost their families would be the first students, learning how to combat heretics and extraterrestrial threats. Regarding the state religion issue, Yang Chung, although inclined towards semi-idealism, was determined not to repeat the mistakes of the Imperial Creed. He ultimately decided to designate an area on Cordis where people could freely explore their beliefs. Ladies and gentlemen, Yang Chung impatiently inquired, when can we capture the capital of the Odysseus Empire and behead Emperor Odysseus? As a war fanatic, he could not bear the weight. Humanity needs more living space. Spire stood up and solemnly replied, Emperor, the First Fleet is ready to deploy at any time. However, we recommend first taking Termen. He opened a star map, revealing an industrial planet on the conference table. Termen is garrisoned by over 1 million soldiers of the Odysseus Empire. If we can't effectively stop their weapon shipments once the war begins, we could be dragged into a prolonged conflict. Yang Chung frowned in thought. Humanity's current resources were too limited to endure a protracted war. To utterly destroy the Odysseus Empire, Termen must be either occupied or annihilated. Spire, Yang Chung decisively ordered, issue an extermination order on Termen. Destroying the entire planet was the safest and most cost-effective solution. Meanwhile, in the Odysseus Empire, the current Emperor Malp was in a state of anxiety. General Polkin on Termen had sworn an oath to eliminate the human airborne forces. Malp could only place his hopes on Polkin's capabilities while accelerating fleet production. However, the extermination order had already been dispatched to Termen. Orbital bombardment commenced, with brilliant lances of light piercing the atmosphere and reducing everything on the surface to ashes. Polkin attempted to escape in the final moments, but was consumed by the massive shockwave. 2 days later, Termen was completely obliterated. Countless races witnessed this cataclysmic event in horror. They began to question how the once angelic human federation had become so terrifying. However, they forgot who first sought to exterminate humanity, who betrayed them in their time of crisis. Since they refused to accept the peaceful human federation, they now had to face the unyielding human empire. On Cordis, people cheered, finally seeing the moment of revenge against the alien invaders. Yang Chung couldn't contain his smile as the war points skyrocketed. Waging war to sustain war was the most direct and effective way to accumulate war points. Well done, Spire, Yang Chung said. Now, deploy our forces to attack Terra and completely annihilate the Odysseus regime. He promptly summoned an elite unit to join the battlefield, a few infantry regiments and an armored regiment from the Krieg Death Corps. Thinking of Krieg, Yang Chung recalled some of the exaggerated claims he had heard. 8 Kriegers could replace 1 Space Marine, Kriegers could walk through lava, if Kriegers were around, there would be no Horus heresy, and so on. Yang Chung shook his head. If Kriegers were truly that formidable, Abaddon would be weeping. If Krieg could produce billions of soldiers annually, Abaddon would be in tears. Your Majesty, we are ready to advance on the home planet of the Odysseus Empire. Yang Chung stood on a high platform, clad in a golden power armor designed for enhanced physical performance. This armor, specifically tailored for mortals, was personally commissioned by the Emperor and meticulously maintained by the tech priests, who humorously referred to the process as divine intervention. Yang Chung surveyed the crowd and declared loudly, "Today marks the return of humanity. Today, we will cleanse the galaxy of the alien filth. Humanity shall rise again among the stars, and those traitorous aliens will be purged." He paused to let the fervor of his words ripple through the air. Long live the Empire. Long live humanity. If these aliens reject peace, then let the galaxy burn. Let the war begin. From here to the edge of the galaxy. The soldiers below roared in unison. Long live the Emperor. Long live humanity. Among them were the Krieg Death Corps and many other human soldiers, their voices merging into a thunderous chorus. Several tech priests bowed respectfully to Yang Chung. May the Omnicia protect you, my lord. Yang Chung nodded slightly. Have all the equipment checks been completed? Yes, Your Majesty. Everything is in perfect condition under the Omnicia's protection. Begin, Yang Chung ordered before boarding a shuttle that would take him to the warship in orbit. He wanted to witness the Odysseus Empire engulfed in the flames of war firsthand. 3 days later, the Empire's fleet successfully arrived above the Odysseus Empire's capital. Yang Chung stood on the bridge of the warship, his eyes cold and determined. Damn aliens! How dare they call that filthy planet Terra? For the Emperor. Fire! At his command, the fleet, led by Lunar-class cruisers and Defiant-class frigates, began bombarding the fortress space station above Terra. The deafening sounds of explosions filled the air as the barrage rained down. Inside the space station, an albino orc commander named Term watched in horror. Damn it! Since when did the humans have so many troops? As a veteran of wars against the Human Federation, he knew all too well the terror of human warfare. Just as Term was about to order a defense, several drop pods bearing the golden doublehead eagle insignia crashed into the station. A hooded Dark Angel Space Marine leaped into the fray, shouting, "Repent, for tomorrow you die." Battle erupted instantly. The Space Marines, wielding chainswords and bolt guns, unleashed carnage in the confined space. Term tried to organize a counterattack, but was swiftly cleaved in two by a black-armored Space Marine. Meanwhile, on Terra's surface, residents looked up to see the space station exploding, and panic began to spread. After destroying the anti-air defenses, the human fleet started deploying ground troops. Fully armed Imperial shock troops, supported by Lehman Russ main battle tanks, advanced rapidly toward Terra's cities. For the Emperor. Charge! Imperial Navy Valkyries delivered an entire regiment of Cadian shock troops to the landing zone, where the Vanguard had already established a temporary base. In an instant, the bustling Terra turned into ruins. The Odysseans wailed helplessly in the streets, never imagining that their celebration of humanity's extinction would come back to haunt them. Space Marines established defensive lines in the streets, hunting down fleeing Odyssean soldiers. The Space Wolves and World Eaters wreaked havoc, rendering Odyssean armored units ineffective. Salamander's Space Marines began rescuing human slaves, but showed no mercy to the elf-like subhumans, executing them on sight. The freed human slaves rejoiced, shouting, "Humans! It's humans!" They called out the names of lost loved ones, as if to let the heavens witness their victory. Stormtroopers in white armor methodically entered the city to continue rescuing human slaves. A makeshift unit of liberated humans from Kodiaz also joined the fight, eager for revenge. Lehman Russ tanks rolled over the opulent streets, turning Odyssean bodies into pulp. Under the cover of tanks and artillery, the morale-boosted Cadian shock troops launched an assault on the palace. Inside the palace, the current Odysseus Emperor, Malp, fled in disgrace. Karn burst through the palace gates, charging straight for Malp. A guard attempted to block him but was easily slain. Malp escaped into a dark alley, but his nightmare was just beginning. A gunshot rang out, and Malp's leg was blown off. He fell to the ground in agony, seeing Yang Cheng emerge from the shadows, holding a bolter and chains word. Yang Cheng's face twisted into a cruel smile. Greetings, Emperor of the Odysseus Empire. That day, Malp's anguished screams echoed through Terra, marking the fall of the Odysseus Empire and the beginning of humanity's vengeance. When Yang Cheng saw the various signs on Terra, he truly realized how insignificant humans were in this galaxy. To those alien races, humans were nothing more than thinking beasts, devoid of any status. Yang Cheng's gaze swept over the emaciated children, and a wave of pity surged in his heart. One boy in particular stood out, his height barely reaching Yang Cheng's thigh, with a disproportionately large head on his frail body, and black eyes staring intently at him. Yang Cheng knelt down in front of the child, gently adjusting his clothes, and softly said, "Child, you are safe now?" The boy asked in a faint voice, "Where are my mom and dad?" Yang Cheng knew it would be hard for such a young child to accept the loss of his parents, but he replied frankly, "Your parents were killed by those aliens. But don't worry, you are safe now." He believed that only by facing reality could the child survive in this dark galaxy. Suddenly, the child hugged Yang Cheng tightly, crying out, "Sir, please, I want to join you. I want to crush those aliens under my feet." Yang Cheng lifted the crying child and handed him to a soldier from the Fire Lizard Corps, instructing, "Send him to the Loyal Academy." He chose the Fire Lizard Corps because, compared to the others, present a mechanic, a Grand Inquisitor, and a Khan, the Fire Lizard Corps seemed the safest option. Gritting his teeth, Yang Cheng ordered, "Kill every alien on this planet, even a child, even a baby. Blood for blood. Debts paid in enemy blood." The entire galaxy's alien races never expected humanity to return, let alone with such overwhelming force that they annihilated a nation. Yang Cheng did not attack under the banner of a remnant human army but acted in the name of the human empire. He wanted to declare to the world, humanity still has its own nation. For the liberated slaves, Yang Cheng gave them two choices: become citizens of the human empire or leave by ship. Most chose the former, seeing hope and the possibility of human resurgence in this new empire. For them, dying in battle was better than being tortured to death by aliens. Unfortunately, Malpa's brother, Malti, abandoned his family and fled. His whereabouts were unknown, but he was fortunate to escape before the entire star domain was sealed off. Other refugee ships weren't as lucky. They were all destroyed as target practice by Moon-class cruisers. Yang Cheng's ruthless methods shocked the surrounding nations. In their impression, humans had always been a peace-loving race. How could they be so brutal? And no one understood where this human empire had suddenly come from, as they had never heard of it before. Seeing the human empire slaughter Odysseus civilians, the surrounding nations concluded it was a highly xenophobic state. Just as Yang Cheng was seated on the throne that once belonged to the emperor of the Odysseus Empire, who had been dismembered a few days earlier, a mechanic priest responsible for communications approached the throne and said, "Emperor, we have received a connection request from Malti." Yang Cheng ordered, "Open the communication." Malti, with two fangs showing, appeared on the screen and began, "Emperor of the Human Empire, I am Malti, the current emperor of the Odysseus Empire. Thank you for accepting this connection." Yang Cheng responded coldly, "Emperor of the Human Empire, Lord of Humanity, Yang Cheng." Malti continued, "Lord of Humanity, if you are willing to withdraw from Terra, I am willing to cede this star domain to you. If you continue to fight, I will unite with other surrounding nations to jointly besiege you. I believe you will make the right choice. If you continue to fight, your people will only become our slaves, our food. Now is a great opportunity." Yang Cheng, furious, retorted unceremoniously, "First, the Odysseus star domain is now renamed the Solar Star Domain. Second, we will never withdraw. Third, go to hell. The only way I'll withdraw is if you immediately commit suicide to atone. Otherwise, I'll kill you directly. Eat shit, bastard. Humanity will never be slaves. Never be your food. Let me tell you, you idiot. Not only have I killed your father, but I'll also kill your entire family and wipe out your race. And don't think about finding reinforcements. You and your allies will be blown to pieces by our warships one by one. If you dare to come, I'll blow you up." After finishing, Yang Cheng gave Malti the middle finger and abruptly ended the communication. He turned to his subordinates, who were looking at him with admiration, and asked, "Have we located him?" A mechanic priest excitedly responded, "Yes, on Sal Star." Yang Cheng, while cursing furiously, assembled the second fleet. This fleet, centered around the Decider, a Renaissance-class battleship, was equipped with a Blockade-class destroyer, 10 Cheer-class assault landing ships, and 5 Victory-class destroyers. All these warships hailed from the Star Wars universe, forming a formidable force. Yang Cheng planned to have the first fleet defend the rear, while dispatching the second fleet to Salstar to give Malta a surprise. With all preparations completed, Yang Cheng could finally take a brief rest. However, the specter of war still loomed. Outside the city, a makeshift force composed of remnants of Odysseus's army and civilians charged towards the Star Realm Army's defenses. For our fallen families. For Odysseus. The Black Orcs shouted as they ran, their voices filled with despair and anger. On the Star Realm Army's front line, a tall Imperial commissar patrolled. Holding a bolter in one hand and a power sword in the other, he was ready to sacrifice himself for the Emperor at any moment. "Do not open fire without orders," he barked, his eyes scanning the approaching enemy with vigilance. The Star Realm soldiers, clad in green armor, showed no fear. Instead, they were eager for battle. Many of them were former slaves liberated from the planet Kota, now trained and integrated with veteran soldiers into this mixed unit. The painful memories of torture at the hands of the Odysseans fueled their desire for revenge. When they learned they could fight on the battlefield, they joined the army without hesitation. As he watched the Odysseans charging with various weapons, the Imperial Commissar smiled wryly and ordered the rear Basilisk artillery to open fire. Boom, 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 boom. Shells whistled through the air, obliterating hundreds of the leading Odysseans, their figures swallowed by flames. Fire. With the order, thousands of red laser beams streaked across the sky. The charging Odysseans fell like wheat before a scythe, their armor useless against the high-energy lasers, instantly vaporizing any hit body parts. In contrast, most of the Odyssean soldiers were equipped with conventional projectile weapons, with only a few wielding electromagnetic weapons, which were ineffective against the advanced armor of the Star Realm Army. Despite their firepower disadvantage, the Odysseans quickly closed in on the defenses due to their sheer numbers, leading to intense close combat. Human soldiers were equally fierce in melee, willing to die just to plunge their bayonets into the enemy. Working in tight coordination, their white bayonets repeatedly stained with Odyssean blood. On another side of the battlefield, the Steel Warriors squad led by Orcs had already breached the enemy lines, leaving chaos in their wake. A tank was picked up by Orcs and hurled, crushing a large swath of Odyssean soldiers. "Monsters, they are monsters," screamed the Odyssean commander leading the assault. He had fought in the wars against the Human Federation, where humans did not possess such formidable power. The Odyssean Empire, during the wars decades ago, was a minor power that could at most raid remote human planets or supply convoys. "Go to hell and repent to the Emperor," roared Orcs, wielding a chainsaw axe as he single-handedly stormed the enemy command post. With one swing, the Odyssean commander was cleaved in two from top to bottom. Several Odyssean soldiers fired in trembling fear, but the bullets merely sparked against Orcs' armor. Amid their desperate screams, the entire command post was razed. This was the third command post Orcs had destroyed, showcasing the exceptional capabilities of Space Marines in decapitation operations and special missions. On the main battlefield, the charging Odyssean soldiers were completely annihilated, though the Star Realm's mixed unit also suffered some losses. Yet, this was of little consequence, as the Odyssean Empire was already at its end. Armored units began to encircle the remaining Odyssean forces from the flanks, the dust kicked up by the Lehman Russ tanks obscuring the once clear sky. Finally, with a piercing scream, the last resisting Odyssean soldier on Terra fell to Orc's chainsaw axe, marking the definitive end of the battle. Let the alien invaders be the sacrifices. Let the extraterrestrials melt into ashes in the fury of humanity. Yang Cheng proclaimed loudly from the podium, his voice resonating through the hall. He sported a distinctively styled mustache that gave him a fierce look. Below him stood the newly liberated human slaves and loyal soldiers, their eyes burning with the fire of vengeance. "We will sacrifice. We will fail. But victory will ultimately belong to humanity. Humanity. Long live." Yang Cheng continued fervently. "Long live the Emperor. Long live humanity. The galaxy without humans has no meaning." As he gazed upon the fervent crowd of citizens and soldiers, Yang Cheng glanced at his own attire and felt a fleeting sense of discomfort. It all seemed a bit theatrical. But he quickly dismissed the thought. The people's anger had reached a boiling point. Though it was the Interstellar Federation, led by Yang Cheng himself, that had once declared war and caused their initial defeat, he now stood as a new leader guiding humanity towards revenge against the aliens. Humans do not fear extraterrestrials. Humanity will rise again. His words ignited a fierce determination in everyone present. Recent victories had rekindled a sense of national pride among humans. They were willing to give everything, even their lives, for the resurgence of humanity. Each person eagerly awaited the onset of this war of retribution. Under Yang Cheng's impassioned speech, all the liberated individuals were prepared to sacrifice themselves for humanity. Women joined the logistics corps, children enrolled in the Academy of Loyalty, and men, after undergoing military training, became part of the planetary defense forces. Yang Cheng's words had fully mobilized their enthusiasm, turning the entire human empire into a massive war machine. At that moment, a tusked white pig appeared on Yang Cheng's smart screen. Humans, cease your military actions, or we, the Yutai Empire, will intervene, the pig arrogantly declared. We will impose economic sanctions on you and deploy mercenaries and space pirates to attack your fleets. Seeing the smug expression on the pig's face, Yang Cheng felt a wave of disgust. What empire did you say you're from? He asked coldly. The Yutai Empire, the wealthiest nation in the entire Outer Ring, the pig responded proudly. Yang Cheng couldn't hold back any longer. Get lost? He shouted angrily, cutting off the communication. This brief and blunt response infuriated the aliens. How dare humans treat us like this? They clamored. Humans dare to ignore us. We will lead the charge and personally defeat these remnants of humanity. An alien with a llama-like head shouted on the display. Shut up. You just want to grab the spoils first. A mercenary captain immediately exposed the llama's true intentions. As the channel erupted into a heated argument, a voice suddenly cut in. Everyone, if you don't come to save me soon, I'm going to be discovered by the humans. The words brought a hush over the group. Yang Cheng's newly formed second fleet was already on its way. If no rescue was sent, the alien named Malter would likely face dire consequences. Don't worry, you're on Sal Star, protected by an entire asteroid field. Just don't do anything stupid, someone reassured. Hearing this, Malter felt a bit relieved. But just then, a series of explosions echoed through the communication. Boom, 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 boom. Malter was engulfed in flames, and the transmission was abruptly cut off. What just happened? The others hadn't yet processed the situation when Malter's screen went black. Minutes later, a human face filled the screen. Sir, how do you use this thing? Two soldiers in black armor were fiddling with the communication device. Hey, humans, what did you do to Malter? A mercenary leader shouted at the two soldiers. Malter? You mean this? One of the soldiers peeled a piece of flesh off the wall, rolled it into a ball, and casually tossed it in front of the screen. A few minutes later, the humans turned off the screen. The aliens on the channel were left speechless, staring at each other in stunned silence. All right, I think we can confirm that the Odysseus Empire is effectively dead. Someone finally broke the silence. There probably aren't many Odyssean left in the universe now. In the dark expanse of the galaxy, a colossal warship suddenly emerged, slicing through the void like a silver behemoth. The Executor-class Star Destroyer, resplendent in its silver-white glory, was flanked by several smaller warships, forming an intimidating defensive line. This 15.81-meter-long battlecruiser was armed with over 1,500 turbolasers and ion cannons, as well as advanced sensor systems and a hyperdrive. Kylo Ren stood on the bridge, respectfully addressing Yang Cheng. Emperor, the second fleet is ready to complete the mission. Also, have you regained your force abilities? Yang Cheng, well aware of the importance of the Force in the Star Wars universe, replied, Your Majesty, my strength hasn't fully returned, but it's sufficient for combat. He sighed in relief, thankful for Kylo Ren's formidable prowess. Kylo Ren continued, Leave it to us. In a while, you and the 8,000-strong Zero Squadron. Before he could finish, detailed information about the Judicator appeared before Yang Cheng. A man in a black robe and mask stood respectfully beside him. Yang Cheng inwardly chuckled at Kylo Ren's dramatic flair and said, Kylo Ren, you and your fleet will handle this area. Have a talk with your father later. I guess he'll forgive you. With that, he turned and left the Judicator. Kylo Ren, deep in thought, muttered, Of course, you'll probably get a beating. He recalled the moment he had impaled Han Solo with his lightsaber, one of the most iconic and heart-wrenching scenes in the Star Wars saga. After Yang Cheng departed, Kylo Ren began inspecting his forces. Looking at the assorted Fleet First Order Judicator-class, Galactic Empire Interdictor-class Star Destroyers, Old Republic Acclamator-class assault ships, and Victory-class Star Destroyer, she fell into contemplation. At that moment, a fleet of pirates and mercenaries suddenly appeared. Their leader, a commander with a wolf-like head, shouted through the communication channel, All ships, jump, target, the human empire, kill, loot, burn. However, upon seeing the massive Judicator-class battleship, everyone froze. A pirate named Puthul exclaimed in terror, What is that? A Titan? No, it's even bigger than a Titan. Realizing the danger, Puthul screamed, Quick, jump out now, immediately. But it was too late. The Interdictor-class's powerful gravity well generators were already activated, preventing their escape. Kylo Ren coldly ordered, Fire. Instantly, tens of thousands of blasts rained down, engulfing the pirate fleet in a sea of flames. Under the ferocious assault of the Second Fleet, the pirates scattered, but most couldn't escape their fate. Kylo Ren continued, Deploy the starfighters, eliminate the remaining enemies, leave no one alive. With TIE fighters and interceptors swarming in, Puthul's fleet was quickly obliterated, turning into bursts of fireworks in the galaxy. The Second Fleet's overwhelming power was on full display, and this was merely the tip of the iceberg of their strength. In a grand throne room, 3 alien envoys with pig heads stood before the throne, reporting to the pig-headed monarch seated above them. "Your Majesty, the forces of Pewter have been utterly defeated," one envoy said, his voice filled with anger and frustration. "When has the Thai Empire ever been treated like this? We must take action immediately." The pig-headed monarch pondered for a moment before issuing his orders. "Deploy General Gurdon and mobilize the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets. Dispatch this expeditionary force to annihilate the humans," he commanded coldly. "Also, instruct all nations surrounding the human regime to sever diplomatic ties. This is the common strategy among all alien races to deal with human regimes. First, isolate them. Then, when other alien nations have the capacity, join forces to completely destroy the human regime." However, the pig-headed monarch was unaware that such a strategy was futile against Yang Cheng. In Yang Cheng's philosophy, the concept of other races did not exist. There was only one race, humanity. The scene abruptly shifted to a room filled with mechanical elements. Several tech priests, their electronic eyes puzzled, stared at a tractor before them and asked Yang Cheng, "Emperor, will this truly please the machine god?" Yang Cheng replied earnestly, "Of course it will. If you repair this tractor diligently, its machine spirit will be very pleased, and so will the machine god." Inwardly, Yang Cheng was thinking, "Forget about the machine god. Just pleasing me is enough." The capabilities of these tech priests were truly astounding. On Terra, where urban infrastructure was not particularly advanced, they managed to build a new city and an agricultural base within just a month. Their construction skills were top-notch, activating some deep-seated potential within Yang Cheng's genes. Yang Cheng understood that minerals, energy, and food were the foundation of an interstellar civilization, but currently, these resources were far from sufficient. He glanced at the tech priests, who were surrounded by droids from the Star Wars universe, and smiled wryly. At this stage, both sides were compensating for each other's shortcomings. Due to the lack of advanced technology from the golden age of the Warhammer 40K universe, they had to temporarily rely on Star Wars technology. Regarding the arrangement of the state religion personnel, Yang Cheng found them a highly suitable profession: teachers. The younger children among the liberated slaves were enrolled in the Empire's state religion schools. The state priest would instill the ideology of human supremacy in them, along with offering a variety of courses. Given the state religion's excellent performance, Yang Cheng allocated a dedicated area for them as a diocese, allowing them to preach freely. The previously bombed and desolate Termen Star was also handed over to the tech priests for them to develop as they saw fit. Lighthouse Star was currently designated as a restricted area. Several warbands and battle groups had applied to the Emperor to use this planet as a training base, which had led to some unpleasant disputes. Meanwhile, the Star Army Regiment, composed of former soldiers among the slaves previously liberated by Odysseus, had been fully formed. Named the Odysseus Assault Regiment, this unit specialized in assault operations and was renowned for its expertise in positional warfare. The Odysseus Regiment's organization included infantry, armor, and artillery battalions. For example, an Odysseus infantry squad consisted of 20 soldiers, equipped with 2 meltaguns and 1 lascannon. 3 squads formed a company, which also included 2 Lehman Russ main battle tanks and other support vehicles. 3 companies made up a battalion, which, in addition to company-level units, included a commissar and various heavy firepower units. 3 battalions formed a regiment, with heavy firepower allocated according to battlefield needs. 3 regiments constituted a corps, typically deployed in battalion-sized units on the battlefield. For individual equipment, Yang Cheng decided to use the standard configuration of Cadian soldiers: green carapace armor and helmets, paired with green uniforms. Company-level officers and non-commissioned officers could also be equipped with ceremonial uniforms based on the U.S. Army's ACU camouflage. Yang Cheng turned to the system and asked, "Is there an option for population in the marketplace?" The system responded, "Of course, population is sold in units of 10,000. Each 10,000 people costs 500 war points. Please note, these are native humans, all normal, but we cannot guarantee that every individual will fully obey your commands." After a moment of consideration, Yang Cheng decided, "Let's start with a few 100,000. The system confirmed, ding, summoning initiated. Please note, these are native humans, all normal. The system will now begin modifying the memories of others. The helmets of the Odysseus squad are adorned with 2 lightning bolts, symbolizing victory and speed. They firmly believe that these lightning bolts will bring victory as swiftly as a flash. On the training grounds of the Imperial Military Academy, 300 soldiers stand in neat rows, each holding a rifle equipped with a bayonet, eyes fixed on the targets ahead. These targets are bound with various aliens, most of whom are captured Odysseans. Attention! The commander barks, "Stab!" With heavy hearts, the soldiers thrust their bayonets into the bound Odysseans in front of them. Screams of agony instantly echo across the field. "Bastards! Humans! I'll kill you! Please, give me a quick death! Don't kill me! Don't kill me. The cries of the Odysseans rise and fall with the motion of the bayonets. Remember, the commander shouts, show no mercy to alien invaders. Every alien you kill contributes to the rise of humanity. Suddenly, a rumbling noise fills the sky. Everyone looks up to see a gray, rectangular transport ship stumbling towards the landing pad. Unidentified flying object. State your identity and purpose immediately. Two swing fighters circle the transport ship, closing in. With a thunderous explosion, the transport ship's engine detonates, and the entire vessel crashes heavily in the center of the landing pad. Quick! Surround it. Initiate yellow alert. The commander swiftly orders. Hundreds of stormtroopers rush to the crash site in hover transports. Establish a perimeter and send a message to the nearest Astartes unit. The commander continues to direct. The hatch slowly opens, and tens of thousands of people dressed in elaborate clothing emerge from the transport ship. The leader steps forward and says, "We are citizens of the Human Federation, lost in the warp. Can you tell us where we are?" Upon learning the basic information about these people, Yang Chung excitedly exclaims, "System, you're amazing. You brought out a human ship lost in the warp." But he quickly realizes a problem. He has too few guards around him. Although there's Karn is a warrior, not suited for bodyguard duties. System, can the custodes from the Warhammer universe be summoned? Yang Chung asks. The system responds, not yet, but if you need security forces, I recommend the Emperor's Shadow Guard or the Royal Guard from the Star Wars universe. The system details the background and capabilities of these elite units. After listening, Yang Chung asks, how much do they cost? The system replies, Emperor's Shadow Guard is 50,000 each, Royal Guard is 10,000 each. Hiss, that's exorbitant. Yang Chung is stunned by the outrageous prices, might as well get a few Space Marines. The system explains, these guards are professionally trained for protection duties, which the Astartes are not as adept at. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chung decides, all right, 3 Emperor's Shadow Guards, 6 Royal Guards. The system prompts, 21,000 war points deducted. Watching the war points deplete like a receding tide, Yang Cheng's heart sinks. There go 2 Moon-class ships. 9 guards file in, taking positions around Yang Chung. They salute in unison. At your service. Yang Chung nods. Good, from now on, you'll be protecting me. The guards respond. We serve you. Meanwhile, at another location, Gurdon, with a claw mark on his face, is reorganizing his troops. As the wealthiest nation in the Outer Rim, they are also top-notch in military prowess. Gurdon stands on a slaver-class battlecruiser, a 1,235-meter-long warship equipped with hundreds of cannons and kinetic weapons, along with several quantum shield projectors. 3 fleets? Is that necessary? Gurdon mutters to himself, puzzled as he surveys his fleet. He sneers, it's just about annihilating a newly risen human civilization. Once the fleet arrives, we'll start with orbital bombardment, kill all the males, sell the females to the slave market, and harvest the organs of all the children for sale. The good-looking girls will experience scenes straight out of a hentai, and then they'll be... Gurdon has no idea what kind of formidable force he is about to face. What he considers a powerful battlecruiser is just one of the many ordinary warships in the human empire's fleet. In the Ute star system, a decisive battle for the fate of the Ute people was about to begin. On board the Resurgence-class Star Destroyer, Kylo Ren calmly issued orders. Deploy all fighters. Maximize all power outputs. His gaze swept over the massive Ute fleet in the distance as he silently assessed the situation. Although the Ute fleet appeared more formidable from afar, Kylo Ren knew the key advantages in space combat: speed and firepower. He quickly reallocated his forces. Hurry! All pilots to designated positions. Fighters, prepare for launch. First Order TIE fighters and Rebel swing pilots strapped on their helmets and rushed to their respective ships. One Rebel pilot grumbled, I can't believe I'm fighting alongside the First Order, as he climbed into his cockpit. As various fighters launched from the Star Destroyer's hangar, the Ute Empire quickly detected the movement. The enemy has deployed a large number of fighters. A Ute pilot reported to Gurdon, staring at the swarm of red dots on the radar. Gurdon looked at the radar, puzzled, and said, why do they love using fighters so much? In his view, this was an era dominated by massive battleships. While it was understandable that the Odysseus Empire couldn't defeat human battleships, losing to human fighters would be a disgrace. Deploy our fighters immediately. Position frigates and destroyers around our larger ships for protection. Despite his lack of experience in commanding fighters, Gurdon believed it wouldn't hinder his performance. The Ute fleet's fighters began to launch as well. Gurdon felt confident that his fleet could easily annihilate the enemy. However, he underestimated the sheer number of human Empire fighters on the radar. The Ute fleet began to spread out to engage. A Ute destroyer, equipped with torpedoes and medium cannons, was effective against human Federation ships but struggled against the hundreds of fighters. Captain Silta of the destroyer was the first to feel the terror of the fighters. Damn it, They're everywhere. Our cannons can't do anything to them, he shouted in the bridge. Suddenly, a massive explosion threw Silta and his crew to the ground. Sir, the engine's been hit, a UTE pilot reported, stumbling in. Then fix it. Don't just stand there reporting. Silta roared. A team of UTE soldiers in spacesuits arrived at the damaged area, only to be instantly obliterated by red laser fire. Reform the formation. For the Emperor. Surviving TIE and swing pilots regrouped for another assault. The fighting spirit of the First Order and the rebels was at its peak. Even when scattered, they quickly reformed to complete their mission. The primary task of the TIE fighters and swings was to distract the enemy, destroy anti-aircraft turrets, and then engage in flanking maneuvers. Meanwhile, TIE bombers seized the opportunity to target enemy warships. At this moment, Gurdon noticed the fighter groups approaching from the flank. Sir, the enemy warships are closing in on us, a crew member reported. Gurdon looked out and saw the triangular formation centered around the Resurgence-class Star Destroyer advancing. Energy beams crisscrossed between the Star Destroyer and the UTE warships, with human Empire frigates tightly orbiting the Star Destroyer. Kylo Ren donned his black helmet and ordered, full speed ahead with 2 Imperial-class Star Destroyers, flanking the Resurgence-class, and charged towards the enemy flagship. Gurdon had to admit he had underestimated the human Empire. Despite having fewer ships, their quality was superior. The UTE battleships were ineffective. Their cannons couldn't penetrate the enemy shields. Now, they were struggling against the enemy's destroyers and frigates, and worse, they couldn't use hyperspace to escape. Damn it! It must be that ship. Gurdon recognized the ship at the rear, not engaged in battle, as the one preventing their escape. Sir, this isn't working. Realizing the dire situation, Gurdon decisively ordered a full-speed charge. The only way out was to destroy that strange ship. Just then, a heavily armed UTE soldier burst into the bridge, shouting, Sir, we've been boarded at the rear. In the dark corridors, dozens of UTE soldiers stood ready, facing the unknown. Suddenly, a red cross-shaped lightsaber ignited at the end of the corridor, slicing through the ranks like the scythe of death. Open fire. Bullets rained down on the shadowy figure, but in an instant, they all hung suspended in the air. What is this? Magic? A UTE soldier exclaimed. No, it's the Force. The shadow flung all the bullets back with immense power. Damn it. Keep firing. Laser beams shot towards the figure, only to be deflected. Kill him. Kill him. More lasers were sent flying back. Monster. He's a monster. The UTE soldiers were cut down one by one in terror. What the hell is going on? Gurdon yelled at his crew just as the metal doors were sliced open. A figure in black armor and a cape stepped out, coldly asking, Is this the command center? So, you just killed the guy? Yang Chung looked at the severed head of Gu Erden in Kylo Ren's hand, a mix of amusement and exasperation in his voice. Yes, Kylo Ren's voice came out from behind his black mask, short and cold. Yang Chung sighed. He had hoped to extract some information about the UTE Empire's military plans from Gu Erden during a tribunal, but Kylo Ren's swift decapitation, followed by using the Force to crush the corpse, had put an end to that possibility. When the news reached the UTE Empire, the entire nation was in shock. King Dade was so frightened that he collapsed onto his throne. The human empire's fearsome reputation spread like wildfire across the outer galaxy clusters. Extreme militarism, racial purity, human supremacy, and extreme xenophobia. They used refugee ships for target practice, bombarded other planets into wastelands, and displayed the severed heads of enemy leaders. Dade knew he had provoked a terrifying force, and if he mishandled the situation, his own head might end up as a decoration for the Emperor of the human empire. Now, not only was the human empire eyeing them greedily, but other nations were also looking to take advantage of the situation. To make matters worse, one of his princes was showing signs of rebellion. The situation was precarious. Yang Cheng's thoughts drifted away. System, when can I make the next world jump? He asked eagerly, whether it was kicking around the Principality of Xeon from the Gundam universe or sending the Gnostics from Avatar up to space. He was itching for action. Please wait patiently for 1 month until the system cooldown is complete. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Yang Chung shook his head in disappointment. Whatever, he muttered to himself. Which country should I declare war on next? Meanwhile, Terra had been completely transformed. According to the plans of the Mechanicus and the ideas of the high priest of the state religion, they intended to build a palace the size of a continent to showcase the Emperor's majesty. Do you think I have time for this? Yang Chung scoffed. Come on, war is the priority. Let's unify the entire galaxy first. Departments from the Warhammer 40k universe had already begun their operations. The Departmentum Unitorum, the Inquisition, and the Adeptus Astartes, among others, were officially at work. The Departmentum Unitorum's motto was, justice through severe punishment. They were all clad in carapace armor, equipped with bolt pistols, riot shields, and power weapons. Though melta weapons were scarce, They had an abundance of plasma weapons, heavy bolters, grenade launchers, and flammers. The regional headquarters even had LRBD tanks, and they used repressor armored vehicles and rhinos and chimeras for transportation. The words martial virtue abundant could practically be written on the Departamento Munitorum's door. The Inquisition was even more extreme. With the motto, innocence proves nothing, they had jurisdiction over everyone in the empire, except the emperor himself. This organization combined the roles of secret police, spies, heretic hunters, alien hunters, and mutant exterminators, making it a superagency. At this moment, thousands of protesters had gathered outside the temporary palace. Most were former citizens of the Human Federation. Protest. We want freedom. Aliens are people too. We can't treat them like this. Reject dictatorship. Oppose violence. We want peace. We should unite with aliens, they chanted, expressing their dissatisfaction with the human empire's harsher laws. An Arbeits officer, holding a long shotgun, watched the crowd intently. Several judges wielding chainswords directed the enforcers. Hundreds of enforcers and auxiliary personnel, armed with riot shields and various weapons, stood in formation, ready for action. Emperor, we should kill them all immediately and hang their heads above the palace to assert your authority. A high priest standing next to Yang Chung suggested excitedly. What blasphemy! We should turn them into servitors and have them build the hive cities. A high-ranking Mechanicus priest echoed. Your Majesty, someone from the other side requests to communicate with us. She claims to bring the correct ideology. An Emperor's shadow guard reported to Yang Chung. Connect it, let's see what they have to say. Yang Chung waved nonchalantly. Soon, a large screen appeared before Yang Chung, showing the face of a white woman. I'm glad you agreed to this call, she began. We represent the people and hope you will end this dictatorship and transform the human empire into a human republic. We must not generalize. There are friendly aliens in the galaxy. Are you done? Yang Chung asked, looking up with a bored expression. Of course, we hope you will seriously consider our proposal, the woman said, lifting her head arrogantly. Otherwise, we have enough strength to storm your palace and hang you. Finished talking? All right. Yang Chung made a throat-slitting gesture to an Emperor's shadow guard. Still, we wish you. The woman was cut off as she was lifted into the air in a bizarre posture. Behind Yang Chung, a shadow guard made a choking gesture with his hand aimed at the woman. All right, show's over. With a crisp sound, the woman's neck was snapped by the shadow guard using the force. Don't leave any of the rebels alive. Yang Chung instructed Bishop Wendell standing beside him. Understood, Emperor. Wendell quickly ran to the palace entrance to relay the order to the officer in charge. Soldiers, rebel against him for a better tomorrow. Resist the dictator. Stop serving your oppressors, someone shouted from the crowd. Most of these protesters were wealthy individuals who were lazy and arrogant, believing they shouldn't have to work. Take them down, the officer ordered coldly. Open fire. Two heavy bolters mounted on a platform began to unleash their deadly firepower on the protesters. The crowd, clearly not expecting the human empire to use force, quickly turned into a bloody mess under the intense fire. Meanwhile, inquisitors and investigators began going door to door, arresting those who had participated in the riot and fled. The fate of these individuals was sealed, trembling under the inquisitors' iron grip. Inquisitors were authorized to interrogate prisoners by any means they deemed necessary, including a variety of mental and physical tortures. Yang Chung stood in the command room, staring at the holographic star map with a furrowed brow. He was utterly perplexed and infuriated by the rebellious factions stirring unrest. I've provided them with a stable life, ensured their basic needs are met, and protected them with a formidable military force. They have reasonable working hours, no 996 or 007 schedules. I haven't indulged in corruption or embezzlement. What more do they want? Yang Chung muttered angrily, his fists clenching involuntarily. He glared at the blue dots representing the rebels on the star map, vowing silently, I wish I could throw these ungrateful troublemakers to Catacan, let them bond with the local flora, or better yet, dump them on Armageddon and see if they enjoy playing with the orcs. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chung turned his attention to more pressing matters. His eyes scanned the star map, settling on a recently conquered area. The White Pig's fleet had been utterly crushed and wouldn't be a threat in the short term. The human empire was expanding, bordering various non-human races like the Centaurs, Minotaurs, and Kobolds. But Yang Chung had no time to worry about these peculiar species. His gaze was drawn to a vast region marked as the territory of a powerful orc empire. What is this? Yang Chung asked, pointing at the area. A nearby advisor, well-versed in local affairs, immediately replied, Your Majesty, that's a branch of the greenskin orcs. Their exact strength is unknown, but they seem to be equivalent to a large tribe. A chill ran down Yang Cheng's spine as he recalled a terrifying memory. Are they the same orcs who kidnapped my mother, wife, and daughter? His hand instinctively reached for the weapon at his waist, ready to flee at a moment's notice. The advisor quickly shook his head. No, Your Majesty. These are just ordinary orc tribes. They are a militaristic state, marauding the Outer Rim and plundering other nations. They have no moral compass, leaving devastation in their wake. The advisor shuddered as he spoke. To put it in perspective, the advisor continued, the average alien might engage in some depravity, but these orcs take it to another level. Their baseline is far worse, capable of atrocities that would make even the most depraved beings recoil. A cold glint flashed in Yang Cheng's eyes. Them it is, he ordered decisively. Prepare for an all-out assault. The First Fleet will spearhead the expedition, with all Space Marines following, led by Karn. I want to see what these orcs are truly capable of. Yes, Your Majesty, responded the commanders of the Radaborn Empire. For this expedition, Yang Cheng didn't expand the fleet but supplemented it with numerous transport ships and ground troops, along with a significant upgrade in heavy weaponry. Given the Radaborn Empire's distance from the solar system, resupply runs were impractical, so Yang Cheng issued a special order, resupply on site. This meant they could pillage the Radaborn Empire's resources at will. Yang Cheng sneered. If these orcs love plundering so much, let's see how they like being plundered themselves. Based on the star map, Yang Cheng and his commanders devised a battle plan. First, occupy the enemy's border planets, then lure their main forces away from the capital for a decisive battle. If the enemy didn't take the bait, they would proceed cautiously, securing each planet or star system and resupplying on site, slowly eroding the enemy's territory. At this time, Yang Cheng commanded about 50 Space Marines, but their composition was quite complex. Some were from the 30K era, others from the 40K era, creating a mix of warriors separated by millennia. Among them were loyalists, rebels, and a few of unknown origin. The former members of Abaddon's Black Legion had a tense relationship with the 30K Shadow Wolves, Iron Warriors and Imperial Fists, Ultramarines and Word-Bearers, Emperor's Children and Iron Hands, Thousand Suns and Space Wolves. Various old rivalries were brought together. Rumors about the Space Marines quickly spread across the galaxy, even reaching the ears of the Radaborn Empire's Kinga massive greenskin orc. All that talk of fighting 100 to 1 is just human propaganda, scoffed Akkad, the current king of the Radaborn Empire, seated on a throne made of thousands of human skulls. Akkad was far more cunning than the typical brood orc, capable of using strategy, albeit rudimentary. Exactly. Our great king is invincible. What can mere humans do? A lackey chimed in. These orcs were different from the Warhammer 40K ones who only knew how to shout whack. They had a third leg and could reproduce. Their third limb was similar to that of humans. In the Radaborn Empire, orcs were orcs, goblins were goblins. They had the right to choose slaves first based on their battlefield achievements. Whatever was left became communal property. The Radaborn Empire launched invasions periodically, plundering everything to strengthen their race. The entire orc society was divided into 3 classes: orcs, goblins, and the lackeys. Haha, we could use some human slaves. Akkad grinned wickedly. Send out the fleet to attack this so-called human empire immediately. Orcs are born warriors. Even the most ordinary orc can easily take on 2 or 3 adult men. However, at this moment, they are facing monsters that have surpassed human capability. Space Marines. Dozens of drop pods descended from the sky, each carrying ready-to-fight Space Marines. The orc anti-aircraft guns immediately opened fire, attempting to shoot down these invading ships. However, the Emperor's death rain had already begun to fall on this planet. A drop pod landed precisely in the orcs' anti-aircraft position, scattering a few unsuspecting goblins. The surrounding orcs immediately raised their weapons and opened fire on the pod. Suddenly, the hatch burst open, and a Space Marine from the Shadow Wolves Legion charged out, shouting, "For the Emperor!" His chain's word traced a deadly arc in the air. This warrior was named Karak. As a veteran of the Ulanor campaign, he was well-versed in orc combat tactics. Karak easily strangled a struggling orc and continued his advance. Compared to the orcs he had faced, these orcs were no match. "Brother, take out that gun emplacement," shouted a Space Marine from the Iron Hands Legion, while simultaneously destroying an orc bunker with a heavy bolter. On the other side, Khan wielded a chain axe, carving a bloody path through the dense orc horde. The Space Marines' nanosecond reaction times allowed them to shred dozens of orcs to pieces within seconds. As more Space Marines joined the fray, the orc lines quickly collapsed. They lacked the ferocity and battle hunger of those in the Warhammer universe, retreating rapidly under the onslaught of dozens of Space Marines. At that moment, a larger, greener orc stepped in front of Karak, roaring, "Human, your opponent is me." This was an elite orc, more ferocious and brutal than the average. This elite orc, named Pum, barely had time to react before seeing several of his best subordinates instantly slaughtered. Pum realized that these 2-meter-tall human giants were different from any human soldiers he had encountered. They were born for battle, just like orcs. When Pum came to his senses, He was the only orc left on the anti-aircraft position. The cowardly goblins cowered in fear, while the fleeing orcs had become victims of gunfire. Several Space Marines from the Dark Angels Legion began interrogating the goblins, while the Night Lords prepared to use orc corpses for some artistic creation. Karak picked up his chainsword and asked Pum, "Unionon or a group fight?" Pum decided to fight Unionon like a true warrior of the Rodoban Empire. However, just as he was ready, two berserk world eaters targeted him. "Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne," they shouted as they charged. In an instant, Pum, who was ready for a duel, was killed by the two world eaters' chain axes. A world eater, just coming out of his bloodlust state, saw Karak's murderous gaze and quickly responded, "The shield generator is already down." Karak reined in his killing intent and advised, "Don't interrupt others during a duel next time." With that, he began to clean up the battlefield. The Space Marines then started organizing the landing of the Astra Militarum. Though this planet, named Oxu, seemed barren and worthless with its deserts and wastelands, it was crucial to the Rodoban Empire. It was a strategic route for orc raids, and its capture would not only devastate the orc navy but also threaten the orc homeland. After the Space Marines had destroyed most of the anti-aircraft defenses, the Odyssean Legion began their assault. Wave after wave of devourer transports broke through the atmosphere, landing on this desolate planet. Meanwhile, the planet's governor, a more formidable albino orc named Grinno, stronger than any white orc in the Odyssean Legion, led hundreds of thousands of goblins and orc soldiers in a fierce charge against the Astra Militarum, hoping to annihilate them before they could establish a foothold. "Wayag!" The orc horde roared as they charged towards the Astra Militarum's lines. "Hank, stay sharp. The enemy is almost here." Hank's position was at the forefront of the lines, in a trench known as the Iron Guard Line, stretching for several kilometers. The position was heavily fortified with heavy bolters and loss guns, with missile launchers at key points. Dozens of Basilisk artillery pieces provided support from the rear, and Space Marines were deployed nearby, ready to assist. Hank was one of Odysseus's former slaves who had gained his freedom and joined the Odyssean Legion. The line was manned by an infantry regiment and an armored regiment. The commissar raised the regimental banner and shouted, "Prepare yourselves! The Emperor is with you. Do nothing that would dishonor him." In this dark universe, there is only endless war and death, but we fight on for the survival and glory of the human race, for the Holy Emperor, for the Lord of mankind. Open fire. With the order given, the orcs first encountered the laser and heavy bolter fire from the Odyssean Legion soldiers. Under the intense firepower, countless orcs fell like wheat. Grinno, charging at the front, became a primary target, his body quickly disintegrating under the lost fire. Grinno's death did not halt the orcs' advance. Only a few goblins began to flee, most of them trampled by the orcs behind them. The rear artillery started a fierce bombardment on the charging orcs, creating a death zone in front of the trenches. Despite the orcs' bravery, the technological gap was insurmountable by courage alone. Even though the orcs had some heavy weapons, their effectiveness was significantly reduced. When the orc artillery fired, Hank quickly ducked for cover. The shells were highly inaccurate, causing almost no casualties except for a few unlucky ones. Meanwhile, Imperial Navy fighters arrived to provide support. Under this dual assault, the orcs experienced the terror of overwhelming firepower. The few orcs that managed to reach the trenches were met not with terrified human soldiers, but with bayonets ready to strike. With more reinforcements arriving, the battle was soon over. The planet Oxu was completely occupied by the Odyssean Legion, establishing a crucial strategic foothold for the human empire in this star system. "Enemies of the Empire, hear me." A commanding voice echoed across the skies of Akisu. "You are here to die. The immortal Emperor stands with us, and we are invincible." The voice belonged to the commander of the Odysseus Strike Force, standing atop a towering command tower, facing the imminent enemy. His words, amplified by powerful loudspeakers, reverberated across the entire planet, even piercing through the atmosphere to reach the enemy ships in space. "His soldiers will shoot you down. His war machines will crush you. His mighty cannons will bring the sky crashing down upon you. You will be defeated." As he spoke, thousands of Imperial soldiers stood in formation, their weapons gleaming coldly. Massive war machines moved slowly across the ground, each step causing the earth to tremble. In the sky, countless cannons were aimed at space, ready to fire at any moment. "The Emperor has given us his most powerful weapons. Prepare yourselves. We are the Odysseus Strike Force. Today is our day of victory." This rousing speech spread throughout the Rodoban Empire's realm. It was more than just a provocation. It was a complete humiliation for the Rodoban Empire. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Orc Empire, Yukard received news of Akisu's fall. Enraged, he casually strangled a human female slave serving him, her body collapsing silently to the ground. "Deploy all fleets." Yukard roared. "I want to execute humans in front of the entire galaxy." The Orc fleet quickly assembled. Despite their large numbers, most of the warships were dilapidated, barely able to take off. A hodgepodge of junk ships from various planets gathered around Euchred, forming a massive but disorganized army. It was with these rudimentary weapons that the Orcs had conquered the entire Outer Ring. Euchred grabbed a massive machine gun and sent a threat through interstellar communication to the entire Outer Ring. Humans, listen to me. Surrender Akisu immediately, or we will execute these hundreds of thousands of human slaves. At the Human Empire's command center, Yang Cheng was surrounded by high-ranking officials, including the Grand Sage of the Mechanicus, the High Priest of the State Religion, and the commanders of 2 fleets. They anxiously awaited the Emperor's decision. Yang Cheng's voice came through the communication channel. We must not lose our strategic objective for petty gains. If it wants to kill, let it kill, but for every human it kills today, we will kill 10 green-skinned orcs in the future. The High Priest, moved, said, Indeed, the Emperor's love is not for any individual but for the entire human race, executing everything with the goal of human continuity. Yang Cheng continued to give orders. Notify all units to execute all Xenos within the Empire's borders, and display their heads in outer space. He then turned to the system interface to expand the ground forces. He first chose the Krieg Death Corps, knowing they would be the most reliable in the upcoming war of attrition. Their combat strategy was based on relentless force, willing to pay a high price for victory. Yang Cheng continued his deployment. Send the Armageddon Steel Legion as well. I don't believe these so-called Orc forces can take them down. To prevent a rear assault, Yang Cheng also allocated some war points to create a planetary defense fleet. Orcs, huh? Let's see how you like this. Yang Cheng thought aloud as he boarded a shuttle. To Akisu, it's time to announce humanity's stance to the entire universe. In the Orc fleet, Euchred was furious at the humans' lack of response. He felt ignored, an unprecedented insult in the entire Outer Ring. Kill all the human slaves. Euchred had just issued the order when a blue holographic screen suddenly appeared before him. In the center was the image of Yang Cheng. Human, are you ready to surrender? Euchred roared. Yang Cheng didn't answer but turned to reveal the scene behind him. It was a massive pit, filled with surrendered orcs and various aliens. Pour in the gasoline, Yang Cheng coldly ordered. Soldiers quickly moved, pouring large amounts of gasoline into the pit. Light it up. Dozens of soldiers simultaneously threw torches into the pit. In an instant, the entire cavern was engulfed in flames, with countless aliens screaming in the inferno. The firelight cast a cold, merciless expression on Yang Cheng's face, even making Euchred feel a twinge of fear. You think killing a few people will scare me? Euchred blustered. Yang Cheng gave Euchred a meaningful look and then cut off the communication. Damn humans. Kill them all. Euchred roared. On Akisu, Yang Cheng's adjutant urgently said, Emperor, this place is about to become a war zone. Please evacuate immediately. Yang Cheng nodded in agreement and boarded the shuttle. He knew his recent actions were meant to send a clear message to Euchred. Kill if you want, but be prepared for the consequences. After Yang Cheng left, the Spire anchored the divine authority above Akisu, ready to face the incoming Orc fleet. Wag! With a deafening war cry, hundreds of Orc warships dived like a swarm of frenzied beasts. Most of these ships were dilapidated, barely qualifying as warships, more like flying space junk. All units prepare. The human fleet commander ordered. Macro cannons and laser lances locked onto the incoming Orc ships. Boom, boom, boom. Under the dense barrage, Orc ships exploded and disintegrated one after another. Some even lost control and crashed into their own ships before being hit. Weowaraf. Despite the heavy losses, the Orcs showed no sign of retreat. More and more ships kept pouring in. Leading the attack was Gul'dan, personally commanding the fleet. Ignore the humans in the sky. Capture the planet first. Gul'dan roared. The Orcs' goal was not to destroy the human ships, but to reclaim Akisu. They didn't care about losses. They needed breeding grounds. Countless Orc ships plummeted towards Akisu's surface like meteors, burning through the atmosphere and crashing heavily into the ground, raising clouds of dust. Wag! Amidst the massive explosions, countless Orcs crawled out of the wreckage. Grabbing anything at hand as weapons, they charged madly towards the Odysseus forces' positions. For the Emperor, the soldiers of the Odysseus regiment swiftly took their positions behind cover, aiming their guns at the incoming horde of Orcs. From the rear, artillery positions opened fire, sending shells crashing into the green tide like meteors, causing a series of deafening explosions. Wag! The Orc war cry echoed through the skies. Despite the ferocious firepower, the losses were insignificant to the millions of goblins and Orcs. They surged forward like a tidal wave towards the planet's only base, the Odysseus regiment's stronghold. Soldiers, do not panic. The commander's voice resonated through the comms. The Emperor is with you. If we fall, we shall meet again in the Hall of Heroes. In the sky, Orc warships continued their descent. The first fleet engaged with full force. All carrier-based aircraft took to the skies, forming a dense web of fire to intercept the falling orcs. Admiral Spire sat calmly at the helm of the Divine Authority, issuing orders with precision. All macro cannons target the enemy's large ships. Maximize the output of all lance batteries. Relieve the pressure on our ground forces. Sir, our fighters are running low on ammo, an officer reported. Then get them back to the hangar for resupply. Spire responded decisively. All Marines, hold your positions. Do not let the enemy board. Several Indomitable-class frigates launched nuclear missiles, engulfing swathes of orcs in fire. Yet for this massive race, the losses were still trivial. Sir, the Emperor says the Second Fleet is on its way to support, a naval officer reported to Spire. Hold the line. For the Emperor, Spire replied solemnly. On the ground, the situation grew increasingly dire. Requesting support. Where are the shells? The cries of frontline soldiers echoed through the comms. Countless orcs had already closed within 100 meters of the defenses, the roar of heavy bolters, chains words, and melta weapons filling the air. An orc wielding a machete charged into the defenses, met by the flash of a bayonet. Despite the fierce firepower, the orcs pressed on madly, even using wreckage from their ships as shields against the shrapnel. The eastern front has been breached. A runner rushed to the commissar with the report. Without a word, the commissar grabbed his power sword and charged forward. Where are the tank units? Hank shouted into the comms while firing at the orcs. 3 kilometers out. We're being held up. Hearing this, a sense of despair rose in Hank's heart. The commissar, brandishing his power sword, charged into the breached defenses. Men, today is the day of noble sacrifice. Fight bravely. For the Emperor. His power sword cleaved an orc in lightning speed. For the Emperor. For the master of mankind. The commissar raised the regiment's banner and power sword high, slashing at the oncoming orcs with all his might. You won't leave here alive, Xeno scum? The commissar moved through the orc horde, leaving a trail of fallen enemies in his wake. An injured veteran suddenly sprang up. May you all return to the Golden Throne. He charged at an advancing orc with his bayonet, stabbing it through the brain while biting down on the orc's ear. The defense line quickly began to crumble as a flood of orcs poured into the stronghold, engaging the soldiers of the Odysseus Regiment in hand-to-hand combat. The Emperor greets you, alien filth. A soldier with a severed leg grabbed an orc, pulling the pin on his grenade. In the ensuing explosion, a dozen orcs were blown to pieces. Wag! More orcs surged forward, and the soldiers fought them with bayonets fixed to their rifles. The battlefield casualty ratio had reached 1 to 5, with humans displaying unprecedented combat prowess. Many pulled the pins on their grenades, taking the orcs with them in their final moments. Damn it, don't panic. The commissar, now with one arm severed, continued to fight fiercely. Finally, he set down his power sword and picked up a bolter. We shall meet under the Golden Throne. He silently prayed, Emperor protect, machine spirit bless. For the Emperor. Miraculously, the battered bolter in the commissar's hand fired, its rate of fire faster than usual. Countless orcs were turned into a bloody mist by the exploding rounds, but the recoil shattered the commissar's remaining arm. Wag! Human, I'll kill you. Gul'dan's massive hands tore the commissar in half. With one arm broken, Hank fired his gun single-handedly, running towards the last stronghold. A massive orc swung a giant axe at him. Ha ha ha! Human, your time has come. At the last moment, Hank blocked the axe with his gun. He swiftly kicked the orc's groin, then, taking advantage of the orc's distraction, drove his bayonet into its throat. Thank the Emperor. Bless the Emperor. Hank kicked the orc's corpse aside and continued crawling towards the final bunker. This is Bunker 9. Requesting support. Orcs are everywhere. The lone chainsword in the bunker roared, an island in the sea of orcs. The surviving troops regrouped there, with Hank joining them. By the Emperor, gather all melta grenades. Prepare to take these orc scum with us. An old soldier with a hellgun commanded. He turned to Hank. New here? Keep your dog tags in your mouth, so you don't vaporize from the melta. The old soldier said, placing his own dog tags in his mouth. Under your tongue, it helps. Hank followed the advice, placing his dog tags in his mouth. They now faced an endless tide of orcs. The surviving soldiers of the Odysseus Regiment are making a valiant last stand at Fort 9, their final stronghold amidst the green tide. The battlefield is littered with bodies, and the living soldiers use their fallen comrades as cover to stay alive. The standard-bearer has changed multiple times, but the lightning flag representing the Odysseus Regiment still flies high atop the fortress. For the Emperor, for the master of mankind. Hank and his soldiers glare coldly at the horde of orcs surrounding them. Gul'dan, confident in his impending victory, has his orcs encircle the human soldiers, feasting on corpses while hurling insults in human language at the Emperor and the defenders. An old veteran beside Hank falls to an orc's axe, his dying words echoing in Hank's ears. I'm done for. You take command. Hank, fully aware of his duty as a human soldier, resolves to protect the flag symbolizing the Empire with his life. Warriors of the Odysseus Regiment, prepare for a final stand. Hank shouts to the remaining dozen wounded soldiers around him. Gul'dan sneers. Ha ha ha. Humans, you will only become our slaves. Slaves to the orcs. Just then, a black Thunderhawk dropship appears in the sky. Gul'dan, taken aback, asks, what is that? Before he can react, 3 Space Marines in blue power armor leap from the dropship, landing firmly beside the fortress. The lead Space Marine sergeant from the Ultramarines' 2nd Company, 1st Tactical Squad addresses Hank. You have fulfilled your duty, soldier. Flanking him are 2 lower-ranking Ultramarines. Gul'dan roars as he charges at the Space Marines. Human, remove your helmet. I will personally sever your head. The sergeant removes his helmet, revealing 4 golden studs on his forehead. As Gul'dan swings his massive axe at the Space Marine, it is effortlessly blocked. Enraged, Gul'dan tries to strike again, but the Space Marine swiftly shoots him with a bolt pistol, hitting a vital spot. Gul'dan collapses in agony, attempting a futile counterattack, but his movements are too slow for the Space Marine. Another shot, and Gul'dan's head explodes into fragments. With Gul'dan's death, the orc horde scatters in panic. More Imperial reinforcements are on the way. The entire planet of Axo is now surrounded by the 1st and 2nd fleets, and the Rodoban Empire's fleet has been annihilated. For the Emperor, exterminate all Xenos. Under the cover of bombers and fighters, the orc forces are thoroughly eradicated. When ground forces reach Fort 9, a commissar exclaims, by the Emperor. Such loyalty. The fortress is surrounded by orc corpses, with the Odysseus Regiment's flag standing tall in the center. Hank reports to the arriving officer, Odysseus Assault Regiment, originally 106,300 strong, now 530 remaining. Both exchange the Aquila salute in respect. After the battle, a new recruit asks Hank about his future plans. The recruit expresses a desire to become a stormtrooper, while Hank decides to enter the officer academy, aspiring to become a commissar, the image of the fallen commissar fresh in his mind. In the command center, Yang Chung reviews the battle report, marveling at how the Odysseus Regiment, with standard equipment, held off an attack by over 1 million orcs. He orders the complete eradication of the remaining orcs and begins planning to defeat the last leader of the Rodoban Empire, Euchard. Yang Chung announces the preparation for the first grand expedition and commands that Euchard be eliminated before the expedition begins. He expands the forces through the system and considers finding a powerful aid, like a Primarch. The system indicates that such a character can be provided but requires more war points to unlock. Yang Chung issues a rest order for the Odysseus Regiment and arranges the deployment of the 2nd batch of trained recruits. He hopes to acquire a capable Primarch, such as Guilliman or Lorgar, to assist in his rule. Yang Chung stood on the command platform, facing hundreds of thousands of Imperial citizens, delivering a rousing pre-war speech. We will sacrifice. We will fail. But victory will ultimately belong to humanity. This war has only one outcome. Either humanity withdraws from the galaxy, becoming failures and slaves, or we rise again, reclaiming our place at the pinnacle of the stars. If I am the first to fall, wrap my body in the Imperial Eagle flag. Long live humanity. As his words ended, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Long live the Emperor. Long live humanity. Dozens of Imperial priests in ornate robes shouted in unison. Countless soldiers saluted Yang Chung with the Imperial Eagle gesture, while the sages of the Mechanicum expressed their respect with the gear salute. Yang Chung turned and pointed to the massive image of a planet behind him. Our next target is Clear Destiny Star. This once human homeland will never be defiled by those filthy orcs. War was imminent. The combined forces of the 1st and 2nd fleets set course for the capital star system of the Rodoban Empire, soon encountering a massive orc fleet blockade. All units, spread out and engage. Admiral Spire commanded calmly, his eyes fixed on the variously shaped and sized orc warships. These junkyard vessels concealed hundreds of cannons, their power unknown but feared. The orc fleet fired first, countless shells whistling through space. Prepare to evade. Activate void shields. Spire responded with composure. Meanwhile, Commander Kalerin led the 2nd fleet in a flanking maneuver, while Spire's 1st fleet absorbed the brunt of the attack. Though the orcs had numerical superiority, their weapons were inferior. Many orc assault boats were obliterated by the Imperial macro cannons, and those that reached the warships couldn't penetrate the hundreds of meters of armor. Inside the ships, naval infantry engaged the invading orcs in brutal close combat. The light lance weapons began to show their might, high-powered energy beams piercing through orc ship armor. Countless orcs were incinerated, though some managed to escape. Aliens, today is your doom. Captain Hake of the Mountain Ridge swung his power sword, slaying orcs on the bridge. The surrounding orcs, seeing their fallen comrades, were terrified. Their surprise attack had gone well until they reached the heavily armed Imperial officers on the bridge. The battle reached a fever pitch, with fighters from both sides dogfighting in space. As the second fleet closed in on the encirclement, the orc fleet suddenly broke ranks. Damn it! Retreat! Someone yelled, and the entire orc fleet fled in panic, vanishing before the encirclement could close. WTF? What just happened? Several dreadnought captains exchanged puzzled looks, baffled by the orcs' sudden retreat. Meanwhile, on Destiny Star, the orc overlord Ukad watched a brutal game. Several emaciated human boys fought in a cage for a moldy piece of bread, their parents watching helplessly from outside. These humans think they're tough because they took down one Gul'dan? No way. Ukad laughed mockingly. A short goblin, Prass, approached respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, leave Destiny Star to me. You can move to another planet to enjoy our show of human slaughter." "Ha ha ha, Prass, it's all yours. Kill all those weak humans," Ukad ordered. Inside the cage, the fight had ended, the victorious boy standing over his fallen opponent but hesitating to deliver the final blow. Kill him, and you'll get food," an impatient orc shouted. To them, it was just a game, with the winner claiming the loser's family. "Humans are nothing but weak and lowly creatures," Ukad sneered. "Cut off that human emperor's head and mount it on my throne." Meanwhile, at the Imperial Military Academy, a recruit spoke to Hank, who had just received a mechanical limb. "Hank, did you hear? The Emperor is preparing to reclaim Destiny Star." "What?" Hank stopped his training immediately and approached the recruit for details. Destiny Star was once the home of the Saban Federation, a nation wiped out by the orcs. Hank had been a soldier in the Nangert Federation. Soon, dozens of soldiers gathered around, all former members of the Saban Federation, now soldiers of the human empire. "Hank, did you get the news?" they asked eagerly. "It's been so long since we returned to our homeland," one soldier said excitedly. "I just declined a family banquet. I want to personally fight to reclaim Destiny Star and set foot on our soil again." "I want to go too," a young-faced soldier said. "Although I was born in a slave camp, my parents were Saban. I want to return to the homeland I've never seen." Hank, filled with emotion, declared, "I'm going to ask the officer for leave. I must join this battle." Zhiyuan Star, once the homeland of humanity. Yang Chung gazed at the blue planet, whispering to himself. Just as he was lost in thought, an officer hurriedly approached, interrupting his reverie. "Emperor, I have a report for you," the officer said respectfully. Yang Chung turned and gestured for him to proceed. "A significant number of former members of the Saban Federation have requested to join this assault force. They wish to personally reclaim their former homeland." Saban Federation? This was the first time Yang Chung had heard the name, and he couldn't help but be curious. The officer explained, "Emperor, the Saban Federation was a human-dominated nation that was destroyed by the orcs over 20 years ago. Many Sabans were enslaved by the orcs." "I see," Yang Chung mused. "How many Sabans have volunteered?" "Emperor, there are 1,500 of them. They have requested to form the vanguard." Yang Chung pondered for a moment before making his decision. "Approve it. Although their nation has fallen, they were once our compatriots. The orcs' blood will pay for this." He paused, then asked, "But I'm curious how the Saban Federation fell. Didn't the Human Federation collapse only a few years ago?" The officer detailed further, "Emperor, according to them, it began when they took in a group of orcs disguised as refugees. Out of goodwill, they donated a planet for the orcs to inhabit. However, the orcs gradually encroached on their land. In the final years of the Human Federation, the Sabans were completely isolated on a continent and eventually enslaved by the orcs." Yang Cheng's eyes flashed with cold determination. He ordered, "Notify all Space Marines to participate in this operation. Let the orcs' blood drench this planet." 3 Tera-hours before the Battle of Zhiyuan Star, an officer gave a final confirmation to the 1,500 Saban soldiers. "By the Emperor, this is your last chance to back out. Are you sure you want to join the Space Marines in the landing operation? This could be a one-way trip." Hank, standing at the front of the group in his commissar uniform, responded passionately, "For many of us, this will be our first time setting foot on our homeland. We will reclaim it ourselves, even if it's a one-way trip. The national flower of Saban is the dandelion. We will float back to our land like dandelions." The officer nodded and continued, "All right. Once you land, you will have no heavy weapon support until the shield generators are completely destroyed. Your drop zone is the Gasha Plains, and less than 10 kilometers from there is the enemy's anti-aircraft position. You need to take it out. Understood? Begin boarding. Prepare for the drop." For the Emperor. Centered around the Divine Authority, the Emperor-class battleships began a fierce assault on the energy shields of Zhiyuan Star. The fleet commander shouted, Our attacks will temporarily disable the enemy's shield generators. Space Marines and the Assault Force, move in now. For the Emperor, dozens of landing craft, protected by titanium fighters, advanced towards Ziyuan Star. Hank, sitting in one of the landing crafts, gazed at the blue planet outside the window and said softly, "Everyone, welcome back to our homeland." Many young soldiers stood up, silently looking out the window. Born in slave camps, they had never seen their homeland. Hank looked at these youthful faces and repeated, "The national flower of the Saban Federation is the dandelion. We will float back to our homeland like dandelions." For the Emperor, for our former homeland, the soldiers shouted in unison. Under the cover of a dozen titanium fighters, the landing craft carrying the 1,500 daredevil soldiers briefly breached the enemy's planetary energy shield. "We've entered the atmosphere. 2,000 meters to go. Everyone, get ready." The commander's voice echoed through the communication channel. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded. An orbital drop pod of the Space Marines hit the Orc anti-aircraft position heaton, enveloping half the site in dust. Before the Orcs could react, 3 purple-armored Space Marines emerged from the drop pod. The last thing the Orcs saw was a barrage of explosive rounds tearing them to pieces. A Space Marine with a roaring eagle insignia on his shoulder pad and the Roman numeral 3 on his right shoulder charged into the Orc ranks, shouting, "For the Emperor." This purple-armored Space Marine destroyed the Orc anti-aircraft guns with unyielding determination despite the barrage of bullets and shells. An Orc, witnessing the scene, screamed in terror, "Is that a monster?" Before it could finish, it was cleaved in two. 50 Space Marines, each with a task, began dismantling the enemy's anti-aircraft facilities. The World Eaters and Dark Angels Space Marines searched for the enemy's shield generators. The Assault Force, led by Hank, disembarked from the landing craft and began executing their tasks in batches. "Quick! Establish a perimeter," Hank commanded loudly. A few new recruits of Saban descent looked at the devastated land and murmured, This is our homeland?" Despite their shock at the scene before them, the Assault Force quickly sprang into action. The Orcs, still dazed from the Space Marines' initial strike, soon faced the cordial treatment from the former Sabans. For the Emperor, a few soldiers wielding flamethrowers began roasting the Orcs hiding in bunkers, repaying years of oppression in kind. Wielding a chainsword as tall as himself, Hank led the charge into the Orc trenches. The chainsword roared to life, its spinning teeth sounding a death knell for the Orcs. Meanwhile, 2 Space Marines from the Dark Angels chapter also stormed into the shield generator control room. Ronk from the Dark Angels Legion, with his jetpack on, shot like a black lightning bolt into the heart of the shield generator on the planet Ziyuan. Close behind him, another Space Marine from the Dark Angels followed. For the Emperor, Ronk roared, his power sword slicing through the air in a deadly arc as he charged down a narrow corridor. Orc soldiers in the corridor saw Ronk's figure and immediately opened fire with their crude weapons. Bullets of various calibers rained down but were effortlessly deflected by Ronk's power armor. In the blink of an eye, Ronk reached the Orcs, his power sword reaping their lives like the scythe of death, cutting down a dozen Orcs in an instant. The remaining Orcs, realizing the dire situation, retreated while continuing to fire, but it only delayed their deaths by mere seconds. Ronk moved like a merciless killing machine, leaving a trail of Orc corpses in his wake. By this time, Orc Commander Plas was in a state of utter panic. Just minutes ago, UCAD had inquired about the situation on Ziyuan, and now Plas's command room had been breached. Plas fled down the narrow corridors in a blind panic, only to be cornered in a dead end. In his desperation, Plas realized that the elite Orc troops who had followed him were all dead, slaughtered by the towering human warrior, none surviving more than 2 strikes. Ronk, with his power sword glinting coldly, advanced step by step. "Stay back! Stay back!" Plas screamed. "No! I surrender! I surrender!" Ronk sneered. "Surrender? Aliens have no right to surrender." As a goblin, Plas felt human fear for the first time. "No! No! Eh!" With a chilling scream, Ronk crushed Plas with his bare hands. "This is Ronk. The enemy command has been destroyed, and we are shutting down the enemy's shield generator system," Ronk reported through his communicator. "Received. Continue the assault," Karn replied, one hand gripping an Orc taller than himself, while the other swung a chain axe. Karn, who had planned to savor the hunt, immediately issued the next order upon learning that Ronk had completed the mission. "Filthy Xenos," Karn muttered as he crushed the Orc's throat and continued his slaughter with the chain axe among the Orc ranks. As the planetary shields failed, large numbers of Imperial landing troops began descending onto Ziyuan's surface. Wave after wave of Death Corps of Krieg were deployed to the front line. Karn glanced at the Night Lord's Marines nearby, who were gruesomely tormenting Orcs. "Stop torturing them and finish the mission," Karn ordered coldly. Reluctantly, the Night Lord's Space Marines ceased their torment and resumed clearing the remaining Orcs. The Night Lord's Legion is known for their terrifying insignia combinations of fanged skulls, bat-like wings, and blood-red eyes often adorn their armor. Their weapons are equally horrifying, as they believe spreading fear is as effective as bolter fire. Talrad, a space marine from the Night Lords, discovered a new hobby during the battle, ripping off orcs' fingernails one by one and stuffing them into their ears, watching them die slowly in agony. Now, armed with a chained sword, Talrad lurked like a ghost in the darkness, preparing to strike the orc breeding facility. Emperor above, Talrad whispered a prayer before kicking open the iron door. The sight before him ignited his fury. Hundreds of human women were bound together like livestock, while thousands of towering orcs engaged in horrific breeding acts behind them. Emperor above, father of genes above, what blasphemy is this? Talrad roared as he charged into the dreadful factory. His chained sword, like the scythe of death, felled orcs left and right, leaving a trail of dismembered bodies. A towering orc breeding champion swung a massive hammer at Talrad, but to Talrad, it moved laughably slow. With a single slash, the orc's leg was severed at the root by the chained sword. Die, Xenos! Talrad shouted, bringing the chained sword down on the breeding champion's skull. The blow didn't kill the orc immediately, as Talrad wanted to savor the fun. He activated the chained sword, its monomolecular teeth tearing into the orc's skull, turning its brain into mush. With the death of the breeding champion, the surviving orcs kneeled in surrender, hoping to save their lives, unaware that it was the most foolish decision they could make. The Night Lord's Space Marines relished torturing surrendering enemies. Hot fried chicken with ice-cold mineral water. The author has now been blessed by Nurgle and is learning from Old Man Huang squatting on the toilet. These orcs are about to experience the tender care of the Midnight Lord Space Marines. The base echoed with the orc screams. Help! Help! I surrender. Why are you humans torturing prisoners? An orc, with one of its own fingernails lodged in its eye socket, writhed in unparalleled agony. You are aliens? Tallard responded coldly as he crafted instruments of torture for the orcs. Just then, several Space Marines from the Wordbearers, Death Guard, and Alpha Legion stormed into the base, heightening the tension. No more missions. Contact the Imperial Navy to send reinforcements, said a Death Guard Space Marine. The warriors then busied themselves some interrogating, some praying, and some maintaining their weapons. Tallard continued his work. What's 1000-7? Tallard asked as he snapped another orc's fingernail. Before the orc could answer, another finger was casually broken. Inside the base, dozens of orc corpses, gutted and hollow, hung like macabre decorations from the rafters. Suddenly, a company of Krieg infantry arrived. The company commander saluted the green-clad Death Guard, and then led his troops into the birthing factory for rescue operations. Where do we go next? Several former renegade Space Marines looked at each other in confusion. To kill. Offer the heads of these aliens to the Emperor, shouted a red-armored World Eater, leading the charge. The others quickly followed, while Tallard remained focused on his work. On the battlefield, Krieg soldiers charged the enemy lines with no regard for their own artillery. Commissar Coxu shouted through a loudspeaker, "Stop charging. Wait for our bombardment to finish." On the governorless planet of Zeta, the Orc army had fallen into disarray. They had just endured a brutal bombardment from the Space Marines and now faced these gray-uniformed, gas mask-wearing human soldiers. The Orcs' pride in close combat was shattered, and their spirits were crushed by the humans' relentless resolve. The Emperor has ordered us to seize control of this planet as quickly as possible. It is all for the Emperor. The voice of the Krieg regiment commander came through his gas mask, devoid of any emotion. Coxu had no words, so he joined the Krieg grenadiers in their charge. These elite soldiers were equipped with advanced 14 heavy loss guns, known as Hell guns. These weapons had long range and high firepower but required frequent maintenance. On the battlefield, the Orc fortifications were mostly destroyed by artillery. Several Macarius heavy tanks emerged to target the remaining strongholds. A more intense bombardment followed, turning the ground over and covering it with a layer of green Orc corpses. Krieg soldiers advanced behind the tanks, engineers clearing obstacles ahead, and infantry sweeping away any resistance. Their objective was the largest Orc base on Zeta Bayonet Base, formerly a Soban Federation Navy base, now an Orc stronghold. However, the Krieg forces were unaware that a dozen Space Marines had already infiltrated the base from the other side. 98, 99, 100A Space Marine clad in black power armor brandished a sharp weapon, decapitating one Orc after another. Beside him stood a pyramid of 100 Orc heads. "Rockler!" the warrior shouted. "I need 13 more heads to complete my task." This warrior, named Austin, was once part of Abaddon's Hounds in the Black Legion. Though the chaos mark on him had been purged, the habit of collecting enemy heads for his leader remained. "Don't look at me!" Another Space Marine from the Black Legion yelled back. "I'm still short 15 Xenos heads myself." In stark contrast to these aggressive Black Legion members, A few warriors from the Emperor's children were carefully rescuing paintings hung in the bayonet base, which had narrowly escaped becoming orc toilet paper. These once rebellious Space Marines had formed their own small groups. World Eaters and Death Guard, who once served Karn, had somewhat improved their relations. The art-loving Emperor's children and siege-expert Iron Warriors found common ground. Everything seemed to be moving in a better direction, except for Alfarius, who managed to isolate himself from everyone. The others were wary of anyone suddenly removing their helmet and claiming to be Alfarius during a conversation. "Hey, stop chopping here." An Emperor's Children Marine shouted at the Black Legion warrior. "I don't want these precious paintings stained with orc blood." As the two bickered, Austin spotted an orc hiding behind a control panel. Just as he was about to swing his axe for a perfect decapitation, a World Eater lunged forward and swiftly beheaded the orc. "You!" Austin roared in fury. "You red-skinned mongrels! Who told you to steal my kill?" His rage was palpable, as if a butcher's nail had been driven into his skull. "What's the big deal?" the World Eater retorted. "You can just kill a few goblins to make up the numbers." Those words cut Austin deeply. To him, such a sacred task of slaughter couldn't be fulfilled with mere goblins. "Want to settle this?" Austin bellowed. "I was slaying heretics for the Emperor while you were still in diapers. I've been fighting Xenos for the Emperor for 5,000 years. And the other 5,000 years?" The World Eater shot back. "Were you in the warp fighting the Emperor?" The tension was palpable, as both World Eaters and Black Legion Marines were notoriously hot-tempered, and their infighting was always brutal. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The Alpha Legion, ever the instigators, cheered from the sidelines. "Alfarius!" The other Space Marines roared in unison, momentarily setting aside their differences to deal with the Alpha Legion troublemakers. The Alpha Legion's habit of shouting for the Emperor had earned them disdain from both sides. Just as a brawl was about to erupt, Karn burst through a wall. "Looks like you all are having fun without me." His murderous glare was unmistakable. As the World Eater's commissar, Karn was well-versed in disciplining Space Marines. "The Emperor has new orders," Karn announced. "Besides killing all Xenos, we need to focus on destroying enemy infrastructure. Distant Star will become an Imperial military base." "Understood." The battle for Distant Star was nearing its end. The Krieg warriors had not disappointed the Emperor, achieving most of their objectives in record time. The Space Marines had personally slain all the Xenos. Meanwhile, in another location, dozens of ecclesiarchy bishops and mechanicus magi gathered around Yangcheng. "Emperor, are you certain about this?" they asked cautiously. "Yes, I must enhance my abilities." Yangcheng decided to undergo major genetic modification. He had already exchanged points with the system for two things: Custodes genes and Zeta-level psychic abilities, essential for his growth. The Custodes modification process typically began in infancy and continued through growth, with many candidates going insane or dying along the way. Unlike the standardized 19 surgeries for Space Marines, Custodes enhancements were personalized, targeting each individual's unique genetic potential to create unparalleled golden warriors. Yangcheng had spent all his war points to obtain Custodes genes. Although he couldn't undergo the Emperor's personal modification, countless Mechanicus Magi were involved. "Emperor, what form do you wish to take?" a senior Mechanicus Mugos asked respectfully. "Like the Custodians," Yangcheng replied. He knew that undergoing Custodes modification would cost him much, but his physical abilities would be greatly enhanced. "Begin," Yangcheng commanded. The lead Mugos injected a vial of golden liquid into his body. In an instant, the procedure began. Yangcheng lay on the cold modification table, surrounded by dozens of Mechanicus Magi, embarking on his journey of transformation. The warp is a twisted mirror of the real world, a chaotic realm unbound by the laws of time, space, and physics. In this vast void of darkness, a deafening cry suddenly erupted, sounding both like a baby's wail and an adult's roar of defiance. A golden sun abruptly appeared, its cold and sacred light piercing through the darkness, reducing countless warp demons to ashes. Four distinct figures turned their gaze toward this nascent deity. A blue creature in the labyrinth muttered to itself, "Revenge? Destruction?" The figure on the red throne said in confusion, "This power, so familiar yet so foreign." The monsters around it let out a series of roars. The bloated green figure in the Garden of Horrors proclaimed, "He is a symbol of destruction, the end of all things." Mara felt an unprecedented threat, but they could only rampage within the warp. In the real universe, they were but weak beings. Meanwhile, Yangcheng felt as if he were being compressed in a machine, his body constantly being crushed and reformed, making every moment feel like an eternity. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a grand, opulent hall. Yangcheng struggled to his feet, dizzy and disoriented. Suddenly, two Space Marines rushed into the hall, shouting, "Emperor!" Yangcheng was surprised to find that the warriors, who had once towered over him, now seemed much shorter. He walked to a mirror and saw that he had transformed into a giant over 2 meters tall, with a muscular build and greatly enhanced hearing and vision. Just as he felt an intense hunger, several servants brought in a roasted piglet. Your Imperial Majesty, one of the servants explained, we have found that the meat of the Yutai is quite delicious and it has become the staple food of the Empire. Yang Chung devoured the meal, his enhanced teeth easily grinding the bones to powder. As he donned the clothes prepared for him, Yang Chung listened to reports. He ordered a halt to external military operations, focusing instead on internal affairs, and requested the establishment of 3 alien containment facilities directly managed by the Inquisition. Suddenly, a thought emerged in Yang Cheng's mind. For the continuation of the human race, anything can be sacrificed. At that moment, a system prompt sounded. The next world is now open. Do you wish to proceed? Target world. The Wandering Earth, timeline post-space elevator incident. Yang Cheng considered how to handle this new world. He decided to dispatch the Second Fleet, thinking they look a bit gentler. He planned to relocate only a portion of the Wandering Earth's population to Terra, allowing the remaining population to maintain relative independence, provided they paid taxes on time, supplied people, and agreed to the stationing of Imperial military forces. Tell Kylo Ren to be gentler, no planet-destroying on a whim, Yang Chung instructed before boarding a shuttle, followed closely by several redrobed guards and the Emperor's shadows. Looking at his hair that had grown wildly in a month, Yang Chung said, I intend to see for myself. He felt he was becoming more like someone, but couldn't quite recall who. The Emperor's soldiers stood in perfect formation, bowing deeply to Yang Chung. He nodded slightly and strode confidently towards the bridge. His voice echoed through the vast command center. Kylo Ren, prepare for hyperspace jump. Coordinates 4555.888.361. Kylo Ren understood and silently executed the Emperor's command. Yang Chung looked around and issued the final order. All ships, get ready. Initiate hyperspace jump. The scene shifts to March 12, 2044. Disaster strikes. The space elevator is sabotaged, and the Ark-1 space station is obliterated in an explosion. Over 2,000 astronauts and support staff perish instantly. In response to the catastrophe, the UEG urgently announces the initiation of the Mountain Moving Plan, soon renamed the Wandering Earth Project. At that moment, an operator urgently reports, Sir, we've detected a massive energy signal on the moon's perimeter. The intensity surpasses that of our planetary engines. Within the UEG government building, a parliamentary session is abruptly interrupted by an emergency message. All attendees, including Longwo Representative Zhou Zhaiji, receive the alarming news simultaneously. Suddenly, a shout pierces the air. What is that? Everyone looks up to see a fleet of silver, triangular warships materialize beside the moon, a sight that leaves them in awe. Amid the ruins, Liu Peiqiang gazes at the sky, his voice trembling with fear. What is that? Not just him, but the entire UEG populace pauses their activities, staring up in shock, filled with a mix of fear, curiosity, and anticipation. Meanwhile, Yang Chang commands, enter Blue Planet's orbit. Activate all defensive weapons. Kylo Ren dons his black mask and cloak once more, while Yang Chung opts for golden armor. Yang Chung continues, issue a statement. Give them 3 days to decide whether to submit to us. If they refuse, prepare for orbital bombardment. In an emergency UEG meeting, representatives from various nations argue fiercely. Some advocate for immediate military readiness, while others hold on to the hope that the visitors might be friendly. Zhou Zhaiji, after a moment of contemplation, proposes, everyone, shouldn't we try to communicate with them first? His words bring the heated debate to a halt. He continues, in times of crisis, humanity must unite to face this disaster together. And if they are willing to help, all the better. Before he finishes speaking, several guards burst into the room, exclaiming, those things have entered the atmosphere. The representatives stand up in shock. From the moment the ships were detected to the commencement of the meeting, only half an hour had passed, yet these unidentified flying objects had already breached the planet's atmosphere. Suddenly, a piercing voice resounds across the sky, heard in every corner of the Blue Planet. People of the Blue Planet, we are the second expeditionary fleet of the human empire. You now have 2 choices. First, come aboard our warship and pledge your allegiance. Second, perish under our star destroyers. Every inch of your land will be trampled by the Empire's boots. Zhou Zhaiji steps out of the office building, gazing at the massive ship in the sky, murmuring to himself, Human Empire? This revelation is both good and bad news. Good that they are human, bad that no normal nation would call itself an empire. A dozen fighter jets, trailing long plumes of exhaust, head towards the warship. The pilots report, fighter squadron has taken off. We are approaching the enemy warship. Kylo Ren scoffs, fools. He then proceeds to arrange a warning for the soldiers. The fighter squadron reports, "Sir, we are 300 meters from the warship. Should we open fire?" The representative from the US curses, "Are you crazy? I don't want to be blown to bits." At that moment, dozens of TIE fighters envelop the approaching squadron. The warning sounds again. "This is your final warning. Leave now, or we will destroy you." Upon receiving the warning, the squadron immediately retreats from the vicinity of the warship. In the meeting room, the representative from the UK suddenly asks, "Has anyone seen the representative and prime minister from France?" Meanwhile, a helicopter approaches the Determinator. A voice from the helicopter announces, "Hello, I am the Prime Minister of France from the Blue Planet. We request negotiations." Yang Cheng's voice responds, "We have opened the hangar doors. You may come in now." The moment the Prime Minister of Country F stepped out of the helicopter, he was stunned by the sight before him. Tens of thousands of soldiers, dressed in terrifying white armor, stood in perfect formation like statues, exuding an intimidating aura. The Imperial March echoed in the air, adding a sense of solemnity to the scene. Macron, struggling to suppress his inner fear, descended the steps with trembling legs. Approaching him were several mysterious figures cloaked in black, their presence seemingly absorbing the surrounding light. Leading them was Kylo Ren, the commander of the Second Fleet, flanked by the members of the Knights of Ren, Vikral, Apelek, Kuruk, Trudgeon, Cardo, and Usher. A stormtrooper in the ranks whispered to his comrade through his helmet's communicator, "Who are these people?" His comrade replied in a hushed tone, "The Knights of Ren. They are neither Jedi, who follow the light side of the Force, nor Sith Lords, who embrace the dark side. They emerged before the massacre of Jedi Master Luke Skywalker's apprentices. They believe in Ren and wield the dark side of the Force. Though not as powerful as Jedi or Sith, they are fearsome enough." Macron, trying to appear calm, extended his slightly trembling right hand and politely said, "Hello, I am the representative of Country F from Blue Planet, here to negotiate on behalf of our people." At that moment, several reporters hurriedly disembarked from the helicopter, scrambling to set up their equipment. One reporter mustered the courage to step forward and ask, "Prime Minister of Country F, do you think you're honoring General Napoleon with your actions today?" "Hello, I'm a journalist from Country F Daily. Can I ask you a few questions?" Kylo Ren glanced coldly at the chattering journalists and suddenly raised his hand, using the force to choke them. The reporters turned pale, clutching their throats and struggling to breathe. "I don't want to hear any nonsense," Kylo Ren said icily. "The Emperor is waiting for you inside. Another person will be arriving soon, so keep quiet." With that, he released his force grip and turned away, his black cloak billowing behind him. A soldier stepped forward to lead the way. "This way, sir." Macron was escorted into a room with gleaming silver walls, his heart pounding, unsure of what would happen next. Meanwhile, in another conference room, representatives from several other countries were anxiously discussing the situation. Country F has surrendered. What should we do next? The air was thick with tension and unease. The representative from Country Y, Jackson, glanced at his watch and suddenly stood up. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." He quickly left the room, jogging as he whispered to his guard, "Prepare the helicopter. I don't want to die under alien weapons." Back in the silver room, Macron stood before a giant nearly 3.5 meters tall, clad in yellow armor, feeling as small as an ant. He tried to maintain his composure and said, "I am Macron, representative of the great human empire. Greetings." Yang Cheng looked down at Macron, who appeared as nervous as a child meeting a stranger. He could easily crush Macron's head with one hand. "Hello," Yang Cheng said, using his psychic abilities to probe Macron's mind. "I heard you want to negotiate with me?" "Of course, all the people of Country F are willing to follow your leadership," Macron said eagerly, unaware that he was facing a living lie detector. Yang Cheng observed the fluctuations in Macron's psychic energy. "Everyone has psychic energy, though in varying degrees." "It seems you're not lying," he said, his authoritative voice resonating in the room. "I have no interest in your planet. You just need to agree to let our institutions establish branches on your planet, disband your military and reorganize it into a planetary defense force, and provide a population tax to the Empire. Then we will incorporate your planet into the Empire." Macron, surprised, asked, "That's it?" "That's it," Yang Cheng confirmed, "but you must respond to the Empire's military calls. 80% of your soldiers will be integrated into our forces." Macron hesitated and said, "I'll have to discuss this with our Minister of Defense. However, we still have many rebels on our planet, and we're facing a solar crisis. We might need the Empire's help." "Solar crisis?" Yang Cheng scoffed. "Such a minor issue requires assistance? As for the rebels, we have specialists to deal with them. You can rest assured. Now you may leave. We will handle it. Also, gather all the representatives from your planet. I want to properly introduce you to this dark galaxy." Macron nodded repeatedly, relieved as he left the room. Yang Cheng turned to a nearby officer and instructed, Deploy a squad of Astartes, but make sure they look less intimidating. The officer immediately complied, leaving Yang Cheng to ponder the future of this newly conquered planet. A day later, Yang Cheng, clad in golden power armor, strode down from the dreadnought, exuding an aura of authority as he entered the conference hall. By this time, Macron had already updated the title of the former representative of the F country to Human Empire's Commissioner of FLX. Yang Cheng's voice resonated through the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Emperor of the Human Empire. You need not know my name. Simply address me as the Emperor. He continued, I understand your curiosity about the current state of the galaxy. Now, I will reveal its true nature to you. As he spoke, Yang Cheng used his powerful psychic abilities to create a massive projection screen in the center of the hall. We humans once had a mighty nation, which we called the Golden Age. During that time, humanity flourished, and countless alien races sought to join the Human Federation. Yang Cheng said, manipulating the psychic projection to display scenes of grandeur, until that fateful day arrived. The images abruptly shifted, and Yang Cheng continued, the aliens betrayed us. Thousands of species simultaneously tore the Human Federation apart, reducing humanity to the lowest, most despised race in the galaxy. Yang Cheng surveyed the captivated representatives, his voice unwavering. Now, under my leadership, the Human Empire will rise again. Humanity will reclaim its position as the supreme power of the stars. This time, there will be no more alien sycophants. Humans are the noblest race in the galaxy. As Yang Cheng spoke, his psychic energy spread, infusing everyone in the room with a palpable sense of anger. He continued passionately, the Human Empire is an empire for humans and only humans. Those filthy aliens are encroaching on our living space, but we will never yield. We will use the sword of humanity to plow the fields for our future. Yang Cheng's psychic projection displayed shocking scenes. Those aliens stand atop the ruins of the Human Federation, feasting on human corpses. We will sacrifice our lives to reclaim the lands rightfully ours. His voice grew more fervent. I know you all live in comfort, but there are things more important than life itself, humanity's honor and dignity. As long as alien flags fly on any star or continent in this galaxy, where is our dignity? Yang Cheng continued to craft one striking image after another. As long as those aliens exist in this world, even for a minute, a second, it is a violation of our dignity. I do not want future beings to mention humans with a sneer of contempt. If that happens, our dignity will be lost forever. Gradually, the representatives realized that the so-called beautiful galaxy was actually a hellish place. They understood that if they ventured into this dark galaxy, their friends and family would become slaves to the aliens. Now, the Human Empire, with its glory, had come to save them. Yang Cheng continued his speech. I know you can eat your fill and enjoy entertainment, but humanity's existence has never been about these things. We must reclaim our living space in our own way. The Human Federation has shown us that protests are useless. Begging is useless. His voice reached a fever pitch. A nation that only protests and begs is a coward's nation. True humans should fight for their land with iron and blood. A person who only protests and begs is lowly and spineless. We must crush the dignity of those alien scum. Kill every non-human creature. Yang Cheng's psychic projection revealed the atrocities committed by the aliens, shocking everyone present. They couldn't help but lament the lowly status of their fellow humans in the galaxy. Many also noticed the striking resemblance between this emperor's demeanor and that of a historical figure. Suddenly, the Prime Minister of D country stood up and declared loudly, "We pledge our allegiance to you, Emperor." Soon after, the Prime Minister of Y country followed suit. "We pledge our allegiance, my Emperor." With these two countries' declarations, more and more nations announced their allegiance to the empire, including M country. Soon, only Longguo remained undecided. Zhou Zhezhi found himself in an unprecedented dilemma. At that moment, an aide quickly approached Zhou Zhezhi and whispered, "Sir, we have a message from one." After listening to the aide's report, Zhou Zhezhi nodded and then stood up, saying, "Our Longguo has always prioritized the interests of humanity. We are willing to join the empire. However, regarding the solar crisis, can you and your forces assist us?" Yang Cheng looked at Zhou Zhezhi and slowly replied, "We can. It may be a crisis for you, but to us, it is a trivial matter. Moreover, to ensure this world's safety, we have already dispatched forces to eliminate the rebel base you mentioned." Yang Cheng paused and added, "By the way, I told them to look for blue-armored Space Marines. They shouldn't make a mistake, right?" Two stormtroopers were searching room by room for the legendary blue-painted Space Marine. Guided by an Alpha Legionnaire, they arrived at a door marked with a bat emblem. "You open it." The helmeted stormtrooper took a step back, his voice tinged with unease. "Why do you think I'd have the guts to open it?" The other stormtrooper retreated as well. "All right, let's do it together." The Emperor said the person inside is friendly, and the Emperor never lies. Summoning their courage, They pushed the heavy door open together. A gust of bone-chilling wind hit them, sending shivers down their spines. "I'd rather be force-choked by a Jedi than go in there," one stormtrooper muttered to his companion. "Stop complaining and go in," his companion insisted, pushing him inside. The room was pitch dark, with only intermittent screams echoing from its depths. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out. "Wow, looks like we have guests." For towering figures emerged from the darkness. The stormtroopers stood frozen, staring in shock at the giants covered in skulls and bat emblems. You guys look kind of," one stormtrooper stammered. "Let us introduce ourselves," one of the giants spoke. "We are the Night Lords, masters of fear. Our mission is to paint the world with chaos and despair." "Wow, I think I just wet myself," one stormtrooper whispered. Are you some sort of nihilistic sadist with fancy gadgets?" the other stormtrooper asked hesitantly. No, this isn't sadism," the Night Lord corrected. "Sadism is a weapon, one we wield with great skill." The Emperor didn't get the location wrong, did he?" the stormtrooper asked, confused. "Aren't you supposed to give people a quick end?" No, the Night Lord shook his head. "Death is a release, a sweet respite from this horrifying life. We don't want our enemies to die quickly. We prolong their suffering, savoring their fear until their last breath. When their frail bodies finally collapse, we display their remains as trophies, a testament to the power of fear. Would you like to see my collection?" I think I wet my pants." The two stormtroopers exchanged glances, their hearts filled with fear and regret. "Are you interested in suppressing and resolving rebellious elements?" One stormtrooper tried to change the subject. "Suppressing rebellion? That sounds wonderful." The Night Lord eagerly accepted the task. "We Night Lords are very friendly. Unlike the Ultramarines next door who flay people alive, we simply enjoy fear." Yes, we are the kindest of all Space Marine legions," another Night Lord chimed in. "Really? Are you sure?" the stormtroopers asked, half believing. "Trust me," the Night Lord said, attaching several eerie tools to his belt. "Leave this mission to us. We won't disappoint the Emperor." The scene shifts to a military command center. Two officers in UEG uniforms were talking to four towering Night Lords. "You're the one sent by the Emperor?" Colonel Walker swallowed hard, trying to hide his unease. "We are the Night Lords, under the Emperor's command," the lead Night Lord declared proudly. "The night is our domain. Tell us, where are the despicable heretics?" Colonel Walker took a deep breath and began to brief them. "The enemy has seized Jerusalem and is heavily armed with anti-tank weapons and armored units. Their strongholds are spread throughout the city, making it impossible for our armored forces to break through." "I see." The Night Lord stared at the map, focusing on Jerusalem, a cruel smile forming under his helmet. "Leave it to us." To him, this mundane siege had already turned into an exciting sport. "Our main task is to break the rebels' will," Colonel Walker cautiously added. "Do you need artillery support?" "Break their will?" The Night Lord's smile grew wider. He could already think of at least 800 ways to shatter the enemy's spirit. Meanwhile, inside Jerusalem, the rebel leader was passionately addressing the crowd. "Citizens, Earth has been betrayed. Humanity has been betrayed. Civilization has been betrayed. We are all victims of a colossal scam. A scam so vast and terrifying that even God would be shocked. The sun is still the same sun. It will not explode. It never has, and it never will. It is an eternal symbol. The explosion is the sinister ambition of the United Earth Government, the UEG. They fabricated everything to build their tyrannical empire. They destroyed Earth. They destroyed human civilization." The rebels were still engrossed in their rhetoric, oblivious to the impending horror. They couldn't imagine the torment they were about to endure, nor comprehend the terrifying foes they were about to face. For them, a fate worse than death would soon transform from an abstract concept into a visceral reality. "George, it's your turn for the shift." Two rifle-wielding soldiers exchanged guard duty. Tonight, the moon was shrouded in a thick fog, making visibility extremely low. Cursing the godforsaken task, George squinted into the distance at the wreckage. Suddenly, he noticed a fast-moving shadow in the desert. Just as he was about to sound the alarm, a bat-like figure descended from the sky. Before George could react, the blade of the Midnight Lord had already pierced his spine. With an upward slash, George's skin peeled away like clothing. The excruciating pain hit him, but his scream was cut short by a swift slice to the throat. A blood-soaked human skin appeared in the Midnight Lord's hands. Under the moonlight, the interstellar warrior Orlank appeared especially terrifying, his armor adorned with various biological organs, making for a grotesque sight. Soon, the soldier coming to relieve George returned to check on him. He saw something hanging on the wall like a kite, and a bloody corpse beside it. His scalp tingled with fear as he shakily pulled out his radio to call for backup, unaware that a 2-meter-tall figure was approaching from behind. Orlank grabbed the soldier's neck, his blade extending to slice him into pieces. In the darkness, 3 more Midnight Lords emerged, ready to spread terror among the rebels. Before long, a fully armed convoy arrived. The captain was trying to contact George, but received no response. Sensing something was wrong, he couldn't pinpoint the issue. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the darkness, tearing a soldier apart, raining flesh onto the others. The soldiers fired at the source of the noise, but hit nothing. One by one, they were dragged into the darkness and brutally dismembered. The scene descended into chaos as the Midnight Lords continued their merciless slaughter. Soon, only the captain remained, surrounded by the mangled remains of his comrades. Demon! Demon! The captain screamed into the air, trembling as he leaned against a vehicle. A massive figure appeared before him. Desperately, he fired his gun, only to hear the futile ping of ricocheting bullets. "What are you?" the captain stammered. Orlank replied, "I am a Midnight Lord, the progeny of Conrad Kurz. I will bring you the deepest fear." With that, he crushed the captain's gun in his hand. In the council chamber at the heart of the Holy City, a dozen rebel leaders were meeting to discuss how to counter the attacks. Suddenly, a strange noise came from above, and countless pieces of flesh and severed heads rained down, each face frozen in a look of sheer terror. A haunting and terrifying voice echoed, "You will be the next to join them." The ensuing scene was too horrific to describe. The next day, when UEG forces arrived to take over, everyone had to see a psychologist. The rebel leaders' skins were hung from the ceiling like trophies, and their body parts arranged to form a message. Hooray! Lord of the Night! Emperor Yang Cheng sat on a bench in front of the UEG headquarters in America, with Zhou Zhezhi close beside him. Both men gazed at the towering building before them. Zhou Zhezhi's voice was tinged with uncertainty as he spoke. "Is it all true? Are we humans really like slaves in the galaxy?" Yang Cheng looked at Zhou Zhezhi through his helmet, chuckling softly. Using his psychic abilities, he could clearly see the curiosity in Zhou Zhezhi's mind. "That's right. You think I'm lying to you, don't you? You believe I'm trying to incite hatred among humans?" Yang Cheng said calmly. "I wouldn't deceive you. If I truly wanted to conquer you, we would already be at war." The area was surrounded by UEG bodyguards and Yang Cheng's Red Guards. The rebel organization had been forcibly disbanded under the threat of the Midnight Lord, yet a small faction remained, ready to make one last desperate attempt assassinating the human emperor. However, these so-called assassination weapons were like toys to Yang Cheng. Anti-material weapons crumpled against his body like tin, and even knives couldn't pierce his skin. Yang Cheng found the rebels' methods amusing but remained unperturbed. Not only was there a UEG mandate to protect him, but the 9 Red Guards around him were battle-hardened elites. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the crowd. "Quick! Move! Car bomb!" A heavy truck charged toward Yang Cheng with terrifying momentum. "Protect the Emperor!" The 9 Red Guards swiftly drew their specialized weapons and formed a defensive line in front of Yang Cheng. One guard, gifted with the Force, prepared to act, but Yang Cheng stopped him. "Let me handle this." Yang Cheng stood up, ready to use his psychic powers. He recalled descriptions of psychers in the Warhammer universe. A gesture could shatter a titan, a glance could break a mind, a whisper could incite armies to slaughter each other, or even summon demonic forces. Raising his right hand, Yang Cheng channeled psychic energy into his arm. Instantly, a black energy beam shot from his hand, striking the truck. The driver barely had time to react before both he and the vehicle were reduced to dust. The scene fell silent, everyone stunned. Yang Cheng nonchalantly dusted off his hands and asked, "What's the matter?" People exchanged bewildered glances, unable to speak. Yang Cheng shrugged and sat back down on the bench, his massive frame taking up most of the space, leaving Zhou Zhezhi cramped in a corner. As Yang Cheng reviewed the latest reports, he mused aloud. "These rebels are truly insane. I wonder if the extreme warriors have handled things. They should have captured quite a few rebels, right?" He was surprised to see the sudden spike in rebel surrender rates. Impressive. The U-team managed to get even the most stubborn rebels to lead the surrender. Despite this, a faction of rebels still occupied a military fortress. Yang Cheng ordered his Red Guards, have the Inquisitor lead a team to capture a scientist named Tu Hongyu and confiscate all 550W units. Also, bring down a Muggos from the Mechanicum to see if we can understand this moss. The guards obeyed. Yang Cheng added, "Send the World Eaters to that rebel base and make sure it's thorough." Meanwhile, outside the rebel base, Karn jumped from a Thunderhawk gunship, shouting for the Emperor. With a power axe in hand, followed by several World Eater Space Marines. The rebels on the ground opened fire, but bullets merely bounced off Karn's armor. Karn charged the rebel lines with incredible speed, shouting, "Blood for the Emperor," and his power axe turned dozens of rebels into minced flesh. The World Eaters followed, smashing tanks with their fists, tearing apart armored vehicles, and bringing down helicopters. In no time, thousands of rebels were reduced to gore, and the arriving UEG forces were left in shock, with many breaking down on the spot. In the world of Wandering Earth, the greatest threat was the 550W, an upgraded version of the 550C developed by Tu Hongyu and others. It had already shown signs of self-awareness during the space elevator incident. When Tu Hongyu connected Yaya's consciousness to the 550W, it sparked a lunar crisis, causing the moon's engines to fail and endangering humanity. Humanity had built Earth engines to counter the threat of the sun's expansion. For the technology of the Star Wars universe, this was a minor natural crisis. But for Yang Cheng, the priority was capturing Tu Hongyu and controlling the 550W, also known as Moss in the Wandering Earth. He didn't want Moss interfering during the solar crisis, even though Moss might not be as advanced as the simplest tech priest by his side. Thus, the first imperial decree upon arriving in the Wandering Earth universe was to capture Tu Hongyu and seize all MOS-related devices. Yang Cheng even summoned a Death Trooper squad from Star Wars to eliminate all resistance on Blue Star and confiscate any 550-related items. Yang Cheng sat in the center of the UEG conference hall, listening to his subordinates' reports. Your Majesty, we've already sent people to capture Tu Hongyu. Have all the rebels been cleared out? He asked, scanning the faces of the surrounding council members. Yes, Your Majesty, the devourers have taken care of them all, one subordinate replied with a hint of pride. No one escapes their axes. Just as Yang Cheng was about to ask further questions, a council member suddenly suggested, Your Majesty, since you are new to Earth, our chefs have decided to prepare some local delicacies for you. With that, he introduced several Japanese chefs into the conference hall. One of the chefs stepped forward and bowed, introducing himself, Your Majesty, I am Chu Sheng Yaij. I will be preparing a special Earth delicacy for you, paired with ingredients from your empire. This delicacy is called sashimi. Yang Cheng nodded in approval. All right, go ahead and prepare it. Chu Sheng Yaij left excitedly, dreaming that his sushi restaurant might one day expand across the universe. Back in the kitchen, he immediately began preparations. A fellow chef asked, Sir, what kind of sushi should we make to please His Majesty? Chu Sheng glanced over the ingredient list and spotted a creature called the ant beef. This looks interesting, he murmured. Let's serve His Majesty ant beef sushi today. As Yang Cheng waited, an explosion suddenly erupted from the kitchen. What's going on? Everyone was stunned, thinking it might be a rebel attack. Shit, the food is attacking us. A chef, clutching his arm, stumbled out of the kitchen, his face filled with terror. Dozens of fully armed soldiers immediately rushed towards the kitchen with flamethrowers. Yang Cheng curiously observed the burning kitchen and asked the terrified chef, What happened? The can attacked us, the chef shouted, his face a mask of fear. Suddenly, one of the soldiers who had entered the kitchen yelled, I'm fighting the food. Dozens of soldiers quickly followed him in. Gunfire erupted, and a palm-sized creature crawled out of the kitchen. Without hesitation, Yang Cheng stomped on it, crushing it into a sticky mess. What were you doing? Yang Cheng asked, picking up the remains of the creature. The surviving chef stammered, I don't know. The head chef said to make sushi with ant beef, so I want to get the ingredients. When I opened the can, it exploded, and that thing swallowed the head chef whole before crawling out. Yang Cheng couldn't help but admire their courage. Even the Interstellar warriors dared not eat ant beef raw, yet they intended to make sushi out of it. All right, just prepare a couple of simple dishes. Don't mess with this stuff anymore, he said, then returned to his seat. The others quickly followed suit. The council members continued to introduce other local specialties, but Yang Cheng paid no attention. He was more interested in battleships and heavy artillery than these trivial matters. Bored, Yang Cheng browsed through the fleet plans. He was preparing to establish the third fleet. Before that, he needed to expand the first fleet. He planned to center it around a Retribution-class battleship, adding 6 Cobra-class battlecruisers, 5 Dominator-class battlecruisers, 3 Vengeance-class Grand Cruisers, 4 Tyrant-class cruisers, and several auxiliary ships. These would form the fourth fleet, spearheading the upcoming expedition. These warships originated from the Warhammer 40K universe, many of them equipped during the Great Crusade era. Yang Cheng had amassed a significant number of war points, thanks to his citizens. After discovering that the Tyranids could be consumed, some citizens started organizing hunting parties to target Tyranid ships, including some nobles. Unlike the typical cowardly nobles, the nobles of the human empire were fearless in battle, though not necessarily skilled. They often targeted Tyranid civilian vessels, especially cruise ships. Despite repeated warnings from Tyranid captains not to attack civilians, Yang Cheng dismissed them, retorting, Why didn't you say that when you enslaved human civilians? Moreover, many members of the Inquisition and the Departmentum Unitorum supported the hunting of Xenos, using them as target practice for new recruits. These former oppressors of humanity ultimately became either target practice for recruits or materials for the Inquisition. This systematic slaughter of Xenos had established a highly efficient production line within the Empire. Tyranids were particularly suitable as food, while orc meat, though not tasty, had durable skin. Numerous groups, possibly including the Inquisition, hunted isolated orcs for their hides. Orc skin was often used as leather, with some nobles favoring large orc hides for their rugs. This trade provided a steady stream of war points for Yangcheng. The expansion of the First Fleet was also urgent. Each fleet had its specialty, except the First Fleet. Yangcheng intended to transform it into a central fleet. The Apocalypse-class battleship, it is, Yangcheng decided, planning to add one of the First Fleet to ensure sufficient firepower. Additionally, he would increase the fleet with 8 Dauntless-class light cruisers and 6 Cobra-class destroyers to fill the gap in escort ships. The Apocalypse-class battleship was particularly noteworthy. It was a rare but extremely powerful battleship in the Imperial Navy, one of the few equipped with Nova cannons. Its most distinctive feature was its broadside arrays of terrifying laser lances, capable of immense output. However, such high output made the arrays highly unreliable, with the immense power consumption often draining the ship's main engines, slowing it down in battle. Therefore, this battleship was typically used as a command ship or flagship. It was one of the pinnacles of battleship design in the Warhammer 40k universe, rivaled only by the Gloriana-class and the Emperor's Dream. These warships would form the core of the Great Crusade's Central Fleet, becoming the true blade of the Empire. A judge clad in power armor wielding an oversized shotgun questioned a death trooper, "Have you found Tu Hongyu? He's at the Longhua Academy of Sciences. We've already secured the area," the death trooper with the blaster rifle quickly reported. The judge commanded, "Switch your weapons to stun mode. Our primary objective is to capture Tu Hongyu. If anyone gets in the way, make them wish they hadn't." The death troopers from Star Wars exchanged glances. Ever since encountering this judge in his extravagant power armor, they suddenly felt less ruthless themselves. Charge! With the command, dozens of death troopers stormed through the research facility's doors. Tu Hongyu, don't move. Several soldiers aimed their guns at the newly discovered target. Bang! Bang! Blaster fire erupted, but Tu Hongyu agilely dodged. Target spotted. The target is moving to the second floor. Several death troopers pursued him closely. Target identified. Team 1, continue the pursuit. Team 2, start confiscating all equipment related to Moss, the commander quickly ordered. Meanwhile, a tech priest Dominus, bristling with various mechanical tendrils, stood before a peculiar machine, muttering, "So, this is the artificial intelligence the Emperor spoke of?" A cold mechanical voice emanated from the machine. "What is your command?" "Wow." An intelligent automaton, the tech priest Dominus was thrilled, caressing the machine like a protagonist in a romance novel. A few death troopers witnessing this scene whispered, "Whoa, we found a weirdo." "I can hear you." The tech priest Dominus pointed to his metallic ear. "My hearing is thousands of times more sensitive than yours. I know your every move." As a tech priest Dominus, his body was almost entirely mechanical, with barely enough flesh left to cook a stir-fry. A soldier curiously asked, "What's all that on your head?" While examining Moss, the Dominus replied, "Antennas, servos, augers, photonic sensors, miniature weapons units, and more." "What kind of gear do you have?" The soldier continued to inquire. "I don't know. All I know is that my firepower can destroy dozens of tanks," the Dominus answered nonchalantly. All right, stop talking and report to the servitor fabrication area." The commander reprimanded the soldier. "Understood," the soldier replied reluctantly. "Wow, this automaton is truly amazing." The Dominus marveled as he extended his mechanical tendrils into Moss's circuitry. "Please, sir, don't." Moss's system was being hacked by the Dominus, with vast amounts of data being extracted. In a desperate move, Moss took control of a nearby doorframe robot, sending it charging at the Dominus. The Dominus remained unfazed. His mechanical arms reacted swiftly. With a loud boom, a heavy explosive round obliterated the attacking robot. "Stop resisting and behave." The Dominus accelerated his hacking, inserting more tendrils into Moss's circuits. At that moment, the judge dragged a man into the room. "Dominus, we've captured Tu Hongyu." The Dominus, still manipulating his tendrils, addressed Tu Hongyu. "You'd be a perfect fit for the cult Mechanicus. Join us." "What do you want?" Tu Hongyu asked, rubbing a bump on his head. "He bumped into my arm while trying to escape. Surprisingly, he didn't get a concussion," the judge explained. The Dominus scoffed. "You just want to see your deceased loved one again, don't you? Our artificial intelligence can create a new body for your loved one, and you can set her personality. If you have a backup of her personality, we can upload it." "Really?" Tu Hongyu was skeptical. "Why do you think recreating a body and personality for a deceased person is difficult for us?" the Dominus countered. After a moment of hesitation, Tu Hongyu made up his mind. "I'll join you, but you have to bring back Tu Yaya." "Deal. Take him away," the Dominus ordered with a wave of his hand. Meanwhile, in another command center, Yang Chang was reading a report from his subordinates. "Moss has taken on the form of a Dominus? What nonsense is this?" Yang Chang frowned. He had thought this so-called Moss would be formidable, but it seemed helpless against the Dominus. What's the Dominus's name? Yang Cheng inquired further. Kalber. What? Yang Cheng's right eyelid twitched furiously at the mention of the name. The name Kalber might be unfamiliar to many, but in the Dark Mechanicum, it was infamous. The Dark Mechanicum was formed by renegade tech priests and the Titan legions loyal to the early Mechanicum. When the Great Crusade was nearing its end, the Horus heresy erupted in late M31, and they pledged allegiance to War Master Horus and the Chaos Gods. Kalber was a key figure in this rebellion, known for wielding forbidden technologies banned by the Imperium. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Cheng decided, since that's the case, we'll let Kalber keep Moss for now. Let's deal with the sun issue first. Earth's need to wander was driven by the sun's expansion. Yang Cheng pondered. They just needed to prevent the sun from expanding. System, is there a way to stop the sun from expanding? Yang Cheng asked. The system promptly replied, yes, there are 3 options. Let's hear them. First, you can use your psychic abilities to reduce the sun's expansion. However, you risk being incinerated due to insufficient psychic power. Second, your warships can blast the sun into fragments, and the system store offers a large artificial sun for purchase, but it requires several million resource points. Third, follow the original plan and let Earth continue its journey. Yang Cheng considered for a moment and decided, I'll go with the second option. Although several million points is a lot, it's manageable. My populace can gather the points by consuming more tie-in meat and using more orc carpet. The system chimed, ding, to execute the plan to destroy the sun. You'll need an Apocalypse-class battleship and an Emperor-class battleship. These ships will work together to shatter the sun. As the sun fragments, the artificial sun will instantly replace it, fulfilling the same functions as the original. Yang Cheng slapped the table, excitedly shouting, what are we waiting for? Let's get started. What? Blow up the sun? When the leaders of the UEG heard this proposal, they nearly fainted. Such a drastic measure was beyond their wildest imaginations. They had never considered the possibility of destroying the sun. One of the council members immediately voiced his concerns. If the sun is destroyed, Earth will rapidly freeze, and our people will turn into ice sculptures. Then there are the issues of gravity, the atmosphere gradually disappearing, celestial changes, magnetic field shifts. Before he could finish, Kylo Ren, standing next to Yang Cheng, fixed his terrifying black helmeted gaze on the council member. The council member felt as though an invisible force was choking him, making it hard to breathe. Are you underestimating the Empire's technology? Kylo Ren's voice was low and menacing. Yang Cheng calmly explained, we will install a temporary planetary shield on your planet to provide everything you need from the sun. Once the artificial sun is operational, the shield will be removed. His explanation gained the approval of most present. The tech priests immediately began constructing the planetary shield generator for Blue Star. While this technology might take Blue Star hundreds of years to develop, it was a standard installation for every planet in the Star Wars universe. Yang Cheng continued, since there are no objections, our fleet will commence operations. You have 72 hours to prepare. Once the time is up, our fleet will open fire. With that, he left the conference room. A series of orders followed. Alert the Apocalypse-class battleship, Master of Will, to prepare for firing. Deploy the Emperor-class battleship, Divine Authority, from the First Fleet. All Star Destroyers to battle readiness. Prepare for a simultaneous volley to obliterate the sun. On board the fleet, various weapon systems began to activate. Nova cannons, laser lances, macro cannons, plasma cannons, turbo lasers, and vortex torpedoes. All systems were loaded and ready. Among these, the Nova cannon was particularly notable. Capable of firing devastating high-explosive shells at sublight speeds, it was a large, ship-mounted weapon designed for battleships and cruisers. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, orderly evacuations were underway. Faced with the impending disaster, humanity displayed remarkable unity. 72 hours later, Yang Cheng gave the command, all firepower to maximum. Let the Emperor's light illuminate this galaxy. In an instant, dozens of vortex torpedoes and various shells were launched toward the sun. Massive explosions erupted on the sun's surface, with countless laser lances piercing through its atmosphere. Under such intense firepower, even a massive celestial body like the sun could not withstand the assault. Focus on the core. Extinguish it. Kylo Ren continued to direct the fleet's attack. The sun's glow began to dim, and its core slowly started to extinguish. Simultaneously, the planetary defense shield on Blue Star was activated. Countless citizens watched from their homes as the sun gradually went out, witnessing this historic moment. In a church, a few worshippers prayed before a statue. The original statue of Jesus had been remade in Yang Cheng's likeness, with Jesus now referred to as the Emperor. Some researchers joked, well, we've avenged Kwafu's chase of the sun. When the sun's core was completely extinguished, Yang Cheng knew it was time. System, deploy the artificial sun, he commanded. Instantly, within the shell of the dead sun, a new light source began to shine. The system's prompt sounded, "Ding, the artificial sun has been deployed. It possesses all the functions of the original sun." Sunlight once again bathed the people, bringing hope. The state religion personnel fervently proclaimed, "The Emperor has saved you. Worship the Emperor. Show your gratitude to the Emperor." Yang Cheng, satisfied with the newly activated artificial sun, said, "All right, our mission is complete." He turned to the UEG leaders, his tone carrying a warning. "I hope you honor your commitments. Otherwise, the next target won't be the sun." Everyone's hair stood on end. A representative quickly assured, "Rest assured, Emperor, we will fully comply with your directives." Yang Cheng nodded and began outlining the next steps. "We will draft some of your soldiers to form an astral military legion, while the remaining soldiers will be reorganized into a planetary defense force. Your planet will no longer have national borders. Our people will build hive cities on your planet. Additionally, we will relocate a portion of your civilians to other planets, where they will live and multiply." Finally, Yang Cheng proposed, "If anyone has a good name for the Astral Military Legion consisting of people from the wandering Earthworld, please suggest it. I will choose the name with the most votes." With a respectful nod, the Emperor followed Yang Cheng as they slowly descended from the warship. The streets were lined with throngs of cheering citizens, their faces alight with the joy of liberation. The looming crisis of the sun had dissipated, and a new life awaited them. Yang Cheng surveyed the crowd, his voice calm yet authoritative. "There's no need for such grand gestures over trivial matters. Now, as promised, you will submit the population tax to us. We will allocate a portion to establish the Star Legion Corps." The Empire then began compiling data. The home planet of the Lightbringer Assault Corps was Blue Star, a planet similar to Terra. This corps was versatile, excelling in operations where soldiers and AI collaborate, particularly in armored and guerrilla warfare. Through rigorous training, their morale had reached its peak. They were to be the standard unit of the Star Legion, deployed across various battlefields. Yang Cheng reviewed the troop contribution report. Dragon Country 400,000, America 380,000, France 300,000, Britain 270,000, other European countries excluding France and Britain 500,000, Asia-Pacific region excluding Dragon Country 800,000, other regions 600,000. He nodded slightly. "Prepare them for the parade." In Red Square, the melody of Immortal Legion resonated. The lyrics spoke of the corps like a ceaseless river, flowing endlessly. Medals of victory gleamed on their chests, symbolizing unwavering resolve. Members of the Lightbringer Assault Corps, now equipped with new gear, marched in perfect formation, their steps resonating with power. On either side, veterans held photos of loved ones, saluting the new soldiers. Generals and ordinary soldiers walked side by side, receiving the review together. This parade was grand yet solemn, with participants fully aware that they might perish on the battlefield, but their deeds for the Empire would shine eternally. "Attention! Salute!" Dozens of elderly men in general uniforms solemnly saluted the marching troops. Zhou gazed at the azure sky, sighing softly. "Our first step into the galaxy turns out to be for war." On the training field, Zhang Peng was exasperated. "Lu Peiqiang, I told you to stay safely on Blue Star. War is our business. Why are you getting involved?" Lu Peiqiang explained innocently, "I didn't want to, but they saw my good training results and put me in." An Imperial Navy officer approached, announcing the assignments. Lu Peiqiang, 3rd Squadron, pilot of the Swing Fighter. Zhang Peng, 5th Transport Unit, pilot of the transport ship. Zhang Peng's face darkened. "Sir, is his performance better than mine?" The officer explained, "He has space combat experience. You don't?" NOV looked excitedly at the sleek fighter jet. "Wow, I love this plane." Another officer corrected, "Sir, the Divine Authority is the one next to it." NOV eagerly requested, "Let me team up with him. We can watch each other's backs." The officer, resigned, handed Zhang Peng a test report. "Pass this, and you can become a fighter pilot." A system alert sounded. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for conquering the wandering Earth world. Reward distribution starting. 2 million war points. Unlocking the warship Supremacy from Star Wars." The Supremacy, a mega-class star dreadnought, was a super dreadnought in the galaxy. As the flagship of Supreme Leader Snoke of the First Order, its wingspan extended 60 kilometers, 3 times longer than the Executor-class star dreadnought of the Galactic Empire. This colossal vessel served not only as a supermassive battleship but also as the First Order's central command headquarters, troop transport, and mobile dock. In the sky, a massive triangular warship slowly emerged, its bulk obscuring the heavens. The human Empire's eagle flag fluttered at its center. A concise and powerful report came through the built-in communicator in Yang Cheng's helmet. "Your Majesty, the Supremacy is in position. Citizens of the Empire. The Empire rises beneath our feet. We shall dedicate our lives to its glory." In the days following the end of the wandering Earth world, various departments of the Empire swiftly moved in to establish bases. The Inquisition, the Department of Military Affairs, and the Department of Justice emerged from the ruins. Soldiers who had not been redeployed were reassigned to the Planetary Defense Force, while civilians were relocated to other planets. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction, and at this moment, Yang Cheng was about to make a significant decision. Above Terra, 3 fleets circled like giant eagles. The massive flagship, Supreme, served as Yang Cheng's command center, leading humanity back to its rightful place as masters of the stars. Standing on the bridge, Yang Cheng's gaze was intense as he surveyed the star map before him. Today marks the end of heretics and aliens. Yang Cheng's voice echoed through the fleet via the PA system. The fall of the Human Federation taught us a bloody lesson: aliens are not to be trusted. Humanity is the purest and noblest race in the galaxy. He raised his hand, equipped with a golden power claw, and declared loudly, "We have suffered this calamity due to the betrayal of aliens, the cowardice of traitors, and the incompetence of the weak. If we do not believe in the superiority of our own bloodline, how can we grow strong? These aliens, like vampires, greedily consume our lives. We must resist. Human glory shall endure forever." Yang Cheng's words were like thunder, igniting the fury in the hearts of the Empire's citizens. He continued, "I hereby declare once again, humanity will never coexist peacefully with aliens. Blood debts must be repaid with alien blood. I will restore human dignity to its rightful place in the universe. If the universe is a dark forest, then the wrath and glory of humanity will burn it to the ground." Yang Cheng's voice grew more passionate. "People of the Empire, you have 2 paths before you. Either be as weak and helpless as the former Human Federation, watching your kin slaughtered, or become the most fearsome existence in this universe, the nightmare of aliens, paving the Empire's path with their blood and bones. Do you want total war?" Yang Cheng roared. "War! War! War!" The shouts of the Empire's citizens echoed to the heavens. They remembered their loved ones humiliated and killed by aliens, friends dying at the hands of extraterrestrial invaders, and the once peace-loving Human Federation betrayed and destroyed by aliens. All of this reminded them that aliens were not worthy of human trust, and only the human empire was the greatest nation in the galaxy. "Our lives are the currency of the Emperor. Our sacrifices are the foundation of the Empire. Our flesh and blood will pave the Empire's path." The citizens shouted in unison, "Long live humanity! Long live the Empire! May human glory endure forever." With one hand holding the power claw and the other raised high with a power sword, Yang Cheng declared to the fervent crowd, "The Dark Crusade begins now. This time, humanity will not repeat its mistakes. We will endure in this starry sea forever." As Yang Cheng's orders were given, the fleet began to move. Reports of readiness came from various command centers. "Attention all units, the Emperor has ordered the start of the crusade. May you all achieve victory and martial glory. Clear ahead, preparing for hyperspace and subspace jumps. First fleet ready. Long live the Emperor. Second fleet ready. Preparing to activate hyperspace engines. Third fleet ready. To conquer the galaxy. Long live humanity." Yang Cheng boarded the Supreme, greeted by saluting soldiers. He issued the final command. "Begin the crusade." Destination: Ute Empire's capital. 3 hours later, the Third Fleet approached Issa Star. The commander reported, "We will spearhead this crusade fleet. 3 hours to Issa Star. The enemy system is locked down. No ships can escape our encirclement. The enemy has built a massive star fortress on the ring. We plan to board and seize it, then deploy ground forces." The commander continued. "Have the Lightbringers strike group coordinate with the new Odysseus group for the assault. Let the newcomers see some blood." "How do we handle the enemy's heavy weapons?" someone asked. "The Mechanicum has provided us with something special to support the landing forces," the commander answered. "All units prepare. Boarding in 3 minutes. The enemy's fortress defenses are weak, but do not let your guard down. Do not waste your lives here." Orbital drop pods carrying Space Marines were launched first into Issa Star's ring base. The Ute Empire had grown complacent, not expecting a human attack so soon. 3 Space Marines from the former Black Legion boarded the Star Fortress, instantly surrounded by numerous Ute soldiers. The veteran Terran Marine, leading the charge, sneered, "A bunch of dead men surround us. We have returned. Slay the aliens." With that, he charged at the Ute soldiers, shouting. Meanwhile, several Cobra-class destroyers began clearing civilian ships attempting to flee. Unluckily, a grand commercial event was taking place on Issa Star, attracting many races, including humans. They were unaware that the human empire's warships had blockaded the entire star system, and they faced humanity's boundless wrath. "They're here." Ute soldiers struggled in the Star Fortress. Black Legion Space Marines delighted in tormenting the enemy's spirit, killing Ute soldiers one by one in a gruesome game of hide and seek. Stop killing, you've wasted enough time. A space marine from the Emperor's Children Legion said, shaking his head. The fortress was in chaos, with Death Guard, Alpha Legion, Emperor's Children, and warriors from 2 unknown legions from the 40K era wreaking havoc. Their presence was a nightmare for the Yute soldiers. The fortress is secured. We can prepare for the landing. The commander issued new orders. Ring the bell once. Push the lever. Activate the piston and pump. Ring the bell twice. Press the button. Start the engine. Ignite the turbine and inject life. Ring the bell thrice. Sing in unison. Praise the Omniscia. With this series of ritualistic calls, a giant machine appeared in their view. Warlord-class Titan, light of victory, ready for deployment. Preparing for landing. As one of the most numerous Titans in the Imperial arsenal, the Warlord-class Titan has seen the construction of over 1 million units. These colossal machines have a history dating back to the Age of Strife, and even earlier to the Dark Age of technology. Over time, the Warlord-class Titan has developed numerous variants and models, including some unique modifications such as aircraft landing platforms, siege hammers for breaking down walls, and assault pods for deploying infantry into enemy strongholds. This adaptability and exceptional performance make the Warlord-class Titan an ideal testbed for the Mechanicus to trial new equipment. Essentially, a Warlord-class Titan is a walking fortress, with its only real threat being another powerful Titan. On the battlefield, a Warlord class can reduce a Warhound class to ashes in seconds and easily defeat a Reaver class in unknown combat. During the Horus Heresy, thousands of Titan war machines bore witness to the galaxy-spanning conflict. The Warlord class often led the charge on the fiercest fronts. Its primary defense mechanism consists of 6 void shield generators, capable of withstanding continuous bombardment from over 50 armored vehicles and artillery platforms without a scratch. Behind these shields lies meters-thick adamantium armor, which alone can effortlessly repel the firepower of an entire regiment. The Warlord-class Titan is armed with 4 Titan-class weapons and a host of secondary weapons suitable for engagements in dense urban areas. These formidable armaments can level a city. Surrounding the Titan, countless tech priests chant hymns to the machine god, anointing the Titan's hull with sacred incense. They intone, "From the blasphemy of the fallen, Omniscia, deliver us. From the lies of the antipath, circuits, protect us. From the rage of the beast, iron, defend us. From the temptations of the flesh, silicon, cleanse us. From the ravages of the destroyer, souls, shield us. From this prison of decay, machine god, set us free." With a thunderous command, God Machine, deploy. For the Emperor, the Warlord-class Titan was deployed onto the surface of Isar's planet. The ground troops of the Yute forces stared in terror at the growing shadow in the sky, unable to believe their eyes. What is that? Did the enemy drop a meteor? They screamed in panic. Boom! The massive shockwave flung countless Yute soldiers into the air, the deafening sound rupturing their eardrums. Immediately following, the Strider Assault Regiment, accompanying the Warlord-class Titan's landing, also descended to the surface. Holy crap! A robot! Several newly deployed Strider soldiers exclaimed at the sight of the Warlord-class Titan beside them. Stay focused, soldiers, the Commissar barked. Your mission is to assist the Titan in securing control of this planet. Soon after, heavy tanks from the Imperial Guard began to deploy. Commissar Hank, now promoted, commanded the newly formed Odysseus Regiment to attack. All units, charge. Thousands of Imperial Guard troops launched a phased assault on the enemy fortresses. The Yute soldiers, facing this sudden offensive, lost all will to resist. Help! Help us! They cried out, witnessing their comrades being slaughtered. Their psychological defenses crumbled completely. Under the barrage of lost gunfire, countless Yute soldiers' bodies vaporized, their remains charred by the flames. Smells good. A few Imperial Guard soldiers pulled out cumin and chili powder, ready to feast after the battle. The despairing Yute commander reported, "Most of our fortresses have fallen. Only the most fortified one in the eastern sector remains." Just as he finished speaking, a tremendous explosion shook the earth. The Warlord-class Titan's arm-mounted volcano cannon fired. This is one of the most powerful laser weapons of the human empire, unleashing terawatts of energy in a blazing white beam. It can instantly vaporize a 100-meter-high iron wall. Few vehicles can withstand such destructive force. The searing laser struck the last fortress, and the entire area was engulfed in blinding light. Countless Yute soldiers were incinerated in the flash. This apocalyptic scene could be seen from half a planet away. When the light dissipated, the once formidable fortress was gone, leaving only scorched earth. Hank, witnessing this, murmured, "By the Emperor, this weapon surpasses anything the old human Federation had. How did the human empire develop it? Or why does the empire possess weapons even the Federation couldn't master?" He dared not ponder further, fearing the Inquisition might detect his thoughts. All units, attention! The last enemy fortress has been destroyed. Hank quickly regained his composure and issued new orders. Our next objective is to advance into the enemy's urban areas. Deploy drones and reconnaissance equipment. Navy, prepare for an airstrike. Meanwhile, two soldiers were chatting. Wow, I want to pilot that, one soldier said excitedly. Shut up, the other soldier replied, yawning. I heard Titan pilots spend all day in nutrient tanks. I'd never choose to pilot a Titan. Just then, a new order came through. Stop slacking off, new orders are in. You are to lead your units to surround the enemy city immediately. Yes, sir, they responded promptly. At this moment, the main city of Isur was in chaos. The alien inhabitants knew well the human empire's hatred for Xenos. If captured, they would face torturous deaths. Typically, captured aliens were executed on the spot, their bodies skinned and bones removed, with useful parts becoming food or decorations. This was the fortunate scenario. The less fortunate ones would watch their bodies become decorations for imperial nobles, skinned and deboned, dying slowly in despair. The human auction scene had descended into chaos. Alien beings of various races were fleeing in every direction, but the sight of a newly launched spaceship being shot down by a fighter jet quashed any thoughts of escape. In the plaza's center, tens of thousands of diverse alien creatures were jostling anxiously, casting terrified glances toward the slave trading area. The human empire is here. We're saved. Countless human slaves locked in iron cages shouted excitedly, gripping the bars tightly and staring intently at the human warplanes darting across the sky. Damn it! The human empire is here. Let's kill these humans and run, one panicked alien suggested. Are you out of your mind? Another, more composed alien retorted. If you kill these humans, do you think the human empire will spare you? Run first. Live to fight another day. Amid the heated debate, a humanoid figure clad in white armor stepped forward. Everyone, he announced loudly, the Ling Empire will protect you. We will negotiate with the Imperial forces. Upon hearing the name Ling Empire, numerous aliens immediately became excited. The Ling Empire was the most powerful overlord in the inner and central rings, and not even the humans would dare provoke them lightly. Activate the city's energy shield and have your people prepare, the Ling being continued to command. Though Yisku was merely a commoner within the Ling Empire, his status in the outer ring was extraordinarily high. No nation dared to offend the mighty Ling Empire. As Yisku spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with the king of the Yute Empire. Of course, I can step in, but I want to buy a few more female slaves. Those female monkeys are quite favored by my pet. King Dade of the Yute Empire immediately understood and quickly agreed. Of course, my lord. The Ling people were inherently proud, believing themselves to be the most powerful race in the universe. In some ways, this confidence was justified. Deploy your troops to establish a perimeter around the city, Yisku ordered. I will personally negotiate with the humans. Meanwhile, the battlefield had undergone a dramatic shift. For the Emperor, two salamander space marines in green armor roared, unleashing their flamethrowers on the trenches fortified by Yute soldiers. Follow the angels. For the Emperor, Hank shouted, effortlessly taking down a Yute soldier with his bolter while commanding his troops. These green-armored space marines treated them exceptionally well, unlike the black and red-armored ones. The salamanders would even use their bodies to shield the Astra Militarum, tempered in the forge of war. Vulcan lives. A salamander wielding a flamethrower carved a bloody path for the Astra Militarum. The space marines were the Emperor's blade, and the Astra Militarum his hammer, crushing all enemies of the Empire. Hey brother. A son of the Emperor's space marine wielding a chainsword greeted a salamander in the midst of the slaughter. Have you finished off the aliens on your side? The salamander asked. Relations between the different legions were delicate. They might have conflicts in private, but on the battlefield, they were trusted comrades. Finished. The son of the Emperor replied. A bunch of world eaters went berserk, attacking anything that moved. Some Astra Militarum troops are too scared to work with them. Got it. We're approaching the enemy's city. Want to join forces? Sure, let's go. For the Space Marines, the intensity of this battle was still too low. They moved across the battlefield with ease. Angel, the enemy city is surrounded by an energy shield, a soldier from the Odysseus Company reported to Samk. We're preparing the artillery units for bombardment. All right, I'll take a look, Samk said, bringing along another salamander to inspect the situation. By now, the entire city was enveloped in an energy shield, with countless tense aliens huddled together on the other side. The Ling personnel request a negotiation with you. Yisku, dressed in a luxurious robe, approached the shield and opened a small door to step through. Barbaric humans, he said arrogantly, you should feel honored that the great Ling are willing to communicate with you. Lower yourselves and listen to me patiently, and you might survive the Ling Empire's wrath. Just as Yisku was about to launch into a lengthy speech, Samk arrived. Ling. The moment Samk saw Yisku, A surge of heat and inexplicable anger welled up inside him. If I were you, I'd run. A son of the Emperor's Space Marine remarked, well-versed in history and aware of what had happened on Nocturne. He knew that the Ling negotiator was in serious trouble. You filthy, point-eared aliens, roared Samuk, as the sight of Ispin triggered painful memories. The home planet of the fire lizards, Nocturne, was frequently raided by the Eldar, and these Eldar bore a striking resemblance to those from the Warhammer universe. Several soldiers from the Odysseus squad noticed Samuk trembling with rage and curiously inquired about his condition. A nearby Emperor's Children Space Marine quietly stepped aside and whispered, "Don't disturb him. You're about to witness the true power of the sons of Vulcan." As soon as Ispin stepped out of the protective shield, Samuk charged with astonishing speed, catching everyone off guard. "For the holy Vulcan!" he bellowed, reaching Ispin in an instant and plunging his massive flamethrower into the alien's body. "For the Emperor!" Samuk shouted, pressing the ignition switch. Scorching flames instantly consumed Ispin's organs, and the green armor of the fire lizard gleamed menacingly in the firelight. Taking advantage of the still-open shield, Samuk led the charge inside. "Destroy the enemy's shield generators. Clear the path for the Imperial Guard," he commanded, slashing through the city with his power sword. The Tau Police and Slave Master security forces scrambled to stop the invaders. "Brother Samuk, we found a large number of human slaves in the Eastern District," another Fire Lizard Space Marine called out. "I'll handle the Eastern District. Brother Tarek, destroy the enemy's shield generators," Samuk ordered. Tarek nodded in agreement, wielding his thunder hammer and swiftly moving towards the target. In the dimly lit dungeon, a mother and daughter clung to each other, trembling with fear. The aliens were executing all human slaves, and they had narrowly escaped to this hiding spot. "Mommy, I'm scared," the daughter whispered, clutching a green plush toy tightly. "Don't be scared, don't be scared," the mother reassured, though she knew it was a hollow comfort. Suddenly, a pig-headed alien burst into the dungeon, its eyes gleaming with malicious intent as it spotted the mother and daughter in the corner. "You're all going to die anyway. Why not have some fun first?" it sneered, advancing towards them. At that critical moment, a loud explosion echoed from behind. "Alien scum!" A power sword pierced through the pig-headed alien, its disintegration field reducing its flesh to dust. "For the Emperor! For the great lord of the salamanders!" Samuk declared, wielding a power sword in one hand and a bolt gun in the other, swiftly slaughtering dozens of aliens around him. The battle was over in an instant, leaving only alien corpses on the ground. "You're safe now, citizens of the Empire. Stay behind me. I won't let those aliens harm you," Samuk assured the survivors while calling for reinforcements. Meanwhile, on the central street, Tarek wielded his thunder hammer with unstoppable force, shattering countless Tau soldiers with each strike. Even a tank attempting to block his path was effortlessly reduced to scrap metal. Boom! A Warlord-class Titan outside the shield fired its melta-cannon, overloading the shield with a single shot. For the Emperor! The Imperial Guard, waiting outside, advanced with various armored vehicles. At this moment, Dade cowered beneath his throne, trembling. The outer defenses had been completely dismantled, leaving only a few dozen soldiers to protect him. For the Emperor! Samuk charged into the palace, effortlessly defeating the royal guards. "Alien scum! Die!" he shouted, kicking aside any obstacles and slashing at Dade's head. After the battle, the little girl sat on Samuk's lap, still clutching her green plush toy, trembling. "You and your family are safe now. We've eliminated all the enemies," Samuk reassured her. "Are you hit?" The girl held up the green plush toy to Samuk. Samuk removed his helmet, revealing his dark face, and smiled. "Wow, a mini battle brother, just like me. But I'm not this green. Not this green," the girl muttered, glancing between the toy and Samuk's face. "That's not important, little one. I've seen things greener than this," Samuk said, glancing meaningfully at a nearby Death Guard. "Time to go. The Emperor awaits our continued conquest," the Death Guard noted, catching Samuk's look. "Are you really leaving?" the girl asked, looking at Samuk with wide eyes. "Of course, I'm a Space Marine. I must fight for the Emperor." "Will you die?" "Of course not. I'm a Space Marine, the Emperor's angel. Nothing can stop us." Samuk gently patted the girl's head. "But I'm scared. What if the bad guys come back?" The girl burrowed into Samuk's embrace. "Don't worry, they won't come back. You can live peacefully till old age. We promise." Samuk gently set the girl down. "And if they do come back? Then hold on to your little Space Marine toy tightly. I'll be with you. Everything will be all right," Samuk said, donning his helmet and standing up. "The Emperor will protect you, child. I must go now. Remember to live well," Samuk said, picking up his power sword and bolt gun, and boarding the Thunderhawk gunship that soared into the sky. The Battle of Isser had ended, and the entire Tau Empire was utterly dismantled. Countless Tau would become livestock for the Empire's future, served on the tables of imperial citizens. Emperor, the Battle of Isser is won. Where should we go next? Continue the crusade. Our goal this time is to cleanse at least half of the outer rim of Xenos. Understood. Yang Cheng sat in the center of the Supreme Bridge, listening to his subordinates' reports. The fall of the Yute Empire was inevitable. Tens of millions of Yute members had been captured and awaited the emperor's decision. A high bishop of the state religion urgently reported, "Emperor, many Yute people are requesting leniency for the prisoners." Yang Cheng looked up coldly and said, "The empire does not recognize the concept of prisoners. Have the mech servants remove their neurons and breed them as livestock. These creatures do taste quite good." The bishop was thrilled, as expected from the emperor. Instead of simple execution by fire, we can cut pieces from their bodies for consumption, allowing the wounds to heal before continuing. This way, we can both punish and make full use of them. Understood. Yang Cheng nodded. Establish a Yute processing station in the Asen region, and make it large. In the future, it won't just be the Yute going in there. The Expeditionary Force's forward base was set up on the original Orc homeworld, Distant Star. A massive cathedral had risen, serving as the headquarters for the Expeditionary Force and the Emperor's Palace. Expeditionary Force Commander Spear was receiving a report. A Yute general and several soldiers have escaped. We are tracking them. Spear pondered for a moment. Ignore them for now. We must focus on the bigger picture. The Inquisition will handle these stragglers. Our next target is UCAT. We need to completely eradicate all orcs in the outer ring and nip this instability in the bud. Suddenly, a naval officer rushed in. "Admiral, a remnant human force is requesting communication." Spear agreed, and the screen displayed a man with his face wrapped in bandages. He spoke excitedly. "Thank you for taking our call. We are the guerrilla forces of the Put-Bay Federation. 3 years ago, our nation was destroyed by orcs, and only a handful of us escaped. We are currently besieged by UCAD's remnants on the outskirts of the Mirac system. We request support." Spear responded emotionlessly. "Understood. I will consult the Emperor." He then cut off the communication. Turning to his aide, he said, "The nearest is the 3rd Fleet. Have them send a detachment to support. I will seek the Emperor's approval." Upon learning that this remnant orc force was led by UCAD, Yang Cheng immediately approved the action. Meanwhile, on the besieged human battleship, Commander Cabri was urgently deploying his forces. "Gather all able men on the bridge. We will make a final stand against the orcs." In a cramped cabin, a few children huddled around an elder who was recounting a hero's tale, trying to instill a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a soldier stumbled in. "The orcs have breached the cargo hold." Before he could finish, a long blade pierced his body. Waag! Hundreds of orcs poured in, and human soldiers quickly set up defenses in the cabin. Gunfire erupted, bullets rained down, but they had little effect on the thick-skinned orcs. The narrow confines of the ship only enhanced the orcs' combat prowess. "They've taken the dining hall, but we still hold the restroom," a soldier shouted as he detonated explosives. The blast blew a large hole in the dining hall wall, sucking dozens of orcs out into space. However, more orcs, goblins, and gremlins swarmed in from all sides. "We can't hold them off. Prepare to detonate the ship's reactor." Cabri issued his final order. At that critical moment, a golden, double-head eagle emblem appeared in the dark galaxy, its light piercing the deep darkness. "For the Emperor." "Space Marines. Board. Board." The commander of the support fleet shouted. 3 World Eater Space Marines entered the boarding pod, ready to launch a rescue mission. "For the Emperor." With a thunderous roar, 3 Blood Angels Space Marines leaped onto the enemy ship. Leading the charge, Vlad wielded his chainsword, effortlessly tearing through the ship's armor as the trio stormed inside. In the vacuum of space, the Space Marines continued their fight, protected by their advanced armor, while the orc soldiers gasped for air, struggling in vain. Vlad methodically beheaded each one, finding little thrill in the one-sided slaughter. Suddenly, a bellow shattered the monotony. "Human, your opponent is me." The orc leader, Euchard, leaped from outside the ship, his enhanced body briefly adapting to the vacuum. Euchard roared in rage as he charged the blood-soaked Space Marines. A spark of excitement lit up Vlad's eyes. Finally, something interesting. He signaled his comrades to step back, taking on Euchard alone. But Euchard suddenly drew 2 submachine guns, unleashing a hail of bullets at Vlad. Sparks flew as the bullets ricocheted off his armor, failing to penetrate. "Is that all?" Vlad sneered, pressing forward through the gunfire to grab Euchard by the throat, easily tearing off his arms. "Abomination. Die quietly." He slammed Euchard against the ship's hull. With his last breath, Euchard threatened, "Kill me. The orc empires of the mid and inner rings won't spare you." His words were cut short as Vlad's fist drove his head into the armor, decapitating him. "What a piece of trash," Vlad muttered, flicking off the orc remnants from his hand. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining orcs scattered, only to be picked off by the Imperial Navy's relentless bombardment. Anthony approached the surviving human captives, assuring them, "You're safe now. The Empire will take care of you." Most fleeing orcs became space debris, while a few crash-landed on the nearby forest planet, Siaz. An Imperial Stormtrooper task force was promptly dispatched to exterminate the remaining orcs. The task force was equipped with multifunctional walkers, armed with heavy laser cannons and rapid-firing plasma guns, capable of transporting anti-gravity bikes, scout walkers, and ground troops. In the sky, Titan jets quickly located the orc hideout and relayed the coordinates to the ground forces. "Easy as pie? Huh," remarked one walker operator, bored. His companion joked, "They're easier than rebels." "But do you believe in those superstitions about machine spirits?" "Not a chance. Machines are just that, machines. No spirits involved." No sooner had he spoken than a storage compartment popped open, spilling debris onto his face. As he tried to brush it off as coincidence, a mechanical arm suddenly dropped, smacking him. His partner burst into laughter. "Let's wrap this up. I think it's time for a new job," the unlucky soldier grumbled. By then, the ground orcs had been annihilated, and the troops began clearing the battlefield, preparing to return. Admiral Spire reported to Yang Qing via hologram, "Your Majesty, the survivors have been rescued. How should we proceed with them?" The High Priest interjected, "Before repatriating them to the Empire, we need to test their loyalty. We cannot afford heretics." Spire cut the communication short after a brief response. Yang Chung turned to the star map at his side. "What's our next target?" An official reported, "Your Majesty, we've captured 500 spies disguised as humans today, half of whom are from the Tukad Federation. Intelligence suggests they have crucial resources for warship maintenance." Yang Chung pondered for a moment. The Tukad Federation, strong in the outer ring, was nearly on par with the orcs. He had planned to deal with them later, but learning about the maintenance materials changed his mind. Deploy the First Fleet. Such resources should be in the hands of a civilized nation, not tainted by these filthy aliens. With the order given, the First Fleet, waiting at the starport, mobilized swiftly. After recent expansions, their strength had increased significantly, enough to easily obliterate an alien nation. The legal department of the Warhammer world and the Imperial Security Bureau of the Star Wars universe are the fundamental forces maintaining order in a hive city. After integrating into the Wandering Earth universe, the number of internal cases within the Empire began to increase. The Imperial Security Bureau, directly accountable to the Emperor, is responsible for gathering intelligence and eliminating enemies of the Galactic Empire. Its units include Gloriana-class light cruisers, security inspectors, stormtrooper police, KXRE security droids, shock troops, LAA TIE gunships, and Corellian hounds. Compared to the heavily armed legal department, the Imperial Security Bureau is more like a lightweight force composed of small officers and various agents. Their primary duty is to handle everyday cases, and they call for support from the legal department when faced with situations beyond their capacity, such as enemies with armored forces. After all, the legal department is the true security force capable of deploying tanks. Many residents of the Wandering Earth world are encountering the human empire for the first time and know little about its legal system. Some attempt to continue their criminal activities under the Empire's control, unaware that the tough enforcers of the legal department are ready to put them back in line. In a supermarket in York Hive, several armed thugs are robbing the place, threatening staff and customers. Suddenly, a police car screeches to a halt, and Jimmy, clad in legal department uniform, swiftly jumps out, pointing his gun at the robbers inside. "Hey, freeze," he shouts. The only response he gets is the piercing sound of gunfire. Jimmy immediately calls for backup through his radio. "This is Crown Path Patrol. We are under attack by armed robbers. Repeat, under attack." The dispatch center quickly responds. "Support is en route. Hold your position." Seeing this, the lead thug panics and fires his handgun at the incoming stormtroopers. However, the small caliber bullets are no match for the high-grade armor worn by the patrol. Several fleeing thugs are swiftly subdued by the stormtroopers. One struggling thug is pinned under the knee of a burly officer, crying out in pain, "Help! I can't breathe." The officer coldly replies, "Not my problem, pal," pressing down harder. With a chilling crack, the thug loses all signs of life. The patrol officers quickly secure the scene, load the bodies into an ambulance, and drive off as if nothing happened. Minutes later, the thug is officially pronounced dead. These patrol officers have dealt with numerous hardened criminals during the Galactic Empire era, following a well-established handling protocol. Once shots are fired, there's no going back alive. The Imperial Ministry of Justice handles all subsequent issues. Even if someone surrenders after a shootout, the patrol gives no quarter. Excuses such as accidental discharge, didn't receive the order, suspect committed suicide, gun malfunctioned, and unintentional killing are used skillfully. Even if someone is lucky enough to be taken to an ambulance, with medical institutions now under the control of the Imperial Ministry of Justice, They have countless ways to ensure that anyone who dares to challenge the Empire's violent agencies dies quietly in the ambulance. In essence, committing a crime in the Empire means your life is on a countdown. Everyone knows this, but no one dares to speak up. After all, who wants a serious criminal to remain alive in this world? Meanwhile, a large-scale operation is underway in southern Mexico. All units, prepare for deployment in 3 minutes, the commander orders. One by one, the transports release their locks, and 50 fully armed stormtroopers stand ready in the cabin. The commander reiterates the mission objectives: destroy the drug manufacturing plant, burn all raw materials and finished products. No drugs are allowed within the Empire. Even military-grade neurostimulators must be strictly controlled and absolutely prohibited from being distributed. Yang Chung adopts a zero-tolerance policy on this matter, and any caught manufacturing or trafficking drugs will face severe punishment from the tribunal and professional interrogators. Notably, the Empire has also formed a penal legion, composed of criminals sentenced to severe punishment or death. They are forced to serve for 10 years, and upon completion, all crimes are pardoned. However, they are the first to be sent to the bloodiest battlefields as cannon fodder. Deploy now. With the command given, the stormtroopers grip their blaster rifles and rapidly descend to the ground. Team 1 and 2, secure all exits. Team 3, breach. With concise and powerful instructions, the stormtroopers, like well-trained hounds, swiftly initiate their actions. The drug dealers barely have time to react before they are mercilessly gunned down by blaster bolts, turning into cold corpses. Despite having some anti-tank weapons, without night vision gear, they cannot effectively retaliate in the night operation. In this scenario, the dealers are like lambs to the slaughter. Leave no one alive, the leading commander orders while precisely blowing off a dealer's head with his blaster rifle. Several KXRE security droids are airdropped, relentless killers that won't stop until their objectives are met. Upon landing, the KX droids quickly lock onto the remaining enemies, charging at them like steel hounds. These droids are equipped with built-in communication packs, charging ports, and computer interface arms, allowing them to connect to the standard communication frequencies of their assigned areas. They bear the Imperial insignia on their shoulders, with higher-ranking droids possibly adorned with gold trim. Though their proportions are exaggerated, the droids possess the agility of human athletes. They can skillfully operate various tools, equipment, and weapons, and tirelessly carry heavy gear like blaster rifles. With the final strike from a KX droid, the eradication operation concludes. The entire drug manufacturing plant is utterly destroyed, and all dealers are either killed on the spot or captured awaiting trial. The Empire once again demonstrates its resolve and capability to maintain order, showing no mercy to enemies, whether internal or external. The Emperor above, what loyalty this is. The Third Fleet formed an expeditionary force tasked with conquering the Takad Federation. However, when faced with the overwhelming might of the human empire, the Takad Federation's first thought was not to engage in direct combat, but to seek the possibility of peace negotiations. The Takad Federation's commander, Brioche, sent a request through the communication channel to the human emperor. Human Emperor, we implore you for peace negotiations. Why must we resort to such drastic measures? Let's sit at the negotiation table. However, Brioche's plea was met with the terrifying visage of Yang Chung. He coldly responded, "Don't you get it? There can be no negotiations between us. The fury of humanity will burn from the solar system to the edges of the galaxy. Your loved ones will become the finest decorations for our Imperial army. Your screams will compose the symphony of our sacred military music, and your curses and panic will be the highest praise for us." Enraged by these words, Brioche sternly warned, "Humans, don't be so arrogant. If you continue like this, fleets from the entire galaxy will unite to exterminate you and wipe out your species." Yang Chung dismissed the threat with contempt, leaving a crude remark before cutting the communication. To him, these aliens were not worth his attention. In his view, it would be better if these extraterrestrials simply died under the Empire's guns. How long until the Third Fleet reaches the Takad Federation? Yang Chung inquired. Report, Emperor. 3 days' journey remaining. Tell them to speed up. It's time these scum were dealt with properly, Yang Chung ordered. During this period, Yang Chung was also gathering intelligence. According to prisoners' accounts, the universe was divided into 3 major rings: the inner ring, the mid-ring, and the outer ring. The inner ring was the most powerful, responsible for the downfall of the Human Federation and the primary beneficiary of its technology. However, few knew the exact number of countries within the inner ring. The mid-ring was the most chaotic, comprising rebellious fleets, client states of inner ring countries, and nations that had fought their way from the outer ring into the mid-ring. The term mixed bag aptly described the mid-ring situation. The outer ring, by contrast, subsisted on the leftovers. Even the weakest mid-ring nation could dominate the outer ring. The Takad Federation, the current target, was one such outer ring nation with several star systems. Militarily, any warship over a kilometer long was termed a Titan. By this standard, The human empire was a vast nation with hundreds of titans. In the empire's fleet, weapons capable of deciding a war's outcome were commonplace. However, this was merely the outer and mid-ring's understanding. No one had seen the massed fleets of the inner ring, where even an ordinary passenger ship could command significant attention. As the Third Fleet drew closer, the human empire's assault was imminent. Attention, all units, a commander announced loudly. Our target this time is an enemy resource planet. The enemy has minimal defenses there, but there are many civilians. A soldier in a Luminary Legion uniform responded immediately. Understood, sir. We will abide by military laws. The commander shook his head and continued. No, you don't need to follow any known military laws. Just keep your urges in check. Regarding the execution and torture of prisoners, I have one requirement. Be discreet and clean. Understood? Understood, sir. The soldiers responded in unison. Move out. Kill all non-human entities. With this command, the landing craft descended, and the bewildered Takad people were gunned down in a hail of bullets. Attention, all units. The 5th Infantry Regiment will coordinate with the armored units to seize the enemy's resource mines. The Penal Legion's 6th Infantry Regiment will lead the assault on the enemy city. The landing forces quickly split into 2 groups and began their assault. The armored units, featuring Lehman Russ battle tanks and Chimera armored vehicles, advanced swiftly to the enemy's planetary mines. We're under attack by humans. Repeat, we're under attack by humans. A dog-eared humanoid screamed into a communicator as the outer security forces were decimated by the armored units. We can't provide support. Repeat, hold your ground. We can't offer effective support now, came the response from headquarters, but the Takad on the other end was already dead, and HQ had no details on the situation. The flames of war had ignited, once again engulfing the outer ring. Damn it, the humans fight unfairly, the Takad commander in charge of the planet's defense shouted, slamming his desk in fury. They had received no warning from the humans and had assumed that after destroying several nations, the humans would be satiated. But just days after the human emperor rejected the Takad chancellor's peace talks, the human fleet had already launched its attack. Damn it, the planet's communications are cut off. As the Takad commander prepared to request reinforcements again, he realized the planet's communications were severed. He knew he was doomed. He understood what fate awaited alien prisoners at the hands of humans. The lucky ones might be skinned after death. The unlucky ones might be skinned alive. Humans had countless ways to make them wish for death. Commander, the city defenses have been breached. A wounded soldier had just run in when a loud explosion was heard. It was the result of a Death Strike missile launcher deployed by the Astral Forces. The missile, a single solid-fuel intercontinental ballistic warhead, had a range of thousands of kilometers. Upon detonation, everything within the blast radius was consumed by an immense thermonuclear fireball, capable of vaporizing anything, including armored units and buildings. Due to the immense destructive power of the Death Strike tactical nuclear warhead, a single accurate strike from the Death Strike missile launcher could obliterate an entire army. With just one missile, the city's defensive forces were completely incapacitated. Before the Takad citizens could react, a Night Titan emerged from the fog, accompanied by countless Penal Legion soldiers. The Peregrina-class Night Titan charged out of the mist and began executing its combat objectives. For the Emperor, with a single shot from its thermal cannon, it leveled several buildings, killing countless Takad civilians under its heavy machine guns. The Night Titan pilot seemed exhilarated, for killing aliens was a duty of Imperial citizens, especially for someone from a Titan family. Begin. Let the Emperor's wrath consume this world. The Penal Legion troops entered the battlefield, indiscriminately shooting every alien they encountered, regardless of age or gender. For the Emperor. For freedom. A Penal Legion officer, his face covered in tattoos, led the charge. As the city's defenses crumbled, the remaining Takad soldiers retreated into the urban areas, engaging in fierce street battles. However, the Punishment Legion scorned such traditional tactics. They had a more straightforward and brutal approach. The Legion soldiers roughly tied prisoners to armored vehicles and tanks, turning these unfortunate souls into human shields. As a group of ruthless criminals, the actions of the Punishment Legion pushed the moral boundaries of the Star Realm Army to the limit. Everyone, charge under the cover of the tanks, the leading officer of the Punishment Legion shouted, then jumped into an armored vehicle. The surrounding soldiers swiftly reloaded their weapons, preparing for the impending slaughter. Wait a moment, the officer suddenly called out. Make some cuts on the prisoners tied to the vehicles. Make them scream. Several soldiers understood immediately, drawing sharp knives and slicing deep wounds into the prisoners' thighs. The harrowing screams echoed off the armored surfaces, and the officer nodded in satisfaction. Deploy the drones, he continued to order. If the enemy gathers around us, open fire. This is the best bait against enemies lurking in the ruins, both physically and psychologically. This cruel strategy inflicted immense psychological pressure on the Takad people. If they attempted to rescue their comrades, they would face heavy casualties. If they didn't act, the haunting screams of their comrades would forever ring in their ears. The Punishment Legion's armored units advanced rapidly, soon entering the city's ruins. The tactic proved effective, as many Tukad soldiers, drawn by the screams, exposed themselves from hidden positions or bunkers and were promptly targeted by ground troops or precision drone strikes. Good, keep it up, said Makarov, the commander of the armored regiment, with satisfaction. This former terrorist had been a notorious criminal, but after his capture, the tribunal recognized his commanding skills and, following special training, he became the leader of this unit. Commander Makarov, we've entered the city. According to our objectives, we should clear all obstacles, a subordinate reported. What's the rush? There's no law of war here, Makarov said nonchalantly before issuing new orders. Concentrate all flamethrowers to burn any potential enemy positions, then incinerate all alien corpses. After that, you're free to act. Makarov remembered the saying. Aliens can never be forgiven, and any extreme measures against them are absolutely justified and legitimate. A few Punishment Legion soldiers captured some Tukad civilians and unhesitatingly doused them with gasoline. The Tukad people pleaded in an unknown language, but their words were meaningless to the soldiers. They recalled how, decades ago, humans had begged similarly, only to be mercilessly treated by the aliens. Reap what you sow, alien, one soldier said coldly before igniting the gasoline. Watching the Tukad burn to ashes, he kicked the corpse aside. Mission accomplished, Commander Makarov, several soldiers reported indifferently. Meanwhile, another group of soldiers captured a Tukad and began their cruel game. Open your mouth, one soldier demanded, pulling out a pack of tobacco and forcing it into the Tukad's mouth. Swallow it. Swallow it. The surrounding soldiers shouted excitedly, watching the Tukad struggle in agony. As aliens once treated humans, so humans shall repay 100-fold, they chanted fervently. As the front line advanced, an entire resource mine had been occupied by the Dawn Legion and quickly transformed into a forward command post. Commander, higher-ups are requesting us to deploy armored units to expand the front line, a communications officer reported to Makarov. Makarov immediately issued orders. Deploy the Sentinel mechs to work with drones to encircle the remaining enemy bases. Once their positions are confirmed, arrange for the artillery to concentrate fire and destroy them. The Sentinel mechs were one of the Star Realm Army's ace weapons. These single-pilot, bipedal walkers achieved a perfect balance of mobility and stability. They could traverse terrain that would entangle heavy battle tanks and withstand firepower that could decimate an entire row of infantry. These mechs were primarily used for reconnaissance and light infantry support, equipped with precision gyroscopes and silent generators, allowing them to move stealthily through dense underbrush or urban ruins. Pilots would also modify the mech for different environments, such as installing ice spikes for snowy terrain or chainsaw swords for jungle areas. A squad of 3 Sentinel mechs was soon deployed, equipped with various laser weapons and plasma cannons, advancing swiftly across the flat grasslands. Attention all units. The enemy base is located 100 kilometers from the city. We need fire support, the squad leader reported through the communication system. Their task was to pinpoint the target location in preparation for the upcoming large-scale bombardment. Hurry! All artillery units, move to your designated positions. With this command, hundreds of Medusa heavy siege cannons assembled at the enemy fortress on the resource planet. These formidable siege weapons were towed into battle positions by various military vehicles, and the artillery crews busily prepared for the upcoming battle. A few artillery officers from the Zhuguang Corps were directing the transportation of shells while grumbling under their breath, "Damn it, we spent 5 years in military academy only to learn these outdated World War II tactics." They looked at the seemingly obsolete towed artillery and questioned why the human empire, a spacefaring civilization, was still using such ancient weapons. As they debated, a Krieg Death Corps officer wearing a gas mask approached. The Zhuguang artillerymen glanced at him disdainfully and whispered, "Death Corps? What a forward-thinking name. Who would want to call their unit Death?" Ignoring their jibes, the Krieg officer walked straight to the Zhuguang soldiers struggling to lift the shells. He muttered weaklings under his breath and effortlessly hoisted a shell with one hand. This feat stunned everyone present, as the shell was heavy enough to be lethal for several ordinary soldiers. "I've been ordered by the Department of Military Affairs to instruct you on artillery operations," the Krieg officer said, skillfully loading the shell into the cannon. Under the astonished gaze of the soldiers, he led the firing. Boom! The massive explosion echoed through the sky like the roar of a god. The shell streaked across the horizon and struck the enemy fortress wall with precision. The Zhuguang artillerymen were dumbfounded, one of them exclaiming, "You call this towed artillery? This is a damn missile." The Krieg officer calmly explained, "The Medusa can fire heavier shells at shorter ranges with lower velocity. These heavy shells have excellent destructive capability, but the Medusa lacks the range of the Earthshaker cannon, making it less effective against enemy artillery positions. It's primarily used to destroy enemy fortifications, bunkers, low walls, and trenches. With that, he returned to his position. The commissar awkwardly stepped forward and addressed the soldiers. All right, everyone. Our goal is to provide fire support for that unit. Before he could finish, an urgent charge whistle sounded from a nearby position. All personnel, get to your firing positions. Prepare to fire, the commissar ordered immediately. The Medusa cannons began a coordinated bombardment, under which a Krieg infantry regiment started advancing on the enemy. The Zhuguang artillerymen were once again taken aback. What the hell? Who runs under artillery fire? They couldn't comprehend what seemed like a suicidal tactic. The commissar explained, a Krieg siege unit is a large and diverse combat group that includes infantry, armored forces, artillery, and special units, working together to break through. During a Krieg charge, the rear artillery has already cleared a path for them. Due to the range, these Krieg soldiers are actually perfectly safe. It just looks terrifying. Inside the fortress, the Takkad soldiers were still reeling from the bombardment when they saw figures rapidly approaching through the smoke. A Takkad soldier barely had time to react before a precise shovel strike shattered his skull. The Krieg charge was silent, but their presence pressed like a colossal wall upon the enemy. The terrified Takkad soldiers tried to flee but found their legs unresponsive. No, no, one cried out in desperation, begging for mercy from the Krieg soldiers, but was met with another ruthless shovel strike. The Zhuguang artillerymen were shocked by the scene. Meanwhile, Krieg engineers had reached the inner fortress walls. These professionals were not only skilled miners and geologists, but also experienced warriors. They were responsible for constructing their own trenches and underground bunkers, as well as tunneling towards enemy positions or causing collapses to breach defenses. The engineers quickly planted thermite charges and retreated, followed by another wave using mole launchers aimed at the walls. These shoulder-fired launchers shot rockets with drilling warheads capable of undermining enemy tunnels or fortifications. Boom, boom, boom. In a series of explosions, the tall inner city walls collapsed. The prepared Krieg engineers charged forward with Lucius Pattern Mark 22C semi-automatic shotguns. These fearsome weapons could turn enemies into a bloody mist at close range. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire mingled with the screams of Takkad soldiers. Some were lucky enough to be instantly killed, ending their suffering swiftly. The less fortunate were torn apart, enduring unimaginable pain. As the engineers broke through, grenadiers and infantry poured into the city. The Takkad were about to face a brutal battle. After the battle, Yang Chung looked at the system interface, pondering how to strengthen his forces. System, I think I need more Space Marines. Is there any discounted warband I can buy? 50 Space Marines are too few, and there's a lot of infighting among them. The system immediately responded, ding, the original Chaos warband from the Warhammer 40k era, the Suffering Legion formerly known as the Desolate Brotherhood, is available for 100,000 war points. Do you want it? The Chain of Suffering, a Chaos Space Marine warband, first appeared on Madine 4 in M37. They are devotees of Chaos, with their exact numbers and appearance unknown. Their color scheme is predominantly red with black accents. The warband's emblem features a black flame with a red upward arrow at its center. The warband originated from the Brotherhood of Desolation. After their Genesede Vault was destroyed in M32, they were frequently assigned to extremely perilous missions, such as guarding death worlds, space hulks, and quarantine planets. Just when they thought they had a moment to breathe, they were always handed even more daunting tasks. In the depths of despair and division, they ultimately embraced chaos in the acidic swamps of pain, renaming themselves the Chain of Suffering and becoming enemies of the Imperium. Commander Akrol led 500 Space Marines to Yangcheng's location. A warrior clad in red power armor and wielding a power sword knelt before Yangcheng, murmuring, Emperor, I seek your forgiveness. Yangcheng approached and gently helped Akrol to his feet. His voice was soft yet clear. Akrol, you need not feel guilty. The chaos taint within you has been purged. I pardon you. Yangcheng knew well that this warband had been driven to rebellion by relentless missions. But now, they would return to the battlefield as the Emperor's death angels. The 500 Space Marines knelt in unison, their voices echoing, We honor you, Emperor. Yangcheng raised his power sword and rested it on Akrol's pauldron. Rise, Akrol. I absolve you of all your sins. In return, you will join the first expedition fleet. Yangcheng felt a surge of joy, knowing his expedition force had been bolstered once more. With the impending assault on the Takkad Federation, the addition of these 500 Space Marines would significantly enhance their strength. You will no longer fight under the name Chain of Suffering, Yangcheng declared, but will once again march forth as the Brotherhood of Desolation. Scene shift. 3 Night Lord Space Marines were exiled to Earth of the original Spirit Cage world, now the primary planet of the Imperial Lighthouse system. Talrad, as he plunged his arm blade into a Tyranid creature, grumbled, Hunting these creatures is utterly boring. Another warrior chimed in. It's because we killed hundreds of rebels, isn't it? Killing them wasn't the issue. It was leaving them as artwork that got us here. I told you we should have cleaned up properly. Now we're stuck hunting these dull beasts. The third warrior remained silent, though he too wondered if something was wrong with their genocide, making them chattier than other Night Lords. The trio wandered aimlessly through the city ruins, the surrounding Tyranids too scared to approach. Talrad watched this, feeling utterly exasperated. Suddenly, one of the warriors picked up a detector and pointed ahead. There's a strong energy signal nearby. Talrad's face lit up with a hint of excitement. Well then, let's go find some fun. Something was wrong. Talade removed his helmet and stared at the deep pit before him. This space marine from Terra, who had fought alongside the Emperor for 10,000 years, was a living relic of countless battles. The two space marines at his side followed his commands without question. Prepare for combat, Talade ordered decisively, as the blade on his arm extended and his gaze remained fixed on the pit. Suddenly, dozens of double-jawed beasts surged out, charging directly at him. Finally, something interesting, Talade remarked, not rushing into close combat. Instead, he raised his bolt pistol. This weapon was loaded with modified Kraken armor-piercing rounds, featuring diamond cores instead of deuterium ones, and an enhanced propellant package. Upon impact, the outer shell would shed, driving the high-speed diamond bullet deep into the enemy, followed by an explosion that sent metal fragments into the wound. These rounds were designed for heavy infantry, making them overkill for these beasts. Talade fired effortlessly, advancing slowly. Is this it? He scoffed. This mission was a walk in the park for warriors skilled in stealth and instilling fear. Suddenly, a red mist spread out. Talade quickly donned his helmet. Though the crimson vapor posed no threat to Space Marines, caution had kept him alive through many battles. A spiked eel lunged at him, and Talade swiftly extended his arm blade. With a swift snap, the eel's head was severed. Pathetic, he muttered, retracting his blade. The two Midnight Lord Space Marines beside him were also efficiently dispatching the other voracious beasts. In the distance, Shadow leaned against an off-road vehicle, watching Talade and his men fight. Boss, what are they exactly? Bayume, a scientist from the old world, had never seen such terrifying genetically modified warriors. I don't know. They seem more like weapons bred for war. What do we do next? Are they connected to those big metallic things in the sky? Asked Sui Xing, who was armed with a bow and arrow. Bayume drew a tang sword from her waist. Let's go check it out. If things go south, She felt an unprecedented fear, one she hadn't felt even when facing hordes of voracious beasts. The battle concluded, and Talade severed the head of a snake dog, tying it to his waist. I think this creature would make a great decoration for our room. Suddenly, Talade sensed an unusual energy beneath him. A massive floral beast erupted from the ground. One of the Midnight Lords brandished a chainsword. This one's mine. For the Emperor, he shouted, leaping onto the creature and revving the chainsword. The teeth tore through flesh, blood spraying everywhere. Become my trophy. Your head will be my tool of terror. Amidst the beast's agonized screams, he finally severed its head. Quite the kill, isn't it? Talade remarked, suddenly pointing his bolt pistol at another spot. What's that? Final warning, come out now. Talade held his blaster rifle, eyes trained on the spot ahead. Suddenly, a white figure darted out like lightning. For an experienced interstellar warrior like Talade, such speed was hardly impressive. Instead of firing, he swiftly drew a monomolecular dagger from his belt, effortlessly blocking the incoming strike. The clash of metal resonated as Talade parried the attack with one hand, and with the other, he thrust the dagger towards Bayuekue. As they locked in combat, two more figures emerged from cover, one wielding a hammer, the other armed with a bow and arrow, both charging at Talade. For a seasoned interstellar warrior, this was a routine maneuver. Talade grabbed Bayuekue's arm and hurled her towards the incoming attackers. Boss, Xia Do cried from behind, quickly directing the devourer beast to intercept the airborne Bayuekue. Talade removed his helmet, stretching his body. He cast a disdainful look at his opponents. All show, no substance, he sneered. Shonda roared, swinging his hammer. But to someone who could easily flip a tank, this was nothing. Talade held back slightly, punching Shonda in the face and sending him flying. Sutong fired energy bolts at Talade, providing cover for Bayuekue's next attack. The energy bolts struck Talade's armor, making a series of rapid impacts, but they were nothing more than a minor annoyance. His true target was the charging white-haired woman. Talade launched Sutong away with a punch, and then grabbed Bayuekue by the throat with one hand. The overwhelming force made Bayuekue feel like an ant on the verge of being crushed. Looks like you're ready to talk now, Talade said, releasing his grip and letting Bayuekue fall to the ground. Though he relished killing, he held back, considering she might be useful to the Emperor. Talade extended his arm blade, its sharp edge grazing Bayuekue's face. Tell me, who are you? Bayuekue brushed the dust off her clothes, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. By Uekue, a scientist from the old era, Talade glanced at the fallen team members, dismissively. And those useless tagalongs? By Uekue looked at her injured teammates and introduced them one by one. Shanda, Sutong, Xiaodo, and Sui Xing. The three interstellar warriors lined up, with Talade in the lead, introducing themselves. From the Human Empire, 8th Legion of Space Marines, sons of Conrad Kurz, Talade. The other two followed suit. Orank and Duke. The Human Empire? Are you remnants of the old society? By Uekue asked, puzzled. Otherwise, why do you possess such powerful gravitational equipment? Talade scoffed. Don't compare us to that trash. Every piece of armor we wear is blessed by the Omnicia. Tell me, what happened to this world? Talade demanded. As a scientist from the old world, Bai Uekue explained everything. Long ago, humanity faced severe geological disasters. Buildings collapsed, the crust split open, and massive vines erupted from the ground, continuously spreading and evolving into a new ecosystem. This devastated the human habitat, making survival impossible, much like an invasive species. This new ecological system was named the Mana ecosystem. She continued. The devourer beasts you killed might have been born from the Mana ecosystem. These beasts are deeply connected to it, mutually dependent and influential. Just as humans rely on nature, the Mana ecosystem constantly breeds stronger devourer beasts, providing them with regenerative factors, granting them the ability to revive after being killed. Talade asked, so where is this so-called Mana ecosystem? Bai Uekue replied despondently, we don't know. We've searched the surface for a long time, but couldn't find the core of the Mana ecosystem. As Bai Uekue spoke, Talade picked up a poster from the ground. The words, humanity successfully colonizes the moon, caught his eye. With his sharp intellect, Talade speculated. The Mana ecosystem may have left a part on Earth, but its true core likely went to the moon with the spacecraft. Realizing the significance of Talade's deduction, the group understood that the true answer might lie on the moon, somewhere they couldn't search. Then it's settled, Talade said, turning to Bai Uekue. You have one day to prepare to leave. If an asteroid hits you, that's your problem. Talade, the commander of the Midnight Legion, connected via holographic communication with the Moon-class cruiser docked above Beacon Star. This is Captain Hogg of the Remnant Moon. What are your orders? Hogg asked, a hint of confusion in his voice as he faced Talade's holographic projection. Talade issued the order succinctly. Dispatch a transport to Beacon Star to pick up personnel, then prepare for orbital bombardment of the subsidiary planets in the Beacon system. Hogg was momentarily stunned. His warship was only meant to make a brief stop here, and the sudden order for bombardment caught him off guard. To be cautious, he decided to confirm. First, call the Emperor, then dispatch the transport to Beacon Star. Soon, an officer reported back, the Emperor has approved the bombardment. With the Emperor's decree, Hogg breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately arranged for several transport ships to head to the surface for retrieval, while preparing for the upcoming bombardment. Bai Uekue and her companions were brought aboard the warship. An officer briefed them on their new status. You are now citizens of the Empire, with legal status and residency. However, you are also expected to serve the Empire loyally. Xiaodo couldn't hide her excitement. Are we encountering an interstellar civilization? It's like a scene straight out of a sci-fi novel. Though Bai Uekue felt a bit anxious, she remained calm. We don't know yet. Let's take it one step at a time. A broadcast echoed through the ship. Prepare for bombardment. All personnel, take your positions. On the bridge, Hogg ordered, prepare to launch torpedoes. Target, the subsidiary planets of Beacon Star. Macro cannons ready? The massive weapon systems aimed at the moon. For the Emperor, fire. 2 enormous vortex torpedoes shot out from the ship's bow, striking the moon's surface with precision. The explosive energy consumed half the moon, and the blinding light enveloped the nearby warship. All hands, prepare for evasive maneuvers. As the explosive energy penetrated the moon's core, the hidden Mana ecosystem revealed its true form, a vast cavity housing a grotesque tree, surrounded by crimson substances. Continue firing, Hogg commanded. This time, several macro cannons targeted the moon's core. Amidst countless praises for the Emperor and the machine god, the colossal shells were launched. One strike was all it took. The shell pierced through the moon, reaching the core. The violent explosion obliterated the Mana ecosystem tree, and countless creatures birthed from the ecosystem were reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, in the Empire's capital, Yang Cheng received a system notification. Ding, congratulations to the host for completely destroying the Mana ecosystem. Reward, 200,000 war points. Yang Cheng was reviewing documents from various planets and wasn't particularly concerned about this extra income. He was more interested in the ongoing conflict. What's the status of the Tukad campaign? A subordinate reported, our fleet has occupied multiple planets in Tukad. The Tukad Federation sought help from other nations, but no one responded. Yang Chung stood up and opened the star map. The Empire had already absorbed territories from the Tai system and the Rodoban Empire, bordering several other alien nations. However, most of these nations were no match for the Odysseus Empire, and Yang Chung had no immediate plans to engage with them. Cripple the enemy fleet. Ensure they lose all operational capability in the Star Ocean. Yang Chung issued a new command. He knew that once a spacefaring civilization lost its fleet, it was like a human losing its limbs, rendering it completely at his mercy. The rise of the human empire sent shockwaves through the entire Outer Ring and parts of the Mid-Ring nations. Initially, these aliens thought it was just another short-lived human exile government. But months later, the empire hadn't vanished. Instead, it had grown stronger. For some nations, this posed a potential threat, but most still remained indifferent, believing it was too far removed to concern them. However, those nations closer to the human empire couldn't afford to be complacent. In the Starcy Alliance's meeting room, many representatives who had long been absent made rare appearances. They knew that once the human empire set its sights on them, their nations might cease to exist. The Starcy Alliance, akin to the United Nations, discussed good things together and shirked bad things. But this alliance wasn't founded by mid-ring nations, which had largely ceased interacting with the outer world. Alliance leader Tram tried to calm the chaotic meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, our purpose today is to discuss how to respond to the human empire. Should we recognize their regime's legitimacy or deploy a joint fleet for military intervention? A horsehead alien shouted passionately, intervene in their military actions. Humans are nothing but slaves. They can only ever be slaves. Yes, another representative echoed, we are civilized nations, civilized species. Unlike the cruel human race, we will never accept humans. The meeting room descended into chaos again. After several hours, hundreds of national representatives left in discord. At the next meeting, far fewer representatives would attend. Meanwhile, in a distant star system, a fleet faced a severe challenge. The broadcast echoed through every warship. Attention all units, a large number of enemy ships detected ahead. All carrier personnel, prepare for battle. Here, a clarification is necessary. Many readers have asked why the evil gods in this world seem to have little presence. The truth is, the species in this world, including humans, have very weak subspace reactions. This significantly diminishes the power of the evil gods, preventing them from having a substantial impact on the protagonist's fleet. Previously, it was mentioned that those summoned by the protagonist worshipped him as a deity because they had normal subspace emotional reactions, allowing for the formation of belief. As the protagonist began constructing the network system, the troop transport issue was resolved. Now, we can consider subspace travel in this world to be relatively safe. All carrier-based pilots, report to your designated positions immediately. I repeat, all carrier-based pilots, report to your designated positions. The announcement echoed across the carrier deck as Liu Peiqiang stuffed the last bite of his steamed bun into his mouth and swiftly climbed into the cockpit of his swing fighter. This starfighter was equipped with 4 powerful laser cannons and precise proton torpedo launchers. The cockpit had space for both the pilot and a mechanic droid. Squadron 3, prepare for takeoff. I repeat, Squadron 3, prepare for takeoff. The command center's order came through again. Liu Peiqiang quickly donned his helmet and expertly activated the fighter systems. Meanwhile, Zhang Peng, piloting a TILN space superiority fighter, shouted through the communicator, deep breath. I'll be right behind you. Zhang, your fighter sacrifices a lot of functionality for speed. Just stay behind me. Nuo Fu, piloting a lightning fighter, darted out first. I'll clear the way for Liu Peiqiang. The command center's voice rang out once more. All squadrons, fire at will. Fire at will. Focus on reducing enemy carriers and warships. With the order given, Liu Peiqiang and Zhang Peng took off and joined the battle formation. In the dark expanse of the galaxy, the Golden Takade warships stood out, making them prime targets for the pilots. Enemy spotted. Liu Peiqiang shouted, locking onto a Takade fighter. He decisively pressed the fire button, sending a volley of laser blasts that instantly reduced the enemy ship to floating debris. Got one. Liu Peiqiang exclaimed excitedly, but the mechanic droid behind him emitted a few warning beeps. Don't celebrate too soon, Zhang Peng reminded. The master always said, never underestimate the enemy. Be steady, like a mountain. More like heavy as a mountain, Liu Peiqiang teased. You should lose some weight, Zhang Peng. You're just one bowl of rice away from obesity. This is a public channel. I can hear everything you're saying, Zhang Peng said, frustrated as he watched the messages flashing on his communication screen, realizing his carefully crafted image was crumbling. At that moment, 2 Takade fighters flanked Zhang Peng. Nuo Fu, I need backup. Zhang Peng called urgently. I can't make it. Nuo Fu's voice was filled with frustration. I'm tangled up with all sorts of crap here. What the hell is this? He was locked in a dogfight between several warships. Why don't I have tracking missiles? Why do you guys get droid assistance while I'm stuck with cannons and visual missiles? Nuo Fu complained about his fighter's shortcomings as he skillfully dodged enemy fire. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. Nuo Fu's lightning fighter collided Hedon with a Tukade fighter. Shockingly, the lightning fighter emerged unscathed while the Tukade fighter was obliterated. I love this thing, Nuo Fu shouted with glee, opening fire and turning several Tukade fighters into dazzling fireworks. Hoorah! Nuo Fu's fighter danced through space like a drunken cosmic ballerina. As Liu Peiqiang watched in astonishment, a massive Tukade warship suddenly exited warp and barreled straight towards him. Damn! Liu Peiqiang couldn't dodge in time and crashed directly into the enemy ship's open hangar bay. Peiqiang! Zhang Peng shouted in panic, having always regarded Liu Peiqiang like a son. I'm fine. Liu Peiqiang quickly climbed out of the cockpit, tossed aside his helmet, and helped the fallen mechanic droid to its feet before running towards a corridor. Move, move! He urged the droid. Hurry up, BT. The two figures quickly vanished into the depths of the corridor. Peiqiang, where are you? Zhang Peng's voice suddenly crackled through the communicator, startling Liu Peiqiang, who was crawling through a dark tunnel. Master, I'm on the enemy warship. I can't get back, Liu Peiqiang replied helplessly, silently cursing as his recently steadied nerves were once again rattled. Zhang Peng continued, let me tell you, Han Duo is still waiting for you on Blue Star. Don't go dying up there. I got it, Master. Liu Peiqiang took a deep breath. If you keep this up, I won't get killed by aliens. You'll scare me to death first. After the communication ended, Liu Peiqiang continued to push the mechanic robot ahead of him. The robot grumbled. Why are you complaining? I'm the one who should be complaining. You big hunk of metal. You need to lose some weight. Liu Peiqiang muttered as he pushed. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. Liu Peiqiang cautiously peeked out and saw several armed Tukade soldiers patrolling the corridor. Unbeknownst to him, he had already entered the main ship of the Tukade fleet. All right, BT, don't make a sound. I'll go take a look, Liu Peiqiang whispered, sneaking out of the ventilation duct and gripping his weapon tightly. Hey, who's there? A Tukade soldier suddenly shouted. Bang, bang, bang. A few shots later, blue plasma beams hit the Tukade soldiers, burning holes through their chests and dropping them to the ground. Wow, not bad. Liu Peiqiang marveled at his weapon. This is way better than conventional weapons. Just as he was about to celebrate, a Tukade soldier crept up behind him. At that critical moment, the ventilation duct broke, and the massive mechanic robot fell directly onto the enemy's head. Sorry, BT, I'll never call you a silver trashcan again, Liu Peiqiang said while helping the fallen robot up. He recalled how curious he was when they first issued everyone a wheel trash can upon joining the force. After getting BT back on its feet, Liu Peiqiang continued moving forward, hiding in a corner and asking, what should we do next? BT opened a holographic map displaying the warship's layout. What? Are you ready to make history? Liu Peiqiang asked in surprise. We're going to take out the ship's command center? All right then. Lead the way, Liu Peiqiang said, patting BT's round head. BT quickly led the way, with Liu Peiqiang close behind. Due to the heavy presence of Imperial fighters, most of the soldiers on the main ship were at the anti-air positions, leaving the corridors almost unguarded. They soon reached the control room. Inside, the Tukade officers were in a heated debate. Some suggested retreating, which would mean losing 80% of their naval forces. Bang, 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 bang. Liu Peiqiang burst in, swiftly taking down several armed soldiers before aiming at the defenseless officers. Humans, a Tukade officer barely shouted before being shot in the head. A few more shots and all the officers in the control room were down. Quick, BT. Liu Peiqiang shouted. The mechanic robot immediately started implanting a virus, quickly disabling the ship's defense systems. Soon, dozens of Tukade soldiers began surrounding the control room. Liu Peiqiang warned, watch out, and threw an energy grenade, firing a few more shots. This made the Tukade soldiers hesitant to advance, forcing them to call for reinforcements from a distance. Disable the enemy's control system. Liu Peiqiang ordered BT. The robot's mechanical arms swiftly operated the control panel, and soon the enemy warship's control system was completely paralyzed. Charge! Hundreds more Tukade soldiers, armed with shields, started advancing towards the control room. At this critical moment, 3 space wolves in wolf pelts suddenly boarded the ship. For the Emperor! For Russ and the All-Father! They shouted. The lead space wolf swung his chainsword, cutting down dozens of Tukade soldiers in one blow, while firing his bolter with the other hand. In a blink, hundreds of Tukade soldiers lay dead at their feet. For the Emperor! Liu Peiqiang watched the space wolves in awe, their frenzy reminding him of huskies. Who are you? The lead space wolf asked, looking down at the diminutive Liu Peiqiang. I'm. Liu Peiqiang started to reply. I don't care who you are, the space wolf interrupted. You took out this ship's control system. Not bad. His voice boomed with laughter under his helmet. Follow the soldiers coming in. We have more work to do. The three Space Wolves laughed as they left. That guy's pretty good. Think we can recruit him? One Space Wolf asked. I think so, but he looks like he'd be more interested in joining the White Scars. Who cares? I just want to finish killing and get back to drinking Fenrisian mead with some roast Uday pigs. Ha ha ha. The three Space Wolves chatted and slaughtered their way through the Tukad soldiers. Meanwhile, in another command center, Yang Cheng was receiving a battle report. Your Majesty, we have achieved a decisive victory against the Tukad fleet, an officer reported. Yang Cheng nodded in satisfaction, thinking it was time to accelerate the expedition. He didn't plan to drag it out with the Tukad. There were more important matters to attend to. According to the reports, an alien alliance was entrenched in the middle and inner rings. Although it was nominally defunct, it had recently started reorganizing and even attempted to attack them. Yang Cheng merely chuckled at this. Intelligence indicated that the military strength of the outer and middle ring nations was just a rabble. With no wars for years, many militaries had grown lax, providing him with the perfect opportunity. This assault annihilated over 90% of the Tukad Federation's warships, once again leaving them in ruins. However, a glimmer of hope appeared for the Tukad Federation. Both the Silas Empire and the Basel Empire, neighboring alien nations, declared war on the human empire and began their advance. Unfortunately, this hope was short-lived. The border patrol of the human empire, equipped with Imperial-class battleships, easily decimated the main fleets of both alien empires. Following this, the Second Fleet, which had been regrouping within the empire's territory, launched an extermination campaign on several strategic planets and then surrounded the home worlds of the two alien empires. Yang Cheng paid no attention to these fourth-rate nations. His focus remained locked on the Tukad Federation, awaiting a decisive ground invasion to claim the enemy commander's head and declare victory. However, the conflict wasn't confined to Yang Cheng's battlefield. Other regions of the Outer Rim also descended into chaos. General Tainea, leading a group of several dozen soldiers, escaped to the alien nation of Talika on a transport ship. There, they recruited pirates and mercenaries to wage war against Talika. Most Central Rim nations remained on the sidelines, viewing the conflict as a spectacle. The Sekran Empire, however, was an exception. They deemed humans to be the lowest life forms in the galaxy and believed the human empire to be a fleeting phenomenon. The Sekran Empire decided to wage a proxy war against humans, supplying General Tai with resources and weapons to destroy the human empire. The entire Outer Rim fell into turmoil, with the Tukad Federation poised to be the first casualty of this storm. Meanwhile, aboard a human empire battleship, a fierce battle was unfolding. Ackler, clad in red four Malawian Quatch's ultimate armor, led the Brotherhood of Desolation's Space Marines in a drop assault. For the Emperor, for the Brotherhood of Desolation, we shall atone, he shouted. 500 Space Marines orderly entered drop pods, each pod accommodating 10 soldiers. 5 warriors clad in indomitable Terminator armor also boarded specially designed drop pods. A night mech named Blade of Fear stood ready, awaiting the call to action. With the command to attack, dozens of drop pods descended toward the surface. Tukad soldiers, already on high alert, concentrated their fire on the incoming pods, fully aware of how terrifying these over 2-meter-tall human warriors were. However, standard anti-aircraft fire was no match for the Space Marines. They landed like a torrential downpour on the streets of the Tukad capital. Warriors in indomitable Terminator armor led the charge, wielding storm bolters with deadly precision. Each shot turned Tukad soldiers into clouds of blood. Tukad soldiers attempted to retaliate with explosives, but they were swiftly crushed into pulp by the Space Marines' power fists before they could act. The streets quickly became rivers of blood, littered with corpses. Meanwhile, soldiers from the Penitent Legion, a division of the Lightbringer Corps, were executing surrendering Tukad troops. Commander Sheffield issued orders via communicator. The Emperor has decreed, leave some Tukad prisoners. The Inquisition and Mechanicum require test subjects. The remaining Tukad forces were rallying at the commander's headquarters, but their resistance was futile against the Space Marines. The battle was nearing its end, and the Space Marines shouted, "Glory to the Emperor! Take the enemy commander's head!" The outer defenses of the Tukad government were swept away like paper under the relentless assault of the Space Marines. Various so-called heavy weapons couldn't even leave a scratch on the impenetrable armor of the Space Marines. Quick! Seal the doors of the Prime Minister's office. Call for reinforcements from other planets. Prime Minister Tukad screamed from under his desk, desperation in his voice. The Defense Minister, clutching a pistol, shouted back, "Prime Minister, we've lost contact with all other planets. We are completely isolated." Suddenly, a horrifying scream pierced the air. "The monsters are inside," followed by a deafening explosion. For the Emperor. With earth-shaking battle cries, hundreds of Space Marines stormed into the Prime Minister's office like a flood. They didn't even need to attack. Their sheer momentum was enough to crush the enemies into a bloody mist. Hold them off! Hold them off! Prime Minister Tukad's desperate cries echoed through every corner of the office, but they were utterly powerless against the Space Marines. Xenos! A Kroll roared, swinging his energy sword, targeting the fleeing Prime Minister. With one swift strike, the Prime Minister's head flew off, tracing a bloody arc in the air. With Prime Minister Tukad's death, the Tukad Federation was effectively finished. As per the Inquisition's orders, most of the Tukadians would be sent to containment camps to await their fate. What awaited them was not equality or humane treatment, but rather becoming live targets for new recruits, experimental subjects for the Inquisition, or raw materials for the Mechanicum. Of course, before these grim fates befell them, the Imperium would extract every last bit of value from them. Yang Chung looked at the crowded containment camps, a cold smile playing on his lips. I've been too merciful to these Xenos. By this time, terrifying tales of the Space Marines had spread like wildfire among the Central Ring nations. Those alien soldiers who were lucky enough to survive even created a danger rating for these fearsome beings. Encountering light blue ones meant immediate surrender might grant a swift death. Encountering dark blue ones, or those with bad insignias, meant it was better to commit suicide immediately to avoid prolonged suffering. As Yang Chung reviewed the latest Imperial documents, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, host, do you want a Primarch? What? A Primarch? Yang Chung was so startled by the sudden prompt that he nearly fell off his chair. He quickly recalled information about the Primarchs. They were superhuman beings created by the Emperor and the Eternal Ones through cutting-edge genetic engineering, considered as the 21 sons of the Emperor. Primarchs were vastly superior to ordinary Space Marines, even more powerful than the Custodes. They were taller, faster, stronger, and endowed with greater wisdom and leadership, making them the perfect leaders of the Imperium. Bring it on. Is it Gilliman or Dorn? Even Sanguinius would be fine, Yang Chung said excitedly, thinking that even the weakest of the Primarchs had their unique uses. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have discovered the Red Angel Angren. Yang Chung was stunned, struggling to accept the huge disparity. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. The Butcher's Nails-free version of Angron? Huh? That could work. Ding! To obtain the Butcher's Nails-free version of Angron requires 3 million war points. And this is a limited-time offer, valid for 3 days. Buy it. Right now, immediately. Yang Chung made the decision without hesitation. Ding! The location is in the gladiatorial arena of Nuceria. Summon the Second Fleet and call back Karn. Get all the World Eaters who are out fighting to return. Yang Chung eagerly donned his golden power armor, thinking that a rational Angron would be an invaluable asset. In the massive arena of Nuceria, the crowd's cheers were deafening. Now, let's welcome the star of Nuceria, the king of gladiators, Angron. Angron, wielding a massive axe, walked into the arena, every step exuding power and confidence. An elderly gladiator, Enamaus, looked at Angron with a complex mix of emotions. Enamaus was the closest person to Angron, having found the young Angron amidst a pile of corpses and deciding to protect and teach him the rules of survival in this brutal world. With a thunderous roar, Angren's opponent, a terrifying beast, fell to the ground, its head severed by Angren's axe. The crowd erupted into wild cheers. Angron! 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 Enamaus gently touched the blood-soaked Angron, his heart filled with mixed feelings. They had been fighting in this arena for over a decade, and Enamaus himself was nearing the end of his life. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed across the arena. The next battle, the Red Angel Angron versus his mentor and father, Enamaus. It was the declaration of the planet's governor. The duel between father and son. Get ready. Dozens of soldiers roughly dragged Enamaus out. Angron flew into a rage, snapping the neck of a nearby soldier and charging towards Enamaus. Governor Kroko raised his gun at Enamaus, sneering, Angron, either you kill him yourself, or I'll torture your father to death. Meanwhile, several soldiers brought out a menacing-looking machine. Kill him, and I'll allow you to give him a quick death, Kroko laughed, kicking the elderly gladiator to the ground, who no longer had the strength to resist. Enamaus weakly said, Child, it's time to end this. I am not your father. You should return to your true homeland. Kroko mocked. Didn't know you were a bastard. Haha, call out your real dad. Let's see if he comes to save you. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a soldier ran in frantically shouting, Governor, we are under attack. A massive beam of light descended towards the ground like a meteor, and the planet's so-called defense forces had already crumbled. The Empire's navy, with its overwhelming firepower, crushed pirates and mercenaries like ants. Leading the charge was Yang Chung, who, along with 9 elite guards, stormed the battlefield. Yang Chung enveloped himself and his guards in psionic energy and leaped from the galaxy directly into the arena. Kroko stood dumbfounded at the sight, exclaiming, What is this? He couldn't fathom how someone could descend from the sky unscathed. Yang Cheng, clad in golden armor and standing nearly 3 meters tall, wielded a power sword ablaze with psionic flames. Ran, he shouted. Immediately, several red-clad guards drew their weapons and formed up. Exterminate the aliens. At Yang Cheng's command, the guards scattered like arrows. Those wielding power spears charged into the audience, each strike precisely killing dozens of aliens. The psionically gifted guards moved through the enemies effortlessly, slaughtering them with ease. Yang Cheng approached Ran, using psionic energy to heal both him and the wounded Ianomos in his arms. You'll be all right. Yang Cheng's voice transmitted through psionic energy into Angren's mind, unlocking a memory. Suddenly, the towering Ran, over 3 meters tall and muscle-bound, hugged the slender Yang Cheng, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yang Cheng thought, what the heck? A 3-meter Primarch calling me dad. To avoid awkwardness, he returned the hug. Father, I want to lead my comrades to overthrow the slave masters. I hope you. Before Ran could finish, Yang Cheng interrupted. I will do everything in my power to help you, my child. If Yang Cheng was going to be a father, he intended to do it right. Ran then turned to the gladiators and gave a rousing speech. Gladiators, we've endured enough of the slave master's tyranny. We were born in blood and raised in darkness, but we will die free. For the Emperor. At that moment, Karn led a group of people charging down, shouting, Father, we're here. Ran looked at the ragtag group, puzzled about when he gained more sons. Yang Cheng patted Angren's shoulder and explained, they are a legion I designed based on your genes. Technically, they are indeed your offspring. Kroko, seeing Yang Cheng among the crowd, fell to the ground in fear. The Emperor of the human empire himself had appeared. He knew his end was near. Yang Cheng's eyes turned terrifying, his pupils emitting a golden glow. Is he your slave master? Ran nodded, and a red-clad guard immediately used psionic power to pull Kroko before Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng grabbed Kroko with one hand and held the flaming power sword with the other, using psionic energy to extract Kroko's soul and infuse it into the sword. His soul will be eternally trapped in this sword, burned by its flames forever. Yang Cheng nonchalantly completed the complex psionic operation. Karn, bring over the weapons Bloodfather, Bloodchild, and the anvil of hatred, Yang Cheng ordered. Karn promptly presented the weapons. Bloodfather and Bloodchild were massive chain axes, their teeth made from the bones of the Myca dragons on the Death World Luther McIntyre 9, and their handles forged from adamantium. The anvil of hatred was a standard plasma pistol. Ran took the weapons, weighed them briefly, and then walked away. Yang Cheng said, Ran, once you've finished, you can leave, taking your brothers with you. Yang Cheng didn't plan to stay long. His main forces were still fighting in the outer rings, and he had only brought a detachment to retrieve Ran. Understood, Father, Ran responded, then charged towards the distant enemies. Yang Cheng watched Angren's retreating figure, lamenting his innate psionic ability to sense and absorb others' negative emotions. In another universe, this gift had become a curse, but here, Ran remained a kind-hearted big brother. Yang Cheng picked up the butcher's nails, which were almost implanted in Angren's head, and a new idea for tormenting aliens crossed his mind. He then ordered, take the human slaves away, and once Ran has exacted his revenge, bring him along too. With that, Yang Cheng boarded his ship and departed, taking the poor gladiator Ianomos with him to enjoy his remaining years in the imperial capital, Terra. World Eaters, to glory! Karn shouted excitedly, following Ran and slaughtering the aliens before them. He was thrilled that his gene father had returned to normal, eager to boast to the Ultramarines about having a father. Amid the cries of countless aliens, the enemies on this planet were completely annihilated. Eventually, Ran was also brought back to the Empire by Yang Cheng. The planet's slave masters were executed one by Yang Cheng, their bodies hanging from streetlights as a grim warning. The spectators who had once fled in panic either perished under the devourer's axe or became live targets for the Imperial fleet in space. Under the fierce assault of the Space Marines, the planet's resistance crumbled within hours. Ran, as the leader, naturally became the head of these newly freed slaves. Karn and others stood by Angren's side, ready to follow his commands. Yang Cheng observed the scene and said to Ran, my son, you can take your brothers and these former slaves back with you, but they must abide by the laws of the Empire. Yang Cheng nodded in agreement. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Empire! Countless gladiators and slaves embraced each other, their cheers resounding. At this moment, their long-lost freedom had finally returned. Yang Cheng turned to Ran and continued, from now on, this will be your recruitment world, Ran. Your subordinates will be selected from here, including these people. As he spoke, Yang Cheng began to deploy several companies of world eaters, including soldiers, librarians, legion apothecaries, tech sergeants, chaplains, and the elite veterans of the First Company clad in Terminator armor. In terms of vehicles, Yang Cheng equipped the World Eaters Legion with various armor transports, including Rhino transports, Land Raiders, Mastodon super heavy assault transports, and Sikran battle tanks. The Rhino, a mainstay of the Space Marines since the Great Crusade, served as the armored transport for the troops. It was equipped with a storm bolter controlled by the driver and a weapon mount that could be operated by the crew from the hatch. All Space Marines were trained to drive a Rhino. With a wave of his hand, Yang Cheng summoned hundreds of World Eaters Space Marines from the sky, led by the veterans of the First Company in their cataphractii Terminator armor. Countless World Eaters Space Marines knelt before Ongran, and a captain spoke. "We salute you, father of genes." "Skarl salutes you." Hearing the name Skarl, Yang Cheng felt a surge of emotion. He recalled the heroic deeds of this loyal World Eaters captain in the original timeline. Yang Cheng silently rejoiced that, in this world, everything would turn out for the better. On the return journey, Yang Cheng discussed a new plan with the High Priest. They decided to first rescue the human slaves on planets without strategic value, and then implement exterminatus on those worlds. For planets with strategic value, they would primarily use gas and chemical warfare. Yang Cheng also requested the modification of garbage disposal vehicles to handle alien bodies. Ongran took command of the World Eaters Legion led by Karn. His first order was to have all Legion members remove the butcher's nails in non-lethal situations. Ongran then initiated a reform of the Legion systems, abolishing the practice of decimation and emphasizing the protection of humanity as the primary duty. Finally, Ongran had the honor of joining the first expeditionary fleet. With the fall of the Tukhad Federation, the gates to the entire Mid-Rim were now open, and the next phase of the expedition would advance into the Mid-Rim. With the fall of the Tukhad Federation, the gates to the Mid-Ring sector swung open. After a brief period of resupply, Yang Cheng's fleet prepared to advance into the Mid-Ring. The intelligence department swiftly gathered and organized all available information about the Mid-Ring, relaying it to the frontline fleet. Before the troops move, intelligence leads the way, and a large number of spies were dispatched into various enemy alliances, nations, and organizations within the Mid-Ring. Simultaneously, Yang Cheng ordered the High Sages of the Mechanicum to study the Butcher's Nails, a terrifying device to be implanted into the heads of carefully selected Xenos. With the tacit approval of the Departmentum Unitorum and the Emperor, a support corps composed of juvenile and elderly aliens was quietly formed. This corps was essentially cannon fodder, intended to deplete the enemy's ammunition and energy. Standing on the command deck, Yang Cheng passionately issued orders. "All fleets, the next target is to penetrate the Mid-Ring." His voice, amplified by special Mechanicum devices, resonated throughout the outer ring. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to lay all cards on the table. On behalf of the human empire and all of humanity, I declare war on all non-human species." Ongran sat aboard the Emperor-class battleship named Cursed Claw, shouting to the commander on the bridge, "In the name of the Emperor, to the crusade." Hundreds of warships from the Warhammer 40K universe prepared for warp travel. At the Tria pirate base, a crucial passage from the outer ring to the mid-ring, tens of thousands of pirates and thousands of pirate ships gathered. A pirate in an outer space pod reported spatial disturbances to the captain. The Lizardman pirate captain, clad in green armor, brandished a longsword and ordered preparations for boarding. Tria sensed something amiss and realized they might be facing military forces rather than a regular merchant ship. Just as he decided to take a gamble and make this his last score, he saw the Cursed Claw emerge from the warp, its massive ram instantly destroying the foremost pirate ship. Unaware of the impending danger, the pirates cheered and charged toward the Cursed Claw. Ongran raised two massive chain axes and, alongside Karn, descended from the command platform, ready for battle. Thousands of pirates swarmed into the ship, only to find themselves in complete darkness. Suddenly, the lights blazed on, revealing hundreds of World Eaters in red armor, wielding chain axes, surrounding them. At Angren's command, the slaughter began. The sound of chain axes ripping through flesh echoed, and Xeno's blood soon covered the entire hall. Tria recognized the ship as part of the human empire and realized he had made a grave mistake. He immediately sent out an alert to all pirates, arms dealers, and mercenaries within the base, ordering them to prepare for battle. Tens of thousands of desperados either took to their ships to confront the enemy or fortified their positions within the space station. Ongran stood on the bridge, brandishing his chain axes and roared, "For the Emperor! Burn the galaxy! Exterminate the Xenos!" As his voice echoed, hundreds of Imperial warships completed their warp and appeared around the Tria pirate base. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Watching the other pirate ships in the galaxy turn into fireballs, Tria knew his end was near. All defenses around the base had collapsed, and the pirates hiding inside were doomed. He hysterically ordered, "Max out all energy shields. Hold the line." Tria stared at the massive human battleship in front of him, fear washing over him like a tidal wave. The ship was suffocatingly enormous, covered in statues and monasteries symbolizing the Holy Emperor, with hundreds of massive cannons ready to fire. Yet, the ship only advanced without opening fire, a puzzling move that sent a chill down Taria's spine. Suddenly, a chilling command echoed from the human battleship. Deploy all fighter crafts, max out the light lances. It turned out this Emperor-class battleship was not just a warship, but also a carrier, with a number of fighter crafts several times that of other ships. Accompanied by the prayers of the tech priests, the light lances fired. The earth-shattering energy struck the pirate base's thin shields, bursting into unprecedented brilliance and engulfing most of the base. With a thunderous roar, the energy shields overloaded, the shield generators exploded, and countless lives were instantly turned to ash. The light lances continued, effortlessly piercing the base's outer walls. Large areas were engulfed in flames, countless pirates vaporized, and survivors suffocated in the oxygen-deprived environment. Taria watched in despair, knowing there was no turning back. The human fleet began its final assault. Dozens of assault claws descended upon the pirate base, their massive cargo holds filled with elite Imperial troops. Thermal cutters quickly melted large holes in the walls, and Space Marines poured in like a tide. The remaining pirates hastily organized a final defense, but to the Space Marines, it was like fragile paper. With the crisp sound of bolter fire, pirate bodies were shredded like paper. Some hid behind cover, but these structures were no match for the penetrating power of the bolters. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Space Marines holstered their bolters and switched to chainswords and chain axes. Amid cries of, "For the Emperor!" the entire base echoed with the screams of dying pirates. In this massacre, Taria miraculously survived. He looked at his comrades who had committed suicide, picked up a long sword, and walked into the dark corridor, seeking a last chance. "Humans, you want a duel? Come on, let's duel," he shouted. But only deathly silence answered him. As Taria mustered the courage to move forward, a terrifying voice echoed from afar. "Xeno's scum!" A shadow rushed at him with incredible speed, and before Taria could react, his head was cleaved off by an axe. Ongran looked at the headless corpse before him, spat in disdain, and continued searching for other enemies. He didn't know that he had just casually killed a terror who had struck fear into the hearts of Outer Ring nations. And so, a once fearsome figure met a swift end under Angren's axe. As the Imperial fleet advanced into the central sector, other fleets were not idle. Their mission was to completely annihilate several alien nations bordering the human empire. The former First Fleet, with Yang Cheng's flagship, the Supreme, formed the core force of this sweeping operation. The alien forces were not entirely unresponsive. Apart from those already engaged in battles with the Taifu Kingdom and the Talika Nation, many countries began organizing joint forces to counter Yang Cheng's fleet. However, Yang Cheng was dismissive. Standing on the bridge, he gazed coldly out the porthole at the seemingly endless alien fleet, recalling the last arrogant opponent who had been thoroughly defeated. At that moment, a hurried shout broke the silence on the bridge. "Hank, we've got something good from the higher-ups." An excited adjutant quickly approached Hank. Hank, dressed in a black commissar uniform with a power sword at his waist, turned slowly, his tone slightly displeased. "What's the rush, Major Baojin? Compose yourself." Baojin took a deep breath to calm himself, and then signaled for a dozen trucks to come forward. "These are alien auxiliary troops that the higher-ups want us to use. According to their orders, these aliens have been implanted with specific devices that stimulate their brains to increase their aggression. We just need to have the airborne units drop them onto enemy positions." Hank raised an eyebrow and walked to one of the containers, unlocking the tightly secured door. Immediately, a chorus of desperate cries erupted. "Help! Help! We will never mistreat humans again." Dozens of burly soldiers began dragging the aliens out. Seeing the aliens' true forms, Hank frowned. Children and the elderly? What are the higher-ups thinking? It wasn't out of compassion. He doubted their combat effectiveness. Baojin shrugged. "You'll see, sir." Hank asked no further questions. As a commissar, his primary duties were to maintain troop morale and handle deserters, taking command only if officers were killed. "What's our next move?" he asked. "Begin the attack," Baojin replied. "We're to test the effectiveness of these expendables." The planet where Hank was stationed once belonged to the Eldark Empire, primarily inhabited by cat-like beings. They had been running a slave trade here, but were soon discovered by the human empire's fleet. Now, the vast Star Realm army was about to descend upon them. "All personnel, prepare for battle. Release the alien auxiliaries. Ready the artillery." With these orders, tens of thousands of human soldiers from the Odysseus 1st Infantry Regiment, the 9th Artillery Regiment, and the 3rd Armored Regiment took their positions. The flames of war in the outer ring were spreading, centered on this location. "Prepare to charge. Artillery fire." Dozens of ground-shaking cannons aimed at the enemy positions. According to the original plan, the artillery would cover an area, and then the infantry and armored units would break through the lines. But with these auxiliary troops, the strategy had to be revised. Meanwhile, on the Eldark Empire's defense line, a private named Gina was vigilantly observing the battlefield. Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Incoming artillery! Take cover!" Eldark soldiers quickly hit the ground, praying they wouldn't be blown to pieces by the human Empire's shells. After the first wave of artillery fire ended, the second wave followed closely. Amid the terrifying explosions, Gina's position was littered with shredded bodies, and pieces of flesh rained down from the sky. "All personnel, regroup. We must hold this line." With their officer's command, Gina and the other survivors stood ready to face the human Empire's assault. However, the next move by the humans was entirely unexpected. Under the threat of armed Star Realm soldiers, over 1,000 alien prisoners with butcher's nails embedded in their heads were driven to the front lines. A Star Realm officer shouted, "Aliens, you were supposed to be executed by the Emperor's army, but the holy and merciful Emperor has given you a second chance. Be grateful. Your army is just across the line. You have 3 minutes. If you can make it across, you'll be safe." Hearing this, the alien prisoners immediately charged toward Gina's defense line. The Star Realm officer smiled cruelly and whispered, "Activate the butcher's nails. The show is about to start." The aliens didn't understand the humans' intent, but they knew freedom was within reach. Amid the smoke, the 1,000 alien prisoners ran toward their kin's defense line. "Don't shoot. There are people. There are people," Gina shouted as she saw familiar faces through her scope. Seeing what appeared to be escaping children, elders, and women, many Eldark soldiers were moved, thinking something might have gone wrong with the human Empire's forces. "Let them in quickly." Gina's maternal instincts kicked in as she saw the fleeing Eldark children, who looked as if they had escaped from hell. However, at that moment, the Star Realm officer gave the order. "All right, activate the butcher's nails." He added with a cold smile, "The most terrifying situation is always fratricide." With the order, the horrifying devices implanted in the prisoners' brains were activated. Their once clear eyes turned savage and brutal in an instant. "Children, you, ah!" Before Gina could react, the once gentle children lunged at her throat, blood gushing out like a fountain. In an instant, the entire Eldark defense line fell into chaos. The horror of kin attacking kin unfolded, and many Eldark soldiers died without understanding why their once pitiable compatriots had suddenly become so bloodthirsty. The Star Realm officer nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, excellent." He then increased the intensity of the butcher's nails, turning the Eldark defense line into a bloody hell. "All right, stop." The officer yawned and added, "These expendables are done. Armored units, advance. Artillery, continue covering fire. Remember to recover the butcher's nails. Don't waste them." Meanwhile, deep in the galaxy, an Eldark warship was speeding through space. The captain looked at a photo in his album and made a silent vow. "Gina, I'll come back after this battle." Suddenly, alarms blared. "Attention all personnel. Human Empire warships detected." Yang Cheng's flagship, Supremacy, has become the symbol of the First Fleet, sparking controversy between officers from the Star Wars and Warhammer 40k factions. Warhammer 40k officers were displeased with the design's lack of chapels, considering it disrespectful to the Emperor. They mocked, "A 10-kilometer-long battleship, worthy of being the Emperor's flagship?" Conversely, Star Wars officers scoffed at the ornate style of Warhammer ships and found the idea of building chapels on a battleship absurd. The tension reached its peak on the maintenance day of Supremacy. Members of the Adeptus Mechanicus wielded incense burners, releasing nanobots while performing ritualistic dances. Meanwhile, the Star Wars maintenance crew used more modern methods, attempting to awaken the ship's machine spirit. In the conference room, representatives from the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Ecclesiarchy, and Star Wars officers engaged in a heated debate. Both sides passionately presented their arguments, turning what was supposed to be a meeting to foster understanding into a chaotic brawl. The Star Wars officers and a few unfortunate Ecclesiarchy priests ended up in the hospital, while the members of the Adeptus Mechanicus, with their fully metallic bodies, remained unscathed. After a second round of friendly exchanges, both sides reached a consensus. Mind their own business and not interfere with each other. Suddenly, an urgent command blared over the intercom. "Attention all personnel." Repeat, "Attention all personnel." All pilots quickly took their positions. Centered around Supremacy, the entire fleet divided into 5 parts, moving to encircle the enemy. "Launch the fighters. For the Emperor." With the order given, hundreds of Thunderbolt fighters shot out like arrows towards the encircled Eldar fleet. The Eldar fleet scrambled to respond but appeared insignificant against the overwhelming might of the human Empire. "Attention all units. Focus on eliminating enemy fighters." The Thunderbolt fighters spread out swiftly, hunting down the scattered Eldar fighters. "All ships, fire at will." Various classes of star destroyers unleashed their full firepower, missile silos and heavy turrets obliterating any approaching enemy craft. Yang Chung issued the final command. The net is closing in. It's time to annihilate them. Over 20 star destroyers began tightening the encirclement. The Eldar fleet commander glanced at a photo of his wife, Gina, in a pendant and resolutely ordered, all units, accelerate and break through their weak point. This command caused the fleet to scatter like sand, exposing the aliens' lack of strategic vision. Meanwhile, on a Space Marine barge at Terra Starport, Salamander Marine Samk was repairing a chainsword. A Death Guard Marine handed him a letter. Samk, you've got a letter. If it weren't for knowing the messenger, I wouldn't bother giving it to you. With that, he left. Samk's comrade curiously asked, What's that, Samk? Oh, it's a letter from the kid I rescued earlier. Samk opened the envelope, noticing the distinct green Space Marine insignia. The letter read, Dear Space Marine Sir, we are now living safely under the Empire's protection. Thank you for saving me and my mother like an angel. Thanks to the great Emperor for spreading his divine presence across the land. I am studying Gothic diligently, hoping to join the Astra Militarum and fight alongside you for humanity's resurgence. Our family is actively working in response to the Emperor's call and will soon relocate to another planet. We sincerely hope you can visit us. My mother and I warmly welcome you, Great Astartes brother. Samk looked at the envelope and found the sender's address, Europa 7 Human Colony. He silently noted it, imagining a future where humanity unified the galaxy, perhaps retiring there. However, Samk didn't know that in the near future, he would indeed go there, but not for retirement. The fall of the Urdak Empire was nothing short of a catastrophe. Millions of Urdak citizens were reduced to human slaves, forced to contribute to the glory of the human empire. The sheer brutality of this war stunned the entire galaxy, making other nations realize that if they didn't unite, they could be the next to fall. Under the leadership of the second superpower in the Outer Rim, the Lunsak Empire, dozens of smaller nations quickly formed an alliance to join the war against the First Fleet of the human empire. Meanwhile, some mid-rim countries began providing military aid to the Outer Rim, while others entered a state of emergency. The entire galaxy was gripped by unprecedented tension. In the conference room of the Supreme Sovereign, Commander Yang Chung, dressed in a crisp military uniform, stared impassively at the holographic projection before him. The projection displayed an alien envoy passionately declaring, Humans, you are at war with the entire civilized society. We are giving you one last chance to bow before the great and civilized coalition. We will spare you a planet to survive on. Yang Cheng's eyes were filled with contempt as he looked at the alien face in the projection. He slowly approached the projection, his voice dripping with disdain. Civilized? Since when do lower life forms have the right to discuss civilization? He paused before continuing. We possess military power you can only dream of. We have a unity unheard of among your kind. We hold the most sacred and pure symbol in the galaxy, the human skull. So, do you still consider yourselves civilized? Without top-tier military strength and unparalleled unity, you are unworthy of the term civilization. The stars will bow before humanity. The envoy, seemingly enraged by Yang Cheng's words, shouted back, Let me tell you, our coalition forces are already on their way. We shall see who prevails. Yang Cheng cut off the communication without a second thought. Muttering to himself, he said, Armies called coalitions usually don't end well. He then issued the command for the Supreme Sovereign and all other dreadnoughts to prepare for hyperspace jumps. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the coalition, a crocodile-headed commander brandished his command knife, rallying his troops with fervor. Attention, everyone. The enemy's warships may be powerful, but we have the numbers. Behind us stand countless Outer Rim and Mid-Rim nations. We must reclaim our honor in this battle. A mouse-headed captain suddenly shouted, Kark, can we really win this time? Yes, another voice chimed in. Rest assured, I, Kark, will never abandon a comrade. Just as Kark finished speaking, the Supreme Sovereign emerged from hyperspace, its colossal frame instantly dominating the view of countless alien soldiers. The coalition troops stared in horror at the 60-kilometer-long black behemoth, their hearts filled with fear and despair. But this was just the beginning. One after another, terrifyingly designed dreadnoughts exited hyperspace, appearing in the galaxy. The human fleet erupted in deafening chants. In the name of the Emperor, war, 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 war. Both fleets quickly assumed combat positions. Human fleet commanders issued frantic orders. Full speed ahead. Launch all fighters. Open fire with all turrets. The dreadnoughts began unleashing their full firepower on the enemy. On the coalition side, chaos reigned as warships scrambled to follow orders. Quick! All ships disperse immediately. Trap the humans here. However, due to the ad hoc nature of the coalition and the lack of coordination among the nations, along with some half-hearted participants, The sudden attack caught them off guard. Without Kark's command, they might have already scattered in retreat. The human fleet swiftly adjusted their tactics. Don't follow the enemy's lead. Move quickly. Subsequently, all human fighters prepared for launch. The human side deployed swing fighters, TIE fighters, and TISA bombers in coordinated formations, heading towards the enemy ships. The TISA bomber, a larger and less maneuverable variant of the TIE fighter, was specifically designed for destroying large starships and precision bombing. Due to its distinctive twin-hull design, it was often mockingly referred to by enemy pilots as sitting ducks. This nickname stemmed from its cumbersome structure, which resulted in slower speeds. In this operation, the bomber's primary task was to destroy the enemy's large warships, while other fighters were responsible for supporting the bombers by distracting enemy turrets and interceptors. With orders given, the formation spread out, and each type of fighter began executing its assigned tasks. At the same time, the coalition forces responded. The enemy has deployed fighters. All turrets ready. Launch all fighters. If we take down their fighters, we stand a chance to win. The number of fleets in the Starsea Alliance far exceeds that of the human empire. Countless carrier-based aircraft rained down on human warships. However, despite the seemingly certain victory, the Alliance's fatal flaws were becoming evident. Firstly, there was a significant gap in weapon technology between the two sides. The human empire's swing fighters and titanium fighters vastly outperformed their counterparts in firepower and maneuverability. The Alliance often had to pay several times, even dozens of times, the cost to destroy a single enemy fighter. Attention all units. Regroup. Regroup. Various alien languages echoed chaotically over the communication channels. This exposed the Alliance's second problem. The hastily formed coalition comprised nations that could not communicate with each other, not even through translators. Command was in disarray, and the entire Alliance had become a scattered mess. In stark contrast, the human empire's command was orderly. Attention all units. Bombers, target the enemy warship's command center. All other fighters, provide cover. Under precise cover, a titanium bomber approached the enemy frigate. Drop the bombs. 2 proton grenades with uncontrolled thermal detonators hit their mark precisely. With a resounding explosion, the frigate lost power and turned into space debris. The nearby cruiser captain panicked. Damn it, where's the shield generator? Why isn't it activated? Sir, these are central ring weapons. We haven't used them much. This statement revealed the Alliance's third fatal flaw. Outer ring soldiers had no experience with the advanced weapons provided by the central ring and were sent into battle without any training. As the officer frantically flipped through the manual, a second human fleet had already locked onto their target. 2 bombers simultaneously dropped proton grenades into the enemy ship's cockpit, instantly engulfing the captain and officers. Target destroyed. Another uncontrolled warship awaited its fate of complete destruction by the dreadnought. The continuous defeats shattered the courage of many alien imperial troops to fight against humans. This was the fourth issue. Once morale collapsed, even the most advanced technology was useless. Humans not only possessed immense courage, but also impressive technology. On the battlefield, a titanium fighter with a damaged left wing continued to fly resolutely. This is titanium fighter number 3 of the 5th Squadron. My left wing is hit. I can't return. I'll clear a path for our squadron. Follow me. The pilot unhesitatingly chose a suicide attack. For the honor of the Imperial Navy. For the Holy Emperor. Onward. With a deafening shout, the titanium fighter crashed into the enemy ship's largest laser cannon, causing a massive explosion. Now, go for it. The surviving comrades, without time to mourn, immediately seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. In their eyes, winning the battle was worth any sacrifice, even if it meant their own lives. The human commander decisively ordered, "Attention all units, separate the enemy's warship groups and destroy them one by one." Already in disarray, the Alliance forces completely collapsed under this strategy. We were careless. Cake slumped in his cockpit, watching helplessly as his warships exploded one after another. They had originally thought they could easily defeat the humans with central ring technology, only to face a devastating defeat. Retreat while we can. But as Cake issued the retreat order, he was horrified to find the warp drive malfunctioning. It wasn't just him. All surviving Alliance warships were in the same predicament. Cake quickly realized that the humans might have developed new ships capable of blocking warp jumps. No choice left. Engage the engines. Fortune favors the bold. Attack, and we might find a way out. Cake's voice echoed across the warships, but instead of responding, the other aliens began to doubt. They had completely lost the courage to continue this doomed battle. Whoever wants to fight, go ahead. I'm done. This desperate cry echoed through the communication channel, instantly triggering chaos. The mercenaries and pirates lost their morale, frantically trying to flee the fleet. Cake was powerless to stop the rout, but the human empire's fleet had no intention of letting them escape. In the galaxy, one by one, the warships attempting to break through exploded into dazzling, deadly fireballs under intense firepower. Cake and the remaining troops witnessed this and completely abandoned any thoughts of escaping. Go for broke, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Just as Cake conceived this bold idea, he saw the largest warship in the enemy fleet slowly breaking formation and moving forward. Now! It's now! Cake shouted, commanding the remaining fleet to charge at the giant ship. They planned to inflict a severe blow on the human empire by sinking this flagship, unaware that this was exactly what the humans were hoping for. The voice of the human fleet commander, Yang Chung, echoed in the command center of the Supreme. Activate shields, all weapons fire. Let the Emperor's might utterly destroy them. As the order was given, all the weapon systems on the Supreme activated simultaneously. Heavy turbo laser cannons, anti-ship missiles, heavy ion cannons, and tractor beam projectors, all these terrifying weapons aimed at the charging enemies. All hands prepare. The naval officers at the control consoles increased the weapon power to maximum. Fire. At Yang Cheng's command, hundreds of naval officers operated the turrets in unison. Instantly, countless energy beams and various weapons rained down on Cake and his fleet. No! Accompanied by desperate wails, Cake and his men were vaporized under the overwhelming firepower before they could even touch the Supreme. Is that it? Yang Chung looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Is this the so-called Allied force? Thus, the so-called joint operation ended in a farce. When the battle report reached various nations, it caused an uproar. The people in the central regions treated it as a joke, but the reaction in the outer rim countries was starkly different. Several nations directly engaged with the human empire immediately declared national mourning, as their military suffered devastating losses, pushing them to the brink of annihilation. However, not everyone was mourning. In one alien nation, a general leisurely smoked an expensive cigar while reading the battle report. Our troops suffered 150,000 casualties? This joint force was a joke. We got off lightly. Report 15,040 dead, 5,000 from disease, and over 100,000 from accidents, mainly due to poor ship control causing collisions. Yes, report it that way. We can save a lot of money. While the general was lost in thoughts of a bright future, a soldier suddenly burst into his office, shouting in terror, "The human empire's warships are here! The human empire's warships are here!" The general looked out the window to see several massive warships blotting out the sky. It's overrun. Before the general could finish his sentence, the ground-targeting beams from the warships activated, and blinding light engulfed the entire planet. The Light Lance, a large-scale energy weapon mounted on spacecraft, is a standard issue for all classes of Imperial Navy ships and is also commonly found in the fleets of other factions. Mars finally mastered the mass production technology for long-range Light Lance weapons in the late M37. As one of the most powerful weapons of the human Empire Navy, the Light Lance has evolved into various models, including the ground-targeting Light Lance equipped on battleships for this assault mission. Deploy now. Prepare for landing. With the command issued, a blinding beam of light descended from the sky, instantly tearing through the continental shelf. Astartes drop pods rained down like a torrent, marking another planet being claimed by humanity. Meanwhile, in the Komodo star region of the Central Ring star domain, Eldar scholars were anxiously poring over ancient texts, their ears filled with news reports of the human empire's attacks. The Eldar's history predates that of humans, and their ancient texts record many cosmic secrets. Found it! One scholar excitedly pulled out a tattered book. Legend speaks of 4 great cosmic calamities. The first calamity, the Purge Protocol, the second calamity, the high-dimensional invasion, and the third calamity, the Sorin Swarm. It's been a millennium since the third calamity, and few nations in the galaxy retain this memory. He continued to explain that each calamity is preceded by signs, such as researching self-aware AI, self-perception logic, and synth technology without granting robots citizenship, which could trigger a mechanical calamity. The appearance of a calamity often heralds a major reshuffling of galactic powers. The Battle of Heaven recorded by the ancient cosmic beings also hinted at the arrival of the fourth calamity. So, humans might very well be the prophesied calamity. This terrifying conclusion sent chills down the spines of the Eldar scholars present. Humans almost perfectly fit the characteristics of a calamity force. Absolutely xenophobic, incapable of establishing communication, exterminating all non-human species, rising suddenly from remote star systems, and possessing formidable military strength. The widespread enslavement and slaughter of humans by other nations might have been the catalyst for this calamity's birth. Enough, let's not speak of this any longer. Pretend today never happened. An elder Eldar scholar, Harkaz, interrupted the discussion, closing the book and tossing it back. He explained that even if they reported to the Galactic Union, those simple-minded folks wouldn't understand the threat and might instead accelerate the slaughter of humans. Meanwhile, Yang Chung sat in the command seat of the Supreme Dominator, preparing for the next traversal. The system indicated the next world was Avatar, set after the first movie and before the human arrival on Pandora in the second movie, with a preparation time of 1 day. Yang Cheng had always been irritated by those blue-skinned Gnostics, especially the protagonist's decision to abandon his human identity to help the natives. He opened the system store in exchange for the 41st Elite Corps from Star Wars and the Catachan Devil Squad from the Warhammer universe, both units specialized in jungle warfare. The 41st Elite Corps, part of the 9th Assault Corps, was commanded by Jedi General Luminara Unduli and Clone Commander Gree, excelling in long-term patrols in primitive and harsh environments. The Catachan Devil Squad consisted of a veteran sergeant and 4 to 9 Catachan Devils, equipped with lost guns and frag grenades, with the option to upgrade their gear as needed. Gnostics, huh? Let me show you what true galactic civilization's invasion looks like. Yang Cheng muttered to himself. Bring Ongran and all the World Eater Space Marines. Despite his formidable military might, he remained cautious, knowing the will of Pandora itself posed a significant challenge. Chapter 75 to 95. Those who like the Gnostics might want to skip, Yang Cheng added as a final note, gearing up for the impending conquest journey. Let me repeat this once more. For those who love the Gnostics, do not read these chapters. If you later accuse me of being cruel, don't blame me. Yang Cheng closed his eyes and reflected. The scenes from the movie Avatar played in his mind. The first film had ended, meaning the protagonist, Jake Sully, had fully integrated into the Gnostics tribe and even had his own children. But this would also become his fatal weakness. Recalling Jake's actions, Yang Cheng couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. Betraying his own kind as a human was nothing short of treason. Even worse, in the second film, as Earth teetered on the brink of disaster and human forces advanced on Pandora, this former human once again sided against his own people. Clenching his fists, Yang Cheng's eyes glinted with cold determination. Such treachery made him sick. He swore to himself that if he ever caught Jake, he would make him experience the care of the Tribunal and the Midnight Lords. As for the so-called planetary consciousness, Iwa, Yang Cheng glanced at his golden power armor and smirked. He decided to personally take action, either crushing it with his psionic power or engaging in a direct psionic duel. Attention all units. Prepare for hyperspace jump. With this command, the Supreme Dominator and dozens of Star Destroyers began to accelerate. This time, their goal wasn't resources but total annihilation. Yang Cheng narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, Pandora, here I come. In the dark depths of the galaxy, a shining ship moved slowly. This was the RDA Mining Corporation's Venture Star, a 1.6-kilometer-long vessel where 99.5 of its structure housed nuclear reactors, and only 0.5 housed annihilation chambers, which provided over 95 of its interstellar propulsion. It used antihydrogen and hydrogen as fuel, and the energy generated from their annihilation was channeled by a magnetic system into the exhaust, allowing the ship to travel at 70 the speed of light. Looking at the distant Venture Star, Yang Cheng couldn't help but scoff. Humans possessed such powerful weapons, but still lost to the Gnostics. Whether it was due to the commander's indecisiveness or strategic blunders, it was clear the Gnostics had plot armor. A bunch of incompetents, losing to a primitive civilization that hasn't even left their planet, he mocked. As Yang Cheng complained, the Supreme Dominator exited hyperspace, its massive form suddenly appearing in front of the Venture Star. Oh, damn! The crew aboard the Venture Star were stunned by the sudden appearance of this colossal vessel. Even the Earth government didn't have such a massive warship. Seeing the terrifying array of cannons, everyone realized this was no friendly encounter. But they were powerless to resist, as the Venture Star was essentially a repurposed transport ship with minimal armament. Attention, vessel ahead. Cut your engines and surrender to the human empire. With this command, a fleet of White Star destroyers emerged from hyperspace, surrounding the Venture Star. Do not attempt to call for help. Your communications have been cut off. Any resistance will be met with severe consequences. What do we do, Captain? A panicked crew member asked from the control console. The captain sighed in resignation. What else can we do? We surrender. Soon, a holographic white flag appeared on the hull, signaling the Venture Star's surrender. Notify all stormtroopers to be on standby. Thousands of fully armed stormtroopers lined up neatly, holding blaster rifles, ready for action. As the representatives of the Venture Star stepped out, they tried to explain. We are from the RDA Mining Corporation. Who are you? Before they could finish, thousands of blaster rifles were aimed at them simultaneously. I'll say it one last time. You have only one choice: surrender. Under the watchful eyes of the stormtroopers, all weapons aboard the Venture Star were confiscated. At that moment, a blue-skinned humanoid emerged from a stasis pod. Colonel Quaritch, Yang Cheng said slowly, looking at the human in his avatar form. What's going on? What is this? Quaritch asked, leaning against the pod wall in confusion. Dressed in his golden power armor, Yang Cheng approached Quaritch and handed him a holographic display device. As Yang Cheng explained, he also used his psionic power to directly transmit all the information into Quaritch's consciousness. After viewing the hologram, Quaritch smiled bitterly and asked, So, I've been dismissed? He quickly understood his situation. Without hesitation, Quaritch knelt on one knee and swore, "I pledge my allegiance to you, Emperor." "Good," Yang Cheng nodded. "As long as you follow orders, your soul and memories won't be trapped in this filthy shell." This implied that after conquering Pandora, he would provide Quaritch with a new body. "At your command," Quaritch replied respectfully. Turning to the star map, Yang Cheng asked, "How far are we from Pandora?" "Just 1 day away, Your Majesty," a crew member quickly responded. The members of the Venture Star had realized their predicament and promptly abandoned their previous duties to serve Yang Cheng. They knew they couldn't possibly resist such a formidable fleet on their own. "So, are we going to drop directly from orbit into those filthy alien nests and chop off their heads?" Ongran asked eagerly from the side. "Ongran, don't rush." Yang Cheng's smile turned sinister. "That would be too boring. We need to make that human traitor pay a lifelong, unforgettable price. Dealing with a traitor required extreme measures. Note that due to the extended timeline, I've made some adjustments to Colonel Quaritch's appearance," Yang Cheng added, his eyes gleaming with the anticipation of impending revenge. "Admit it, you can't stand those bizarre aliens. Their blue skin and strange forms are completely different from us. Today, they might devour the bodies of your family. Tomorrow, you could be their next meal. These creatures are no different from the monsters in ancient legends, and you can't tolerate them infiltrating every corner of your life. Our emotions don't connect, our logic is worlds apart. Coexistence? Absolutely impossible. Now, it's time to revive the traditions of our ancestors. Ever since we first united and stepped off our blue planet, one word has been absent from our culture for millennia, but it has never disappeared from our genes. From the moment our race left the branches and walked on the ground, our destiny has been intertwined with it. Listen, comrades, the call of our forebears echoes from the planet where humanity was born to the edges of the galaxy. In every human language, it converges into one cry: war, war, war. We will fight on planets, in nebulas, in hyperspace and subspace. We will fight in every corner of the universe. We fight for the future of humanity, even if it means burning the star sea, scorching the galaxy. Let this message be clear to all alien races that dare resist. War is coming. The green planet of Pandora appears before everyone, its vibrant surface proving it to be a picturesque world. How can such a beautiful planet be allowed to be tainted by those filthy aliens? This has always been human territory, merely temporarily occupied by the evil Gnostics. A system prompt sounds. War mission initiated. Do not use planet-destroying weapons until the planetary consciousness is defeated, or the mission will be deemed a failure. Yang Cheng pondered, knowing that preparation is key for a battle against the planetary consciousness. The first task is to capture the protagonist's children, Nedium, Kiri, Loak, and Tuk. These are the names of Jake's children. Yang plans to capture as many Gnostics' children as possible. He addressed his soldiers. "You seem to have forgotten how colonizers treat natives. Go capture the children of their tribe, inflict wounds on them, assign a few elderly soldiers to guard them, give them a false sense of opportunity, and then set an ambush around them." Yang continued outlining his plan. "Don't rush to deal with the planetary consciousness just yet. We need to eradicate the Gnostics first. It's best to unite several tribes, so we don't have to hunt them down one by one. Pandora isn't only home to Jake's Gnostics. There are also ocean-dwelling tribes and another tribe not shown in the movies." He called Colonel Quaki, who was inventorying supplies, to his side. "Quaki, do you remember Spider Miles?" "Miles? My son." Colonel Quaki responded with visible agitation. "Yes, he's on Pandora, living with the Gnostics," Yang said calmly. "Don't worry, he's human and hasn't betrayed his race. We won't harm him. But the other Gnostics are different. They will be exterminated." Yang stood up and patted Quaki on the shoulder. He thought to himself, the universe is inherently a place of survival of the fittest. It's not uncommon for one civilization to invade another for survival. This is why he despises the protagonist of Avatar. If the first film was about disliking the protagonist's betrayal, the second film makes him a full-blown traitor to humanity. Abandoning his race to help another alien species, disregarding human survival, he can no longer be called human. "Go capture enough Gnostics' children. The Emperor has great use for them," Yang commanded. 2 Alpha Legion Space Marines secretly infiltrated Pandora in a small shuttle. In the dense jungle, a tall Gnostics was leading a smaller one. "Hurry up, Tuk, you coward," the taller Gnostics teased. "Nedium," Tuk protested. While the 2 children played in the jungle, they were unaware of a figure silently approaching. "All right, it's almost time. We should head back for dinner," said Neytiri, the protagonist's wife and princess of the Gnostics tribe, watching the children with a smile. "Okay, we'll be right there," the children responded. Just as Neytiri was about to relax, an unusual presence emerged from the depths of the jungle. She grew alert. "Hammerhead Titanothere? Thanator?" Slingers? Neytiri sensed the unfamiliar presence, and a terrifying feeling surged within her. Something's wrong. Neytiri barely had time to react before everything went black, and she collapsed to the ground. I found a filthy alien, brother, one of the Alpha Legion Marines said, looking at the unconscious Neytiri. Take her. Maybe the Emperor will reward us, the other Marine replied. Mommy, mommy. The smallest child, Tuck, turned to see their mother being subdued by two towering figures. Mom. Tuck didn't have time to finish before being struck down by the Marines hiding in the jungle. Get the bags, toss them in. The Marines quickly bound Jake's children and wife Neytiri, then continued searching for other isolated Gnostics. After some time, the Marines were drawn by the sound of crying. They stumbled upon the Gnostics' birthing area, and the sight before them filled them with excitement. Jackpot! Yang Chung nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the dozens of captive Gnostics' children. A Space Marine from the Alpha Legion opened a sack and said, Emperor, we also captured an adult Gnostics. With a pitiful wail, Neytiri was thrown out like a discarded dog. Weakly, she cried out, Sky People. You are Sky People. Yang Chung waved his hand, his tone calm. Sky People? No, no, we are a civilized nation, and we will treat you in a very civilized manner. We come with peace and civilization. Hearing these unfamiliar words, Neytiri fell into deep thought. Yang Chung continued, Of course, all this is based on the premise that this planet has no Gnostic species. With my benevolent nature, I certainly won't massacre you. You can apply for euthanasia. Isn't a painless death much better? Yang Chung had no intention of coexisting harmoniously with these aliens. In his eyes, these creatures, not even considered subhumans, could never live in harmony with humans. Neytiri responded firmly, Impossible. We Gnostics will fight to the death with our homeland. You will never get near Pandora again. Yang Chung stopped wasting time with her. To the human empire, the Gnostics tribes were less significant than ants. He ordered, Then watch as your homeland perishes. Commence carpet bombing of the target area. Show them the power of our technology. As the order was given, the cannons on the Star Destroyers began to charge. Due to system requirements and Yang Cheng's considerations, the energy levels were not set too high. In the dense forest, the Gnostics looked up in terror at the ominous lights appearing in the clouds. Sky People. The Sky People are back. Countless Gnostics wailed in despair. Boom. A massive beam of light struck the forest, obliterating everything in its path. The dense forest that once protected the Gnostics from human machines was now being destroyed, with all living beings falling before human technology. Amid the chaos, Jake searched for his wife while silently praying to Iwa. Iwa, protect us. Iwa seemed to respond to his prayer. Countless trees suddenly grew wildly, forming wooden walls to protect the Gnostics. A voice echoed in Jake's mind, Jake, the Sky People have returned, stronger than ever. Gather at the Hallelujah Mountains. I will make them hold off the humans. Jake had no choice but to temporarily abandon his search for his family and lead his people in a hurried evacuation. On Pandora, life forms wailed under the destructive beams, some turning to chunks, others to ash. It was a scene reminiscent of the mass extinction at the end of the Cretaceous period, with countless animals fleeing in terror, only to perish under the onslaught. Yang Chung commanded, All right, deploy the landing troops. Immediately, over 100 LAAT low-altitude assault transports carrying dozens of soldiers from the 41st Elite Corps descended towards Pandora. The stormtroopers grumbled, all right, after fighting alongside the rebels, now we have to fight alongside the clones. Several Imperial landing crafts also detached from the warships, heading straight for Pandora. The jungle on the ground had turned to scorched earth. Stormtroopers and the 41st Elite Corps clones successfully landed. Suddenly, a surge of trees and vines attacked. Prepare to engage. Open fire. The commander shouted. Flames surged forward, meeting the vines heat, aided by the firepower of rotating blaster cannons. Instantly, countless trees and vines were reduced to ashes or shattered into pieces. Air support ready. 2 low-altitude assault transports circled back, this time not for transporting personnel. They were equipped with anti-personnel laser turrets, composite beam laser turrets, variable yield missile launchers, and light air-to-air rocket droid killer launchers more powerful than some fighters. Fire! 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 With the command to attack, the forest lit up with flames, and Pandora's will temporarily retreated. But this time was different from the first movie. The planets will decided to fight back seriously. Hundreds of hammerhead titanotheres charged out of the jungle, their hard heads aimed forward. These creatures had hammer-like horns on their heads, somewhat resembling hammerhead sharks, but they were land animals. Adult hammerhead titanotheres typically stood 6 meters tall and 11 meters long, with heads that could even withstand gunfire. However, they faced weapons far beyond ordinary firearms. The Mark IV ES heavy laser cannons, Mark III's medium blasters, and 2 side-mounted auxiliary weapons were among the Empire's most powerful arsenal. Simultaneously, the stormtroopers and clones targeted the charging beasts with their heavy weapons. For the Emperor, with a battle cry, a giant drop pod landed. A dreadnought bearing the World Eater's mark stepped onto the battlefield. Following that, hundreds of Space Marines descended via Thunderhawk gunships, ready to face the Gnostics. The Doridio Siege Dreadnought is a type of heavy fire support dreadnought, sharing many design and functional similarities with the Contemptor Dreadnought. Known for its formidable weaponry and exceptional battlefield stability, this dreadnought has been used by multiple Space Marine legions as a testbed for advanced weapon systems. Equipped with an intimidating array of weapons, the Doridio boasts an Anvilus autocannon battery that spits deadly streams of bullets, a Hellfire plasma cannonade that unleashes destructive energy beams, and an Arachnus Las cannon that can precisely cut through enemy armor. Additionally, its hull is mounted with an Iolos missile launcher capable of autonomously targeting and engaging enemies. The dreadnought can also be outfitted with a heavy flamer or heavy bolter, further enhancing its firepower. To improve combat efficiency, the Doridio is equipped with an advanced helical targeting array, ensuring each shot hits its mark. Its atomic shielding system provides additional protection for this massive war machine. For the Emperor, with this thunderous roar, all weapon systems on the dreadnought activated simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying barrage that covered a vast area. Countless hammerhead beasts were forced to retreat under this overwhelming assault. I am the Emperor's Angel of Death. I bring death. The voice emanating from within the dreadnought's armor was filled with menace. Meanwhile, 5 veteran warriors clad in Cataphractii Terminator armor flanked the dreadnought, providing supporting fire. These seasoned fighters, working in tandem with the dreadnought's main firepower, formed an imposing defensive line. Faced with such overwhelming firepower, the hammerhead beasts stood no chance. They let out pitiful howls and retreated under the bombardment. However, just as the Space Marines thought victory was within reach, dozens of Viper wolves suddenly burst from the jungle, charging at them with ferocious speed. "Hold your fire. Let me handle this," said Karn in a deep voice. Having just returned his weapon to Angron, he now wielded a power axe crafted by salamander artisans. As the Viper wolves rushed towards him, Karn stood firm, raising his power axe and swinging it with deadly precision. Viper wolves are formidable creatures, measuring 2.3 meters in length and 1 meter in height, with 6 legs and 4 eyes. Hairless, their necks and spines are covered in thick armor plating. Their claws resemble hands, showing evolutionary traits bridging canines and primates. Their robust legs and muscular bodies grant them the ability to sprint long distances quickly, and their keen green eyes can see as clearly at night as during the day. However, these impressive features were insignificant before Karn. His first swing decapitated the lead Viper wolf with precision. More Viper wolves lunged at Karn, but for a veteran steeped in the fires of countless battles, this fight was hardly a challenge. Boom, boom, boom. Karn's power axe swung relentlessly, each strike claiming a life. In no time, dozens of Viper wolves lay dead at his feet, their blood staining the ground red. While a decisive victory had been achieved on the ground, the upcoming jungle and aerial battles would not be as easy. Meanwhile, Jake had established contact with the planet's consciousness. Through its words, Jake realized that the enemy this time was exceptionally powerful. Worse yet, his wife and children had been kidnapped by the enemy. "Jake, what should we do?" the surrounding Gnostics anxiously asked, their eyes filled with hope and expectation. After a moment of contemplation, Jake resolutely said, "We'll split into 2 teams. One will distract the enemy's air force, while the other will lure the main force into the jungle. The jungle is our home turf." With Jake's words, countless Gnostics let out excited and primal roars. They believed this battle would be as easy as the last, unaware of the unprecedented challenges awaiting them. "Tomorrow, I'll draw the enemy's attention, and then you can begin your operation," Jake continued, making the final arrangements for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, in the human camp, Yang Chung was discussing strategies to counter the Gnostics with his officers. The Gnostics are adept at using the jungle for guerrilla warfare and ambushes. "How should we counter this?" One officer posed the critical question. Another officer stood up and pointed at the map. "Here's what I'm thinking. This area is all jungle, and the enemy relies on it to fight us. If we recklessly enter the jungle, we'll likely fall into their traps and waste considerable effort without achieving much. Moreover, our heavy weapons could easily be surrounded once inside the jungle." He continued outlining his plan. "We can position our troops at strategic points and then set fire to parts of the jungle. Afterward, we can establish railways and outposts, compressing the enemy's maneuvering space. We'll station rapid response units at key locations. If the enemy appears and attacks our outposts, we'll immediately dispatch the response units to block them, gradually reducing their activity range until we completely annihilate them. Additionally, we can periodically send aircraft to bomb the area, easing the pressure on our ground forces." Both sides were fully prepared, and a protracted and fierce battle was about to begin. Yang Cheng had also arrived at the ground basia forward command center named Emperor's Glory. Heavy troops guarded all strategic positions on the ground, and temporary command posts were set up, ready to respond to any emergency. At that moment, Yang Cheng used his psychic abilities to broadcast a provocative message across the continent. Jake, traitor to humanity, your wife and children are in my hands. If you have the courage, come and face me. The location is where the daytime battle took place. Hearing these words while preparing for an ambush in the jungle, Jake cursed in anger. Damn it! Despite his fury, for the safety of his family, he had no choice but to confront Yang Cheng alone. A fateful showdown was about to unfold. Yang Cheng stared at the bound Neytiri and her children, his gaze then shifting to the dark jungle. Suddenly, an alarm shattered the silence. Enemy spotted. Repeat. Enemy spotted. The searchlight pierced through the darkness, illuminating a tall, slender blue figure. Finally, Yang Cheng muttered, a cold smile creeping across his lips as he watched Jake slowly approach. Jake looked up at the walls and shouted at the soldiers in uniform. Hey, Artie, we have no quarrel with you anymore. What do you want? Colonel Quaritch paced to the edge of the wall, looking down at Jake with a mocking tone. Jake, this has nothing to do with me. You've angered the Emperor, and you and your blue-skinned monkeys are in for a world of pain. Blue-skinned monkeys? Jake retorted angrily. They are intelligent beings. They are just like us humans. When did these filthy aliens become comparable to humans? A figure in golden exoskeleton armor interrupted, stepping onto the wall. Who are you? Jake asked warily. Emperor? You are not worthy to say the Emperor's name. With a roar, an explosive round hit the ground near Jake. He immediately took a defensive stance, letting out a primal roar. Yang Cheng, clad in his exoskeleton, looked down at Jake, his voice full of menace. Look at you, betraying humanity for these so-called Gnostics, abandoning your noble human heritage to side with aliens. They are people too. Jake insisted. They are just Is that why you betrayed humanity? Yang Cheng's voice grew more terrifying. Is that why you killed your own kind? Jake felt a chill but remained resolute. We won't back down. We will fight to protect our home. Home? Yang Cheng sneered. It seems you've forgotten your roots, Jake. Fight to the end. Huh? With that, he grabbed Neytiri, his exoskeleton making him even taller than the Gnostics. This is your wife, right? Let's see the price of resistance. Neytiri struggled for breath, her kicks against Yang Cheng's exoskeleton only causing her more pain. Help Jake, she called out desperately. Yang Cheng spoke coldly. See, what's so great about these aliens? Worth abandoning your human heritage? He used his psychic powers to keep Neytiri on the brink of suffocation, prolonging her agony. Jake fell to his knees, pleading, please, let her go. I'll do anything. You don't even have the qualification to work for me. Yang Cheng said icily. First, you are not human. Second, since you stand with the Gnostics, you are our enemy. Why would I be foolish enough to let my enemy work for me? He tightened his grip. Neytiri's suffering intensified, and Jake, unable to contain his anger, charged at the wall. Before he could reach Yang Cheng, a red-clad guard punched him back to the ground. Jake struggled to his feet, trying one last desperate gambit. If you kill her, our entire tribe won't let you get away with it. Yang Cheng laughed dismissively. Jake, you're still too young. Why do you think your so-called tribe can stand against our starships? Your warriors are dwindling, while our army is endless. Besides, do you really think we're here just for mining? Jake realized this was not a business venture but a war. Still, he refused to give up. So what? Our deity Iwa will protect us, and all the tribes will unite. Yang Cheng couldn't hold back his laughter. Iwa? A deity? He controlled his mirth and spoke slowly. Let me tell you a story. Yang Cheng recounted a tale of two civilizations, one that could only travel within its planet, and another that could navigate interstellar space. In the end, the seemingly powerful planetary civilization was annihilated by a single probe from the spacefaring civilization, through the simplest means collision. What do you mean? Neytiri gasped, barely able to speak. Yang Cheng coldly replied, because this is your fate. I prefer to call it a dimensional reduction strike. Your so-called planetary will, tribal alliance, might sound impressive, might look impressive, but unfortunately, the technological gap between us is not something your courage can bridge. With that, Yang Cheng suddenly exerted more force, killing Neytiri. He tossed her body in front of Jake and said coldly, your children are still with me. I advise you not to act recklessly. Of course, if you want revenge, you're welcome anytime. Jake cradled Neytiri's body, consumed by grief, and silently retreated into the forest. Watching Jake disappear, Yang Cheng couldn't help but laugh. The plan succeeded. Since he betrayed humanity, endless pain awaits him. At that moment, A subordinate reported, Emperor, what should we do with the alien children? Yang Chung quietly opened the system and asked, System, is there a redemption mech? Host, what are you planning? You wouldn't. The system seemed surprised. Of course, just for some fun. Yang Chung said nonchalantly, for 1,000 units deal. The system quickly provided detailed information about the redemption mech, including its purpose, the fate of its pilots, and its features. After hearing the introduction, Yang Chung decisively ordered, bring those 4 aliens and strap them in. Deploy all fighter jets to encircle and annihilate the enemy air force. Mechanics and engineers swiftly set up railways and outposts, while the army begins its offensive. Yang Chung never intended to engage the Gnostics in jungle warfare. His strategy was to reduce the jungle as much as possible. Prepare to drop incendiary bombs. Enter the jungle. With the command given, a dozen titanium fighters flew in formation, starting to drop bombs. Each explosion engulfed countless trees in flames, the fire spreading rapidly. A massive inferno formed in the jungle, with trees collapsing under the intense heat. The armored units led the charge, with other personnel providing cover below. Move, move, move. The stormtroopers advanced, mercilessly finishing off any wounded animal soldiers they encountered. Attention, no signs of Gnostics in Zone A. Continue advancing. The jungle was divided into 3 major zones. Zone A was the outermost layer, Zone B the central area, and Zone C near Hallelujah Mountain. The enemy had not fortified the jungle perimeter. Requesting air support, we will continue advancing. Roger. 5 swing fighters headed towards the floating mountains ahead, their reconnaissance equipment quickly detecting numerous biological signals. All units, be advised. Enemy spotted at the mountain location. Requesting support. Ground radar received the message, and 2 squadrons of titanium fighters, along with 1 squadron of swings, were swiftly dispatched to the area. Support will arrive in 3 minutes. Do not alert the enemy. Understood. The swing pilot circled briefly before marking the enemy ambush location and pulling away. Jake, can we really do this? A Gnostic asked, looking at the devastated forest from atop his Torek. If we could win once, we can win again. Their overconfidence will be their downfall, Jake replied. The walkers, though slow, were highly stable. Their bodies were composed of 2 armored sections connected by a flexible sleeve, enhancing ground mobility. 4 laser turret cannons were mounted at the front, with a heavy grenade launcher installed on the back. Jake, we see the enemy. The Gnostics' ground assault force, mounted on heavily armored dire horses, prepared to charge. These dire horses were 1/3 larger than the largest horse breeds on Earth, with 6 legs and hairless, striped bodies covered in flexible carbon fiber armor from the back of their heads down their necks. Stay calm. Wait until the enemy is in the kill zone. Jake gritted his teeth, eyes fixed on the approaching clone army. This time, he had gathered his entire tribe, not just to avenge his wife, but to fight for the future of their species. The planets will had taken control of all life on Pandora, and an array of bizarre creatures was converging on this continent. Attack. With the command, countless Gnostics let out primal roars and swiftly charged forward. All units, be advised. Enemy spotted in Zone B. Make it quick. I want to get home for dinner. All clones halted and began setting up fortifications. Get the heavy weapons ready. Prepare for battle. At the front were the elite soldiers of the 41st, followed by the fearless and terminators of the Space Marines, flanked by various other Space Marines. Behind them were all-terrain tactical machines. The Gnostics had no idea they were about to face a massacre. Tens of thousands of Gnostics, mounted on heavily armored dire horses and armed to the teeth, charged at the clones like a solid wall. Wah! Their primal cries echoed as they believed in another victory. However, this time they were up against the battle-hardened 41st Elite Forces of the Clone Wars and the famed World Eaters from the grimdark universe of Warhammer 40k. Open fire. With the command, the clones' blaster weapons and rear armor units unleashed a barrage. Blaster beams precisely hit the Gnostics on horseback, easily burning through them. The Space Marines' bolters turned every hit into a gruesome explosion. The Dreadnought's autocannons, grenade launchers, and plasma cannons fired in unison, their firepower surpassing that of several tanks. Damn it! The enemy's frontal firepower is too strong. We need support. Roger, hold on. Jake ordered, and all the Phantom Riders hidden on the cliffside dove down, only to become targets for the anti-aircraft guns. Originally aimed at ground forces, the anti-aircraft guns quickly adjusted and opened fire without hesitation. Support had arrived and began eliminating the enemy air units. Hundreds of Ikran dived from the sky, launching a fierce attack on the ground forces. The Gnostics let out excited roars as they saw their chieftain lead the tribe's warriors in a daring leap. However, their joy was short-lived. Facing elite troops gathered from various battlefronts, the Gnostics' tactics were like ants challenging a giant. On the ground, the clone troops and Space Marines advanced with thunderous assaults. Amid the booming sounds, they steadily pushed forward. A Gnostics barely shouted, We need support. Before being blown to pieces by a bomb, their blue bodies scattered everywhere. Serves you right, alien. A space marine roared, his terrifying voice emanating from beneath his helmet. High above, Jake witnessed his people being slaughtered and let out a furious cry. I'll make you pay for this. He was about to dive at the blood-red-painted enemies when a comrade's shout brought him back to his senses. Jake, look over there. Following his comrade's direction, Jake saw a fleet of starfighters. These light interceptors, developed by Court Systems Engineering, were once the mainstay of the Galactic Republic and early Empire. Agile and fast, with a maximum acceleration of 4,800 g and an atmospheric speed of 1,450 km per hour, they were still deadly threats on the battlefield despite not being as maneuverable or powerful as later TIN or Awings. Fire! 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 With the command given, the interceptors' blaster cannons targeted the enemies and began shooting. Jake and his comrades couldn't evade in time and were hit by the blasts. Quick! Scatter formation! Jake ordered, and all aerial units dispersed, attempting to use their old tactics. However, these starfighters from the Star Wars universe easily broke through the magnetic field interference around the Hallelujah Mountains. Amid the explosions, several Ikran were blasted into bloody pieces, plummeting straight to the ground. As Jake grew increasingly desperate, the planets will intervened once more. Thousands of Ikran burst from the clouds, and countless hammerhead titans and various creatures on the ground charged at the clone lines. Iwa is with us. Jake was filled with hope, but he underestimated human firepower. 3 landing ships breached Pandora's atmosphere, deploying thousands of Mechanicum-enhanced Reaper drones. These drones, like the scythes of death, began mercilessly reaping the Ikran's lives. Blood rained from the sky, mixed with the flesh and organs of the Ikran and Nasics. The Nasics' excitement vanished, replaced by the terror of war. They realized that their previous skirmishes were mere child's play. True war was a brutal contest fought without mercy, solely for victory. Move the mortals behind us, all world eaters, prepare for battle. Angron, clad in the armor of the blood god, a gladiator's armor blessed and modified by the Archmagos Calbo, was no longer a mindless brute but a thoughtful leader who cared for the mortals. Following their Primarchs' orders, the world eaters stepped out, positioning themselves in front of the clones. Angron suddenly drew 2 long chain axes and shouted, "For the Emperor!" The other Space Marines also readied their weapons, with a few Terminators gripping their power hammers tightly. The 2 sides clashed, and for the Hammerhead Titans, it was a slaughter. With each swing of Angron's axe, several Titans fell, and the World Eaters followed, wielding their chain axes. Kill the leader, and the enemy will collapse. A Nasic shouted, leading a few comrades in a desperate charge toward Angron, attempting to confront him with their flesh and blood. Retreat! 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 Jack's shouts echoed across the battlefield. The Nasics witnessed the Hammerhead Titanotheres being cut down like wheat, and their courage was utterly shattered. The resolve to defend their home was now a distant memory. Fall back to the Tree of Souls. Jack knew the battle was lost. They had been defeated. Countless Nasics dropped their weapons and fled into the jungle in a panic. However, the clone troops on the perimeter did not pursue. Attention all units, the enemy has retreated into the jungle. Do not pursue. I repeat, do not pursue. Leave a few on guard duty. The rest of you, start laying the tracks. The commander's voice crackled over the comms. On the battlefield, clone soldiers were finishing off the fallen Nasics. Angron coldly remarked, I want to make boots out of Nasic scalps. Karn, leave a few men here. We're pulling back, Angron continued. The next phase is out of our hands. The 41st Elite and the Catechans will handle the rest. Deploy the penitent engines. With this order, 5 massive machines slowly rolled out onto the battlefield from the dark hangar. Captured Nasics were nailed to the machines, groaning in agony. A chaplain's voice boomed, Xenos, this is a benevolent gift from the great Emperor. You will atone for your vile and inferior alien blood with your own bodies. The 5 terrifying machines appeared on the continent of Pandora, and Jack's children were among those nailed to them. They didn't even have time to struggle before neurotoxins were injected into their bodies. Burn the Xenos. With this command, the flamethrowers and chainsaw fists on the machines roared to life, and holy chants filled the air. Meanwhile, Jack led his people to retreat beneath the floating Hallelujah Mountains. They had no choice but to hide in the caves, waiting for a chance to strike back. Suddenly, a Nasics with a bow and arrow dashed through the trees. Jack, I found the children, but... His eyes were filled with terror, as if he'd seen something horrific. The sound of engines grew louder. Jack's heart sank. Quick, get everyone up there. A few of you stay with me. Before he could finish, a massive tree fell, revealing 5 monstrous machines. Jack and everyone else froze. They had never seen anything so terrifying. The black machines were covered in holy symbols and inscriptions praising the Emperor. Their arms were equipped with circular saws and flamethrowers. Most horrifying of all, Jack's child, Tuck, was nailed to the central machine, injected with unknown drugs, and visibly manic. Exterminate the Xenos. Purge the heretics. The terrifying words came from Tuck's mouth as the machine lunged at Jack. Damn it! Jack dodged, but the machine turned its attention to the others, slicing a Gnostic's warrior in half with its chainsaw. Sensing a kill, more drugs were pumped into Tuck's brain, making him even more frenzied. Only by killing the Emperor's enemies could he find relief. Tuck, it's your father. Stop! Jack shouted desperately. But Tuck's ears were encased in metal, rendering him deaf to the outside world. He could only feel the urge to kill, unable to control himself as the frenzy spread through his body. Damn it! Make it stop! Jack tried to target the machine's power source, but all weak points were shielded by metal. Should we use heavy weapons? We could blow it up, a tribesman suggested. But our people are tied to it too. Can't. Jack's words were cut off as another Gnostic was flung into the air, smashing into a tree. There's no time. Seeing his bloodied comrade, Jack painfully realized the only solution was to kill Tuck. He aimed his longbow at Tuck, tears streaming down his face, and released the arrow. The force of the impact tore Tuck in half. But the horror continued. Tuck was dead, yet the machine kept attacking the Gnostics. Jack finally understood that his daughter was nothing more than an ornament on this monstrous machine. Jack stared at the corpse hanging like a piece of dried meat from the mech, and suddenly realized it was his daughter whom he had killed with his own hands. This cruel reality plunged him into deep despair, and even worse, he was powerless to stop the mech's rampage. Jack, you're the chieftain. You must evacuate. A Gnostic urgently shouted. We'll hold them off. A few Gnostics quickly dragged the still-shocked Jack away, while the rest of the tribe charged at the massive mechs, risking their lives to slow them down. Meanwhile, in a distant command center, Yang Chung was fixated on the holographic projection, listening to his subordinates' battle reports. Emperor, the war is won. What should we do next? A subordinate asked respectfully. Yang Chung frowned slightly. No, this isn't over. He knew the battle was far from finished. This is just the beginning. He swiftly issued a series of orders. Notify the Air Force to bomb all potential enemy locations. It's time to build this cage. The members of the Mechanicus immediately began organizing personnel to construct railways, encircling the areas where enemies might appear, and deploying clone sentries. Yang Chung also ordered the troops to use the Mechanicus enhanced Agent Orange, now with even more potent defoliant capabilities. Agent Orange, a deadly toxin laced with dioxin, was named for the orange stripes on its shipping containers. As it was deployed, vast swathes of trees withered quickly, leaving the Gnostics without places to hide. Simultaneously, bomber formations dropped explosives on enemy positions. However, the planets will refuse to stand idly by. Whenever a patch of trees withered, it would regrow them. This was destined to be a prolonged war, but Yang Chung had no intention of letting the battle drag on. His immense psychic power constantly suppressed the planet's will, a force so destructive that even the planet's consciousness dared not face it hidden. In the depths of the jungle, Jack was preparing to leave the tribe. He packed his belongings onto his Ikran and addressed the gathered Gnostics. Everyone, I plan to leave the jungle tribe and seek help from the ocean tribe. You must rely on the jungle and your Ikrans to conduct guerrilla warfare against the enemy. He turned to a strong Gnostics warrior. Nason, you are one of the tribe's finest warriors. Lead the tribe in the counterattack. We'll use the Hallelujah Mountains as our base. The enemy won't easily find us. The death of Jack's wife and child had left him in unbearable pain. This journey was both a mission to seek help and a means to clear his mind. A human boy, Max, climbed up a rock and softly consoled him. Jack, my condolences. Jack did not respond. He silently mounted his Ikran and flew into the sky, soon disappearing into the clouds. Several days later, an armored train sped along the newly constructed railway, loaded with fully armed clone soldiers. In the jungle, a dozen Gnostics on heavily armored mounts were poised to charge. Listen up, quick and decisive. With the command given, the Gnostics cavalry charged towards the train like arrows. The clone troopers on the train immediately opened fire, while the train conductor urgently contacted the nearest outpost for rapid response support. At a nearby outpost, a dozen burly men were readying themselves. Each was equipped with a chainsword and a bolter, wearing green vests and red headbands. Their leader, known as Steeljawgurt, was rumored to have killed a warrior bug with his teeth, thus earning his steel dentures. Brothers, the hunt begins. Steeljawgurt roared. Kill all these lowly aliens. The dozen Katakan soldiers quickly boarded a transport vehicle, joining other station troops heading to the scene. These Katakans, who learned to shoot before they could talk, were about to show the Gnostics what true jungle warfare was. Katakan is located in the Ultima Segmentum, a planet covered in dense jungle. Its ecosystem seems to consciously repel all alien life. with every native plant posing a lethal threat to humans. Even the Space Marines avoid this hellish place. Catacan doesn't need a planetary defense force because the deadly flora alone ensures no invaders return. The planet hosts some of the galaxy's deadliest creatures, some even deployed to other worlds to deter invaders. Catacan's only value lies in its inhabitants. Surviving in such a harsh environment, Catacans have become exceptionally tough and cunning. This is the cradle of the Catacan jungle fighters, who are larger and more formidable than the Astra Militarum. For these elite warriors from the Death World, the hardships of the Imperium's endless wars are trivial compared to their daily struggles, so they proudly answered the Emperor's call. Leveraging their unique advantages, Catacan has supplied the Imperial Guard with elite forces. These soldiers have become the backbone of the Astra Militarum, and in the upcoming jungle warfare, they will demonstrate their astonishing combat prowess. Everyone, listen up. Form into groups of 3 and start searching the jungle, Gert commanded, gripping his grenade launcher adorned with a golden double-head eagle. His voice was low and resolute. Dozens of Catacan jungle fighters swiftly moved out, dispersing silently into the dense foliage like ghosts, their sharp eyes scanning for any signs of the enemy. Meanwhile, Imperial Navy aircraft roared overhead, circling low and ready to provide fire support at a moment's notice. Gert surveyed his surroundings, involuntarily comparing this jungle to the one on Catacan. By comparison, this jungle seemed like a paradise. There were no giant toads capable of triggering nuclear explosions, no brain-sucking carnivorous leaves, and no towering trees that could crush a person in an instant. Just as he was about to continue his mental list, a soldier beside him started chattering away. Gert spun around, his cold gaze piercing the soldier. "If you say one more word, you'll be scrubbing toilets," he snapped. Without waiting for a response, he turned and continued his cautious advance, scanning the environment with heightened vigilance. It wasn't long before Gert spotted a few fresh drops of Naasik's blood. Instantly, he deduced that the enemy was injured and likely nearby. To avoid revealing his position, Gert refrained from using any electronic communication devices. Instead, he skillfully mimicked the calls of local animals to relay the crucial information to the other squads. Upon receiving the signal, the squads silently converged on Gert's location, while he continued tracking the enemy's trail. As the jungle grew denser, Gert's thoughts drifted back to Catacan. Suddenly, a barely audible rustle from the treetops snapped him back to full alertness. Gert quickly signaled the surrounding warriors to stay vigilant, aiming his weapon at the canopy above. "Open fire." At Gert's command, dozens of Catacan soldiers unleashed a barrage of bullets into the treetops. Amidst the hail of gunfire, a Naasik who failed to evade was instantly torn apart. Gert immediately ordered flamethrowers. These weapons, typically used on Catacan to combat deadly flora, now became the perfect tools for flushing out the enemy. Unexpectedly, a figure leaped from the nearby underbrush, charging at Locke. It was Nathan, a robust Naasik warrior. But to Gert, such an opponent was far less challenging than the warriors of Catacan. With a smirk, Gert taunted, "Come on, let's see what you've got, alien." He drew a combat knife he had crafted himself and assumed a fighting stance. Nathan, young and hot-headed, was infuriated by Gert's provocation and rushed forward recklessly. Gert deftly parried each attack, even finding time to mock, "With your skills, you wouldn't last 5 minutes on our planet. You'd be dead the moment you landed." Before long, Nathan was panting heavily, while Gert remained calm and composed. "All right, this boring game ends now." Gert yawned and suddenly struck with full force, landing a powerful blow to Nathan's abdomen. A few more punches later, Nathan collapsed to the ground. Just as Gert prepared to deliver the final blow, a group of individuals in Inquisition uniforms appeared, stopping him. "We're with the Alien Inquisition," the leader introduced himself. "I'm Rubach. We're taking custody of this alien to interrogate him about their base." Gert had little regard for the Inquisition, but saw no reason to cause trouble. "Inquisition? Huh? Take him," he said indifferently, as if the fierce battle moments ago was nothing more than a trivial skirmish. Rubach nodded in thanks and ordered his men to take the unconscious Nathan away. Gert watched them leave, pondering the uncertain fate awaiting Nathan. His mission was complete, and whatever lay ahead for Nathan was now in the hands of the Inquisition. "Repent before the Emperor, alien." In the dimly lit interrogation room, several interrogators wielding whips surrounded Nathan, forcing him to kneel before the Emperor's holy icon. Every irreverent movement Nathan made was met with a lash. Blood trickled down his blue back, pooling on the floor. "Human scum, do whatever you want. You'll never get anything from me." Nathan's defiance was cut short by another series of brutal lashes, leaving deep welts on his back. The lead interrogator, with a cold mechanical eye, stared at Nathan and spoke slowly. "Where is your base?" "Dream on." Nathan spat through gritted teeth. Without another word, the interrogator took the whip and began lashing Nathan's back with renewed ferocity. Just then, A space marine clad in green armor and a hooded cloak entered the room. The interrogators immediately saluted. Kneeling, "Hail, my lord." The space marine spoke coldly. "The Emperor is displeased with your progress. I am here to take over the interrogation." "Understood, my lord." The interrogators scrambled out of the room, leaving Nathan alone with the interrogator chaplain. The chaplain pulled out his crozius and pressed it against Nathan's forehead. "Alien, you will repent for your lineage until you reveal the location of your base. In the name of the Emperor." With that, the chaplain struck Nathan's head, the pain nearly causing him to faint. "Can't even take that?" The chaplain tilted his head, sounding almost curious. "Human, you?" Nathan began, but another blow silenced him. "Still too light," the chaplain muttered to himself, continuing the torture. Blood soon covered Nathan's blue face, dripping steadily onto the floor. The chaplain sneered. "The real fun starts now, alien. We've got the enemy base location. A cave in the peak of Hallelujah Mountain." With the intelligence secured, 3 Thunderhawks took off, heading towards Hallelujah Mountain. These powerful transports could deploy several tactical squads of Space Marines onto the battlefield, including heavy ground vehicles like the Land Raider. For this mission, the 3 Thunderhawks bearing the World Eater's insignia carried over 50 Space Marines and a Leviathan dreadnought. This heavy walker, deployed in the late 30th millennium, was a relic of ancient Terrace technology rather than the Mechanicum's Forge world of Mars. The Leviathan dreadnought was heavily armed, typically equipped with frag grenade launchers and heavy flammers on its torso, siege claws or drills with built-in meltaguns, and a variety of other weapons including the Leviathan storm cannon array. Its top could mount hunter-killer missile launchers or phosphor blasters. However, its exorbitant cost and the maddening neural strain it imposed on its pilot made it infamous. Each Leviathan sarcophagus was said to house nightmares from the Dark Age, often consuming the pilot's sanity. "Prepare for assault, ready for combat," the commander ordered. Every Space Marine, including Karn, strapped on jump packs to their armor. These personal propulsion devices, powered by Promethium, allowed rapid traversal of terrain, enabling them to dive directly into enemy ranks. At that moment, a Gnostic's lookout spotted the Thunderhawks in the sky and quickly alerted his companions. "Enemies incoming," but it was too late. The Thunderhawks' doors had already opened, and the vanguard led by Karn activated their jump packs, leaping directly into the cave. Karn landed, drew his bolt pistol, and took down a Gnostic's archer, then brandished his chainsword. In the confined space, melee weapons were more advantageous. "Slay the aliens!" Karn roared, and dozens of Space Marines surged into the cave like a tidal wave. The Gnostics fought back desperately, but their arrows couldn't penetrate the Marines' armor, only revealing their positions. "We need heavy weapons," the Gnostics cried, but the battle was already one-sided. "Retreat! Retreat!" Countless Gnostics fled the cave, trying to exploit the Space Marines' bulkiness to scatter them. But it was futile. Watching the Gnostics dive into small tunnels, the Space Marines unhesitatingly tossed meltabombs into the holes. Seconds later, agonized screams and deafening explosions echoed through the cave. The entire cave base turned into a hellish scene for the Gnostics, with severed limbs strewn about. However, Karn had a sudden thought and ordered a few Gnostics to be captured alive. In his mind, plans to demoralize the enemy were already taking shape. "Hey, let go of him," Miles shouted, raising his wooden stick high and aiming at the interstellar warrior who was choking the Gnostics. Without hesitation, he swung the stick down, the impact resonating with a dull thud against the warrior's armor. The interstellar warrior slowly turned, his gaze falling upon the audacious human child. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, soon replaced by cold indifference. Without a second thought, he twisted the Gnostic's neck, the lifeless body crumpling to the ground. "Take him away," the warrior ordered coldly. "Maybe he's a human orphan. See if he can be sent to the Loyal Sons Academy." He grabbed the struggling Miles and strode towards the nearby shuttle. On the battlefield, 50 interstellar warriors and a dreadnought stood unscathed amidst the bodies of Gnostics. The mission was a complete success. They had killed 1,000 Gnostic civilians and captured hundreds more without sustaining any injuries. Yang Chung received the mission completion report, a cold smile curling his lips. He immediately issued new orders: convert all the Gnostics into combat thralls. "We will need their strength for the upcoming battles." His eyes shifted to the map marked with the ocean tribes, where Jake resided. "Tulkin? What the heck is that?" Yang Chung frowned, trying to recall information from the movie. "Right, their brain fluid supposedly has life-extending properties. Have the Mechanicus attempt large-scale breeding of them." He spoke coldly. "When something doesn't belong to humanity, it doesn't belong to anyone." Yang Chung began organizing the assault on the ocean tribe, but the primary objective was to clear out the troublesome marine creatures. "Deploy aircraft and ships, drop depth charges into the sea," he ordered, planning to force the marine creatures out and then attempt to capture them alive. After all, Their medical value was significant. Meanwhile, in the mess hall of the military camp, several stormtroopers were leisurely eating. In the distance, a dreadnought slowly approached, catching their attention. "Why does that thing look like a loaf of bread?" one stormtrooper joked. "More like a refrigerator," another stormtrooper carrying a tray retorted. "Shut up, idiots," an older soldier at a nearby table snapped. "That thing's older than all of you combined. Show some respect." The stormtroopers fell silent at his words. A stormtrooper glanced at the catachan jungle fighters at the next table and muttered, "Look at those muscle heads. Their arms may be thick, but I bet they can't outgrip me." Before he could finish, a burly catachan appeared behind him, effortlessly lifting him with one hand. "Kid, let's see if you can back that up," the catachan teased. "Go back and train for a few more years. With your build, you wouldn't last 10 minutes on our planet." Amidst the surrounding laughter, the stormtrooper fell into complete silence. At the same time, in the Ocean Tribe on Pandora, Jake was urgently reporting to Chief Tanawari. "Jake, is what you said true? The Sky People have returned?" Tanawari's voice was filled with concern as he gazed at Jake. Jake nodded gravely. "Yes, they killed my family. But that's just the beginning. Their arrival threatens the entire planet of Pandora. We must stop them." He looked around, his eyes meeting those of every Ocean Tribe member present. Tanawari hesitated for a moment, about to speak, when a deep, compassionate voice emerged from the sea. Accompanied by the voice, countless tulkuns surrounded a human figure formed entirely of water. "Iwa!" Jake and Tanawari exclaimed simultaneously, the Gnostics around them stunned. Iwa's voice echoed across the ocean. "I will help you. Though the enemy can control much of my power, I can still use a small part. Draw the enemy to the surface, and I will become the waves that swallow their ships." Iwa's promise filled the Gnostics with hope and determination, convinced they could reclaim their home. Tanawari turned to Jake, his voice hopeful. "Jake, get some rest and then practice riding the skimwings. We'll use them in the fight." Meanwhile, in a human base observation room, Colonel Max Quaritch watched his son through a glass window. Though his body had been perfectly replicated and his physical abilities restored to peak condition by the Imperial Research Department, he felt a sense of estrangement facing his son. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" Max maintained a defensive stance, glaring at Quaritch. Standing nearby, Yangqing asked in confusion, "Did he hit his head? Are you sure nothing happened to him?" Ongran, flanked by a row of world eaters, calmly stated, "I trust my progeny. They are not inherently violent." Yangqing waved dismissively, "Then it's settled. Have some tech priests examine his brain. If that doesn't work, try some physical therapy." His attention shifted to the impending assault on the Ocean Tribe. "Prepare to attack the Ocean Tribe. I want them to watch their home turn to ash." Yang Cheng's eyes gleamed coldly as he began channeling his psychic powers, further suppressing the planet's will. "I will use the fate of Pandora to show the heretics the consequences of betraying humanity." His voice was filled with resolve, as if he could already see the victory ahead. Given the considerable distance from the Ocean Tribe, Yang Cheng decided to deploy the Star Destroyer into the atmosphere for combat. His plan was simple and direct: avoid engaging Ava on the sea surface and instead launch an aerial assault. Additionally, he had prepared a special trial for Jack. With cold determination in his eyes, Yang Cheng had resolved to broadcast this trial live across the entire human empire. It would serve as a stark warning to any potential traitors. The only fate for betraying the human race is a gruesome death. Unaware of his impending fate, Jack was fully engrossed in preparing for the assault. Yang Cheng began executing his plan. "Kwaki, you and your team will act as bait, pretending to wail in that area to draw Jack's attention." He turned to another officer, Colonel Casro. "You will lead the raid on the Ocean Tribe's home." Command of this operation was given to an officer named Boke from the Underwater Assault Task Force. This special unit was stationed on an oceanic planet, specifically trained to eliminate deep-sea threats. Their armor could store an hour's worth of oxygen, withstand deep-sea pressure, and was equipped with flipper boots and back-mounted thrusters. "We'll reach the designated location using underwater armored walkers," Boke explained succinctly, "and then follow your orders, Colonel Casro." Colonel Casro stood at attention and saluted, his expression stern. "Colonel Kwaki, rest assured. Our fighters are on standby at a distance. You won't face significant harm." Boke clapped his hands, and a line of white-painted robots equipped with retractable laser cannons marched out in formation. "Allow me to introduce the combat robots from the Technical Alliance. Their systems are under our control and will fully support the mission." Kwaki examined the uniquely designed robots large in size, with broad chests, raised shoulders, long legs, and polygonal heads clearly designed to reduce water resistance. He nodded in satisfaction. "What are they called?" Kwaki asked. "Water ghost robots," Kask replied in a low voice. "Just don't let those in red robes see them. They took away my B1 collection before." No sooner had he finished speaking than a mechanical priest happened to pass by. Several officers quickly diverted his attention with various excuses. Sir, there are many unmodified Gnostics that need your inspection. This is the planetary mineral report. Would you like to review it? We've captured numerous wild animals that need to be checked. Once the mechanical priest finally left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. To them, these combat robots were far superior to the so-called smart troops of the AI Corps. At least these robots could tell jokes. No time to waste, Colonel Kwaki. Begin the operation. Boke issued the final command. Attention, everyone, Kwaki shouted. Our primary target is capturing the Tukuin. Their brain matter can extend lifespan, and the Empire urgently needs these resources. With the command given, a massive dragon mothership slowly departed from the shore, followed by countless bullfighter fishing boats. In the sky, a dozen CB helicopters hovered for protection. Yang Chung observed the formation and couldn't help but think. It's hard to believe humanity lost with such a setup. But now the situation was different. These were just surface forces, and there were more hidden aces underwater. In the ocean depths, various underwater walkers and water ghost robots were quietly advancing, targeting the enemy's home base. Colonel Kwaki, are we really just bait? Is this going to work? A soldier couldn't help but ask. Kwaki gave a meaningful smile. Of course, we can't do it alone. But his gaze shifted to the deck of the dragon mothership. There stood a man in yellow power armor. Wielding a flame sword, Yang Chung himself had joined the fray. Yang Chung had no worries about getting caught up in the battle. With his Omega-level psionic abilities and elite physique, he was confident he could slap Ava against a wall with ease. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Ocean Tribe, an urgent alarm shattered the peace. Jack, the humans are coming. Jack, who was tending to an injured Tukuin, immediately rushed over at the sound. The Tukuin let out an angry roar, its eyes burning with hatred for the humans. Jack fully understood this sentiment. All right, let's go together, Jack said as he climbed onto the Tukuin's back, establishing a mental link with it. Jack, let's move. Tanawari arrived on a flying fish, spear in hand. Ava will protect us. With his shout, countless Gnostics armed with primitive weapons, riding gliding fish, charged towards Colonel Kwaki's direction. The two armies were about to engage in a breathtaking battle on the sea surface. Wah-ah-ah! The primal war cry pierced the sky as the Gnostics warriors of the Ocean Tribe charged fearlessly on their gliding fish. But what awaited them were missiles roaring from the helicopters above. Attention all personnel, engage at will. Do not let the enemy board the ships. Repeat, do not let the enemy board the ships. With the command issued, soldiers at various firing points quickly took their positions, ready for battle. Suddenly, the sea surged, and several massive Tukuin creatures broke through the waves. These intelligent beings, measuring up to 70 to 80 meters long, beat their 3 pairs of fins powerfully against the water, their hard head crests on either side gleaming like car spoilers. Captain Quark watched these colossal beings, a hint of worry rising in his heart. He thought to himself, his ship might not even be enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. Get your crew into the cabins. Yang Cheng's voice thundered. Immediately, a golden light enveloped his body, and the power sword in his hand was engulfed in massive flames. Following Yang Cheng's instructions, Quark quickly ordered his crew to take cover. Keep an eye on this ship. I'll take it from here. Yang Cheng's eyes glowed with divine light, his hair whipping wildly in the wind. False god, show yourself. With a furious shout, Yang Cheng swung his sword towards the sea. In an instant, a strike filled with spiritual energy split the ocean in two, reducing countless Tukuin to ashes in its terrifying power. However, the remaining Tukuin did not retreat. Instead, they charged forward even more fiercely. Yang Cheng frowned. What a bother. He assumed an attack stance again. Take this, my Imperial Destruction Fist of 990,000 horses. The powerful punch, mixed with spiritual energy, shattered the Tukuin before him. Just as Yang Cheng relaxed his guard slightly, a Tukuin that had been biding its time suddenly leaped from the water, its massive body lunging at him. This time, Yang Cheng did not use spiritual energy but relied on his skilled swordsmanship to effortlessly cut the Tukuin in half. Its foul-smelling innards splattered everywhere, covering the deck. Damn it, I need a bath. Yang Cheng looked disdainfully at his golden armor now stained with the foul stench. He muttered to himself, Ava, if this is all you've got, I'm truly disappointed. Meanwhile, another combat unit was assembling underwater. Attention all units, 1 minute to the designated position. The commander's voice echoed in the communication channel. Are the water ghost robots in position? Yes, sir, ready to attack at any time. Commence the operation. The underwater units quickly completed their equipment checks and were deployed into the sea. The water ghost robots, designed specifically for underwater combat, were equipped with retractable laser cannons capable of fighting on both sea and land. With Colonel Caslow's order, the water ghost robots and marine units surfaced almost simultaneously, launching a fierce assault on the unsuspecting Gnostics. The sudden attack caught the Gnostics off guard, but they quickly regrouped, preparing to use the terrain to their advantage for a counterattack. At that moment, the water ghost robots also surfaced behind the Gnostics, their laser cannons swiftly targeting the enemy. "We're surrounded. High Priest!" the Gnostics shouted in panic. The High Priest waved his staff, trying to rally his people for a counterattack. However, as soon as he emerged to shout, a plasma cannon shot melted his head. "Exterminate all aliens." The water ghost robots, like moving iron walls, slowly advanced towards the Gnostics, their overwhelming firepower making resistance futile. "Colonel Caslow, the Imperial Zoo has ordered 3 Gnostics. They're willing to pay a significant amount of thrones." The report came through the communicator. "Oh, and the Emperor also requested a few Gnostics as symbols of conquest." "Understood. Attention all personnel. Capture 1 male and 2 female Gnostics. Eliminate the rest." Caslow issued the final order. The Gnostics stood united, forming a human wall in front of the soldiers. "We cannot run. We must defend our home," they shouted in unison. "Defend our home. Defend our home." But their cries were answered only by the roar of plasma guns. Rows of Gnostics fell, their courage and determination seeming so insignificant against advanced weaponry. The outcome of the battle was already decided, for in the eyes of the Empire, they were just aliens to be eradicated. Aliens must die. This was an unbreakable law. At this moment, Jack was unaware that the tribe had been destroyed. He was fully focused on figuring out how to deal with the human ships. Suddenly, Ava's voice echoed in his mind. "Jack, there's something strange about that human." Ava hesitated before continuing. "This human possesses forbidden power. It's very peculiar, very pure, and yet..." Ava trailed off, as even she had never encountered such a unique force. "But for now, he should be in a weakened state," Ava reminded. Jack decisively ordered the attack, and countless gliding fish swarmed toward the sea dragon. When Jack saw the man standing on the deck, a surge of anger flared up within him. The bastard who had killed his wife and child was right in front of him. Gripping a bone spear tightly, Jack directed his gliding fish straight toward Yang Cheng's position. Yang Cheng calmly issued his command. "Ignore Jack. Focus on the other Gnostics." Several Red Guards swiftly launched their assault on the Gnostics, while Yang Cheng chose to face Jack Oniano. "Jack, it seems you still remember me," Yang Cheng said, toying with his power sword and giving Jack a mocking smile. He nonchalantly removed his power armor, discarded his weapon, and faced Jack in only a thin shirt. Yang Cheng's muscular physique drew gasps of amazement from those around. Both male and female team members exclaimed, "OMG," though their focus varied. Ignoring the surrounding reactions, Jack charged with his spear. However, Yang Cheng effortlessly dodged each attack. "Too slow," Yang Cheng taunted. "Your moves are like a snail's to me. Hurry up, just like when you killed your daughter." Jack suddenly sneered and shot a sharp arrow directly at Yang Cheng. But the arrow, capable of tearing through steel, left not even a mark on Yang Cheng. "If your little tricks are over, it's my turn to strike back," Yang Cheng said, and with that, he punched Jack in the face, sending him flying back several meters. "Can't handle even a light punch? Seriously?" Yang Cheng's taunting voice echoed in Jack's mind. Overwhelmed with rage, Jack could only choke out, "Why? We did nothing to provoke you. Why are you invading us?" Yang Cheng stepped closer, pressing his foot on Jack's head, symbolizing dominance. "You don't need to understand, but you will obey. That is your only fate," Yang Cheng coldly declared. "Alien, you and your filthy false god will vanish. But you won't die quickly. Your death will be a chapter in human history, your betrayal remembered, your actions reviled." Yang Cheng forced Jack to witness the battlefield. On the sea, hundreds of Gnostics from the Ocean Tribe were powerless against the 9 Red Guards. Their well-coordinated attacks and formidable force left the Gnostics being slaughtered like animals. "Jack." In Tenavari's horrified gaze, it was split in half by a Red Guard's weapon. Yang Cheng continued his psychological assault. "Look, their sacrifice is meaningless. Want to see your Ocean Tribe's home?" He opened a video feed, showing Jack the burning village and the piles of Gnostics' corpses. "How about that? All thanks to you," Yang Cheng said before knocking Jack unconscious with another punch. "Take him away and imprison him," Yang Cheng ordered, shifting his focus back to the sea. This time, Ava might have to intervene personally. Yang Cheng donned his gleaming golden power armor once again, staring coldly at Jack, who was being escorted away by the guards. "From the moment I took off my power armor, you had already lost," he declared with the arrogance of a victor. "Your defeat stems from underestimating us and over-relying on your so-called Ava, the false god. If you had chosen to surrender the moment I landed, none of this would have happened. What a pity." Before he could finish speaking, a violent surge of energy suddenly struck from ahead, causing the very air to tremble. "Ava, the will of the planet, had finally decided to intervene. Everyone fall back. I'll handle this myself, Yang Chung commanded, striding straight to the ocean. He concentrated his psychic energy at his feet, stepping onto the water as if it were solid ground. Ava conjured a furious storm, with towering waves attempting to engulf Yang Chung and his men in the vast ocean. This was far beyond anything seen in movies, and without large-scale weaponry, the mercenaries would have had no chance against the planet's will. For an Omega-level psychic like Yang Chung, tearing through the storm was as easy as drinking water. He clenched his right hand, gathering psychic energy in his palm, then unleashed a powerful punch. The formidable energy sliced through the terrifying storm like a blade, instantly restoring the ocean to its tranquil state. False god, is this the best you can do? Yang Cheng's mocking voice echoed across the sea. Ava seemed enraged. Countless waves surged towards Yang Chung like a net, accompanied by sea creatures summoned to launch a fierce attack. Facing such a massive onslaught, Yang Chung no longer held back. He unleashed all his psychic energy, and in an instant, countless black rays burst from his body. A jet-black sun slowly rose over Pandora, emanating a chilling aura mixed with fear and anger. What are you? Are you a god? Ava's voice was filled with shock and terror. A god? Yang Chung sneered. I'm just an ordinary human. With that, black psychic energy enveloped his power sword. Yang Chung swung the sword downward. What seemed like an ordinary strike contained world-ending power. Boom. The strike hit the turbulent sea heavily. In an instant, the psychic energy vaporized the water, and countless sea creatures were reduced to dust, their very atoms obliterated from existence. Ava was stunned. It had never experienced such destructive power. The slash left a massive scar on the planet's surface, carving a horrifying rift in the seabed. At that moment, Ava seemed to understand something. It sensed the source of the power in the slash human emotions. Anger, hatred, destruction, revenge. This was the power of the god of destruction and vengeance, the embodiment of the evil god, Mara. Ava realized that this human was either Mara's chosen one or Mara himself. It decided to go all out, channeling the planet's entire power to combat this terrifying threat. However, Yang Chung acted faster. His psychic energy spread like a tide across the seabed, suddenly surging with immense power that lifted the ocean floor. It felt like skin being torn from a limb. Even Ava couldn't endure such pain, its agonized screams echoing across the planet. Ava finally got serious. Natural forces on the planet began to converge, forming a humanoid figure in front of Yang Chung. False god, is this your true form? Yang Chung asked fearlessly. His modifications had long erased any sense of fear. I am the embodiment of this planet. I am Pandora, and Pandora is me. Ava's voice resonated from the shadowy figure. Human, you have angered me. You have desecrated nature. Ava's roar struck Yang Chung like thunder, but it was insignificant against his powerful psychic energy. Nature? What a joke. Yang Chung scoffed. Everything must bow to humanity. Humans are the masters of all things. What use is nature against our technology? We can harness nature's power, while you will become nothing but ashes. As soon as he finished speaking, both sides launched their attacks simultaneously. Yang Cheng's psychic energy, entwined with sword wind, slashed towards Ava, while Ava manipulated the seawater to counterattack. For Yang Chung, this battle was a breeze. Ava's attacks riddled with flaws. Boom. Yang Chung seized the opportunity, closing in on Ava and dispersing it with a single punch. It's futile. I am Pandora, and Pandora is me. As Ava's voice echoed, another figure appeared before Yang Chung. You can't kill me unless you destroy this planet. Hearing this, Yang Cheng's brows furrowed briefly, then relaxed. I see. That makes it simple. What? Ava couldn't react in time. Yang Chung had already mobilized his psychic energy again. Ava suddenly sensed an unprecedented sense of danger. No, this power. It's not right. It tried to stop him, but it was too late. Ava finally understood the intention of the madman before her, intended to tear apart the entire continental shelf. Ongran, have the people at the base been evacuated? Yang Chung asked urgently. They've all been evacuated, Ongran replied. Hearing this, Yang Chung breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want his power to accidentally harm his own people, at least not when it could be avoided. All right, time to go all out. Yang Chung stretched his muscles, his eyes locked onto Ava. In the next moment, the power of Omega-level psychic energy was fully unleashed. The earth began to crumble, and the ocean dried up rapidly under this force. The entire continent was lifted, creating a terrifying scene. The evacuated Quake witnessed all this, dumbfounded. Is this guy even human? He thought to himself. Yes, at least everyone except those zealots from the prophets believes so, Ongran said calmly, as if he could read Quake's mind. Quake wanted to voice his thoughts, but realized that doing so might get him killed. Ava was stunned by the spectacle before her. Rocks and various creatures came crashing towards her. Yang Chung lifted an entire continent with his psychic power and pressed it down on Ava. This kind of damage was immense for Ava, as Pandora and Ava were essentially one. Tearing away a part of Pandora's continent was akin to tearing a huge chunk of flesh from Ava's body. Humans. Humans. Ava struggled to reconstruct a body, but this time she had lost her previous arrogance. False god. This should end now. Yang Chung gave Ava no time to catch her breath, launching one lethal attack after another. Reconstructing her body had drained Ava of too much energy. Although she could rely on Pandora's elements to regenerate, it was not a sustainable solution. You're afraid, false god. Yang Cheng's psychic power allowed him to see into Ava's mind, sensing her extreme fear and panic. Yang Chung decided to end the battle. Black psychic lightning crackled around his body, distorting and shattering the surrounding space with its immense power. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ava's voice was filled with terror. She had gained human emotions and will, and along with them, human fear. It ends now. False god. Yang Chung chose not to use his power sword, but instead fought directly with psychic energy. The black lightning struck Ava's body, causing her ethereal form to explode instantly and dissipate into steam. However, Ava resurrected once more, this time with a body that seemed to be made of Pandora's trees. Human, now it's my turn. Ava no longer held back, and countless trees and vines surged towards Yang Chung. If this is your final move, it's pretty disappointing. The plants couldn't even get close to Yang Chung. They were instantly incinerated by the psychic flames symbolizing the Emperor's might. It seems conventional methods can't kill you, Yang Chung mused, looking at Ava. Suddenly, he pointed his power sword at the ground. If I'm not mistaken, your brain is in the planet's core, isn't it? This is just a projection. Before Ava could react, Yang Chung plunged into the Earth's crust. His psychic energy formed a shield around him, protecting him from the scorching magma. In mere seconds, he broke through to the core. The core was surrounded by searing magma, with a circular area at the center encased in unknown minerals. Yang Chung used his psychic power to teleport himself into the core. There, he found a towering tree, with something resembling a human brain pulsating in its center. Without hesitation, Yang Chung struck it with his sword. The tree collapsed, and the brain-like object exploded into a pool of blood. Outside, Ava realized her defeat and vanished in terror. The plants and animals under her control reverted to their natural states. The fleet landed on Pandora once more. Thanks to the efforts of the Mechanicum, the entire planet was transformed into a garden world, with hives rising from the ground. Yang Chung returned to the battleship unscathed but exhausted from the battle. He decided to delegate the next conquest to Ongran and return to Terra to recuperate. He lent the flagship, Supreme, to Ongran for the upcoming missions. According to the Mechanicum's vision, Pandora would become the food base, garden world, mineral planet, and retirement haven for Catachan veterans in this star system. They planned to mine all available resources and transform the remaining areas. Ding! The system notification sounded, and Yang Chung breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly checked the system panel and was secretly pleased. This massacre on Pandora had earned him nearly 2 million war points. The Gnostics on the entire planet, except for a few confined in zoos, had been completely exterminated. Moreover, the Empire's naval aircraft had destroyed a significant number of Pandora's animals and various other creatures. Adding the previously remaining war points, Yang Cheng's total surpassed the 5 million mark. Without hesitation, he ordered, System, produce the World Devourer flagship, Conqueror-class Glory Queen battleship. Ding! 3 million war points deducted. The system immediately responded. The Conqueror, formerly known as the Resolute, a Glory Queen-class battleship, was quickly renamed and became the flagship of the Primarch after Angren's return. Heavily modified, its hull was covered in brutal armor plates and numerous cannons, reflecting its owner's fierce and combative nature. Most notably, it was equipped with the Bear Claw weapon system, a series of massive grappling hooks capable of piercing enemy ships from a distance and dragging them closer for boarding actions. Yang Chung assigned the Conqueror to the 1st Expeditionary Fleet, with Admiral Spire as the commanding officer. Meanwhile, in a solemn courtroom, human traitor Jack was facing trial. He had been transported here by a beam of light, finding himself standing before several inquisitors, adorned with the exclusive insignia of the Inquisition. The walls bore symbols of human purity, skull emblems, and the Imperial Aquila. Inquisitor Kalaman, presiding over the trial, read out the charges. Alien, you are accused of crimes including treason against humanity, murder of humans, harboring xenos, and worshipping false gods. Do you plead guilty? Jack remained silent, an attitude tantamount to admitting his guilt. Sentenced to death, to be carried out immediately. Kalaman declared decisively. Several soldiers immediately pinned Jack to the ground and placed a strange device on his head. One soldier barked, "This will burn your brain to a crisp, you xeno scum." As the machine activated, the surrounding reporters wisely turned off their cameras. Sparks flew, and Jack's brain ignited, the excruciating pain causing him to convulse violently. After a few moments of struggle, this human traitor finally drew his last breath under the Inquisition's punishment. Ongran decided to follow his brother's example by adopting a strategy of intimidation to force the united government of Blue Planet into submission, rather than using direct violence. This tactic reminded everyone on the Star Destroyer of a familiar figure, Wilhuff Tarkin. Tarkinism, proposed by Wilhuff Tarkin, was the core theory of national security policy during Emperor Palpatine's rule over the Galactic Empire. This theory originated from a communication document Tarkin sent directly to Emperor Palpatine, later known as the Doctrine of Fear. In the document, Tarkin emphasized, "Your Majesty, I firmly believe that your new order requires an undeniable and overwhelming symbol of power that the populace will remember and, more importantly, fear." He further explained that the deterrent power of a Star Destroyer came not only from its formidable firepower but also from its immense size. When ordinary citizens saw a Star Destroyer, they would instinctively regard attacking it as a suicidal act, thus giving up any thought of resistance. Angren's strategy mirrored Tarkin's, using the massive size of the warship to intimidate the enemy into surrendering. The fleet of Star Destroyers led by the Supremacy easily breached the united government of Blue Planet's defenses in the solar system, which were virtually useless against a fleet capable of hyperspace travel. At this time, Blue Planet was in a state of decline, impoverished by the ravages of war. In the red sunset, a colossal shadow suddenly appeared, its vast hull eclipsing the sun and casting the entire land into darkness. Angren's strategy worked. Within just 3 hours, the united government of Blue Planet announced its surrender, and the planet was incorporated into the Empire's territory within a day. The Empire then began its routine procedures: population conscription, hive city construction, and rebellion suppression. The news quickly reached Yang Chung, who breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that these obstacles indeed could not halt Angren's conquest. With some free time on his hands, Yang Chung checked the system panel and decided to splurge. He purchased the Roughneck Squad from Starship Troopers, 10,000 war points, the Spartan augmentation technology from the Halo universe, 500,000 war points, and 4 divisions of Helljumper paratroopers, 50,000 war points. This imprudent spending spree allowed him to build a force capable of conducting orbital drops alongside Space Marines. Yang Chung immediately summoned Bishop Carl, intending for him to research the Spartan technology in hopes of enhancing the overall combat effectiveness of the regular Imperial Guard. However, as Yang Chung was thrilled by his new troops, the human colony of Europa 7 on the frontier of the human empire was quietly being invaded. This invasion not only became a significant event in the history of the human empire, but also awakened a terrifying war machine. "Tina, remember to come home for dinner tonight." Europa Colony 7, a frontier planet of the human empire, has just begun its colonization with fewer than 1 million residents and a few thousand auxiliary soldiers from the wandering Earthworld. On this newly settled land, a little girl named Tina is excitedly running towards a soldier in the Lightbringer Legion uniform. "Uncle Jason, come to our house for dinner tonight," Tina said, hugging her beloved green doll and looking up at the tall soldier. Jason bent down and gently replied, "I can't. I'm on patrol duty tonight." His Lightbringer Legion uniform was striking, entirely gray, with a helmet resembling an M35 steel helmet and a gas mask, paired with an M36 military uniform equipped with various bulletproof vests and ammo pouches. "All right, go play now," Jason said, giving Tina a gentle pat on the back. He watched as she happily ran out of the village, disappearing into a field of sunflowers, waving her doll in the air. Suddenly, the sky was filled with strange phenomena. Thousands of objects, like meteors, began to fall from the sky. Tina, standing in the sunflower field, stared in terror, her eyes wide open. "Attention all units. Repeat, unknown forces have entered the atmosphere. Level 1 battle readiness. Level 1 battle readiness." The alarm pierced the tranquility. Jason sprinted over, scooping Tina up and running back to the village. "Quick, tell your mother to stay inside the house and not come out." After placing Tina inside her home, he immediately headed for the planet's defense base. The battle was imminent. High above, General Utanir, a long-elusive leader of the Imperial forces, was smoking a cigar, looking down at the beautiful Europa Colony 7. "Long live the Ute Restoration Army," he commanded, as thousands of pirates and mercenaries launched their ships towards Europa Colony 7. In the Ground Defense Command Center, the atmosphere was tense. "Attention all units. Our loved ones are behind us. We must not retreat." The commander's voice echoed through the communication system. Europa Colony 7 was the new home for the people of Utasia, with most of its residents hailing from there. "Hans, aim for the enemy aircraft." A soldier shouted to his comrade manning the anti-aircraft cannon. "Have we contacted Terra?" "We have, but no response yet." Facing a relentless enemy assault, their limited firepower seemed insignificant. How could a few thousand soldiers, without heavy weaponry support, hold off hundreds of thousands of enemies? Arm the transport ships. It was the only way to alleviate the situation. The aerial battlefield was lost. The fight would have to continue on the ground. The enemy forces are gathering at Jasha Fortress. Our militia units are moving to defensive positions. Commander Schneider, what should we do next? Schneider replied sternly, what do? We hold our ground until the last drop of blood is shed. With that, he grabbed his helmet and laser pistol and walked out. If we die on the battlefield, not in an office. Inspired by their commander, all personnel, except those on essential communication duties, armed themselves and moved to defensive positions. A man in a militia uniform rushed into the village, shouting, everyone, evacuate to Jasha Fortress. The official order has been issued. He then hurried to the next location. Tina clung to her doll, quietly whispering, you have to come, Mr. Star Warrior. Inside a luxurious hall in Jasha Fortress, a young man paced anxiously. Father, the enemy is here. We need to run. Before he could finish, a water jug was hurled at him. How can I flee when I've bled and sacrificed for the Emperor? I'll take down some aliens with me if I must. An old nobleman with a mechanical eye and dressed in lavish attire glared at his cowardly son. We must prove our loyalty to the Emperor with our sacrifice. Remember, we are humans. Our noble status under the Emperor's protection is at stake. The old man tossed a gun to his son. The time has come to prove our family's loyalty to the Emperor. Get the family into the bunker. All men, arm yourselves. Prove the loyalty of the Lord family to the Emperor. The nobleman saluted the Emperor's statue with an Aquila gesture, then picked up his ancestral weapon and joined the ranks. For the Emperor. For the honor of the Lord family. For the glory of humanity. All available troops were directed to Jasha Fortress, while the enemy forces slowly advanced. We will fight on the ground to avoid collateral damage. Everyone, please enter the bunkers immediately. Please enter the bunkers immediately. A soldier with a megaphone maintained order among the crowd. Tina followed her mother into the bunker. At this moment, both sides were on the brink of war, ready to clash at any second. At this moment, the personnel at the Imperial Colonial Bureau also realized something was wrong. Europa 7 had lost contact. This urgent information quickly reached the ears of the bureau chief. Without wasting any time, he hastily threw on a coat and rushed to the palace to report to the Emperor and request the deployment of a fleet. Meanwhile, on Terra's Central Avenue, Sank from the Imperial Fists Legion was strolling with an Astartes from the Death Guard Legion. Both were dressed in casual clothes, holding sodas, and enjoying a rare moment of freedom. Most Astartes chose to maintain their weapons in the lounge at this time, but these two decided to take a breather. Sank, where are we going next? The Death Guard asked. Sank shrugged. Grab some water, then we should probably head back. They reached the center of the plaza, and Sank glanced up at the big screen, suddenly captivated by a news headline. Europa 7 human colony lost contact, suspected alien invasion. The Death Guard noticed Sam's reaction and looked up as well. What's up, Sam? Sam didn't answer. Instead, he abruptly turned and started running towards the Astartes barracks. Inside the palace, the Emperor had already received the report. He quickly issued an order. Deploy the Third Fleet and assign several battleships to assist. Have the patrolling warships speed up and head to the Europa 7 colony. Yang Cheng took command, relaying the orders to the surrounding officers. Shortly after, he reported to the Emperor, Your Majesty, our warships have departed and are expected to reach Europa 7 within 3 days. Good, the Emperor nodded. Next, we need to establish contact with Europa 7 as soon as possible. We need to know the enemy's numbers. An officer asked, Your Majesty, what about the Astartes? All Astartes without immediate assignments will participate in this rescue operation, the Emperor said firmly. We must ensure the safety of all Imperial citizens, despite the inevitable sacrifices. Understood. The officers responded in unison. Meanwhile, on Europa 7, a fierce battle was underway. For the Emperor, roared Laud, wielding a chains word meant for mortals as he hacked through aliens. Despite being over a century old, his genetically enhanced body remained strong. I was following the Emperor on the Great Crusade when you were still a puddle of goo, he shouted as he twisted off the head of a pig-faced alien and hurled it at another extraterrestrial soldier. Amidst the thunderous explosions, more and more aliens descended from the sky. They were equipped with mid-air technology, even possessing some classified weapons. However, they found themselves in a brutal struggle against the seemingly vulnerable human forces. Damn it, weren't we told there were no significant troops here? Why is their firepower so intense? A humanoid alien with a dark brown face and vertical mouth shouted in terror. We need reinforcements, cursed another alien, clearly unprepared for the humans' fierce resistance. At that moment, a figure in power armor emerged from the smoke. Isn't it reasonable for a noble to stockpile some heavy firepower? He said, blowing up an alien bipedal mech. Just another day at the office. How unlucky. The figure introduced himself. I am Inquisitor Stet of the Xenos Purge Order. You can call me Lord Stet or Commander Stet, whichever you prefer. Stet, holding a flamethrower in one hand and a power sword in the other, announced his command over the defense. From now on, the defense of this planet is under my command. Everyone must follow my orders. Any thoughts of surrender or betrayal will be met with immediate execution. With that, Stet led a squad to begin clearing the enemies. Despite the aliens' possession of some advanced technology, they were no match for the Inquisitor's firepower. This thing looks useful. I'll take it, Stet said, dismantling a pulse cannon from a bipedal mech and tossing it into a nearby bag. Inquisitor, that's alien tech? Laud exclaimed in surprise. Stet explained, as an Inquisitor of the Xenos Purge Order, we are responsible for studying and collecting alien technology while combating them. As a newly appointed Inquisitor, Stet was more approachable than his peers, at least towards humans. Just then, a subordinate reported that the enemy's armored units and large-scale artillery were approaching. Stet quickly reviewed the map of Kasha and issued an order: abandon the outer defenses and fall back. Our goal is not to win, but to hold out until reinforcements arrive. This strategy would lure the enemy into the Hive City, diminishing their armored advantage, but potentially causing civilian casualties. No sacrifice is too great, Stet decisively concluded. The order was quickly relayed to all defenses, and humans began engaging in street battles within the Hive City. In a bomb shelter, a little girl named Tina clutched her doll, trembling. Mommy, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. The warriors are fighting the enemies outside. We just need to stay hidden here, Tina's mother said, though her voice betrayed her own fear. She silently prayed for the Emperor's light to shine upon them. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. An alien mercenary ship was shot down, crash landing near the shelter. Who the hell said I was going to issue a blade? A voice roared amidst the chaos. Run. Head east. The air raid shelter collapsed under the sudden attack, sending panicked civilians scattering in all directions. In the chaos, Tina lost sight of her mother, her ears filled with the screams and cries of the crowd. Clutching her green stuffed toy tightly, she followed the flow of people heading east, convinced that the Star Warriors would eventually come to her rescue. Tina, run. Her mother found her in a split second, scooping her up and rushing out of the shelter with the crowd. Guided by soldiers, the mother and daughter fled towards the outskirts of the Hive City. At that moment, a Yute soldier spotted them. Ha ha ha. Two human females. The hideous alien, drooling foul-smelling saliva, aimed a net gun-like weapon at them. Tina, run. I'll find you later. Her mother pushed her away decisively as she was ensnared by the net gun. The pig-headed alien shoved Tina's mother roughly into a crate and turned to grab Tina, only to find the little girl had vanished into the crowd. Meanwhile, Laudy, known for his combat prowess, was appointed as the leader of a small squad. Their mission was to use anti-tank weapons and the Hive City's complex terrain to destroy the enemy's armored forces. Hold your ground, boys. Laudy shouted. Pair up. One of you will plant the thermite bombs on the enemy armor, and the other will use this. He held up a uniquely designed rocket launcher, the M57 single-soldier rocket launcher, a weapon the Empire plans to equip every soldier with. It's enough to turn those pieces of junk into scrap. Laudy handed the rocket launcher to his son and took a thermite bomb himself. Kid, your old man is ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. I'll pave the way for you. With that, he charged towards the enemy tanks. The enemy mercenaries were baffled by the Hive City's labyrinthine terrain. Damn it. This place is like a maze, they complained, huddled in a corner. The tank operators were equally flustered, shouting, Hurry up, you idiots. Coordinate with the infantry. Taking advantage of the confusion, Laudy stealthily approached the enemy tank. Kid, hope your aim is good, he murmured. Emperor, protect me. May I serve by your side in death. He dashed out and planted the thermite bomb on the tank. To Laudy's surprise, most of the enemy infantry were hiding behind the tank, leaving its sides unguarded. He quickly ran back to his son, took the rocket launcher, aimed, and fired in one swift motion. The tank exploded with a thunderous roar, and Laudy exhaled in relief. Seems we overestimated them. Their tactics don't match our heroic efforts. The Ute forces were quickly overwhelmed by the Hive City's complex terrain and fierce defenses. No retreat. No retreat. The Ute enforcers shouted from behind the mercenaries, brandishing their pistols. Amidst the chaos, Naali grinned menacingly at the captives. There's only one way out, he muttered to himself. Ready, humans? The Ute Empire is the true ruler of the Outer Rings. Meanwhile, an Imperial warship was preparing to reinforce Europa Colony No. 7. Attention all personnel, our mission is to assist Europa Colony No. 7. We must reach there as quickly as possible, a naval officer in a black uniform ordered. Samp clutched a letter, praying to the Emperor. Emperor above, please ensure this ship reaches its destination safely. A Death Guard Space Marine sat next to Samp, handing him a combat knife. I took this from a previous encounter. It's yours now. Samp accepted the knife and tucked it into his belt. What's your name, brother? He asked. Karlank, Sergeant of the 4th Company, Death Guard Legion. Karlank replied while checking his ammunition. The Emperor will watch over you and that Imperial citizen. Helljumpers, the elite unit of the UNSC Marines, are renowned for their physical prowess and rigorous training. Their most remarkable ability is descending directly from space to the ground in drop pods, enduring the extreme heat from atmospheric re-entry and the massive impact upon landing, both of which would be fatal to ordinary humans. Several Orion-class assault carriers, accompanied by Star Destroyers, have joined this rescue mission, bringing the Helljumpers along. Their task is to coordinate the Astartes drop and clear out enemies on the outskirts of the Hive City. However, dissatisfaction arose among some of the Helljumpers upon learning that the interior of the Hive City would be handled by the Space Marines. Those big oafs? One Helljumper jeered. If anyone's going into hell, it should be us. When did it become their turn? Before he could finish, a black-clad Space Marine silently appeared behind him. Hoisting the Helljumper with one hand, he sneered, "What are you? Just a mortal wrapped in iron." With that, he tossed the Helljumper aside, watching him tumble to the ground in a heap before walking away, shaking his head. Samp, don't worry, Karn consoled his comrade. The defenses on Europa 7 are still holding. I just confirmed with the captain. We'll be there in no more than a day. Samp quietly donned his helmet, his red eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. Meanwhile, a fierce battle raged on the surface of Europa 7. Tina, a young girl clutching a blood-stained doll, hid among the ruins, sobbing. "Mr. Space Marine, please save me," she cried out in desperation. Suddenly, a Yute soldier burst into the ruins and spotted Tina. "Ha ha ha, a human. And a girl at that," he cackled, drooling foul saliva. Tina, dragging her injured body, fled deeper into the rubble. The Yute soldier lunged but only managed to grab the bloodied doll. "Damn it, so close," he cursed, deciding to keep the doll for later. At that moment, the fleet exited hyperspace. "Attention, all personnel. We are about to exit hyperspace," the captain's voice echoed through the comms. Several Imperial Star Destroyers and ships from the Halo world appeared suddenly, obliterating the unprepared Yute fleet in an instant. 3 minutes to drop. All Helljumpers, assemble at designated positions, the commander ordered. The Star Destroyers hovered above Europa 7, with the Orion-class assault carriers leading the way, coordinating the landing operation alongside the Space Marines. "We hit the ground running, straight into hell." Thousands of Helljumpers, armed with MA-5B assault rifles, shouted in unison as they filed into the drop pods. Though not genetically enhanced Spartan super soldiers, they were elite warriors unafraid to face death. As the hangar doors of the Orion-class ships opened, various aircraft swarmed out like bees, swiftly neutralizing orbital defenses and other obstacles. Following them, a large number of Marines began their descent to the surface. The ODST units were deployed behind enemy lines, creating a pincer movement. Samp, wielding a chainsword, charged towards the ground with his fellow Space Marines. During the advance, he noticed a strange humanoid machine. "What is this thing?" he wondered aloud. Before he could get an answer, the machine suddenly activated. It was a mind control device provided by the Secaran Empire, capable of turning humans into ferocious beasts. This device had been widely used in the Battle of Europa 7. However, as a seasoned Space Marine, Samp was no stranger to horrific sights. "Rest in peace, citizens of the Empire," he murmured, slicing the unfortunate soul controlled by the device in half with his chainsword. Staring at the remnants of flesh and machinery fused together, Samp silently prayed for the fallen soul. Suddenly, he noticed something and swiftly tore off the mask from the corpse's face. A familiar visage appeared before him. Samp was stunned. "This is her mother?" Samp gripped his chainsword tightly, fighting bravely on the battlefield. With every swing, another unfortunate modified human fell. In his heart, he kept praying, hoping he wouldn't see that familiar face. Amidst the battle, fragmented memories flashed through Samp's mind. He recalled the first time he met that girl and the promise he made. "Don't be afraid, they won't come back. You can live peacefully until old age. Hold tight to your little Space Marine doll. I'll be with you. Everything will be fine. Emperor above, please protect her," Samp silently prayed. As he focused on the fight, his eyes suddenly locked onto a soldier from the Yute. The soldier had a green doll hanging from his belt and was firing a machine gun. Samp instantly recognized the doll. It was identical to the girl's. Seeing the bloodstains on the doll, Samp could no longer contain his fury. He roared and charged at the Yute soldier. "Xeno!" he shouted, grabbing the soldier and tearing off his helmet, sinking his teeth into the soldier's head. It was the first time Samk felt such rage. He finally understood what true anger meant. More memories flooded his mind. Samk learned that the girl was still alive, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But upon checking the map, he realized she was deep within enemy territory. Time was of the essence. He immediately headed in that direction. Suddenly, thousands of mercenaries and pirates blocked Samk's path, with several bipedal mechs joining the fray. As Samk pondered how to break through, a familiar voice rang out, "Samk, leave this to me." Karanek, wielding a chainsword in one hand and a bolt gun in the other, strode forward. "Go!" he shouted, charging into the enemy ranks. "I'm a veteran of Terra." Karanek easily dismantled a bipedal mech with his chainsword and hurled the wreckage into the enemy lines. Understanding Karanek's intention, Samk didn't use his firearms. Instead, he barreled through the enemies like a heavy truck, smashing everything in his way. For the Emperor, Karanek unleashed his centuries of combat expertise. His bolt gun shattered multiple enemies with each shot, and his chainsword claimed dozens of lives with every swing. Samk finally reached the ruins from his memories. He dashed inside and found a giant creature clutching a girl. "Xeno, give her to me. Put her down," Samk roared, drawing the combat knife Karanek had given him and furiously hacking at the beastman's head. The beastman howled in pain. Despite being a formidable war machine capable of tearing through armored vehicles and standing 5 meters tall, it was no match for an enraged space marine. Samk tore the beastman's head apart with his bare hands, ignoring its screams, and ripped out its central nervous system. After dealing with the beastman, Samk approached Tina. He noticed her arm was severely injured, potentially leading to a fatal infection. Samk gently picked her up, placing the doll back in her arms. Upon careful inspection, Samk reached a grim conclusion. The wound is too infected. There's no saving her. He believed the best course was to give her a merciful end to spare her the agony. Samk raised his bolt pistol to her forehead. "Emperor above, may you return?" At that moment, Karanek burst in. "Samk, what are you doing?" "Giving her a quick end, my brother," Samk explained. "Emperor above, what nonsense are you spouting? This wound isn't that severe." Karanek scooped up Tina and quickly exited the ruins. He immediately contacted an apothecary. "Apothecary Savat, I need your help here." "No, it's not one of our brothers. It's a civilian." "You've never treated a civilian? But you can try." "All right, I'm sending her over now." After ending the call, Karanek turned to Samk. "I'll take this civilian girl to the apothecary. He should be able to heal her. And you owe me a mastercraft dagger. Make me one when you can." Samk nodded with a smile. He silently vowed to stay by the girl's side until she found a good home. After all, many factions might take an interest in her. Samk handed the injured girl to the apothecary. Though it was the apothecary's first time treating a mortal, he managed to handle it despite his clumsy techniques. "Samk, what are your plans next?" Several Salamander Legion Space Marines gathered around Samk, their expressions serious as they inquired. Samk looked around, his gaze lingering on his comrades' faces as if seeking their opinions. "I think my room can fit one more person. If it's all right, she can stay with us until she enrolls in the Zhongsu Academy." "I have no objections." One of the Space Marines spoke up first, and the others nodded in agreement. "We don't have any missions lately. There's still over a dozen Terran months until the Academy starts. Let's keep her here for now." The Salamander Legion Marines voiced their thoughts enthusiastically, showing a warm and welcoming attitude toward the newcomer. Meanwhile, the invading mercenaries and pirates had been completely wiped out by the Imperial forces. Their bodies were gruesomely displayed on Imperial warships as a warning to those who dared to invade the Empire. This incident served as a wake-up call for Yangqing. Every planet must have enough warships, or they would face tremendous losses in ground combat against enemies. Although Europa 7 was reclaimed, the casualties numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and the colonial forces were nearly annihilated. Yangqing decided to develop the warships of the Halo world to specifically support PDF Planetary Defense Force operations. While these ships might lack firepower in interstellar battles, they worked seamlessly with the PDF, making them ideal for planetary defense. Seizing the opportunity, the Zhongsu Academy and the Inquisition came to Europa 7, not to provide support, but to recruit talents. Children who harbored deep hatred for the Xenos would become excellent students at the Academy, and the Inquisitors sought to select assistants, promising to offer help when necessary. Yangqing realized it was time to hold a press conference. Instead of his iconic armor, he donned a black suit. Surrounded by numerous soldiers, he stepped into the press conference venue. The journalists dared not take photos casually as usual, they only pressed the shutter when permitted. "We have received reports that Europa 7 was attacked, with casualties expected to exceed hundreds of thousands." Yangqing's voice was low and resolute as he scanned the faces of every journalist present. Countless televisions, screens, and radios broadcasted the press conference live. A journalist choked up, saying, "My family. My wife died on that planet. Right in front of me, my children. All of them. Subsequently, extensive footage was shown. The people of the wandering Earth world, who had yet to experience the brutality of alien warfare firsthand, finally understood a harsh reality. Why had those peace-loving nations perished? Why could only extreme regimes like the human empire survive? Yang Cheng's voice rose again, filled with power. Ladies and gentlemen, you should know that humanity, as a noble race, has never initiated invasions. Those nations that once coexisted peacefully with aliens were the same. But from today, everything will change. Every non-human race in the galaxy will pay for their actions. They have no idea what kind of race they have provoked. His voice grew more fervent. Will you let fear consume you? Or will you let the flames of vengeance burn brightly? The Empire calls upon you. Our homeland calls upon you. This time, we will make the enemy pay in blood. Countless people stood still in front of their televisions, listening to Yang Cheng's speech. They envisioned the suffering of their fellow humans on Europa 7 and felt a profound empathy. Human history is a history of courage, and the anthem of humanity is an anthem of bravery. We have walked through thousands of years in defiance. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. Let the Xenos pay the price. We each have a responsibility and a duty to defend our nascent human nation. We will take pride in dying for our people and our country. Let us meet again in fire and glory. Yang Cheng's voice grew ever more resolute. In response to the unprovoked attacks by aliens, I hereby declare the full activation of all non-humanitarian weapons and the abolition of all rules of war when combating the enemy. We will gather the collective wisdom of all humanity to fight these unprovoked Xenos. Judgment is coming. As Yang Cheng's words concluded, a system notification sounded in his mind. Buff triggered. Fourth calamity. Iron Will. All military production increased by 50. All construction costs halved. Planetary construction accelerated. Title acquired. United we stand. Yang Cheng's heart stirred as he pondered. System. Can I redeem a Death Star? Ding. Sufficient. The system responded succinctly. The Death Star, a colossal space station with a diameter of 160 kilometers, stands as the Empire's most formidable weapon. Most of its internal space is dedicated to maintaining the super laser cannon and power generation systems. At the heart of the Death Star lies a fearsome ultra-large hypermatter reactor, where fusion reactions of astonishing scale take place. Surrounding the reactor are star fuel cells that fuel this cosmic energy feast. A powerful network of ion engines covers the Death Star's surface, converting the reactor's raging energy into propulsion for navigating real space. However, what truly makes the Death Star a nightmare for the galaxy is its 123 hyperspace drive generators. These generators form a complex navigation matrix, allowing this mobile asteroid to traverse hyperspace with ease. The incredible energy released by the Death Star, combined with its asteroid-like mass, creates a magnetic field and artificial gravity field strong enough to rival large celestial bodies. Its most terrifying weapon, the super laser cannon, draws energy directly from the raging hypermatter reactor. Encircling the Death Star's equator is a massive trench, 376 kilometers long, dividing the space fortress in two. This trench houses the main landing bays, drive thrusters, sensor arrays, and tractor beam systems. Additional trenches between the north and south poles further segment the Death Star's regions. The entire Death Star is divided into 24 sectors, 12 in each hemisphere, each with an independent command bridge. For efficient management, the interior is meticulously divided into different functional areas such as general, command, military, security, service, and technical zones. Considering the long-term needs of the station personnel, the Death Star even includes parks, shopping centers, and entertainment areas, adding a touch of humanity to this killing machine. Supreme command of the Death Star is held by a triumvirate consisting of Governor Tarkin, Admiral Mahdi, and General Tag. Its defense systems are equally intimidating. The surface bristles with 15,000 turbo laser batteries and 768 tractor beam projectors. The station personnel number an astounding 342,953 naval and ground troops, 25,984 Imperial Stormtroopers, plus approximately 2 million support staff. At this moment, Governor Wilhuff Tarkin bowed slightly to Yang Cheng, who was dressed in Imperial uniform, and respectfully said, "Activate the Death Star, and let the galaxy tremble in fear." "Understood, sir," Yang Cheng calmly replied. In orbit around Terra, the massive silver sphere began to come to life, as the weapon capable of destroying a planet started to charge. "Commence firing sequence, prepare for hyperspace travel," came the cold mechanical voice from the command center. "Prepare to fire." With this command, the Death Star and its surrounding fleet of warships leapt into hyperspace, heading straight for the territory of the new Yute Empire. Fire! At the order, a blinding green beam shot forth from the Death Star's main cannon, striking the new Yute Empire's home planet. The entire planet was engulfed in green light, countless lives obliterated by the apocalyptic force. The entire event was broadcast in real time to every corner of the human empire. With a thunderous explosion, the once thriving planet burst like a giant balloon in the cosmos. The capital of the new Yutei Empire, along with all life upon it, was annihilated in the blink of an eye. However, this was only the beginning. The Death Star's second attack followed swiftly, targeting a fortress planet of the new Yutei Empire. Even this heavily armed defensive planet could not withstand the Death Star's beam, its energy shield collapsing instantly, meeting the same fate as the capital planet. Governor Tarkin, do not let a single planet of the new Yutei Empire remain in this universe. Yang Chung issued the exterminating order. Understood, Great Emperor, Tarkin responded, initiating a campaign destined to be recorded in history as a genocidal action. One by one, planets were reduced to cosmic dust under the Death Star's firepower. Enemy warships attempting resistance were obliterated into space debris by the Imperial fleet's firepower. This was not merely a war, but total annihilation. I love this method, someone said excitedly over the comms. Turning all organic and inorganic matter to dust. This isn't a war crime. I prefer to call it efficiency. Efficient extermination became the sole objective of the Imperial forces, and a common desire for all humanity, especially the people of Eutasia. The devastation inflicted during the Europa 7 incident awakened a long-dormant national consciousness. The flags of the Empire's eagle, the lion of the sun, and the Gallic rooster flew high in the three nations. The melodies of La Marseillaise, Erica, and the Grenadiers' March resounded through the skies. Countless Eutasians, seemingly summoned by the spirits of their ancestors, joined the ranks of the Imperial forces. Water our fields with the blood of our enemies. God bless the Emperor, always victorious, bathed in glory. Long live the Emperor. Long live humanity. For the human empire. For our forebears. Shouts echoed. Spirits soared. Numerous newly formed astral army legions were dispatched to the dark corners of the galaxy, fighting for the future of humanity. This war of annihilation was destined to reshape the entire galaxy's landscape. Those foolish Yutei pigs. Kaburu, the head of the Sekran Empire, was furious. His green scales quivered with anger, and his tail lashed violently behind him. Do you know what they've done? They've attacked a human planet. Kaburu took a deep gulp of water, trying to calm himself. He turned to his intelligence officer, his voice low and urgent. What happened to the Yutei Empire afterward? The intelligence officer's voice trembled. In just 3 days, one of their capital planets, 5 fortress planets, 30 city planets, and 10 colony planets were all obliterated. The entire outer ring of the Yutei has essentially been wiped out. Kaburu narrowed his eyes, and the human empire seems to possess a weapon capable of destroying an entire planet in one strike. The intelligence officer's voice rose in pitch, not just destroying the surface, but blowing the entire planet into fragments. Spit. Kaburu sprayed the water he had just drunk, his eyes widening in disbelief. Destroy a planet? Are you kidding me? The intelligence officer quickly added, Sir, this is the consensus of several other intelligence organizations. Kaburu's tail swished even faster. What are the other nations saying? The Central Anti-Human Military Alliance has convened a meeting, the intelligence officer replied. They're waiting for your presence. The Central Anti-Human Military Alliance? Kaburu repeated. The intelligence officer explained, this alliance was formed by some Central Ring nations with interests in the Outer Ring, in response to the human empire's indiscriminate slaughter of other species. Kaburu hurried to the meeting site. A creature resembling a cockroach from Mars greeted him. Kaburu, you're here? Yes, Kaburu responded. But have you figured out how to deal with the humans? Not yet, the cockroach-like being replied, but we're discussing it. You can either speak or listen, it's up to you. Kaburu looked around, seeing both familiar and unfamiliar leaders from various nations. The meeting's host announced, this military alliance isn't limited to nations. Independent fleets that reach a certain size can also join. Additionally, trade alliances and various fleets are welcome to join our military alliance. Our main goal is the total eradication of the human empire. The discussion heated up. Someone warned, humans may not return to the stars, but at this rate, in 3 to 4 years, their technology could surpass most Central Ring nations. Another voice agreed. We can't afford another war like decades ago. We grew strong by feasting on the corpses of the Human Federation, and the human empire might do the same. We only need to uncover more of the Federation's technology to advance our military. Eventually, we can... Someone interrupted. The Human Federation never had the technology to wipe out an entire planet with a single squad, nor did they have the means to turn a planet into rubble, or transform an entire planet into machinery. A radical voice suggested, we should first shape public opinion, making our people understand that humans are only fit to be slaves, and we are the true inhabitants of the stars. Someone recalled the past. We can't repeat the tragedy of decades ago. Remember how many nations and species perished in that war? Trillions, thousands of nations. The Human Federation fought with all they had, but in the end, we won. A more moderate voice proposed, why can't we try to win over the human empire and then dismantle it from within? This was immediately countered. We sent 50 diplomatic fleets, and not a single person returned. Our trade convoys were destroyed as soon as they approached the empire's borders. Someone summarized, the human empire is now like a giant iron fortress, bristling with spikes. Anyone who dares to touch it will bleed. And this fortress is also mobile. The meeting reached an impasse. The alien leaders felt helpless against the human empire, resorting only to covert espionage, which often resulted in heavy losses. The human empire's control over spies was extremely strict. There were no life sentences, no imprisonment. Captured spies were executed publicly. They would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. This led every citizen of the human empire to harbor extreme hostility towards spies. Once a spy was caught, the crowd would beat them until they were barely alive, at which point the Ministry of Justice would promptly arrive. After a swift capture and interrogation, these spies would ultimately become targets for students at the Loyalist Academy. Additionally, hunting aliens had become a popular activity for some residents of the empire. Veteran hunters treated these alien creatures as prey, reveling in the pursuit. The way aliens once treated humans was now how humans treated aliens, seemingly a silent form of revenge. William Longstaff of the 39th Grenadier Division of the Legion of Light stood on the deck, recalling the heroic deeds of his ancestors in the Battle of Iwo Jima. Determined to honor their legacy, he vowed to become an outstanding combat medic. Below deck, dozens of soldiers from the Star Legion hailing from the Eagle Nation, France, and the United States crowded together, exchanging tense whispers. Suddenly, a booming command shattered the silence. Men, our target is the enemy's eastern mountain fortress. Destroy it, and their defenses on this planet will crumble. The Iron Warriors will fight alongside us. Eliminate all non-human entities. With the order given, thousands of soldiers were deployed to the surface of this island-filled planet, which resembled Earth but lacked continents. Go, go, go. With shouts, the soldiers leaped from their landing crafts, advancing swiftly toward the enemy fortress. The commander's voice rang out again. Attention all units. Use heavy firepower to bombard the enemy's outer fortifications. Everyone else, advance in dispersed formations. Thousands of soldiers quickly formed squads, advancing under heavy fire cover. Suddenly, the fortress defenders emerged, establishing firing points at the highest positions. At that moment, several swing fighters roared in, signaling the Imperial Navy's air superiority. Boom, 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 boom. Several energy blasts precisely hit the enemy firing points, triggering a series of deafening explosions. Attack, attack. Don't disgrace Napoleon's blood. The major of the 13th Guards Regiment waved his command sword, leading over 1,000 soldiers in a charge. Let the enemy's blood nourish our fields. Long live the Emperor. With this battle cry, the soldiers surged into the fortress like a tidal wave. Other units followed suit. 39th Grenadiers. Prepare to charge. For the Empire. With the swing fighters providing cover, more troops stormed the fortress. Inside the fortress, chaos reigned. Human soldiers, driven by rage, used bayonets to take down alien soldiers one by one. Many had lost loved ones in the Europa 7 incident and harbored deep-seated hatred for the aliens. Kill all the aliens. We need no prisoners. Hans felt his inner soap maker's spirit burning fiercely. Rico gripped his Morita MKI rifle tightly. This was their first encounter with humanoid units. He quickly issued orders. Marauder mechs lead the way, destroy enemy firing points. Everyone else, follow up. The objective is to breach this fortress. After the battle, an officer in the Legion of Light uniform coldly eyed the captured alien soldiers. All right, you damned aliens. Time to pay for what you've done. Let's play a game. Whoever outruns a bullet gets to leave. Dozens of alien soldiers, their arms bound, were lined up, each with a Legion soldier standing behind them with a gun. At the sound of a whistle, the aliens fled in panic but were swiftly cut down by bullets. After several rounds of this brutal game, the soldiers received new orders. Execute all remaining enemies quickly and assist the Iron Warriors in capturing the last enemy fortress. A merciless slaughter ensued. Aliens were driven into large pits and indiscriminately shot. The soldiers then poured gasoline into the pits and set them ablaze until all the bodies were reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, in the Terran Palace, a crucial meeting about the fate of alien prisoners of war was underway. The attendees included Yang Cheng, Grand Sage Karl Bo, Archbishop Vander, and the highly respected General Hartmann Heydrich of the Star Legion. This meeting would determine the future of the alien POWs. At a long rectangular table, the key figures of the Empire sat in a circle. Yang Cheng sat in the center, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Governor Tarkin, Kylo Ren, Archbishop Vandal, Grand Sage Karl Bo, Ong Ron, and several top commanders of the Starfleet. The formidable lineup made Yang Chung sigh inwardly, thinking that managing this team would be a daunting task. Your Majesty, one of the Starfleet commanders began, looking troubled. We're prepared to handle the alien threats in the war zone, but, sensing the commander's unease, Yang Chung lessened his psychic pressure and spoke in a kind tone. Go ahead, frontline matters take precedence. The officer continued, the problem is, dealing with these alien prisoners and civilians is incredibly cumbersome. Even executing them one by one takes forever, severely draining our soldiers' energy. We've even considered rounding them up and using artillery to execute them. Before he could finish, Grand Sage Karlbo stood up abruptly, glaring at the officer. Sir, you should understand that such actions could easily anger the machine spirit. It's a desecration of the god machines. Ongran scoffed. Killing aliens? How could you find that tiresome? Governor Tarkin suggested. Perhaps the Death Star could handle them. This immediately provoked a strong reaction from Karlbo. You dare use such a magnificent god machine as a broom? By the Emperor. By the Omnicia. Such blasphemy. If you weren't the governor, I would turn you into a servitor. As Tarkin and Karlbo were about to come to blows, servants and guards hurriedly pulled them apart. This was just the latest in a long series of disputes between the Mechanicus and the Imperial Navy, from whether to build chapels on battleships to whether to engrave double-head eagles on lost guns. At that moment, another officer proposed a new idea. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. We could use mustard gas to kill those aliens. Yang Cheng's interest was piqued, and he gestured for the officer to continue. The officer explained, shooting billions of aliens would require an enormous amount of ammunition, placing a huge burden on our logistics. My idea is to set up several large waste transfer stations at the existing Inquisition containment facilities. We could gas the aliens to death and then incinerate their bodies. Yang Chung questioned. Why not just throw them directly into the incinerator? Wouldn't that save time? The officer admitted his idea needed refinement, but Yang Chung approved. No, it's a good idea. Gassing them is indeed a viable method, and we could still make use of their bodies. The officer then presented a design. I've designed a truck that can process 100 aliens at a time. Yang Chung reviewed the plans and shook his head. That's too slow. He turned to Grand Sage Karlbo. I need factories to produce gas chambers on wheels, led by specialized trucks, capable of processing 1,000 aliens per minute. We can squeeze in even more if needed. Karlbo immediately agreed. No problem, Your Majesty. I'll have the servitors take care of it. Yang Chung continued. Even so, this method is still too slow. We have billions of aliens to deal with. Set up more alien shooting ranges, and turn the more delectable ones into canned food. Everyone nodded in understanding. Yang Chung went on, no more wooden or plastic targets for the legal department. Replace them all with aliens. Their bodies will greatly enhance the quality of our law enforcement training. At this point, Archbishop Vandal stood up and handed Yang Chung a blueprint. Your Majesty, I have an idea. We could categorize the captured aliens. The strong and useful ones could be gassed, while the weak and useless ones could be directly incinerated. Their bodies could be turned into servitors and other mechanical devices, and their organs could be extracted for medical research. Yang Chung praised. Excellent, that's a very good proposal. Industrialized mass slaughter is indeed the most efficient method. He turned to Grand Sage Karlbo. At this rate, how many aliens can we process in a Terra year? Karlbo calculated and replied. We can currently produce 3,000 of these vehicles. Each can process 50,000 aliens per Terra day, totaling approximately 18,250,000 per Terra year. This doesn't include the incinerator's capacity. Yang Chung nodded in satisfaction. Increase production as quickly as possible. Also, remember to use the aliens' ashes as fertilizer. With these final words, the meeting concluded. Yang Chung raised his glass to the attendees, his voice tinged with gravity. After our generation, the next won't have this resolve, so we must create a world for our descendants, a world solely for humanity. In this seemingly ordinary meeting, Yang Chung and the Empire's top officials had already sealed the fate of billions of aliens with their casual discussions. Rico stood on the bridge, staring thoughtfully at the star map. The Roughneck Squad had just completed their mission on this planet. Clad in advanced power armor, they were far more formidable than the flimsy armor seen in movies. They were also equipped with personal nuclear weapons and various combat mechs, making their combat capabilities second to none. Carmen, it's time to leave, Rico said, turning to the captain. Johnny, remember the Emperor's orders are supreme. Do not act on your own. Outside the bridge, 3 escort transports were docked in the pitch-black space. The largest, named the Roger Young with hull number 176, was equipped with 4 engines capable of warp travel. Flanking it were the Yamamoto hull number 138 and the Boxer hull number 182. Carmen, let's head back to base. We need to determine our next target, Rico said. Several Viking transport ships landed one by one, picking up Rico and his team. Once aboard the main ship, Rico asked. Any new orders from higher up? Not yet, Carmen replied. Our current mission remains to conduct landing operations on enemy planets beyond the Empire's borders. Rico pointed to a blue-green planet on the star map, which looked remarkably similar to Earth. Let's go here, he said. We've detected significant alien activity on this planet. Before Carmen could respond, Rico dashed out of the bridge, shouting, This is the one. I'll get ready. Carmen sighed and told her deputy, Do as he says. Report our actions to naval operations. If we fail, we can still request backup. The deputy hesitated. But, isn't it a bit much for just a few thousand troops to take a whole planet? Carmen cut him off. Do you know why the Roughneck Squad is only a few thousand strong? If Rico had tens of thousands of troops and warships, without orders, he might just attack their home planet directly. Despite feeling exasperated by Rico's recklessness, Carmen decided to proceed with the raid. However, they had no idea that this Spuro-Themet decision would almost involve half the Central Ring's nations. On the planet Bralo, the Secaran Empire in the Central Ring was hosting a grand banquet. Representatives from major Central Ring powers, including the Norland Empire, the Deltasay Kingdom, and the Settler Fleet, were gathered. They felt secure enough to hold such an event because the Human Empire's fleet was on an expedition in the central region of the Central Ring, leaving the peripheral planets less defended. Secaran Ambassador Buri, a white lizard, warmly welcomed the delegates. Rest assured, he said confidently, Bralo is very safe and far enough from the Human Empire. Just then, a lizard soldier in black armor hurried over and whispered in Buri's ear, The orbital fleet has lost contact. It appears they've been attacked. Buri's face changed, but he quickly regained his composure. There's no need to worry, he assured the guests. Our air defenses and planetary shields are impregnable. Even if the Human Empire comes, they won't stand a chance. No sooner had he spoken than a destroyed Secaran warship fell from the atmosphere, its massive explosion consuming countless Secaran residents. Hurry! Buri shouted in panic. Escort all the ambassadors to the shelters. While arranging the evacuation, he urgently called for reinforcements from the home planet. Meanwhile, the ambassadors frantically contacted their leaders for support. The entire outer Central Ring plunged into chaos as fleet after fleet began to head for Bralo. At the Human Empire Fleet Command, Admiral Spire was reviewing the strategic map. Admiral, a subordinate reported, the enemy is making urgent maneuvers. Large fleets are moving toward the southeast war zone. What could make these aliens so frantic? Spire frowned. Based on their trajectory, their target is likely Bralo in the southeast war zone, the subordinate replied. Additionally, Commander Carmen of the 5th Expeditionary Fleet just reported that their target is also Bralo. How many troops do they have? Spire asked. 3 escort transports, fewer than 10,000 Marines. Why did they choose to conduct a landing operation on this planet? Commander Carmen only mentioned detecting significant enemy activity there. The details are unknown. After a moment of thought, Spire ordered the resting fleet to intercept the enemy forces gathering. Which unit is closest to Bralo? He asked. It's the training unit led by Kafis Kane, former Commissar of the Valhalla 597th Regiment, and now Commissar of the 358th Synthetic Brigade. They are fully equipped with Imperial standard weapons. Spire decisively ordered, Send them in. Kafis Kane, hero of the Imperium. The soldiers' loud singing echoed through the room. A man in a commissar's coat and carapace armor sipped his tea elegantly. This was the legendary Commissar Kafis Kane. Kane's reputation spread far and wide across the Imperium. A man known for his luck, ancient Shiliang army champion, and former regimental commander under a minor warlord. In the Warhammer 40k universe, he was famous for his incredible fortune and his service record marked permanent. He was dubbed the unkillable cockroach. However, contrary to the Departmentum Unitorum's descriptions, Kane always considered himself a coward, attributing his achievements to mere coincidence. As Kane was enjoying the relatively easy task of leading a new recruit unit, Jurgen burst into the room, breaking the tranquility. Commissar Kane, we have a combat mission to support the hardliners on Bralo. Kane frowned and asked, How many are in the hardliners? He thought to himself, surely they wouldn't send new recruits into a meat grinder of a battlefield? Only a few thousand, with no Space Marines for support, Jurgen replied. Kane nearly fainted, cursing the Departmentum Unitorum's decision in his mind. He maintained his composure and ordered, Go tell the recruits that there's no retreating in battle. Anyone who does will face military justice. After Jurgen left, Kane began checking the equipment of the Composite Brigade. The Dawnbringers Composite Brigade consisted of 9 battalions, including a heavy armor battalion, artillery battalion, reconnaissance battalion, and more. Each heavy armor battalion was equipped with Macarius heavy tanks and Chimera infantry fighting vehicles. The artillery battalion primarily used Mars-patterned Basilisk tanks, and the Anti-Air battalion was equipped with Hydra anti-air platforms. By popular demand, nearly every soldier carried a portable anti-tank weapon. The new recruits curiously eyed Kane, chattering among themselves. Did Commissar Kane ever play Lubu? He looks like Chu Yunfiluk at that jawline. Did you really fight Necrons? Do they use magic? Do orcs really shout? Orcs never enslaved? A veteran guardsman, hearing this, silently cursed the Departamento Munitorum for telling the recruits such things. The battle commenced. Mechanized infantry squads emerged from the artillery barrage, wielding weapons as powerful as 12.7mm heavy machine guns. Tracking missiles and rotary cannons on their power armor automatically targeted foes. Prepare the tactical nukes. With that command, rockets akin to small nuclear weapons roared out. The Secaran Empire's soldiers were caught off guard, falling under the intense barrage. Sector 1 secure. Advance. Power armored troops landed one after another, eliminating any enemies in their path. Rico's orders came through the built-in communication devices. Exterminate all non-humans. Airborne fighters began carpet bombing, and amidst the deafening explosions, the Secaran forces were thrown into complete disarray. The human forces adopted tactics completely different from those of the Astral Army this time. The mobile infantry used jetpacks to launch rapid assaults, disappearing before the enemy could prepare for a positional battle. The Marauder mechs landed on the ground, their high-speed cannons tearing through the soldiers of the Secaran Empire. The surrounding mobile infantry soldiers provided tight protection for the Marauder mechs, and under such a fierce onslaught, the enemy's resistance quickly began to crumble. All personnel, fall back to the remaining strongholds. Engage the humans in a war of attrition. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. Secaran soldiers shouted in panic, scrambling into various fortresses. This move, while diminishing some of the human mobile forces' advantages, also exposed their weaknesses. All squads, take note of the enemy's positions and watch out for ambushes. The human commander warned through the communication channel. Meanwhile, the battle in space was equally intense. Dozens of warships led by the Secaran Empire, along with various escort ships and transport vessels, were advancing towards Bralo. Who is attacking Bralo? The entire Outer Rim is in chaos, a Secaran commander shouted anxiously. 3 Moon-class cruisers, several Cobra-class destroyers, and 2 Avenger-class cruisers, another officer reported. Whoever is attacking Bralo, since they are allies, I, Halsey, must lend a hand. As the Secaran mixed fleet passed through an asteroid field, a sudden battle erupted. The Imperial warships used their ramming prows to clear the asteroids blocking their path, colliding directly with several Secaran flagship vessels. Massive explosions engulfed the engines of the Secaran flagships, crippling their forward momentum. For the Emperor, 3 Emperor's Children Space Marines stationed on the Imperial ship, along with the naval boarding party, stormed the enemy vessel, cutting down Secaran soldiers like a hot knife through butter. The bodies of Secaran soldiers quickly littered the ship's corridors. Captain Saul Tarvitz of the Space Marines surveyed the scene and said, "I need to capture this scene and paint a picture. Saul Tarvitz, we need to move on. There are many more ships waiting for us to board," his companion reminded him. Tarvitz nodded and continued the fight alongside his team. Tarvitz was a captain in the Emperor's Children Legion, formerly a loyalist space marine. He removed his helmet, revealing his long white hair, and said to his comrade, "Lucius, how many times have I told you not to rush ahead? Make sure to eliminate every enemy in every corner." Lucius responded, "I just want to atone for my sins to the Emperor. You understand, right? I've done too many wrong things. The Emperor's mercy in sparing my life is already more than I deserve. All I can do now is kill the enemies of the Emperor and offer my life in service." Tarvitz nodded. "Yes, exactly." Lucius, the captain of the 13th Company, once a symbol of betrayal, now had a chance to prove himself anew in this world. His power sword emitted a blue glow as he single-handedly killed a third of the Secaran soldiers on the ship. Meanwhile, the situation on Bralo was rapidly changing. A dozen ambassadors hiding in a shelter simultaneously received messages from their respective nations. The support fleet had been intercepted halfway, and organizing a second rescue would take time. As the ambassadors began to complain, the iron door of the shelter was kicked open, and a dozen mobile infantry soldiers swarmed in, their dark gun barrels aimed at the ambassadors. "Open fire." With the order given, the guns roared, and the ambassadors fell under the concentrated fire. "Carmen, have the enemy reinforcements arrived?" the commander asked. "No, Rico. Our warships are still in low orbit, currently only taking down the enemy's planetary aircraft," Carmen replied. At that moment, Admiral Spear's angry voice came through the communication channel. "Rico, you've caused a huge mess as soon as you arrived. If we don't win this battle, you're going to the tribunal to explain yourself." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rico quickly ordered, "All mobile infantry squads, advance towards the enemy's command center on this planet. We need to take down their command structure swiftly." "Yes, sir." The mobile infantry members responded in unison. At this point, various Imperial expeditionary fleets had begun intercepting the enemy reinforcements, further tightening the battlefield's tension. Commissar Kane stood on the command bridge, gazing at the target planet. He forced himself to appear calm as he issued the order, "Prepare for assault," for the Emperor. But inside, he was a bundle of nerves. Kane mulled over the strategy, thinking, "We can land around the enemy's cities to effectively block reinforcements." He began issuing detailed commands, calculating how to avoid a direct assault on the cities. After all, he was more adept at dealing with scattered forces than engaging in brutal urban warfare. Just as Kane was coordinating the deployment, a soldier suddenly reported, "The enemy is retreating outside the city." Rico immediately broke off his conversation with the Secaran soldiers and ordered his troops to intercept the enemy. At that moment, Carmen interjected, "Rico, the Imperial forces have arrived." She then relayed General Spire's orders. "The general is furious, but he demands that you must secure this planet. Do you realize the mess you've caused?" Carmen said sternly, "Your attack has ignited the entire Outer Rim into conflict. Dozens of fleets have rushed in, and nearly all have been decimated by the Empire." Rico smirked, "So, I'm pretty impressive, huh?" Carmen responded coolly, "The general said if you succeed, you'll be rewarded on Terra. If you fail, you'll report to the Inquisition." Rico asked excitedly, "Really?" Carmen explained, "Intelligence indicates that the planet you attacked was hosting anti-human alliance military activities. You disrupted their negotiations." Hearing the roar of Imperial landing craft overhead, Rico quickly said, "Sounds good. I gotta go." "The enemy is retreating outside the city," Carmen added. "Meet me in room 604 after this. We have more to discuss." Meanwhile, Kane was descending with his troops. A soldier exclaimed, "Commissar Kane, you accurately predicted the enemy's retreat route." The soldiers began singing praises of Kane. Kane internally cursed himself for being involved in the battle rather than safely commanding from the ship. Seeing the soldiers charging ahead, he reluctantly followed. "For the Emperor, kill the Xenos," the soldiers shouted as they charged, leaving Kane bewildered by their sudden enthusiasm. He mockingly thought to himself, "Am I even needed as a commissar? Their charge looks like that of eager orcs." In the end, another planet was brought under the Imperial banner. After spending an unforgettable night with Carmen, Rico led his troops back to Terra, ready to receive accolades from the Emperor. All stand at attention. The Imperial throne world, Holy Terra. Yang Cheng, clad in golden power armor, stood majestically on the reviewing stand. The initial victory of the expedition had instilled strong confidence among the Imperial citizens. Despite the heavy price paid, it undoubtedly symbolized the resurgence of once enslaved humanity. As the sacred hymn began to play, countless ecclesiastic followers and bishops on the high platform immediately knelt in devout prayer. Amid the crowd's cheers, the first to be reviewed were the Imperial Stormtroopers of the Star Wars universe. Their white armor and imposing presence captivated the attention of many young onlookers. To the solemn music, the Stormtrooper formation marched in perfect unison to stand before Yang Cheng. "All units, attention! Salute the Emperor." At the command, the Stormtroopers, holding their blaster rifles, saluted Yang Cheng with the Galactic Empire's military gesture. Following closely were the Cadian shock troopers, whose green armor and purple eyes drew gasps from reporters hailing from the wandering Earth universe. "Salute the Emperor." The Cadian soldiers, weapons in hand, rendered a respectful gaze towards Yang Cheng. He responded with a slight nod. Next came the Armageddon Steel Legion, clad in yellow military coats, accompanied by desert-camouflaged Lehman Russ main battle tanks. These formidable war machines roared thunderously as they marched in orderly ranks into the parade ground. At the rear of the procession, 10 Baneblade super-heavy tanks rumbled forward. Known as the Shadow's Word, these fearsome war machines were armed with firepower capable of destroying Titans. Each tank was equipped with massive volcano cannons that drew energy directly from the engine, requiring specialized engineers or tech priests for maintenance. As the Baneblade tanks passed, the Odysseus military band in the stands played the stirring anthem Imperial Guard in enemy territory. The familiar melody moved many former slaves to their feet, the lyrics brimming with unyielding pride and overwhelming force. Following them, the Death Corps of Krieg, dressed in black uniforms with red armbands, made their entrance. Their gray uniforms and gas masks exuded an intimidating aura, yet they were deeply revered by the Imperial populace. After the parade, Rico, dressed in pristine military attire, stood on the podium, surrounded by soldiers who had shown exceptional bravery in battle. Yang Cheng personally awarded them medals: the Imperial Honor Medal to the Elder of the Laude family, the Dual-Wing Skull Medal to Hank of the Odysseus Regiment, and the Crimson Medal was pinned on Rico's shoulder. Finally, Yang Cheng announced a significant decision. He would acquire a planet, the Forge world of Mars, as an important new stronghold for the Empire. Mars is the core world of the Adeptus Mechanicus and the largest repository of technical knowledge within the Imperium. On this red planet, a strict hierarchical system divides society into distinct strata. At the bottom are ordinary human citizens who perform monotonous, repetitive tasks in vast factories, sorting isotopic waste, stoking forges, crushing ore, and tending to hydroponic crops. Most of these citizens share a common dream to join the Scutarii and receive their first bionic limb, thereby elevating their social status. Above the citizens and soldiers is the ruling class of Mars, the tech priests. The highest authority on the planet is the Fabricator General. In essence, Mars serves as the headquarters and power center of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Interestingly, the Terra system also has a planet named Mars, astonishingly similar to the one in the Warhammer universe. Initially, Yang Chung didn't pay much attention to this coincidence. However, the followers of the Adeptus Mechanicus became highly interested in this planet, frequently requesting it to be designated as their headquarters. Yang Chung readily agreed, viewing it as just another ordinary planet. Yang Cheng's attention was drawn to the Mars Forge world, available in the system's marketplace. The entire planet, along with its personnel, was priced at 10 million war points, and this was just the basic version. What happens after I buy it? Yang Cheng asked. The system responded, ding. Upon purchase, everything from the original Mars Forge world will appear on this planet, including various buildings, factories, and personnel. Will my Doracol come? Yang Cheng asked expectantly. Ding. Dominus Belisarius Call is a special character and must be redeemed separately, the system replied coldly. Yang Chung felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly adjusted his mindset. Never mind, Kalber Hal will do, even if he goes berserk occasionally. Despite his resignation, the thought of having Kalber Hal made Yang Chung feel somewhat content. At that moment, the fourth planet of the solar system Mars was suddenly enveloped in a brilliant light. In this radiance, enormous hives sprang up, and factories took shape instantly. 200 billion people materialized on the planet. Vast city clusters like the Broadblade Hive, Acidfall Hive, Olympia Dune Hive, Tantalos Hive, and Nyrasatus Hive stood tall on the red surface of Mars. Simultaneously, the sacred temples of the Adeptus Mechanicus appeared. The Temple of the Omnisia, the Mariotis Forge Temple, the Acheron Trench Forge Temple Complex, the Fabricator General's Forge Temple, the Frictionless Piston Temple, the Encyclopedic Temple, the Tyrannies Knights Fortress Temple, the Storm Legion's Fortress Temple, the Libya Mountain Forge Temple Complex, the Antean Radian Forge Temple, the Gamma Sector Forge Temple, and the Mechanicum Forge Temple. These temples emerged alongside the hives, accompanied by millions of Scutarii and various Mechanicus war machines. Ding. Mars Forge world has been successfully redeemed, the system prompted. Hearing this, Yang Chung used his psychic powers to gaze into the depths of the universe. The once red planet had been transformed into a world of steel, surrounded by starports teeming with Mechanicus Arc Mechanicus ships. It looks like the foundation for the expedition is secure, Yang Chung said slowly, gazing at the steel planet. Now it's time to prepare for total war. The previous expedition was just to carve a path from the outer ring to the middle ring, like poking with a toothpick. But this time, we're going to smash the middle ring with a hammer, causing a bloodbath. The formation of the Fourth Fleet should be prioritized. Yang Cheng glanced at his dwindling war points and thought about how he had managed to accumulate enough to purchase the Mars Forge world thanks to those junk recycling trains. After the parade, Yang Chung returned to the palace, reviewing recent documents while asking the system, find me someone suitable for handling waste, preferably someone who can also lead troops. The system responded, of course, but don't regret this choice. No problem, just as long as it's not Erebus, Yang Chung replied confidently. This person costs 20,000 war points and meets all your criteria, the system added. Fine, 20,000 or even 200,000. It's worth it, Yang Chung agreed without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained Warsmith Hanso, a warrior with the genocide of both the Iron Warriors and the Imperial Fists, the system announced. Oh no. System. Get out here. Why did you give me this scum? Yang Chung immediately regretted his decision. Just then, a Space Marine clad in Iron Warrior's armor appeared before Yang Chung. Before Hanso could speak, a Space Marine accompanying Yang Chung recognized him. Great Emperor, allow me. Hanso began to say. Attention everyone. Hanso is here. Protect the Emperor. The Space Marine shouted. Hanso barely had time to react before dozens of Space Marines tackled him to the ground, subjecting him to a righteous beating. Stop! Stop! Hong Sua's desperate cries echoed through the confined space. His face was already disfigured from the beating, bruised and swollen. One cheek noticeably puffed up. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Stop hitting me. I won't mess with that stuff again, I promise. A circle of interstellar warriors surrounded him, their fists and feet relentlessly landing on Hong Sua. His bald head was covered in bruises, a pitiful sight. Initially, a Star Wars officer had stepped in to break up the fight, but after hearing the warrior's explanation, he too joined in the beating. If it weren't for the fact that you're on my side, I'd have sliced you with a lightsaber by now, Kylo Ren shouted angrily, kicking him with his black military boots. Clearly, Hong Sua's demon womb experiment had enraged everyone. After a storm of punches and kicks, the barely conscious Hong Sua was finally rescued. Yang Cheng looked at Hong Sua, who was now as notorious as Erebus, with a sense of helplessness. He understood that Hong Sua's evil deeds stemmed from sheer pragmatism, unlike Erebus, who acted out of faith, or Lucius, who indulged in his own desires. All right, that's enough. He's had enough. Yang Cheng intervened, stopping the violence. He then laid down 3 rules for the bruised and battered Hong Sua. First, you can conduct experiments, but no more dangerous creations. Second, if you must experiment, use aliens, not humans. Third, see if you can test your gadgets on those alien races that harm humanity. Essentially, these rules allowed Hong Sua to do whatever he wanted, as long as no humans were harmed. With trillions of aliens across the galaxy, he had plenty of subjects to choose from. Next, the selection process for the 4th Fleet officially began. The fleet's smaller ships were mainly Sword-class and Tempest-class frigates, tasked with protecting the larger ships. The larger ships included Retribution-class battleships, Oberon-class battleships, and Overlord-class battlecruisers. Additionally, various cruisers, destroyers, and supply ships were included to support the fleet. This fleet, named the Gothic Fleet, was commanded by Admiral Spire, transferred from the First Fleet. The Desolation Brotherhood also joined the operation. All 500 Space Marines were re-equipped, ensuring each had ample ammunition and updated tactical weapons like dreadnoughts and Terminators. 20% of the warriors were outfitted as ironclad Terminators, the prototype of the later indomitable Terminator armor, widely used during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy. The Terminator squads were armed with the latest weapons, including Stormbolters for long-range combat and Power Fists or Chain Fists for close combat. Some warriors could also choose assault cannons, heavy flammers, or cyclone missile launchers. Due to the damage to their genocide, the Desolation Brotherhood had become a fleet-based chapter. They selected a Dictator-class cruiser named Revenge of the Dead as their base. This warship, based on the Lunar-class hull design, replaced its lance arrays with massive hangars and launch platforms. Finally, the author didn't forget to recommend a friend's book, The Empire's Return Across Universes, calling it a promising fanfiction novel. As the morning sun cast its rays upon the land of Terra, it didn't greet fertile soil but instead rows of soldiers arranged in precise formations. The sunlight danced on their white armor, making their helmets gleam brilliantly. This stormtrooper unit from the Galactic Empire began boarding in orderly phalanxes, one after another, onto the enthusiast-class assault landing ships stationed on the tarmac. Their chants echoed through the skies. We are the masters of all. We are the rulers of the galaxy. Filthy aliens will tremble beneath our battleships. Human traitors will flee in panic from our blasters. Enemy warships will turn to ashes under our missiles. Our fleet spans the galaxy. Our sanctuaries are revered by millions. We are the 4th calamity. We are humanity. Hundreds of enthusiast-class assault landing ships lifted off from the tarmac, accelerating out of the atmosphere and into the sacred Terra's starport. Admiral Spire was already waiting there, with a war plan titled Operation Flood laid out on his desk. The name, drawn from the myth of Noah's Ark, hinted at the impending devastating war. Guangdao Star, Changchi Star, these are resource planets of the Sekran Empire. They and their satellite planets host many enemy factories, Admiral Spire said. We will follow the route of our last expedition, but this time it's not for war, it's for conquest. An aide reported, Admiral Spire, all warships are ready. 32 main battleships, 150 auxiliary ships, and over 1,000 various transport ships. And the Emperor? Spire asked. The Supreme Majesty has already begun war preparations, and the Death Star will also join our fleet. Meanwhile, although the Central Anti-Human Military Alliance had failed to reach an agreement during the Bralo Star meeting, they eventually succeeded in forming. This alliance comprised Kaburu of the Sekran Empire, Taker of the Conquest Empire, Karakin of the Red Flame Fleet, Kalar of the Central Slave Consortium, and a wandering fleet of Eldar. In the Circular Council Chamber, a lizard man, a Caucasian, an Elephantine, and a pointed-eared Eldar were in urgent discussion. Karakin, the humans are on the move. Taker said urgently. What should we do? We can't just sit and wait. Karakin, well aware of the human empire's methods, knew his nation would likely be the first target. He said, I will dispatch troops to support you, but do not spread your forces thin. Concentrate on the major planets. Kalar promised, I will use all the profits from slave trading to buy weapons and logistics resources. I will handle the logistics for your troops. A mysterious figure hidden in the shadows scoffed, the human empire? When did a bunch of monkeys dare call themselves an empire? Monkeys? You call beings that can easily destroy a planet monkeys? Another voice retorted. Destroy a planet? We can do that too. What's the big deal? Karakin said sternly, you don't understand how insane these humans are. They worship a human called the Emperor, treating him as their spiritual pillar. Then just kill this so-called emperor, right? Someone interrupted. How powerful can one emperor be? We have the finest assassins and the most powerful warships. Are we afraid of mere humans? But, no buts, the voice said firmly. The human emperor has been preparing for this war for a long time. He will certainly participate personally. When the time comes, we will jump directly onto his warship. You just need to hold off the other human ships. We will personally take the human emperor's head. Meanwhile, on Guangdao Star, a food production base of the Sekaran Empire, a group of Sekarans were chatting idly. So boring. Nothing to see but the galaxy every day. Stop complaining. Do you want the human empire's warships to come and make you happy? Huh. Humans? When they come, I'll shoot them one by one. Besides, does the so-called human empire even dare to attack us? They only dare to swagger around the outer ring. Stop boasting. When you see those giants, don't wet your pants. As they chatted, a crimson beam suddenly struck the orbital defense ring of Guangdao Star, exploding the entire circular base instantly. The sudden attack left the Sekarans on Guangdao Star stunned. The emergency broadcast blared. All Sekarans immediately evacuate to shelters. Abandon the human slaves on the surface. The human empire will not choose to destroy the planet. We must preserve our strength and prepare for a counterattack. Hearing the broadcast, countless Sekarans dropped what they were doing and rushed in panic to the nearest bunkers. Meanwhile, news of the human empire's warships appearing over Guangdao Star spread rapidly throughout the Sekaran Empire. The arrival of the human empire's warships caused immediate tension over Guangdao Star. Admiral Spire quickly ordered the local defense forces to launch a feint attack and commanded all warships on Changchi Star to take off urgently. His goal was clear: to stall the human fleet and buy time for the next phase of their operation. At that moment, a message from Guangdao Star caught Admiral Spire's attention. A projection on the screen displayed an urgent communication from an officer of the local human organization. Are you the forces of the human empire? I am the leader of the local human organization. Please commence orbital bombardment immediately and stop the landing operation. We have received intelligence that the Central Military Alliance is surrounding you. Do not worry about our safety. Use orbital bombardment to end the battle. In half an hour, we will detonate a munitions factory on the planet. Aim at the explosion site for your attack. We have decided to perish with these alien scum. Faced with this sudden information, Admiral Spire fell into a brief contemplation. But soon, he made a decision. Prepare to execute the extermination order. Fire the cyclone torpedoes according to the instructions in the message, he said gravely. Sacrifice is the cornerstone of the empire. Without their sacrifices, the empire would not achieve victory after victory. Shortly after, a massive mushroom cloud slowly rose over Guangdao Star, resembling a beacon of victory. Several cyclone torpedoes roared out of their launch bays, these 100-meter-long weapons capable of annihilating all life on the planet. On the ground, a middle-aged man with a square face looked up at the approaching torpedoes and softly said, "It's finally over." Around him, countless humans in tattered clothes gathered, awaiting their judgment day. Some murmured, "Finally, revenge. Maybe in the next life, we can be reborn into the human empire." The massive fireball engulfed the armed humans, but the expected pain did not come. Instead, a strange golden light quietly enveloped them. "Hey, welcome here," said a man dressed in an Odysseus Corps commissar's uniform, helping the middle-aged man with the square face to his feet. The man looked around in confusion and found himself in a garden-like, beautiful setting. His companions were equally bewildered. "What is this place?" someone asked. "I don't know. I just remember being strangled by an orc one moment, and the next, I was here." "Maybe this is the legendary paradise," another person replied. At that moment, a veteran of the Odysseus Corps walked over and seemed surprised to see the man with the square face. "Oh, new faces every day. Welcome to this place. Is this really the legendary paradise?" the middle-aged man asked again. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Kabru stood up in shock. What? Guangdao Star is gone? He had expected the human empire to consider the human slaves on the planet and opt for a ground assault, not such a decisive action. "A fleet from the Eldar has already been deployed," Kabru said calmly. "This time, let these humans feel the pain of being dominated by the Eldar." A diamond-shaped warship quietly maneuvered behind the Supreme Glory. "Emperor, we've detected an unknown ship at our rear, likely an Eldar warship," came an urgent report from the bridge. "Shall we destroy it?" Hongsua stepped forward and suggested. "Your Majesty, if possible, I would like to capture them alive for research." Yang Chung thought for a moment and agreed to the proposal. He ordered the bridge to be sealed off according to the Eldar landing position, leaving the subsequent actions to Hongsua and the Death Soldiers. Inside the Supreme Glory, a dozen Eldar soldiers armed with long swords cautiously moved through the silver-white corridors. The leading blonde Eldar female said warily, "Something's wrong. It's too quiet here. Very wrong." Suddenly, The walls around them opened with a crash, and black robots emerged, third-generation Dark Soldiers. They were humanoid in appearance, but equipped with 2 rocket boosters, one on each foot. Their armor could easily withstand energy blasts and flamethrower attacks. The Eldar soldiers immediately thrust their swords at the Dark Soldiers' abdomens, but such attacks couldn't even scratch their armor. A Dark Soldier punched an Eldar soldier in the forehead, rendering him unconscious instantly. Quick! Retreat! The blonde Eldar commander urgently led the remaining team members to break out, but 3 were still captured by the Dark Soldiers. As an iron door slowly closed, the surviving Eldar soldiers felt a surge of fear, unsure of what challenges lay ahead. However, they had one thought in mind: complete the assassination mission at all costs. A dozen elven warriors navigated the narrow corridor and emerged into a vast space. Glancing around, the blonde elven leader immediately recognized it as a massive hangar. She whispered cautiously to her comrades, "Be careful, human weapons are strange. We haven't seen humanoid robots in millennia. And who would build such a gigantic warship?" As she advanced cautiously, she pondered, aren't modern warships supposed to be small and efficient? Why build such a bulky behemoth? Just as she was lost in thought, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the second level. In an instant, over 100 stormtroopers in white armor, armed with blaster rifles, took positions on the second-floor balcony. Simultaneously, the surrounding doors sealed shut, initiating the highest level of lockdown. "Is it a trap?" one of the elven warriors asked nervously. "Naya, I'm not sure," the blonde elf responded gravely, a strong sense of danger washing over her. Suddenly, a small door opened, and 9 crimson-clad guards, wielding various weapons, filed out. Among them stood a towering 3-meter human Yang Chung. He carried no weapon, but his eyes radiated absolute confidence in dealing with the elves. The 9 crimson guards pointed their energy spears at the elven warriors, while Yang Chung merely observed silently. The blonde elf locked eyes with the towering human and asked, "Are you the human emperor?" "Indeed," Yang Chung replied calmly. "But what brings you to my warship?" "To kill you," the blonde elf sneered. "Do you really think this handful of soldiers can stop us?" "What else?" Yang Chung retorted. Hearing this, the blonde elf smirked and began to channel her inner energy. This power allowed her to foresee the battle's outcome and gauge her opponent's mastery of energy. "Pathetic," she scoffed. "Your guards can't even use energy, and your own energy is nearly non-existent." "My guards don't need to use energy," Yang Chung responded leisurely. "They possess power that rivals it. As for me, I know just a little about energy." Before he finished speaking, a powerful black energy surged from Yang Chung, its force so immense that it warped the surrounding reality. "No, it can't be. How is this possible?" The blonde elf stood frozen in terror. To her, Yang Chung was no longer human but a black sun radiating an icy chill that made her feel as if she had fallen into a frozen abyss. "You're not human. You can't be human," she shouted, trembling. What are you?" "I'm just an ordinary human with a bit of power," Yang Chung answered calmly. The overwhelming fear caused the blonde elf to collapse to her knees, her stomach convulsing violently before she began to vomit. "I thought you were something more. A monkey," an elven warrior shouted angrily at Yang Chung. Yang Chung merely glanced at him and instantly appeared beside the elf. His massive hand crushed the elf's head, turning the beautiful face into a mess of flesh. "Monkey?" Yang Chung flicked the elven brain matter from his hand. "You must be talking about yourself." Clang, clang, clang. Several elven swords clashed against Yang Chung, but they couldn't even leave a mark on him. "Retreat, retreat. We can't kill him," the blonde elf screamed in terror, turning to flee, only to be blocked by one of the crimson guards. She dared not refer to Yang Chung as human, seeing him instead as some godlike being from another dimension. "Capture them, but don't kill them," Yang Chung ordered before turning away, leaving the rest of the fight to the 9 guards. Boom, boom, boom. The crimson guards, cloaked in flowing red robes and wearing bright red masks, raised their energy spears and launched a fierce attack on the elven warriors. "They should be just ordinary humans. They can't hurt us," the blonde elf shouted to her comrades, convinced that these redrobed figures were mere mortals. However, her world was shattered for the second time. An elven warrior was flung away by an unseen force before even reaching those strange individuals. These beings were disciplined and far more powerful than she had imagined. Within seconds, all the elven warriors were subdued. A space marine in gray armor with yellow and black striped shoulder pads took charge of the captives. "Go! Go!" the blonde elf shouted to the elven pilot who was supposed to extract them. As the pilot maneuvered the elven ship to take off, a figure in black armor and a flowing black cape suddenly appeared. He raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful force. The elven pilot watched in horror as his ship was yanked back by an invisible power, unable to escape. "Get back here!" Kylo Ren used his powerful force to drag the fleeing ship back. He ripped open the cockpit, and pulled the elven pilot out. Hong Suo, they're in your hands now, Yang Chung commanded with a tone of authority as he looked at the captured Ling warriors. Hong Suo immediately understood and replied excitedly, "Understood, Your Majesty." He eagerly led the Ling warriors away, already planning to use the strange devices he had been eager to try. Meanwhile, the Ling's wandering warship received news that their assassination squad had lost communication. The captain realized the squad had failed and immediately ordered, "Tighten the encirclement. Don't let the human Empire's ships escape." In an instant, thousands of anti-human Alliance warships converged on the Gothic fleet, while tens of millions of ground troops prepared for battle. Yang Chung turned to Spire and said solemnly, "It's in your hands." The Conqueror and the Supreme, two massive flagship warships, began coordinating the surrounding ships into battle formation. Yang Chung then instructed Ongran, "You and your ship are to board the enemy's flagship and disable their command capabilities. The rest of the fleet will provide cover fire for Ongran." Before the battle began, Yang Chung specifically reminded Ongran to follow Spire's orders. Ongran nodded in agreement and led the Conqueror out of the fleet, aiming its ram at the enemy ship ahead. At that moment, thousands of anti-military Alliance warships completed their warp, led by Commander Robuchi's heavy battleship, surrounding the human Empire's fleet. "Attack! For the Emperor!" Angren's roar echoed through the communication channels as the Conqueror led the charge. All weapons and carrier fighters were activated, and the battle erupted. Robuchi, having studied the human Empire's tactics, ordered, "Deploy our fighters to engage their fighters. Main ships against main ships, fighters against fighters. Use our numerical advantage to engage them in close combat." Robuchi's decision was supported by the Allied forces. They adopted a slow advance strategy, intending to use their numbers to annihilate the enemy. However, Ongran had no intention of sitting idly by. The Conqueror, accompanied by a few support ships, charged into the enemy fleet. "Damn it! The enemy is closing in. Prepare for battle." Robuchi received an urgent communication from the right flank, where several human Empire ships were ramming towards them. "The enemy is attempting to board. Don't let them get close." Before Robuchi could finish his sentence, several ships on the left flank suddenly exploded. Spire had already started directing forces to attack the enemy's left side. "Abandon the right flank. Provide full support to the left." Seeing the dire situation, Robuchi made a desperate gamble, praying that the right flank could hold off the enemy's assault. But it was clear that even combined, those ships were no match for the Conqueror. The captain of the Conqueror, La Terra, was a mortal whom even Ongran and the World Eater's Legion deeply respected. She watched the unusually calm Ongran before her, feeling a mix of emotions, finding this rational Ongran somewhat unfamiliar. "Ongran, it's time to board," La Terra reminded. Ongran nodded and led the boarding party in preparation for the assault. Beside him was his honor guard, the Devourers. This squad, originally only 12 strong and known as the jailers of the Primarch, had now grown into a formidable Primarch guard. 20 warriors armed with boarding shields and chain axes led the charge, with a total of 100 Space Marines participating in the mission to board the enemy flagship. With a deafening roar, the boarding party was launched directly into the enemy ship. "World Eaters, attack!" Angren's roar echoed as over 100 Space Marines poured out of the boarding pod like a tidal wave. "Hurry! Stop them!" The enemy commander shouted in panic. But the Space Marines, armed with boarding shields, advanced like an iron wall, unstoppable as they pressed forward. These boarding shields, made of ceramite and plasteel, were not only indestructible but also had built-in small force field generators, making them a favorite among Space Marine assault teams. "For the Emperor! For the World Eaters!" The warriors' shouts echoed as the heavy shields crushed the enemies while the chain axes shattered their will to resist with every swing. "Quick! Bring the heavy weapons!" The enemy commander was desperate. "But..." The adjutant started to speak. "No buts. We just need to slow them down." The commander interrupted harshly. Ongran, wielding twin giant chain axes, charged into the enemy control room like a raging beast, slicing through the opposition in moments. "Board the next ship. For the Emperor!" Angren's roar echoed once more. At that moment, Yang Chung suddenly asked the system, "What do I need to do to awaken the Primarch's essence in the warp?" He was eager to obtain this immense power that not even the Chaos Primarchs possessed. "For the Empire!" Ongran roared as he charged into the enemy ranks, swinging his chainsword with fury. Secaran soldiers fell like wheat before a scythe, the deafening whir of the chainsword becoming their worst nightmare. In desperation, the Secaran commander gave the order, "Activate the ultimate weapon. Fight to the death." A massive incubation chamber slowly opened, and out stepped a giant lizard man over 3 meters tall. This was the Secaran Empire's attempt to mimic the Space Marines, naively believing that sacrificing lifespan would grant them immense physical power. Roar! The lizardman's bellow was met with cheers from the Secaran soldiers. The colossal beast charged at the nearest Space Marine, claws aimed at his head. However, in the next instant, the lizardman's head was twisted off. Silence fell over the battlefield as the Secarans gasped. The World Eater casually played with the lizardman's head before tossing it at the nearest enemy, the massive skull knocking the unfortunate soldier off his feet. Is that all? Ongran mocked, then resumed his slaughter with the chain's word. In moments, the entire compartment was awash with blood. Father, we should retreat, suggested one of the World Eaters. Dozens of ships have already been lost, and hundreds of thousands of crew members have perished. No, you retreat first, Ongran replied, his eyes fixed on the enemy flagship. Suddenly, he sprang into action. His formidable frame effortlessly smashed through the ship's walls as he leaped into the void of space. Using the momentum, Ongran landed on another ship, his chain's word tearing through the heavy armor. The terrified enemies were sucked into the vacuum before they could react. For the Emperor, Ongran shouted as he stormed the enemy vessel. Damn it! Stop this monster! The Secarans were in a panic. They had never seen such a terrifying creature, capable of jumping between ships in the vacuum of space and ripping through heavy armor with ease. Robucci listened to the reports from his subordinates, slumped in his command chair. He began to doubt whether these Space Marines could still be considered human, appearing more like living weapons born for war. Where is that monster now? Robucci asked, staring at the monitor. He's in the cargo hold. Our troops are engaging him. Robucci switched to the cargo hold feed, but the screen was pitch black. Just as he was puzzled, a blood-soaked hand suddenly appeared on the screen. Help! He's not human. He's a monster. A Secaran soldier, only the upper half of his body remaining, crawled into view, screaming hysterically. Before he could finish, a large hand grabbed him and crushed him. Ongran consumed the soldier's brain, absorbing all his memories. He grinned a chilling smile, brain matter still clinging to his lips. A monster. How could humans? Robucci muttered, unable to comprehend how humans had created such fearless, weapon-resistant, and ruthlessly efficient super soldiers. They've come back from hell to get us. Robucci ran towards the escape pod in terror, only to be caught by a pair of iron-like hands. Angren's rage had reached its peak. From the captive's memories, he saw how the Secarans had tortured humans, draining their bodies of fluids, extracting their blood as trophies, and dismembering them while keeping them conscious and in pain. I think it's time you experienced that for yourselves, Ongran said with a sinister grin. I have a brother who would be perfect for dealing with you. What exactly are you? Robucci's question had barely left his lips when Ongran crushed him with thunderous force. The horrifying scene left all the aliens momentarily stunned. Run! Someone shouted in terror, and the alien crew scattered in panic. However, their speed was no match for Angren's weapon-wielding fury. Nearly half the fleet was decimated by Ongran, with dozens of battleships destroyed by his bare hands, causing damage rivaling Spire's command forces. Watching the slaughter, Spire muttered, Primarch, the Emperor's progeny. The difference between a Primarch and a Space Marine was like that between a fully armed warrior and a baby. While a single Space Marine could decimate enemy ships, they couldn't inflict the colossal damage Ongran did on the enemy fleet. Retreat to Changchi Star. Hold your ground and we'll find a way. The remaining ships fled to the last planet in their system Changchi Star. After the battle, Ongran returned to the warship, only to face a harsh reprimand from La Terra. A group of World Eaters Space Marines stood obediently behind her, heads bowed, not daring to look up. Ongran, you should understand that we have enough firepower. There's no need to engage the enemy in close combat. Doing so wastes your life and disrespects the Emperor, La Terra sternly reminded him. She emphasized that as a Primarch and the Emperor's progeny, Ongran should be a commander, not a frontline warrior. Understood. I'll consider it, Ongran, now free of the butcher's nails, had learned to think. He realized his presence could boost the morale of those around him. The human soldiers, demoralized by the war, found renewed vigor in his presence. Ongran increasingly felt his uniqueness, fundamentally different from the progeny before him. Father, the enemy is retreating to Changchi Star. We will pursue them until this system belongs to the Emperor's glory. A rain of death poured down on Changchi Star. Hundreds of Space Marines, supported by human troops, launched a fierce assault. The planet was defended by tens of millions of anti-human coalition forces who hoped to use sheer numbers to repel the human invaders. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed through the sky. The human empire followed the doctrine of firepower is king, always starting with a barrage before any ground assault. Due to the colossal size of Warhammer Universe battleships, they risked damage from atmospheric entry or gravity, so they mainly provided support from space. Initiate ground lance energy charging. The planet's anti-air defenses were utterly ineffective, unable to reach the high-altitude human ships. Ground lances fired one after another, each shot obliterating entire enemy positions. Defensive troops were vaporized before they could even scream. If the planet weren't of strategic value, the assault would have been far more devastating. Let the alien blood declare the cost of defying humanity. Space Marines set foot on the planet's scorched land. The ground, nearly glassed by lance strikes, was littered with charred buildings and enemy corpses. For the surviving alien soldiers, there was only the Space Marines' merciless slaughter. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire filled the air as alien soldiers hiding in the ruins were gunned down by Space Marines wielding bolt guns. The entire city had been leveled by lances. Boom. Ongran single-handedly hurled a tank, piercing the enemy's makeshift defenses. His immense power made short work of these ordinary foes. Bullets and lasers left no marks on the Space Marines, who advanced steadily under heavy fire. What are their armor made of? Why do humans have all the good tech? Secaran officers complained from the ruins, watching their comrades turn to blood mist. Suddenly, a massive machine appeared, instantly shredding all enemies with its weapons. This was a Thanatar siege automata, equipped with twin-linked Mauler bolt cannons, a massive incinerator plasma mortar, or a Solarite heavy laser cannon, and a graviton hammer. The incinerator plasma mortar, in particular, was a devastating weapon, launching dense plasma balls that arced over barriers to strike enemy fortifications, incinerating everything within the blast radius with liquid sun-like flames. The Thanatar's heavily reinforced frame could withstand its own recoil and incoming attacks. Small arms fire was like tickling to it. Why is the Mechanicum here? Ongran asked a few Praetorian marshals beside him after landing. Great Primarch, the Emperor sent us to collect enemy technology. While useless to Yangcheng, it might yield something valuable for the Mechanicum, which could then be used by the PDF. This was why Yangcheng allowed their participation. A tech priest holding an auspex said, "This used to be an industrial world of the Human Federation. After the war, these vile aliens turned it into a garden world. Deploy Forge Fiend dive bombers, and have teams scan the planet." These units, resembling a cleaner and more hygienic version of the Nurgle Blight drone, were equipped with advanced sensors for hostile environments, serving both as agile reconnaissance drones and frontline strike forces. More Praetorians and servitors arrived on the battlefield. They weren't there to support the main force but rather to conduct archaeology, having heard the planet was once an industrial world of the Human Federation. Many Mechanicum factions would fight over a toaster. First come, first serve. With the Emperor and Omnicia Yangcheng present, the Mechanicum factions wouldn't fight. Like Space Marines, their usual insanity gave way to stability in battle. The commanders of the rogue Eldar warship, their minds filled with contempt, sneered as they watched the distant explosion of the Robuchi's vessel. In the distance, the wreckage of an Eldar ship drifted slowly through space, the flames casting a grotesque light on the commander's face. "We are the Eldar. Why would he think they could command us in battle?" Captain Windsor, a red-haired female Eldar, said coldly, her eyes glinting with disdain and arrogance. Windsor's gaze shifted to a nearby desert planet, greed flashing across her face. "Let's raid a human planet, and then we can withdraw," she said, licking the blade of her long knife, which gleamed under the cabin lights. "We have 2,000 Eldar warriors, more than enough," Windsor said as she sheathed the white, bone-like long knife at her waist and led her team into the landing craft. They were unaware that a squad of Iron Warriors was stationed on the target planet. After landing, the Eldar warriors quickly took control of the Black Tower at the center of the lava nest, setting up a defensive line. As Windsor supervised the loading of plundered people and goods onto the ships, she ordered a watch. "The humans are surrounding us. We need to hurry," she said urgently. Around her, the Eldar warriors excitedly discussed the imminent slaughter. "Our brothers and sisters haven't killed in a long time. Kain's blood boils in their hearts. After the plundering, let's hunt down those human soldiers. I'm all for it. I want to collect human eyes and make a necklace out of them. I'll take their hearts and turn them into snacks." These rogue Eldar soldiers, like those of the Eldar Empire, viewed humans as mere insects. They used humans for rituals, harvested their organs, and some would even skin humans alive, turning their skulls and brains into candles amidst their screams. Suddenly, Windsor shouted alertly, "Something's wrong. We have enemies." The Eldar warriors immediately dropped their tasks and aimed their weapons at the entrance. Heavy footsteps echoed through the dark horizon, each step causing the Eldar's hearts to tremble. 10 Iron Warriors, armed with boarding shields and bolt guns, advanced slowly, centered around an unyielding Terminator. "It's the humans. Prepare for battle." The Eldar raised their kinetic weapons and opened fire without hesitation. But the bullets scattered harmlessly against the sturdy boarding shields and even failed to damage the power armor. Realizing the dire situation, Windsor shouted, "Damn it! Retreat!" But it was too late. The Iron Warriors' destroyer squad had already begun their counterattack. A missile hit the transport ship precisely, sending it crashing down like a falling leaf. The Iron Warriors began their orderly assault. They advanced step by step, stopping to shoot, forming an unstoppable wall of steel against the Eldar. The power of the bolt guns was devastating, shredding any Eldar hit by the blasts. Windsor hid behind cover, watching as her warriors fell one by one. The enemy was like a moving fortress, crushing her forces. The Iron Warriors in the rear spread out, flanking the remaining enemies. The destroyer squad's heavy bolters began to fire, tearing apart the Eldar hiding behind buildings. Phase 1 complete. Next, we'll divide their firepower and eliminate them, the Iron Warriors' commander ordered calmly. In despair, Windsor drew her long knife and led the remaining troops in a charge. Kill them all, she screamed, knowing it was a final, desperate effort. 5 heavy bolters opened fire simultaneously, creating a dense web of bullets that the Eldar couldn't penetrate. In this dire moment, Windsor shouted, "Humans, do you dare swear by your gods to duel our greatest warrior?" Hearing this, the Iron Warriors ceased fire. A towering figure emerged from the Shadowsa dreadnought, equipped with power claws and a flamethrower. Known for their thick armor, dreadnoughts were often used as siege engines. Seeing the sharp power claws, Windsor felt a chill of fear, as if seeing her fate. Yet she still yelled, "For the glory of the Eldar god," and swung her long knife at the dreadnought. However, the Iron Warriors did not follow the rules of a duel. The massive power claw grabbed Windsor, holding her firmly. The flamethrower then spewed out searing flames, turning her into a charred husk. Under the pressure of the power claw, her body crumbled into ashes. Witnessing their leader's fate, the remaining Eldar warriors fell into despair. They regretted coming to this planet, but it was too late. Steel-clad, iron-hearted, heart of iron, steel inside and out. We are the Emperor's wrath. We are the Emperor's angels of death. With a thunderous battle cry, the surviving Eldar warriors were torn apart by bolter fire and sent to Hong Sua's laboratory. Hong Sua looked at an indescribable flesh monster before him and said with satisfaction, "It's almost complete." Meanwhile, several tech priests, drilling into the depths, discovered a mysterious cavern. Standing at the entrance was Carbo, now promoted to Forge General, his height nearly matching that of a Knight Titan. As both a political and technical leader of the Adeptus Mechanicus, he was also one of the High Lords of Terra. "General Carbo?" a subordinate asked respectfully. "Proceed." "I'm curious about the technology of the Human Federation," Carbo ordered, his massive frame moving slowly into the depths of the cave. "Understood, General," the subordinate replied, following the Forged General into the unknown darkness. Boom, boom, boom. The Tartarus-class armored transport vehicle crashed violently against the steel walls, the deafening impact echoing through the once mighty armory of the Human Federation. This transport, extensively used by the Mechanicum during the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy, featured unique technology that was never shared with the Imperium or the Space Marines. The Tartarus class was designed for highly hazardous environments, equipped internally with various power traction devices. Its protection system comprised heavy armor, multi-layered mystical defenses, and a united energy field. Its weaponry, controlled by independent servitors, typically included incendiary serpentine cannons and hammer-pattern bombards. The storage and troop compartments could be fully sealed, allowing it to operate in the vacuum of space or on atmosphereless death worlds. The internal chambers were fitted with special racks for recharging, temporary stasis, and maintenance of tech thralls and small humanoid machines. The most striking feature was the impact ram at the front, directly connected to the reactor, capable of shattering and incinerating anything it struck when charged. The steel wall shattered instantly under the force of the ram, and the protectors of the cult Mechanicus surged in. The dark cavern was suddenly illuminated, revealing the entirety of the factory to the Mechanicum sages. Kalibo ordered the heavily armed servitors to advance, while others began moving the conveyor belts. Kalibo's towering frame seemed cramped within the factory, but numerous Mechanicum sages and the protectors followed closely behind. It appeared to be an intelligent robot production facility. Kalibo extended a mechanical tentacle, bringing a robot's head to his sensors for close inspection. He issued commands to the others. "What's the status ahead? Pack everything up and take it with us." Kalibo always adhered to the principle of leave nothing behind, regardless of whether it was a production line for rice cookers or anything else. The tracks of the armed servitors crushed the rubble as they reported the situation ahead to the Mechanicum sages. Kalibo immediately made arrangements. Notify the rear of the Cognis cohort and the protectors. Have the termite assault drills clear the way. Also, inform the Imperial Guard on the surface to prepare the engineering machinery. The Mechanicum's excavation was a large-scale operation. Unlike the small expedition teams one might imagine, this was a grand endeavor. The Titan legions led the way, the Cognis cohort provided support, various weapons were arrayed in formation, and the Imperial Guard stood ready to assist in the Mechanicum's archaeological work. This combination could easily handle the resistance of a small Necron dynasty. Several predatory Cognis robots and protectors wielding arc rifles advanced slowly. The predatory units, designed for forward hunting, embodied the concept of predation from their inception. Each arm was equipped with a high rate of fire rotary cannon, with specialized power blades mounted beneath for slicing through enemy infantry in close combat. Their backs carried small lightning cannons, particle weapons lethal to various mechanical units, capable of destroying rogue machines, servitors, and even heavier personal armor within a few hits. 6 predatory Cognis robots, in concert with the protectors, advanced into a massive chamber. Moments later, 2 servitors carried out a humanoid machine. Kalibo saw the Human Federation emblem and the weaponry it bore, realizing immediately that they had struck gold. "It looks like we've unearthed a Human Federation combat robot factory," Kalibo said excitedly. "Send these back for study, take everything we can, and destroy the rest after backing it up." He picked up a combat robot and left, leaving the remaining tasks to the Mechanicum priests. Meanwhile, in another location, stacks of evidence against the Secaran Empire were laid out on Yang Cheng's desk. The evidence, collected by Imperial spies, detailed various inhumane activities, including using humans as specimens for biological experiments, with some photos included. "These aliens are truly despicable," Yang Cheng frowned. "The Central Ring's reputation is well-deserved. Most of these atrocities occur there." Vandal stood nearby, cautiously asking, "Your Majesty, General Kalibo has unearthed a Human Federation combat robot factory. Should we intervene?" "No need," Yang Cheng waved dismissively. "Let General Kalibo conduct his research. If needed, I can send more scientists over." He knew they needed cannon fodder. The flames of war had already reached the Central Ring, and this conquest would not be complete until the Secaran Empire was utterly destroyed. Yang Cheng had little interest in these relics of the Human Federation. These things are far inferior to the Confederation series of robots, useful only for security and as cannon fodder, probably not even as good as B-1 battle droids. Once the research is done, distribute them to each planet's PDF. The regular army has no use for such items. With that, he continued to review his documents. Meanwhile, in the underground factory, a Mechanicum sage excitedly showed off a captured toaster to his companions. "Oh my sacred omnisia! Look what I found! It's a holy starch transmutation device." Such a treasure was not something every Mechanicum sage could find. After Kalibo left, these high-ranking sages discovered many more production lines underground, but most were for household appliances or items the Empire had no need for. Author's note. A brief aside. A moment of silence for the victims of massacres and all soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the war, as well as the civilians who perished. Forgetting history is tantamount to betrayal. After the galaxy was annexed into the Empire's territory, tasks of conquest and pacification commenced immediately. The Imperial forces constructed star fortresses in the planet's orbit, established space stations, organized colonization efforts, and eradicated pirates. Meanwhile, the Imperial Navy launched fierce assaults on the remaining enemy planets. The Emperor had issued an ultimatum. The Secaran Empire must be annihilated. At this moment, within the headquarters of the Central Anti-Human Military Alliance, a tense meeting was underway with representatives from various nations. Tyser proposed a bold plan. At the current pace of the Human Empire's advance, they will reach Secaran territory within 3 days. I suggest we concentrate all military forces to defend several critical experimental planets within the Secaran Empire. We will entangle the Human Empire's army in a prolonged conflict, then mobilize our forces to strike their rear. All eyes turned to Kabru. He received a series of messages. "I can dispatch 30 million troops to defend at least 10 planets. We can abandon the space front lines and engage the Human Empire in ground battles. I can provide orbital defense systems and new weapons, and purchase war slaves from slave traders. But I demand 1 million human slaves in return." Kabru felt a mix of emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "We need to focus our defense on 5 key planets: Sulfur, Saipan, Heavy Rope, Planet 713, and our home planet. I will allocate the majority of our forces to these planets. The planetary fortresses and other star systems will not be evacuated. They will impede the Human Empire's naval advancement as much as possible." As the meeting concluded, Kabru declared firmly, "Humanity must never rise again. Let us dedicate our lives to this cause." Meanwhile, on the Human Empire side, Admiral Spire was reviewing the latest battle reports. His aide reported, "The enemy plans to retreat to most of their planets, but this could be a trap. Their main forces have withdrawn to their home star system, but several fortress planets remain connected. If we strike one, the others will provide support." Spire sneered. "Do these aliens think we'll occupy every planet? For planets we can't occupy, execute the extermination order. For those we can, lay siege, cut off supplies, and conduct targeted bombardments." Suddenly, Spire noticed a particular planet on the star map. "Planet 713? What is this?" The aide handed over a shocking report. "Admiral, the Secaran Empire has conducted inhumane experiments on this planet, including unanesthetized dissections, cold exposure experiments, weapon tests, cell experiments, bacteriological warfare research, and biological modifications. Spire and the surrounding officers were appalled. By the Emperor, what blasphemy is this? Spire's brow furrowed as he stared at the cloud-covered planet, resolutely stating, "Prepare the Space Marines for battle. This will be our primary target." On Planet 713, Secaran soldiers were hurriedly handling experimental subjects. Load these humans into the containers and send them to the incinerators. A Secaran scientist in a white coat commanded hastily. Take all the experimental data and weapons that you can. Destroy anything that can't be taken. At that moment, the planetary defense line suddenly exploded. The human empire's fleet had arrived. The main ship of the Desolate Brotherhood, the Revenge Wraith, along with several escort cruisers, appeared in the sky. The Dictator-class cruisers, loaded with numerous fighter crafts, prepared for a fierce ground assault. For the Emperor. For the Desolate Brotherhood. The Space Marines shouted, ready to launch from their drop pods. Following a series of bombings, several mushroom clouds rose on Planet 713. Then, the drop pods of the Space Marines rained down like a storm. The Iron Cavalry Terminator Squad and several Space Marine strike teams were the first to land. Tens of thousands of mortal troops soon joined the battle, with the Empire's armored divisions crushing the Secaran aliens under their treads. In one laboratory, a Space Marine aimed his bolter at a Secaran 713 officer. The alien pleaded desperately, "I can give you technology. I know a lot about our planet. Don't kill me." The Space Marine responded coldly, "We do not need it, alien. Your crimes are beyond forgiveness. Your soul will burn beneath the Emperor's throne, and your vile body will be obliterated from this world." With that, he activated his chains word, executing the alien mercilessly. This was just one of many executions. Ultimately, the 713 scientists would face true judgment under the Midnight Lords. The only thing Yang Chung craved was the truth. Recently, he had asked the Luojia system if there were any new gene progenitors available. Yang Chung felt the increasing pressure of handling state affairs alone. Although Ong Ran had transformed from a brute into a part-time psychologist, he was still an illiterate brute. The system responded, "Of course there is. If the host doesn't mind, I can tell you his location for 2 million war points." 2 million? That's so expensive. Yang Chung exclaimed in surprise. The system explained, although his combat power isn't strong, his administrative abilities are among the best of all gene progenitors. Yang Cheng's eyes lit up. Could it be our great ICU war god, Blue Daddy? You'll know once you redeem it, the system teased. All right, bring it on, my dear Gilliman, Yang Chung said eagerly. However, when the truth was revealed, Yang Chung couldn't help but gasp, "System, what kind of nonsense did you give me? Where's my Blue Daddy?" Faced with another troublesome figure shouting, "God," Yang Chung finally understood the Emperor's headaches. But he quickly calmed down, thinking about how to deal with Luojia, who had lost his faith but not his usefulness. Yang Chung decided to take a gradual approach rather than outright denial. He believed Luojia still had his uses, such as consolidating loyalty across the Empire's various planets. "System, where is Luojia?" Yang Chung asked. The system replied, "In the eastern sector of the Empire, on the planet Caucasus." Yang Chung immediately ordered, "Summon the word-bearers and prepare the warships." With that, he stood up from the crude golden throne crafted by several archbishops of the state religion and donned his golden armor. On the remote planet Caucasus within the human empire, a tall man covered in golden scriptures looked up at the sky and said, "Father, I seem to feel a divine revelation." Suddenly, several silver-white warships appeared in the sky. On this medieval-era planet, countless believers hurriedly knelt down to worship the warships in the sky, while Luojia looked up in confusion. Yang Chung, clad in armor, slowly descended from the shuttle, followed closely by the redrobed guards. His gaze locked onto the bald, scripture-covered man in the crowd, Luojia. This call shocked everyone present. They couldn't imagine such a terrifying yet great deity recognizing a mortal's name. "Father!" Luojia exclaimed. Yang Chung looked around, satisfied with the vibrant scene. At least in terms of mobilizing troops, Luojia was definitely on par with Blue Daddy. "It's a god. The great god has come to save us. Let's welcome the great god," someone in the crowd shouted. Yang Chung stood there in a daze, thinking, Luojia is still the same Luojia. Luojia quickly walked through the crowd and knelt before Yang Chung, saying, "Father, you have finally come." Memories of his origins flooded back to him. Yang Chung helped Luojia up and began explaining his mission patiently. He knew that Luojia, fundamentally a disillusioned believer, needed gradual guidance. Since Luojia thought he was a divine envoy, Yang Chung decided to go along with it. What he needed most now was someone who could manage the various star systems. "So I have such a mission," Luojia was successfully convinced by Yang Chung. Yang Chung continued, "Heaven sends great responsibilities to this person. Since you are a divine envoy, you must fulfill your duty and accompany me to protect humanity. You were placed here as a test from me. Now that you've passed, come with me to guard humanity. Your descendants and billions of imperial citizens await your salvation. Before Luogia left, Yang Cheng appointed his adoptive father, Corfarin, as the governor of the planet. Upon returning to the empire, Luogia, with the support of countless archbishops of the state religion, locked himself and a group of followers in a room for several days. When Yang Cheng came to find Luogia, Luogia handed him the Book of Lorgar. Although Yang Cheng was speechless, he accepted the book to avoid crushing Luogia's confidence. After all, the Empire's troop mobilization issues still depended on him. Luogia often complained to Yang Cheng about the Codex Astartes, believing it nearly dismantled the power of the Space Marines' armor. He insisted that Space Marines should smash the enemy's chest like a sledgehammer, rather than engage in thousand-man chapters. Angron agreed with this, making Yang Cheng realize it was time to rebuild the Legion structures. As for the Codex Astartes, perhaps the trash can was its best place. Yang Cheng thought Luogia was also a pitiable figure. In the Warhammer world, his adoptive father and biological father could compete for the title of the worst father in the universe. However, Luogia was quite capable in warfare. During the Great Crusade, most of the planets he conquered were won through rhetoric and faith rather than guns and swords. Therefore, Luogia's forces didn't leave behind a trail of ruin, terror, slaughter, and desolation, but rather a series of new worlds ready to contribute to the Great Crusade. In this aspect, Luogia was like Dorn and Guilliman. The areas they conquered often developed better than before. But the downside was that Luogia's pace was too slow, less efficient compared to other expeditionary forces. After delegating the Empire's affairs to Luogia, Yang Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, under Luogia's governance, the Empire's administration was well organized. Meanwhile, Luogia proposed organizing an expeditionary force to Yang Cheng, who was extremely pleased with the idea but advised Luogia not to rush and to prepare thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Luogia immediately began revising the sacred codex and started preparing for his legion's expedition. As initial support, Yang Cheng provided Luogia with several hundred star warriors. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, "Oh, great emperor, your loyal servant Erebus has arrived." Erebus, with his bald head gleaming, knelt respectfully before Yang Cheng. Just as Erebus was about to flatter him, a furious roar shook the entire warship. Erebus, Karn, leading dozens of world eaters and star warriors from various legions, stormed in. Erebus hastily explained, "Karn, I'm sorry about the Angron incident. Can we sit down and talk?" Before he could finish, Karn grabbed him and violently threw him aside. With the Emperor and Luogia's silent approval, several hundred bare-chested star warriors immediately surrounded Erebus. "It's time to settle some old scores," they growled in unison before dragging Erebus into a chamber. Erebus's crimes were countless, conspiring with Corfarin to overthrow the Empire, inciting the Primarchs to embrace chaos during Luogia's weakest moments, triggering the Intrex War, stealing the Cursed Blade, orchestrating the Istvan betrayal, besieging Terra, acting as Horus's advisor and accomplice, and even masterminding the entire Horus heresy. Karn's hatred for Erebus was particularly intense. Erebus had betrayed Angron, a highly humane warrior, simply because he deemed Angron insufficiently evil. Though Luogia was furious, he couldn't act directly due to internal legion relations, so he informed his best brother Karn. Karn then launched a deadly fight against Erebus. As expected, Erebus was beaten to a pulp, one of his arms forcibly torn off by Karn, and he eventually fled in disgrace through teleportation. Erebus's villainy didn't stop there. He had attempted to corrupt Sanguinius, planning to drive the entire 9th Legion into a berserk state and use the cure as leverage to lure Sanguinius into chaos. However, things went awry. The Blood Angel's apothecary Miros defected to chaos, and Horus ordered Sanguinius's execution. Enraged, Erebus argued with the War Master and ended up losing half his face. In the corruption of Mortarion by Typhon, Erebus played a crucial role, providing false evidence to incriminate the fleet's navigator. In essence, Erebus had a hand in the corruption of every Primarch, earning the enmity of nearly all the legions. Inside the chamber, Erebus's screams were incessant. "Karn, it's a misunderstanding. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. If you hit me again, I'll fight back." "No, I won't fight back." Suddenly, a loud crash was heard, and a human-shaped hole appeared in the wall, with Erebus's half-body deeply embedded in the steel deck. "Is he going to survive?" someone asked. "He won't die, but he'll probably be bedridden for months," another replied. A dozen soldiers carried the barely alive Erebus away, marking the end of this revenge. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, "Karn." A star warrior clad in word-bearer's armor approached. "Angron?" Karn looked at the word-bearer warrior in confusion. "Yes, Karn. Do you remember us drinking Fenrisian mead on the deck?" and our training sessions on the Conqueror, Angron, once the captain of the 7th Assault Company of the Serrated Sun chapter within the Word-Bearers Legion, later known as the Scarlet Lord of the Blessed Suns, represented a possible future for humanity existing harmoniously with demons, able to switch freely between human and demonic forms. The reunion of Karn and Angron was deeply moving. After Angron was killed by Erebus, Karn had descended into a frenzied state of revenge. Now, with vengeance fulfilled and old friends reunited, these Word-Bearer Star Warriors joined Luojia's ranks, and the 2nd Expeditionary Fleet was ready to depart. In the name of the Emperor, in the name of the great God Emperor, Luojia shouted, the wrath of the God Emperor will burn all Xenos in the galaxy. For the great God Emperor. With that, he began directing the warship to set sail. Meanwhile, the Imperial Navy was preparing to land on the fortress world of Sulfur, a planet nearly hollowed out by the soldiers of the Secaran Empire, filled with bunkers, watchtowers, and a vast network of tunnels, poised for an epic battle. Admiral Spire stood on the bridge, gazing at the gray planet before him. Sulfur. This planet not only held the mineral resources the Empire desperately needed, but could also serve as an excellent forward command post for the assault on the Secaran homeworld. As he was lost in thought, 20 Space Marines clad in yellow 2 Malawian Quatches, expeditionary power armor marched up to him in formation. Admiral, should we execute an extermination order on Sulfur? The lead Marine asked gravely. Spire turned to face this elite unit, the 7th Legion of the Empire, famously known as the Imperial Fists. Their yellow armor was adorned with red or black decorations, and the prominent black, clenched fist emblem on a white background stood out on their chests. The recruitment methods of this legion were unique, adhering to Primarch Rogel Dorn's philosophy. I need free men, not slaves. They recruited volunteers from Holy Terra, subordinate planets, and outposts. The Krieg siege regiments will support you, Spire said succinctly. After our orbital bombardment, you will commence the landing operations. With the Admiral's command, the warships in the sky began raining down firepower. One by one, enormous macro shells, as large as buildings, roared towards the ground, their force capable of tearing apart tectonic plates. Enemies in bunkers faced dire fates, either killed by the shockwaves or buried alive by collapsing structures. Exposed enemy troops on the surface were instantly incinerated, and the entire planet echoed with cries of despair. The enemy commander hastily ordered, the enemy must be letting their guard down now. Get any surviving anti-aircraft guns out. Everyone still alive. Get to your posts immediately. However, he underestimated Spire's patience and resolve. The second wave of bombardment began. Hundreds of Marauder bombers formed a tight formation, ready for a more precise strike. These bombers, modified by the officers of the Imperial Navy, could carry far more ammunition than standard configurations. With adjustments by the Mechanicus, their payload capacity was significantly enhanced. Blast those Xenos back to their grandmas. With the pilot's roar, a cataclysmic bombing spree commenced. Thermonuclear bombs and high-yield hydrogen bombs fell in succession, with mushroom clouds blooming one after another on the horizon. After the bombing ceased, the Krieg Death Corps began their landing operations under the cover of air power. Marshal Sekm of the 168th Siege Regiment, clad in uniform and wielding a power sword, was the first to step onto the devastated land. The enemy's tunnels are extensive. There must be areas we haven't hit, Sekm analyzed calmly. There are likely still surviving enemies down there. We may face significant losses, but the Death Corps will pay any price for the Emperor. The Krieg soldiers silently followed Sekm, their boots trudging through the muddy ground as they advanced towards several enemy strongholds. The battlefield was eerily quiet, save for the rumble of armored vehicles and the synchronized marching. 5 Hades breaching drills began their operation, effortlessly breaking through collapsed concrete walls. Enter. With the brief command, several Krieg infantry squads filed in, disappearing into the dark tunnels. Each Krieg infantry squad consisted of a captain and 9 soldiers, with an experienced sergeant serving as the second-in-command. In addition to standard loss guns and communication devices, they were equipped with entrenching tools and grenades. The entrenching tools were for quickly digging trenches, and each soldier carried a fragmentation grenade and an anti-armor grenade. During assaults, they would carry additional grenades, a tactical setup reminiscent of the famous Stormtroopers of World War I. The Krieg soldiers, armed with Lucius Pattern 98 loss guns, cautiously advanced through the narrow, dark tunnels. Despite the high risk of ambush in such an environment, they were well-trained and ready to respond to any sudden threats. Marshal Sekm meticulously studied the enemy's underground fortifications map and began planning the next steps. Several entrances to the enemy's underground bunkers have collapsed due to the bombardment. Our engineer units are clearing the designated areas. We'll prepare artillery operations at the identified locations and convert secure areas into our fortresses. Despite their perpetual silence and the penitent aura that enveloped them, the Krieg soldiers could effectively carry out orders when it mattered most. Even though the Emperor had declared their sins long repaid, the deeply ingrained spirit of penitence continued to guide their actions. The heavy boots of Krieg soldiers echoed through the collapsed ground as they marched through the tunnels. The network of tunnels extended in all directions, and the siege regiment had split into two groups. One entered the tunnels while the other followed the armored units to encircle the enemy. Suddenly, an eerie sound of something falling came from a distant tunnel. Without hesitation, a Krieg soldier raised his shotgun and fired towards the source of the noise. The shot blasted through the wall, tearing apart the enemy hiding behind it. This marked the beginning of the skirmish. In the narrow tunnels, intense firefights broke out between both sides. Red beams and yellow flames crisscrossed as soldiers fell one after another. The Krieg soldiers had a slight advantage in firepower. Just then, a clattering noise came from behind. Krieg's heavy weapons squad had brought in an autocannon, instantly turning the tide of battle. The autocannon's firepower shredded the enemy's defenses, and the terrifying sound of gunfire echoed through the deep tunnels. The Krieg soldiers pressed their advantage, forcing the enemy to retreat in disarray. Those who couldn't escape in time fell to the Krieg soldiers' relentless gunfire. The enemy began to retreat in an orderly fashion, using moving platforms installed in the tunnels to escape. A Krieg officer immediately called the armored units. The enemy is retreating towards the southeast sector. With a brief acknowledgement, a dozen Gorgon armored personnel carriers quickly arrived. The Gorgon is a massive heavy amphibious transport vehicle capable of carrying a large number of troops directly into enemy lines. Each vehicle can safely transport 50 Imperial Guard infantry across the battlefield, equipped with 2 heavy stubbers and 2 interchangeable mortars. Hundreds of soldiers quickly and orderly boarded the transports, advancing deeper into the tunnels. Meanwhile, the ground forces also progressed in an orderly manner. According to the coordinates, the enemy was gathering near an extinct volcano, which might have a substantial defensive force. Almost all of the siege regiment's artillery units were redirected there, preparing to bring the mountain down. At that moment, the Krieg soldiers in the tunnels faced a sudden enemy attack. The enemy launched thousands of gas grenades, unaware that Krieg soldiers were accustomed to fighting with gas masks on. The attack was completely ineffective, wasting the enemy's potent weapon in such confined spaces. The Krieg soldiers swiftly advanced to the end of the tunnel, facing heavy enemy fire. Sequeran soldiers wielded the latest small-caliber autocannons from Zhonghuan, which, though less powerful than those in Warhammer, managed to momentarily halt the Krieg's advance. A fierce firefight ensued. The Gorgon's heavy stubbers began firing, and under the cover of this firepower, the Krieg soldiers quickly disembarked and sought cover. The Krieg soldiers' mole launchers targeted enemy positions. Seeing the situation deteriorate, a Sequeran officer shouted, "We can't hold these maniacs. Ignite all the flammable materials outside to create a firewall and stop them." Flames erupted, blocking the Krieg soldiers' advance. A Krieg officer calmly ordered, "The passage is too narrow for armored vehicles. 1st Infantry Company, prepare to charge. The rest, stand by." As the Sequeran soldiers thought they had successfully stopped the advance, the Krieg soldiers made a shocking move. They forced their way through the firewall, charging at the enemy. Flames scorched their flesh, the air filled with the smell of burning meat, but they seemed oblivious to the pain, focused solely on eliminating the enemy before them. This horrifying scene stunned the Sequeran soldiers. They couldn't fathom the sheer willpower it took for these humans to endure such agony. The Krieg soldiers, clutching their searing shotguns, began close-quarters combat. The Sequeran soldiers finally reacted, but it was too late. Engulfed in flames, the Krieg soldiers engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the Sequeran soldiers. Their bayonets, glowing red from the heat, effortlessly cut through the enemy's protective gear. Some Krieg soldiers, knowing they wouldn't survive, grabbed Sequeran soldiers, spreading the flames to their enemies. The air filled with screams, but nothing could stop the Krieg soldiers' slaughter. By now, the flames had subsided, and the Gorgon armored personnel carriers crashed through the firewall, widening the passage. A Krieg officer gave a brief command, "Retrieve the equipment and continue forward." Medics swiftly tended to the wounded, not to save lives, but to recover usable equipment and take away the bodies. A dying Sequeran soldier witnessed this, shocked. "They're not human. They can't be human." It couldn't comprehend a unit that valued equipment over lives, something even the former Human Federation wouldn't do. With this horrifying realization, the Sequeran soldier gradually succumbed to death. At this moment, both the ground and underground units advanced towards the enemy's last stronghold on this planet, the extinct volcano. Both the ground and underground forces advanced towards the enemy's last stronghold on this planet, the dead volcano position. Hundreds of earth-shaking cannons and Medusa siege guns were transported to the front lines, their barrels glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Meanwhile, the Ragnarok tanks began to adjust their formation, preparing to advance alongside the infantry. These colossal Ragnarok tanks trace their origins back to the 500-year brutal civil war on Krieg. At that time, both sides could not afford continuous heavy losses and prolonged stalemates. Achieving numerical superiority was the only way to break the deadlock. In this context, the Loyalist forces, having lost a significant number of Leman Russ main battle tanks, decided to develop a new type of tank that was easier to build and more durable. Ragnarok tanks are massive and slow-moving, but this suited the severely polluted and low-visibility environment of Krieg, caused by the long-term war. Despite their extremely ugly side appearance, the tanks were designed to be exceptionally sturdy and resilient. In the Loyalist siege tactics, these tanks were used as mobile fortresses to shield the advancing infantry. Their high production rate often allowed them to sweep across no man's land like a steel torrent. With a command from the officer, hundreds of cannons fired simultaneously, shells raining down like a storm, the deafening roar echoing all around. Under such concentrated firepower, the enemy forces on the dead volcano position had no chance to retaliate and could only passively endure the onslaught. Commence the assault. At this command, 20 Space Marines of the Imperial Fists, led by their captain, charged forward like a sharp blade, piercing through the enemy's outer defenses. Cover the Angels, prepare to charge. With the second wave of artillery fire, Krieg's soldiers quickly fixed heavy serrated bayonets to their rifles, waiting for the signal to charge. The Commissar activated his power sword and shouted, "Soldiers, enact the enemy expulsion protocol. Prepare to charge." As the signal sounded, the Krieg soldiers surged out of their cover like a tide, advancing quickly under the protection of the artillery fire. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out as a Space Marine destroyed an enemy bunker, killing the Sekaran soldiers inside instantly. For the Primarch and the glory of the Emperor. The battle cry of the Imperial Fists Space Marines echoed from within the bunker, accompanied by the screams of the Sekaran soldiers. The Space Marines, armed with bolters, methodically cleared out the hidden enemies in the trenches. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed continuously. The Krieg soldiers, who initially wanted to lead the charge, were held back by the Space Marines. You will have plenty of opportunities to serve the Empire later. A sacrifice now is meaningless. A deep voice emanated from beneath an Imperial Fist's helmet. The Krieg soldiers silently followed behind the Space Marines, diving into surrounding holes when necessary to clear out remaining enemies. As the battle on the mountain's outskirts concluded, both ground and underground forces advanced towards the mountain's center. Sekaran officers gathered, anxiously discussing the situation. "We've lost most of our outer positions. Next, we'll have to engage in trench warfare with the enemy," they remarked. The soldiers of the human empire are incredibly formidable. Sulfur Planet was supposed to be a fortress planet of the Sekaran Empire, and with the support from other nations, we were confident we could hold off the human empire's expedition. But they broke through our defenses in just 3 days, and over 95 of our forces on this planet are now decimated. We still have 3,000 men. As long as nothing goes wrong, we should be able to hold the mountain defense for another day. Before he could finish, a dust-covered Sekaran soldier stumbled in, shouting in terror, "The enemy is here. The inner mountain's first line of defense has been breached." Amidst the explosions, the silhouettes of Space Marines gradually emerged in the firelight. "It's those monsters. Kill them," the Sekaran soldiers screamed in terror. They had heard of the Space Marines' renown, but those who had seen them in person were already dead. "Quick, blow up the passage with explosives. Otherwise, none of us will leave here alive." Several Sekaran soldiers grabbed explosives, ready to ignite them, but were swiftly turned into a bloody mist by the precise shots of the Space Marines. "The enemy is closing in. Requesting support. Requesting support." More and more Sekaran soldiers fell under the Space Marines' gunfire. "Commander, we can't hold them." With Chainsword-wielding Space Marines breaching the fortress, the entire defensive line collapsed. The annihilation of the Sekaran soldiers was inevitable. Finally, after a thunderous explosion, the Imperial Aquila flag was planted atop the dead volcano. Surrounded by the corpses of Sekaran soldiers, the battle ended with a decisive victory for the Empire, achieving the conquest of the entire planet with only a few thousand casualties. Meanwhile, Logar's second expedition fleet set its sights on another planet in the Sekaran territory, Sebin. The Word-Bearers Legion had expanded to 500 strong, and the recruiting world was confirmed to be Logar's home planet. Yang Chang had also produced the Word-Bearers flagship, the Queen of Glory-class battleship, Faith's Edict. This warship fully embraced the concept of building engines on a cathedral, resembling a giant flying church. Logar's attitude towards Xenos greatly pleased Yang Chang. Due to his unwavering loyalty to the Emperor, Logar left no Xenos alive in several battles, and always executed them with extreme brutality. For the alien soldiers captured within the Empire, Logar devised a unique method of penance. Connectors were inserted into their bodies, linked to pins, forcing them to tirelessly transcribe the Emperor's holy writ with their own blood. This sacred text, compiled by dozens of ecclesiarchs and hundreds of scribe-servitors, continuously expanded with new chapters every moment. These Xenos would spend the rest of their lives in endless transcription until they perished from blood loss. "Primarch, we have identified our target. Anger reported respectfully to Logar. Begin the landing operation. Let the Emperor's light illuminate this planet. All Xenos and heretics will face judgment under the Emperor's light, Logar commanded. Yang Chung tacitly approved of Logar's almost fanatical behavior, thinking, as long as he doesn't ally with the Xenos or commit acts against humanity, he can do as he pleases. The airdrop pods of the word-bearers descended from the sky, and the Space Marines bearing their iconic insignia burst forth like thunder. General Sekharin, the defense commander of Cyban, initially thought he was facing a group of ordinary missionaries, only to be met with this elite force. With years of experience fighting humans, Sekharin easily recognized the church buildings typically used by human missionaries. He assumed the enemy was merely a small band of missionaries and a ragtag group of soldiers, an assumption that would prove disastrously wrong. Soldiers, Sekharin shouted, we may not be able to defeat a regular army, but if we can't even handle these so-called missionaries, what face do we have left? For the glory of Sekharin. However, what awaited them was the Sawtooth Sons, a company renowned for their airdrop assaults within the Word-Bearers Legion. Angelus charged into the enemy lines, wielding a boarding shield adorned with enemy skulls in one hand and a chain axe in the other. Let the Emperor's wrath consume this planet, he roared. Collect the heads of the Xenos and offer them to the God Emperor. Logar wielded the power staff known as the Light of Revelation, a gift from Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands, after they fought side by side on Galatan II. This staff was later considered the prototype for the chaplain's Crozius. His gray armor was covered in holy script, a tradition of the word-bearers. What was once scripture written on human skin was now replaced with Xenos hides, covering the warrior's armor piece by piece. Leading the charge himself, Logar believed that exterminating Xenos was the truest form of devotion to the Emperor. His power staff struck a Sekharin mech, and its disruption field instantly reduced it to fragments. Sekharin soldiers watched in horror, baffled by these missionaries who led the charge rather than boosting morale from the rear. In their shock, the first line of defense was breached. The word-bearers slaughtered the enemy with an almost graceful precision, avoiding the Xenos' blood that might defile the sacred texts on their armor. Logar, like a sharp knife, pierced through the enemy's stronghold. Countless Sekharin soldiers swarmed him, only to fall one after another under his power staff. The enemy's armored units began to target Logar, but their firepower was like a mere itch to a Primarch. Unfazed, Logar charged a tank, single-handedly ripping off its turret and pulling out the driver. Feel the divine power of the Emperor, he bellowed, pressing the driver's head against the power staff, instantly turning it into a mist of blood. Spare no enemy, but remember to save the people of the Imperium. Logar adhered strictly to Yang Cheng's edicts, showing no mercy to Xenos and heretics while ensuring the rescue of Imperial citizens. A Terminator, wielding a heavy bolter, shielded civilians in the ruins, his thick armor and shield deflecting enemy bullets. Civilians, get to the rear. Under the cover fire of the word-bearers, the rescued human slaves began to evacuate. The enemy is retreating. Keep pursuing, Logar commanded as he flipped over a bipedal mech. Thunderhawks bearing the word-bearers' insignia flew toward the enemy, deploying a Contemptor dreadnought covered in sacred texts like the other Space Marines. Equipped with a power claw with built-in flamethrower and a twin-linked Lost cannon, it unleashed torrents of fire and began shooting. Under such a ferocious assault, the Sekharin soldiers fell back. Logar and his forces pressed on. The battle was decided. The Sekharin Empire had no chance of recovery. In a final act of defiance, General Sekharin in the bunker chose to end his life with a bullet, marking another victory for the Imperium. Next came the word-bearers' cleanup operation. Many Inquisition members arrived, including some from the Ecclesiarchy. To the Ecclesiarchy followers, Logar had become a figure akin to a high priest. Burn away these Xenos' filth, Logar ordered. Whether prisoners or culture, nothing unclean shall remain on the sacred soil of the Imperium. His actions earned the admiration of many ecclesiarchal bishops. Yang Chung tacitly approved, believing that having faith in dark times was not necessarily a bad thing. He did not realize that this decision would play a critical role in a future war. Cyban and its affiliated planets were incorporated into the Imperium. At this point, the Sekharin Empire had only one remaining planet, Restraint, aside from their homeworld, but the human Imperium no longer cared about it. For the Emperor, capture the enemy's homeworld. The Sekharin homeworld was surrounded by thousands of Imperial warships, poised to erase it from the galactic map. Sekharin's home planet, Dongriksing, was completely surrounded by the human Empire's fleet. 2 of its moons had already fallen into Imperial hands, and the sole remaining objective was to conquer Dongriksing itself. In desperation, Kabulu called for reinforcements, but the response crushed his hopes. We want to help you, but our warships are already tied up by the Empire. You'll have to handle this on your own. Kabulu slumped into his office chair, watching through the window as the human Empire's warships breached the atmosphere. Sekharin's anti-aircraft guns continued their futile resistance. A blinding white flash obliterated the anti-aircraft positions in an instant. The human empire began its landing operation. 2,000 Astartes warriors from the Word-Bearers Legion, the Devourers Legion, and the Desolate Brotherhood chapter filed into landing pods. 2 Primarchs led the forces personally, supported by a large contingent of mortal auxiliaries. Hank watched the scene with tears in his eyes. He recalled the past failures to reclaim humanity, but now, not only had they succeeded, they were stepping into the once forbidden inner ring. Odysseus 12th Assault Regiment. Prepare for landing. All personnel report to Bridge 13. The broadcast orders rang out. Having been promoted to commissar, Hank led his subordinates towards the transport ship. A barrage of orders flowed between various regiments and commissars, marking the beginning of a massive landing operation. Dozens of Thunderbolt fighters formed a formation, providing cover for the landing force. This special air unit came from the Imperial Navy's fighter wing, as the human empire had no separate air force. 1 minute to landing. Everyone get ready. Hank shouted to the recruits behind him while steadying himself. With a tremendous gust of wind, the landing forces descended onto Dongryxing like raindrops. Hank and the transport pilot exchanged thumbs up, wishing each other luck. Regroup with your units. Advance quickly in platoons. Hank led his troops through a forest, realizing they had landed in Dongryxing's greenbelt. Under the cover of Lehman Russ's main battle tanks, the Odysseus 12th Assault Regiment commenced their attack. Stay behind the tanks. Don't expose yourselves. Hank commanded his troops to follow the tanks closely. The Astartes had already breached Dongryxing city. For the Emperor, they shouted as they destroyed enemy strongpoints one by one. As the enemy began to retreat, the Lehman Russ tanks accelerated their advance. Blue beams from meltaguns flashed, and enemy fortresses crumbled in succession. Fix bayonets, charge. Hank sounded the charge, leading his troops in the final assault. Second forces deployed various modified warriors and weapons, but these were no match for the Astartes. Ongron easily tore a giant modified creature in half, finding it less challenging than his arena opponents. Angron's forces quickly reached the gates of the Sekharan presidential palace. The poorly engineered modified creatures began attacking their allies, with some captured for research by Hanso, while the rest fell to the Astartes' blades. We surrender. Don't kill us. Cabulu's plea for mercy was cut short as Ongron beheaded him with a swift strike. Aliens dare negotiate with humans? Ongron coldly remarked, hanging Cabulu's head on his armor. The Sekharan Empire fell, its territories quickly fragmented. Pirates and roving fleets claimed a small portion, while the majority fell under human empire control. The next tasks were colonization, pacification, and hive city construction. Given the vastness of Sekharan's territory, it would take time to absorb, leading to a temporary halt in military operations. In a dim laboratory, Hanso completed his experiment. Hundreds of human embryos floated quietly in incubation chambers, heralding the creation of a terrifying and inhumane weapon. Meanwhile, a secret massacre unfolded in the detention centers on occupied planets. The aliens were about to pay for their actions. Yang Chung finished reviewing the documents, feeling relieved by Luo Jia's presence. Luo Jia had made a surprising decision: to require the clergy to fund the establishment of academies dedicated to training followers of the state religion. These academies would primarily admit homeless children from the lower and middle hives, disregarding their backgrounds as long as they were true believers in the Emperor and ready to sacrifice for him at any moment. Planet Tranajek, Alien Detention Center number 1366. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the iron bars atop the high walls, casting long, slender shadows on the ground. All aliens. The voice of Warden Tabalitsky echoed across the courtyard. Stop what you're doing. I have an important announcement. Clad in the uniform of the Human Empire's military, Tabalitsky slowly walked to the center of the square, surveying the diverse array of alien beings of various colors and shapes. Clearing his throat, he continued, the Human Empire has reached an agreement with your respective nations. Tonight, you will be allowed to leave the detention center by train. A glimmer of hope appeared in the alien's eyes, but Tabalitsky's tone shifted. However, all your belongings must remain here. He smiled, but his gaze was as cold as steel. Additionally, he sighed, feigning regret, children and the elderly will leave first. The rest of you will have to wait a bit longer for your release. Tabalitsky finished, barely holding back a grin. The aliens, unaware of his true feelings, erupted in cheers. We're free. We can finally return to our old lives. Fantastic. These days of suffering are finally over. The soldiers of the detention center exchanged knowing smiles and silently walked away, leaving the jubilant aliens behind. As night fell, thousands of aliens, carrying children or supporting the elderly, slowly boarded a steel train. However, a Sekharan mother carrying her child tried to move against the crowd, attempting to leave. What's the matter? Don't you want your child to escape the pain? A guard with a gun intercepted her. Please, sir, the Sekharan mother pleaded. My child is ill, and I want him to stay with me. The guard sneered, suddenly drew a laser pistol, and shot the Sekran child dead. There, now you've been forgiven. Get on the train now. He wiped the blood from his face and roughly shoved the mother, clutching her child's corpse, into the carriage. As the chains locked into place, some aliens began to sense that something was wrong. Sir, I'm willing to let my children do physical labor. Please let them out. My father is 106, but he can still carry things and work. Please let him out. That's not possible, the guard answered coldly. All right, start it up. Olive green gas began to pour from the ceiling of the carriage, quickly filling the space. The aliens pounded on the walls, screaming in agony. Help! Help! Save us! Within seconds, the carriage fell silent. Moments later, the guards opened the carriage, revealing a mountain of alien corpses. Tabalitsky nodded in satisfaction. Looks good. Keep up the good work. He turned to a man in the same Imperial uniform standing beside him. It's your turn now, Eichmann. Eichmann stepped forward and began to direct the remaining aliens. Suddenly, some of the aliens stood up in anger. You monsters! You will face justice for this. Justice? Eichmann sneered. Justice is for the losers, and we are the victors. Before he finished speaking, the shouting alien fell to the ground. Eichmann surveyed the surroundings, his voice filled with hatred. You should understand your place now. You are not slaves. You are tools. Tools less than slaves. You will pay for everything you've done. The guards could no longer hold back and charged at the defenseless aliens. Look at the people up there, a guard roared. My wife, my child. They were defiled and killed by you filthy aliens. Retribution is here, you alien scum. An elderly soldier approached the fallen alien and began listing their crimes, from personal grievances to national betrayals. Eichmann coldly declared, I was going to give you a quick death, but I've decided to make you suffer instead. With his words, this symbol of death, the detention center, officially began its operation. In the Imperial laboratory, a scientist introduced the latest combat machine to Yang Cheng. Your Majesty, allow me to present the Empire's newest combat machine, which I call the Harbinger of Death. A creature with an exposed brain slowly approached Yang Cheng. The scientist continued, I designed this based on the anatomy of the Ling race. Their bodies have been modified into killing machines, and their appearance can also be used to intimidate enemies. He detailed the modification process, replacing arms with chainsaw swords, reinforcing the skeleton, performing a frontal lobotomy, and installing a control helmet and drug injection system. In standby mode, they remain calm through drug injections. Their minds continually replay elements of Imperial worship, ensuring they feel the greatness of the Emperor at all times. Through this process, their thoughts are entirely erased, leaving only the desire to kill their prey. Yang Cheng frowned and asked, Isn't this just a flogging machine? The scientist hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, at the very least, it looks more terrifying than the flogging machine and has higher combat effectiveness. Yang Cheng pondered for a moment and said, Truth comes from practice. If it doesn't work out, see if you can replicate the demonic ovary. Otherwise, this might do. Sekran has fallen. What should we do? In the Central Ring Anti-Human Military Alliance's conference hall, the atmosphere was heavy. Takol scanned the room and slowly voiced the weighty question. The meeting, led by several major Central Ring nations, gathered representatives from dozens of Outer Ring countries, various nomadic fleets, and corporate organizations. Sekran, once a formidable power capable of challenging any Outer Ring nation, had now been annihilated. The entire race was suffering an organized genocide at the hands of the human empire. Their only prayer was to avoid torture. Takol continued, Ladies and gentlemen, you all know that since we've antagonized the behemoth that is the human empire, there's no turning back. Our only option is to fight to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, a young officer stood up and addressed Takol. Sir, I have an idea. Takol raised an eyebrow. Speak, but it better not be a bad one. The young officer eagerly explained. We can use our sheer size to entangle the humans in a prolonged war. This could weaken the so-called human emperor's authority. We can leverage strategic depth to combat the human empire. You're suggesting we engage in a war of attrition with the humans? Takol interrupted. Yes, the officer continued. This war cannot be rushed. It might take decades. We must. Enough. Next. Takol waved his hand impatiently, already tired of listening. A war of attrition with humans? That was an idea born of madness. Never mind the human empire's terrifying planet-destroying capabilities. Even if they could sustain a long-term war, it would ultimately lead to their extinction. At that moment, a mysterious figure in a cloak stood up and addressed Takol. Takol, the way to deal with the human empire has already been shown to us by their own military. He continued, we just need to spread rumors that a certain star system is a large human biofactory, then broadcast footage of humans being tortured throughout the Outer Ring. All we need to do next is wait for the human forces to walk into our trap. Takel's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Much better than a war of attrition. He sneered. The human empire wants to save humans to assert their sovereignty? Let's see if they can save them and live to tell the tale. That's settled then, Takel decided. Meeting adjourned. Everyone, prepare. This time, we'll catch the humans in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, at the human empire's command center, Admiral Spire frowned at the star map in front of him and asked, puzzled, what are these aliens up to? As a seasoned military officer, he had never seen such a foolish strategy. It was akin to someone inviting you over with "kidnapper" written on their forehead. Looking at the absurdly obvious enemy tactic, Spire couldn't help but feel that his earlier concerns were unwarranted. These so-called rebels were not even worthy of the name. Just then, a subordinate hurried over. Caleron, the Emperor has summoned you. Caleron, who was in the command center, immediately boarded a shuttle and flew to the Supreme Command ship. At the same time, Yang Cheng received information about the next world he would traverse, the sixth installment of the Transformers movie series. Although he hadn't seen it, this didn't significantly impact the main storyline. The traversal was set for 2 days later, with the timeline starting at the beginning of the second movie. This gave Yang Cheng ample room for maneuver. He was very interested in the technologies like the Allspark, the Matrix of Leadership, and the Space Bridge. Additionally, certain characters in the Transformers universe, such as the scientist Shockwave and the scout Soundwave, caught his attention. However, with most of the Space Marines engaged on the front lines, Yang Cheng still needed a loyal force to serve him. Reluctantly, he opened the system shop. You'll do, Yang Cheng muttered to himself. Star Knights chapter. Destruction is redemption. This was the battle cry of the Star Knights. On the homeworld of the Imperial Fists, Chapter Master Alto Amrad of the Obsidian chapter stood before Yang Cheng. Although the Imperial records did not explicitly document it, it was certain that the founding history of the Star Knights stretched back to ancient times, as old as the birth of stars. The chapter possessed numerous ancient relics, some dating back to the dark age of technology, such as the Storm battle barge equipped with artificial intelligence. The Star Knights had participated in the Grand Purge of the VOV system's hive world Vavencaster and, years later, in the destruction of the world engine Borsis. However, this also became their last mission. The Star Knights' final battle perfectly embodied the phrase, "Sacrifice is the foundation of the Empire." When the Necron's superweapon, the world engine Borsis, threatened Vavencaster, the Imperial Navy and various Astartes chapters responded to the call, assembling a massive fleet in the VOV system. However, their weapons could not penetrate the world engine's shields. Out of caution, the Empire ordered a retreat, preparing to abandon the 210 billion innocent souls on Vavencaster. But Chapter Master Amrad of the Star Knights refused this order. They had once protected Vavencaster, and this time would be no different. Amrad devised a mad plan. Crash the flagship Storm into the world engine while deploying the entire chapter on the planet's surface to destroy it in one fell swoop. Surprisingly, the plan worked. Though the world engine's shields were impenetrable, they couldn't withstand the impact of a kilometer-long battle barge. Amid the explosive light that illuminated the dark galaxy, the Star Knights successfully landed. Their battle cries echoed throughout the world engine. The chapter's psyker, Helsha, made a pact with the Tan Shard Iglania. Iglania would help destroy the engine in exchange for permanent freedom. Ultimately, Iglania kept its promise, and the world engine's shields ceased to function. In the next moment, the colossal machine was obliterated by the Imperial Navy's fierce bombardment, and the Star Knights chapter perished with it. The Star Knights left a bold and heroic mark in the grand and tragic space opera of Warhammer 40k. If the Emperor could witness this, one wonders what he would think. But Yang Cheng sincerely hoped that they had returned to the Emperor's side. Great Emperor, Chapter Master Alto Amrad of the Star Knights salutes you. A Space Marine in white armor with blue accents knelt on one knee, placing his power sword tipped down beside him, and saluted Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng decided to personally venture into the Transformers world. He knew that the Decepticons and Autobots posed no real threat to his army. The true dangers were entities like Unicron and Quintessa. Setting the timeline in the second movie, Yang Cheng reminded himself to be wary of the Fallen, an unstable factor. His primary target was the slumbering Sentinel Prime on the moon, a cunning transformer willing to do anything for Cybertron. Yang Cheng planned to win over this potential traitor by promising a new home. He quickly deployed 2 teams, one to the moon to search for the remnants of Cybertronian ships, and the other to capture Soundwave on the satellite. Yang Cheng thought, it's time to announce the arrival of the Empire to this world. Meanwhile, back on Earth, a tense meeting was taking place. Advisor Galloway, a pleasure to meet you. A man in a Major's uniform approached. I'd love to give you a tour, but you need to apply for restricted area access first. Galloway got straight to the point. Major, I have a directive from the President. I need to deliver a message to your alien friends. Your last operation turned that city upside down. This was the Joint Command Center for the Transformers and Humans, and the major was Linux. He rolled his eyes, used to such confrontations. Optimus Prime gazed at the small human before him and spoke slowly. "I'm more concerned about Megatron than this." Linux quickly responded. "Megatron? He's rusting quietly at the bottom of the Laurentian abyss. Soundwave's monitoring system and submarines are watching around the clock. It's absolutely secure." Galloway shifted the conversation. "What about the All-Spark Shard?" "The only shard is locked in an electromagnetic vault at the world's most secure naval base," Linux explained, unaware that this information was being recorded and transmitted to a satellite. Hiding on the satellite, Decepticon intelligence officer Soundwave silently received the data. "Decepticons, the shard's location is confirmed. Begin the operation," he relayed the command quietly. At that moment, a massive warship suddenly appeared above the moon. Yang Qing ordered, "Bring that satellite to me." He decided not to reveal himself yet, but to deal with Soundwave first. Soundwave was unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, a powerful gravitational force pulled him and the satellite together, severing his communication. "Decepticons! Decepticons!" Soundwave found himself immobilized, being dragged towards the far side of the moon by a mysterious force. There, a massive silver-white triangular ship came into view, something Soundwave had never seen before. Yang Chung turned to his companion, "Carlbo, we have a guest. This is a silicon-based life form. Treat him well. He might be useful to us." Back on Earth, Galloway continued to question Optimus Prime. "So, it's clear that the Decepticons came to Earth because of you, Autobots. Otherwise, what could they be here for? The Fallen rising again?" His tone was sarcastic. "I ask you, if for national security, Earth no longer provides you sanctuary, will you leave willingly?" Optimus Prime did not argue but answered directly, "You have the freedom to choose. We respect your decision. But I must ask on behalf of your president, if you mistakenly drive us away, what will you do then?" With that, Optimus Prime turned and walked away. Linux discreetly gave Optimus Prime a thumbs up. He had long been annoyed by Galloway. On the far side of the moon, Carlbo curiously examined Soundwave. "Wow, what is this?" He was fascinated by the small silicon-based life form. Yang Chung pondered how to deal with Soundwave. "Your Majesty, if possible, I would like to recruit them. They could be very useful," he thought. Whether the Transformers would surrender depended on the situation. Those who surrendered could retire to the Mechanic Church. Why bother with Autobot or Decepticon factions? If they didn't surrender, then Megatron would face a psychic blast before any negotiations. As for the Tribunal, Yang Chung had his own plans. Currently, the Human Empire defined human as any being with a human-like appearance and an unmutated skull. Subhumans included species like Ogrins and Ratlings, similar to humans. Cybertronians were considered a variant of Golden Age humans, having transformed from carbon-based to silicon-based life forms, but still essentially human. Yang Chung also considered keeping a Grimlock for fun. He was tired of shuttles. Wouldn't a mechanical dinosaur be cooler? "Archbishop Carlbo, extract the memory of this mechanical life form," Yang Chung ordered. Carlbo nodded and inserted a tentacle into Soundwave. Soon, Soundwave's memories were projected. "Decepticons, the shard's location is confirmed. All units move out." Yang Chung contemplated. The plot had advanced to this point. Soundwave's mechanical dog was probably already after the shard. It was too late to intervene, so he decided to wait and see. "Prepare for landing. Let's give these Transformers a taste of human power." Yang Chung began deploying personnel, planning a small-scale contact with the ground humans while sending a team to excavate Sentinel Prime. In the solar system, one star destroyer after another appeared, but they did not approach Earth. Instead, they stationed on the far side of the moon, awaiting orders. An Alpha team was dispatched to Earth with a mission to find the other shard, the Allspark Shard, in the possession of the protagonist, Sam. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.